Chapter 1. On a snowy night, little Taiping knocks for charcoal. Bang, bang, bang. In the howling cold wind, a frail little boy, clad in thin clothing, shivered as he knocked on the gate of a household. It was New Year's Eve, and laughter echoed from within the courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. After a lengthy wait without a response, the boy lifted his hand to grasp the door knocker and gently tapped a few more times. Who is it? Fortunately, at that moment, a voice finally emerged from the courtyard. The boy's face brightened. "Uncle, it's me," he quickly replied. Creak. Before long, the gate swung open, revealing a stout, middle-aged man peering through the gap. "Oh, it's Taiping. What brings you here so late?" The man inquired. Uncle, we've run out of charcoal at home. I was hoping to borrow a few pounds from you. Once spring arrives, I promise to return it after I go chop wood." The boy stammered, his gaze evasive with a hint of embarrassment. "A few pounds of charcoal hardly amounts to anything. Just wait here, I'll get it for you." The man waved his hand, readily agreeing. "Taiping, have you eaten yet?" Just a few steps away, the man suddenly paused, turning back to ask the boy. I've eaten, but Grandpa hasn't," the boy replied, gripping the edge of his garment tightly, his voice trailing off to a whisper at the end. The middle-aged man sighed softly upon hearing this, then broke into a smile. "Just wait here, Uncle will be right back." The boy nodded gently. At that moment, another gust of frigid wind swept by, causing the boy to shiver all over, though his heart felt less cold. Taiping. Soon after, the man emerged from the house, carrying a large basket. "Here you go," he said, puffing out clouds of breath as he hurried to the gate and thrust the basket into the boy's arms. Looking down, the boy saw that, aside from several pounds of charcoal, the basket also contained 4 steaming white buns. "Uncle, Faced with the sight of the fluffy buns, the boy felt a pang of anxiety, yet after a day without food, he could not help but swallow hard at the sight. "Just take it." The middle-aged man chuckled heartily. "Nyo, why are you still dawdling in the yard?" At that moment, a robust woman briskly approached the gate. Upon seeing her, both the boy and the man's expressions changed. Taiping came to borrow some charcoal," the man stammered, offering a sheepish smile, his eyes darting nervously. "Auntie," the boy called out to the woman. The woman shot a disapproving glance at the man before turning her attention to the boy, her gaze finally landing on the basket he held. Upon noticing the buns atop the charcoal, her face darkened instantly. "Those buns are meant for little Tiger. I can hardly bear to eat them myself, and you have the audacity to indulge." She glared fiercely at the man, then snatched 2 of the buns with irritation. "Mother, is the roast goose ready? I want roast goose, not plain buns." Just then, a plump boy clad in a new cotton coat emerged from the house, his expression sour upon seeing the buns in the woman's hands. "Son, what are you doing out here? It's cold. Hurry back inside before you freeze." The woman hurried toward the chubby boy, worry etched on her face. "Mother, I don't want plain buns, I want roast goose." The boy stamped his foot in displeasure, on the verge of tears. All right, the roast goose will be ready soon. These buns are for Ah Huang," the woman cooed indulgently, tossing the 2 buns into the dog's cage under the eaves. Sigh. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man furrowed his brows and sighed helplessly. The little boy bit his lip as he watched the buns being devoured by the dog, then tightened his grip on the basket of charcoal, looking up at the man with a smile. "Uncle, thank you. I'm off now. Be careful on your way back. Remember to leave a crack in the window while burning charcoal tonight, and make sure your grandfather is covered up well," the man advised, waving his hand. "Sue Ninu, if you don't come back inside, don't expect to sleep on your mother's Kong tonight." The woman's scolding voice echoed from within the house. Coming, the man replied hastily, offering the boy a sheepish smile before shutting the gate. As the gate closed, the last glimmer of light in the snowy yard vanished, and the world was engulfed once more by the night. Only a small thatched cottage in the distance still glowed with a faint light. With his charcoal and 2 buns, Grandpa will surely feel better. The little boy, undaunted by the darkness, tucked his chin in, smiling as he murmured to himself. He then tightly embraced the basket of charcoal and the 2 buns, skipping joyfully toward the little earthen house aglow with light. Upon reaching the house, he gently pushed the door open. "Taiping, is it you?" As soon as he stepped inside, a frail, hoarse voice, somewhat lacking in strength, reached his ears from the brightly lit room. "It's me, Grandpa." The boy rubbed his frostbitten face vigorously, forcing a smile before quickly moving to the door, lifting the curtain, and entering. Once inside, a strong scent of herbs enveloped him. Without a fire, the indoor temperature was almost indistinguishable from that outside. At the far end of the room lay a bed cobbled together from wooden planks, where a gaunt old man, skin stretched tightly over bones, curled up beneath a tattered quilt revealing its stuffing. "Grandpa, Uncle lent me some charcoal and gave me 2 buns. We can roast them to eat later," the boy, Tai Ping, said joyfully as he poured the charcoal into the stove. "Good, good." The old man nodded with a smile. Though he exuded an aura of senescence, his murky eyes regained a spark upon seeing the boy. "Tai Ping, you've endured hardships these past few years. Staying with Grandpa." The old man looked at Tai Ping with eyes full of affection, struggling to speak. "Grandpa, am not suffering at all. Not in the least," Tai Ping replied, raising his head with a smile as he lit the stove. "Silly child, such a silly child. If it weren't for your care, Grandpa would have likely departed long ago." The old man gently patted Tai Ping's little head, sighing with deep affection. "Grandpa, don't speak such ominous words. You will surely live to a ripe old age." While roasting the buns, Tai Ping shook his head vigorously. "Tai Ping, have you heard of immortals?" Suddenly, the old man posed a question to Tai Ping. Chapter 1. On a snowy night, little Tai Ping knocks at the door for charcoal. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the howling cold wind, a thinly clad little boy trembled as he knocked on the gate of a household. It was New Year's Eve, and laughter echoed from within the courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. After waiting for a considerable time without a response, the boy lifted his hand to grasp the door knocker, gently tapping a few times. "Who is it?" Fortunately, at that moment, someone within the yard finally responded. The boy's face brightened. "Uncle, it's me," he quickly replied. Creak. Before long, the courtyard door creaked open, revealing a stout, middle-aged man who peeked through the gap. "Oh, it's Tai Ping. What brings you here so late?" The man inquired. Uncle, we've run out of charcoal at home. I was hoping to borrow a few pounds from you. Once spring arrives, I promise to return it after I collect firewood," the boy said, his gaze evasive and a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "A few pounds of charcoal is hardly worth anything. Just wait here, I'll fetch it for you." The man waved his hand, readily agreeing. "Tai Ping, have you eaten?" Just a few steps out, the man suddenly halted and turned to ask the boy. I've eaten, but Grandpa hasn't." The boy clutched the hem of his garment tightly, his voice barely audible by the end. Upon noticing this, the middle-aged man sighed softly and then broke into a smile. "Just wait here, he'll be right back." "Okay." The boy nodded gently. Another gust of cold wind swept by, making the boy shiver, yet his heart felt a little warmer. Tai Ping. Before long, the middle-aged man emerged from the house, carrying a large tray. "Here you go," he said, exhaling white puffs of breath as he hastened to the entrance, thrusting the tray into the boy's arms. The boy looked down to see not only several pounds of charcoal, but also 4 steaming white buns nestled within the tray. "Uncle," staring at the buns, the boy felt a pang of anxiety, yet after a day without food, he could not help but swallow hard at the sight of the fluffy white buns. "Just take it." The middle-aged man smiled warmly. "Ernie, why are you still loitering outside?" At that moment, a rather robust woman strode briskly to the entrance. Upon seeing her, both the boy and the middle-aged man's expressions changed. Tai Ping came to borrow some charcoal." The man gave a sheepish smile to the woman, his gaze evasive and filled with trepidation. "Aunt," the boy greeted her. The woman shot a disapproving glance at the man before her attention shifted to the boy, eventually resting on the tray in his hands. Upon noticing the buns atop the charcoal, her expression darkened. "Those white buns were meant for Xiao, who I wouldn't even dare to eat them myself. Yet you're so extravagant." The woman glared fiercely at the middle-aged man, then huffed as she seized 2 of the buns with irritation. "Son, is the roast goose ready? I want roast goose, not these plain buns." A plump boy, dressed in a new cotton jacket, emerged from the house and upon seeing the buns, immediately displayed his displeasure. "Child, what are you doing out here? It's cold, hurry back inside before you freeze." The woman hurried towards the boy, worry etched on her face. "Mother, I don't want plain buns, I want roast goose." The plump boy stamped his foot, seemingly on the verge of tears. All right, the roast goose will be ready soon. These buns are for Ah Huang." The woman cooed affectionately to the chubby boy, tossing the 2 buns into the dog's cage beneath the eaves. Alas, Witnessing this scene, the middle-aged man frowned, soon letting out a resigned sigh. The little boy watched as the dog gnawed on the buns, biting his lip in silence. He then hugged the tray of charcoal and looked up at the man with a smile. "Uncle, thank you. I'm leaving now. Be careful on your way. When you burn the charcoal tonight, remember to leave a gap in the window and cover your grandfather with a blanket." The middle-aged man waved his hand. "Sue you. If you don't come back inside soon, don't even think about lying on my Kong tonight." The woman's scolding voice echoed from within the house. "Coming, coming," the man quickly replied, offering the boy an awkward smile before shutting the courtyard door. As the door closed, the last glimmer of light in the snowy expanse vanished, and the world was enveloped once more by the night. Only a tiny light flickered in a nearby, thatched cottage to the east. With his charcoal and 2 buns, Grandpa will surely feel better. The boy, undaunted by the nightfall, nestled his chin into his collar, murmuring cheerfully to himself before bounding joyfully toward the illuminated little earthen house. Upon arriving at the earthen house, he pushed the door open. "Taiping, is that you?" As soon as he stepped inside, a hoarse and weary voice emerged from the brightly lit room. "It's me, Grandpa." The boy vigorously rubbed his frostbitten cheeks, striving to muster a smile as he hurried to the door, lifting the curtain to enter. Once inside, a strong scent of herbs assaulted him. Without a fire, the temperature indoors was no different from that outside. At the far end of the room lay a bed cobbled together from wooden planks, where a frail old man, little more than skin and bones, lay huddled beneath a tattered quilt. "Grandpa, Uncle lent me some charcoal and also gave me 2 buns. We can toast them for dinner," the boy, Taiping, said joyfully while pouring the charcoal into the stove. "Good, good." The old man nodded with a smile. Though his frail body radiated the aura of impending death, his murky eyes regained their brightness upon seeing Taiping. "Taiping, these past years, you've endured hardship with me," the old man said, gazing affectionately at Taiping, his voice labored. "Grandpa, I'm not unhappy at all," Taiping replied with a grin, shaking his head. "Silly child, such a foolish child. If it weren't for your care these years, I fear I would have departed long ago." The old man gently stroked Taiping's head, sighing with a mixture of pity and gratitude. "Grandpa, don't say such ominous things. You will surely live a long life," Taiping insisted as he began to toast the buns. "Taiping, have you heard of immortals?" The old man suddenly inquired. Chapter 1. On a snowy night, little Taiping knocks for coal. Bang, bang, bang. In the howling cold wind, a frail little boy, dressed in thin clothing, timidly rapped on the gate of a household. It was New Year's Eve, and laughter echoed from within the courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without a response, the boy grasped the door knocker and gently tapped a few more times. "Who is it?" Fortunately, at that moment, someone inside finally responded. The boy's face brightened. "Uncle, it's me," he replied hurriedly. Creak. Before long, the gate swung open, revealing a stout, middle-aged man peering through the crack. "Oh, it's Taiping. What brings you here at such a late hour?" The man inquired. Uncle, we've run out of coal at home. I was hoping to borrow a few pounds from you. When spring arrives, I promise to repay you by collecting firewood," the boy stammered, his gaze faltering with embarrassment. "A few pounds of coal hardly holds any value. Just wait here, I'll fetch it for you." The man waved his hand, readily agreeing. "By the way, Taiping, have you eaten?" After taking a few steps, the man suddenly halted, turning his attention back to the boy. I have. But Grandpa hasn't eaten." The boy clenched the hem of his garment, his voice dwindling to a barely audible whisper at the end. Sensing this, the middle-aged man sighed softly, then broke into a warm smile. "Just wait here, Uncle will be right back." "Okay," the boy nodded gently. Just then, a gust of frigid wind swept by, causing the boy to shiver, yet his heart felt a bit warmer. Taiping. Shortly after, the man emerged from the house holding a large tray. "Here you go." Puffing out white breaths, the uncle hastened to the gate, thrusting the tray into the boy's arms. Peering down, the boy saw not only a few pounds of coal, but also 4 steaming white buns. "Uncle, Faced with the sight of the buns, the boy felt a surge of anxiety, but having not eaten all day, he couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the fluffy treats. "Take it," the middle-aged man replied with a hearty smile. "Ernyo, why are you still loitering outside?" At that moment, a robust woman briskly approached the gate. Upon seeing her, both the boy and the man exchanged uneasy glances. Taiping came to borrow some coal," The middle-aged man said sheepishly. Uncle, the boy called out to the woman. The woman shot a disapproving glance at the man before turning her gaze to the boy, ultimately resting her eyes on the tray he held. Upon noticing the buns resting atop the coal, her expression darkened instantly. Those buns were meant for Xiao Hu. I can barely afford to eat them myself. And here you are, being extravagant. The woman glared fiercely at the man, then snatched two of the white buns with irritation. Mother, is the roast goose ready? I want roast goose, not plain buns. Just then, a plump boy clad in a new cotton coat emerged from the house, his face souring upon seeing the buns. Son, what are you doing out here? It's cold, hurry back inside, and don't catch a chill, the woman admonished, rushing toward the chubby boy. Mother, I don't want plain buns, I want roast goose. The boy stomped his feet in displeasure, on the verge of tears. All right, the roast goose will be ready soon. These buns are for Ah Huang, the woman said, her face softening as she coaxed the chubby boy while tossing the two buns into the dog cage beneath the eaves. Sigh. Observing this, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow and sighed helplessly. The little boy watched the buns being devoured by the dog, biting his lip, then hugged the tray of coal tightly, looking up at the man and smiling. Uncle, thank you, I'm off now. Be careful on your way back. When you burn the coal tonight, remember to leave a crack in the window and cover your grandpa well. The man waved his hand. Su Ernyo, if you don't come back inside soon, don't expect to sleep on my Kong tonight. The woman's scolding voice rang out from within the house. Coming. The man quickly replied, shooting a sheepish smile at the boy before closing the gate. As the gate shut, the last glimmer of light in the snowy landscape vanished, plunging the world into darkness once more. Only a small thatched house in the distance remained illuminated by a flickering light. With his coal and two white buns, Grandpa will surely recover. In the night, the little boy felt no fear. He tucked his chin into his chest, smiling as he murmured to himself, then bounced eagerly towards the small earthen house glowing warmly in the distance. Upon reaching the house, he pushed open the door. Taiping, is it you? A frail, raspy voice emerged from the brightly lit room as soon as he entered. It's me, Grandpa. The boy rubbed his frozen face vigorously, striving to conjure a smile before hastening to the door and lifting the curtain to step inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a potent scent of herbs. With no fire to warm the room, the temperature was scarcely different from the outside. At the far end of the room lay a bed hastily assembled from wooden planks, where a gaunt old man, little more than skin and bones, curled tightly beneath a tattered quilt that revealed its stuffing. Grandpa, Uncle lent me some coal and gave me two white buns. We can roast them and eat them soon, the boy, Taiping, said cheerfully as he poured the coal into the stove. Good. The old man nodded with a smile. Despite the air of old age that surrounded him, his murky eyes sparkled with life upon seeing the boy. Taiping, you have endured much hardship these past years. Staying with me. The old man gazed lovingly at Taiping, his voice strained yet tender. Grandpa, I am not suffering, not at all. Taiping beamed, shaking his head as he ignited the stove. Silly child, truly a silly child. If it weren't for you taking care of me these years, I might have long since departed this world. The old man reached out to pat Taiping's small head, sighing with deep affection. Grandpa, please do not speak such ominous words. You will surely live to a ripe old age. Taiping shook his head vigorously as he roasted the buns. Taiping, have you ever heard of immortals? The old man suddenly asked. Chapter 1. On a snowy night, little Taiping knocked for charcoal. Bang, bang, bang amidst the howling cold wind. A frail little boy, dressed in scant clothing, timidly knocked on the gate of a household. It was New Year's Eve, and laughter resonated from within the courtyard. Bang, bang, bang after a prolonged wait with no response. The boy lifted his hand to grasp the door knocker, gently tapping a few times. The biting cold forced him to exhale warmth into his hands. Not only his hands, but his feet, encased only in straw sandals, felt nearly numb from the cold. Who is it? At last, someone inside responded. The boy's face lit up with joy. Uncle, it's me. He hurriedly answered. Creaked soon, the gate swung open, revealing a stout, middle-aged man peering through the crack. Oh, it's Taiping. What brings you here so late? The man inquired. Uncle, the charcoal at home has run out. I was hoping to borrow a few pounds from you. When spring arrives, I promise to repay you by gathering firewood, the boy said, his gaze evasive and laced with embarrassment. A few pounds of charcoal are hardly worth much. Just wait here, I'll fetch it for you. The man waved his hand, readily agreeing. Taiping, have you eaten? Just a few steps away, the man suddenly halted and turned to ask the boy. I have eaten, but Grandpa hasn't. The boy tightly clutched the hem of his garment, his voice barely a whisper by the end. The middle-aged man sighed softly upon noticing, then smiled broadly. Wait here, he'll be right back. The boy nodded gently. A gust of frigid wind swept by, causing the boy to shiver, yet his heart felt warmer. Taiping. Moments later, the man emerged holding a tray. Here you go. Breathing out puffs of white vapor, he quickly approached the gate and thrust the tray into the boy's arms. Looking down, the boy discovered that, in addition to a few pounds of charcoal, there were also 4 steaming white buns. Uncle, the sight of the fluffy buns made the boy feel somewhat anxious, but after a day without food, he couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. Just take it. The middle-aged man chuckled heartily. Ernie, why are you still loitering outside? At that moment, a robust woman hurried to the gate. Upon seeing her, both the boy and the man's expression shifted. Taiping came to borrow some charcoal. The man offered an awkward smile to the woman, his eyes darting nervously, filled with trepidation. And the boy called out to the woman. She shot a glare at the man before turning her gaze to the boy, finally resting on the tray in his hands. Upon noticing the buns atop the charcoal, her expression darkened. Those white buns were meant for Xiao, who I can hardly bear to eat them myself. And you're so extravagant. The woman glared fiercely at the middle-aged man and then snatched 2 of the buns. Mother, is the roast goose ready? I want roast goose, not white buns. At that moment, a plump boy clad in a new cotton coat emerged from the house, his face twisting in displeasure at the sight of the buns. Son, why are you out here? It's cold, hurry back inside and don't catch a chill. The woman rushed towards the chubby boy, her expression filled with concern. Mother, I want white buns, I want roast goose. The boy stamped his foot, clearly on the verge of tears. All right, the roast goose will be ready soon. These buns are for Ah Huang. The woman cooed indulgently while tossing the 2 buns into the dog's cage beneath the eaves. Sigh. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man frowned and sighed helplessly. The little boy bit his lip, watching as the dog gnawed at the buns, then hugged the tray of charcoal tightly, looking up at the man and smiling. Uncle, thank you, I'm leaving now. Be careful on your way. When you burn the charcoal tonight, remember to leave a crack in the window and cover your grandfather with a quilt. The man waved his hand. Ernie, if you don't get back inside, don't expect to sleep on my Kong tonight. The woman's scolding voice echoed from within the house. Coming, the man quickly replied, flashing an awkward smile at the boy before closing the gate. As the gate shut, the last glimmer of light vanished from the snowy ground, and the world was once again engulfed in the night, save for a dim light flickering in a nearby thatched cottage. With his charcoal and these 2 buns, Grandpa will surely feel better. The little boy felt no fear in the night. He tucked his chin into his collar, smiling as he murmured to himself, then bounced joyfully towards the illuminated little earthen house. At the entrance of the little house, he gently pushed open the door. Taiping, is that you? Upon entering, a frail, raspy voice, tinged with weariness, floated from the warmly lit room. It's me, Grandpa. The boy rubbed his frostbitten face vigorously, striving to conjure a smile as he hurriedly approached the door, lifting the curtain to step inside. Once inside, a pungent aroma of herbs enveloped him. Without a stove to warm the space, the temperature inside felt no different from the outside. At the far end of the room lay a makeshift bed assembled from wooden planks, where a frail old man, reduced to little more than skin and bones, lay curled beneath a tattered quilt. Grandpa, Uncle lent me some charcoal and gave me 2 buns, we can roast them to eat soon. The boy, Taiping, exclaimed joyfully as he poured the charcoal into the stove. Good, the old man nodded with a smile. Although he exuded an aura of frailty, his murky eyes sparkled with life upon seeing his grandson. Taiping, these years you've endured hardships with me. The old man gazed at Taiping with heartfelt affection, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Grandpa, am not suffering at all, not one bit, Taiping replied, lighting the stove and lifting his head to smile and shake his head at the old man. Foolish child, such a foolish child if it weren't for your care these years. I fear I would have long since departed. The old man gently patted Taiping's head, sighing with tender concern. Grandpa, please don't speak such ominous words, you will surely live to a ripe old age. As Taiping roasted the buns, he vigorously shook his head. Taiping, Have you ever heard of immortals? The old man suddenly posed a question to Tai Ping. Chapter 2. At the deathbed. Receiving grandfather's final gift, Tai Ping nodded thoughtfully and then spoke with a hint of reverence. Uncle Zhao at the village entrance mentioned that there are immortals on Yunlu Mountain, not far from our village. A few years ago, the snake demon in Qingshui town was slain by an immortal from that mountain, soaring through the sky in a display of grandeur. The old man chuckled softly at this, then turned to Tai Ping with a serious expression, lowering his voice to ask, "Do you wish to be like those immortals, to live forever and soar through the heavens?" "Of course I do," Tai Ping replied without hesitation, though he quickly added with a shy smile, "But Uncle Zhao said that to cultivate, one must possess innate spiritual bones. If you have such bones, your name will automatically appear on the immortal registry, and an immortal will come down and take you up the mountain for training. Otherwise, as a mere mortal, you cannot cultivate into an immortal." It was evident that Tai Ping's tone carried a hint of disappointment. "Tai Ping," the old man hesitated, then looked earnestly at the boy, asking in a hushed tone, "What if there's an opportunity for you to obtain the immortal registry, but it comes with the risk of death? Would you be willing to obtain the immortal registry?" Tai Ping's eyes widened in astonishment, and he began to ponder seriously. "Grandfather, if such an opportunity exists, I would like to give it a try." After a moment, he lifted his head, his gaze resolute as he looked at the elderly man on the bed. "Why would you take such a risk? It could be life-threatening," the old man remarked, a smile gracing his face as he gazed into Tai Ping's clear eyes. "If I become an immortal, I can help you heal," Tai Ping answered with an air of certainty. The old man paused in surprise, then smiled again. "Tai Ping, take this." He struggled to raise his hand and presented a somewhat worn wooden box to Tai Ping. "Grandfather?" Tai Ping looked at the wooden box in confusion. Ever since he could remember, his grandfather had guarded this box meticulously, allowing no one to see it. "Open it," the old man urged with great effort. "All right." Although puzzled, Tai Ping obediently nodded and opened the box. Inside, he discovered a crimson wax pill and an ordinary soybean seed. "This red wax pill was given to me 10 years ago by a Taoist I encountered. It is called the Spirit Bone Pill. Consuming it can transform mortal bones into spiritual bones, allowing your name to appear on the immortal registry," the old man explained, pointing to the wax pill. "Is there truly such a miraculous elixir in this world?" Tai Ping's face reflected disbelief. "The world is vast and full of wonders. What is one spirit bone pill compared to it?" The old man affirmed earnestly. "If this spirit bone pill has such remarkable effects, why haven't you taken it?" Tai Ping suddenly questioned. "The Taoist said that the spirit bone pill must be consumed by children aged 9 to 11 for it to be effective. When I received it, I was already 63, and your father and uncles are all past their prime. It would be useless for us," the old man replied with a bitter smile, revealing his underlying regret. "If possible, who would wish to miss such an opportunity for immortality? Moreover, the effects of the spirit bone pill last only 6 months. If you do not reach the realm of transformation within that time, your mortal existence will be discovered by the sect, your name removed from the registry, and you may face expulsion or even the erasure of your memories, becoming a simpleton," he continued, furrowing his brow. Tai Ping felt a chill at these words. However, after a lengthy contemplation, he nodded sincerely, looking earnestly at the old man. "Grandfather, I still want to give it a try." To him, entering the realm of immortals and learning their arts meant he could heal his grandfather, making the risk worthwhile. "Very well." Seeing Tai Ping's determination, the old man nodded in satisfaction, then took the wax pill from Tai Ping's hand, peeling away the outer layer and bringing it to the boy's lips, saying, "Eat it." Without hesitation, Tai Ping swallowed the spirit bone pill in one gulp. As it settled in his stomach, he felt a warm sensation coursing through his body, akin to a gentle hand caressing him. Yet beyond that, nothing extraordinary occurred. "Is that all?" Tai Ping asked in astonishment, looking at the old man. "In a few days, an immortal from the mountain will come down to take you," the old man assured with a smile. At that moment, his expression was complex, filled with both joy and concern. The joy was evident. Tai Ping was his dearest grandson, and the prospect of him embarking on the path of seeking immortality brought him happiness. Yet, the path was fraught with peril, and Taiping might not endure the 6 months, risking expulsion and a tragic fate as a simpleton. On the long and winding road of mortal existence, if one does not brave the myriad dangers of the world, how can they hope to open the gates to the ethereal realms? The old man recalled the words of the beggar Taoist before his departure. With that thought, his gaze regained its determination. Allowing Taiping to tread this path was indeed the right choice. "Grandfather, what about this soybean? What is its purpose?" Taiping, feeling a bit anxious, picked up the yellow soybean from the box. This was also left by the old Taoist, though he did not specify its use. He merely said that if you ever have the fortune to enter the immortals sect, you should plant this soybean in the spiritual soil of the mountain, and you shall gain another great opportunity. The old man answered weakly. Coughing violently, he suddenly began to sputter. "Grandfather, please drink some water and rest," Taiping urged, stepping forward to support the elderly man. "Taiping, keep that soybean safe. What I have told you tonight must not be spoken to anyone." The old man grasped Taiping's wrist with great effort. "Rest assured, I won't tell a soul." Taiping nodded vigorously. "Taiping, though you are wise beyond your years, the world is fraught with danger. You must exercise utmost caution." At that moment, the old man, blood at the corners of his mouth from coughing, suddenly clasped Taiping's shoulders tightly, fixing his gaze upon him with all his strength, proclaiming loudly, "Taiping, your grandfather has spent his life in search of the immortal path, yet he remains bound by this mortal form. You must strive for a breath of hope. Fight for the sake of all mortals." With those words, the old man's body stiffened, collapsing back onto the bed. Grandfather? A chill gripped Taiping's heart. His small hand trembled as he reached to check for the old man's breath, only to find none, his eyes dimming with despair. I no longer have a grandfather." Taiping stood there in shock, tears welling in his eyes, and finally he burst into sobs. He had not wept when his parents passed away, nor when he tumbled down the hillside while gathering herbs, nor when trapped by wolves for days without food or water. He had always known he was not alone. He still had his grandfather. That night, young Taiping lost his grandfather. That night, the name of Su Taiping was added to the list of names on the spirit bone monument of Qingxian Gate on Yunlu Mountain. At the foot of Mount Yunlu, in the village of Qingyou, a youth named Su Taiping manifested a spiritual bone. He promptly notified the peak master of the seventh peak, requesting that a disciple be dispatched to descend the mountain for his guidance. The elder, who guarded the spiritual bone monument, placed a letter into the beak of a white crane. The disciple complied with the order. The white crane, articulating human speech, then spread its wings and soared into the sky. Chapter 3. The first 7 days, the malevolent aunt selling her nephew into slavery 6 days later. At the home of Su Taiping's second uncle. "What? You intend to sell, Taiping?" Su Erniu, Su Taiping's second uncle, gazed incredulously at his wife, the second aunt. "Hush!" The second aunt, her face flushed, raised a finger to indicate that Erniu should lower his voice. "What do you mean by selling?" Serving as a houseboy for the Bai family is an opportunity that many would covet. Erniu cast her a sidelong glance. While that may be true, it ultimately means entering into servitude. He appeared somewhat troubled. In the Bai household, one eats well, drinks well, and lives well. What's the harm in being a servant? You needn't concern yourself. I've already accepted the deposit. The second aunt waved her hand dismissively, resolutely deciding the matter. Very well. Erniu, unable to resist his wife's insistence, sighed softly and nodded. "And where is Taiping?" The second aunt inquired further. "Still at the morning hall. Today marks the 7th day. Taiping wishes to keep vigil for his grandfather," Erniu replied, wiping his mouth while dressed in mourning attire. "The Bai family is already waiting at the village entrance. You must hurry and bring him back," the second aunt chided, rolling her eyes at Erniu. "They're here so soon?" Erniu was taken aback. The young master of the Bai family is set to commence his studies next month and is in urgent need of a page boy. Otherwise, why would they be in such haste? "Enough chatter. Go fetch the boy from the morning hall," the second aunt snapped, glaring at Erniu before urging him on. But today is the 7th day of mourning. Shouldn't we allow Taiping to finish tonight?" Erniu scratched his head, clearly conflicted. Since the passing of Su Taiping's grandfather, The couple had been deliberating on how to rid themselves of the burden that was Su Taiping. However, Ernie still held some sentiment and did not want Taiping to leave without completing his mourning. The seventh day, what of it? Is silver not more important? You. The second aunt poked Ernie's forehead in frustration, then leaned closer, speaking conspiratorially. Do you know how much silver the Bai family is willing to pay? 30 taels. 30 taels. Her eyes sparkled with greed. Upon hearing this, Ernie was momentarily stunned before nodding vigorously. I shall call for Taiping at once. Half an hour later, Qingniu village, at the village entrance. Su Taiping cast a lingering glance back at the morning hall before turning to his second uncle and aunt, pleading, Uncle, can't I leave tomorrow instead? Taiping, serving as a houseboy for the Bai family, is a rare opportunity. If you do not leave now by tomorrow, you may find yourself unable to go at all. The second aunt replied, her face beaming with a smile. You're worried that by tomorrow, I want to fetch a good price, are you? Su Taiping shot a cold glance at her. Though he had been mourning these past few days, he had long experienced the fickleness of human emotions, and he was well aware of the couple's clandestine dealings. Taiping refrained from resisting, partly due to his inability to oppose them, but also because he believed that going to the Bai family might indeed be a favorable choice. After all, with his grandfather's death, he had little to hold him back. Child, how can you speak to your aunt in such a manner? She is only looking out for your best interests. Upon hearing Taiping's words, Ernie shot him a fierce glare. Stop dawdling. Hurry onto the carriage. There have been reports of rat demons in the area at night, and we must reach Kingshiling before dark. At this moment, the steward from the Bai family urged from behind the cart. They're here, they're here. Upon hearing this, Ernie and the second aunt each seized one of Taiping's arms, forcibly dragging him towards the cart. Su Taiping did not resist. He merely felt a chill in his heart. Young lad, take heed. This is the contract binding you to the Bai family. From this day forth, you shall be our servant, severing all ties with Qingniu village and the Su family. After Su Taiping affixed his thumbprint to the contract, the Bai steward held it aloft. Taiping nodded impassively. It seems the elixir my grandfather gave me has lost its potency. After 6 days, no immortal has descended to claim me. As the Bai steward conversed with Ernie and the second aunt, Su Taiping silently raised his head to gaze at the sky. Regarding his quest for immortality, he felt little disappointment. After all, his primary motivation for wanting to become an immortal was to cure his grandfather. Ah, there's a white crane up there, larger than a water buffalo. Where? Wait, it seems there are 2 figures standing on a crane. Suddenly, the villagers gathered at the entrance erupted in exclamations. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping, along with the Bai steward and the Su couple, looked up, and indeed, a massive white crane appeared overhead, with 2 figures faintly discernible upon its back. Immortal? After a few moments of shock, Su Taiping slowly uttered those words. It must be an immortal. It certainly is. Many villagers began to shout excitedly. With a sudden cry from the crane, 2 figures descended gracefully, landing before the crowd. One was a man clad in a cerulean robe, and the other a woman in a flowing red dress. The man possessed striking features, while the woman's beauty was such that it rendered the surrounding scenery dull in comparison. Forgive our intrusion. I am a disciple of the Qing Xian sect from Yunlu Mountain. My junior sister and I have come down from the mountain today in search of a young lad. The young man spoke courteously, bowing to the villagers. The villagers of Qingniu were taken aback. They had not anticipated that these 2 were, in fact, immortals from the nearby Yunlu Mountain. May I inquire if there's a young lad named Su Taiping in your village? The red-dressed female disciple also bowed, smiling as she addressed the crowd. At the sight of her smile, not only the men, but even the women felt their hearts flutter. Su Taiping? That's him. He is Su Taiping. After a few moments of astonishment, several villagers pointed towards Su Taiping beside the cart. Most of the villagers were familiar with one another, especially since Su Taiping's family was among the few with a different surname in the village. Hence, many recognized him. You're Su Taiping? The red-dressed disciple stepped forward, her face radiant with joy as she looked at the young boy. Yes, Su Taiping nodded. In his heart, he had already guessed the identities of these 2 individuals. Senior brother, Seeing Taiping nod, the woman quickly turned to the young man behind her. The transmission jade slip has reacted. He is the one we seek. The young man nodded, raising a jade slip that emitted a faint azure glow. Pray, what has my nephew done? At this moment, Su Erniu could no longer restrain himself and inquired, Who told you to meddle? As soon as Erniu spoke, the second ant pulled him back, maintaining a distance of 5 or 6 feet from Su Taiping. Not only they, but the other villagers also began to retreat, keeping their distance from Su Taiping. Clearly, most villagers, like Su Erniu, speculated that Su Taiping must have done something wrong, which had prompted the immortals to descend. The village of Qingyou is, after all, situated near Yunlu Mountain. Even if one has not witnessed the celestial beings descending to vanquish demons with their own eyes, it is certain that they have at least heard tales of such occurrences. Chapter 4. 30 Tales, Little Taiping, Severing Dusty Affections, What Crime Has Been Committed? The red-clad female disciple chuckled softly upon hearing this and waved her hand dismissively. Our descent from the mountain is not to vanquish demons. We are here to escort this young man, Su Taiping, up the mountain. Up the mountain? The crowd, including Su Erniu, remained perplexed. Su Taiping has awakened his spiritual bones and has been inscribed in the celestial roster. Today, we shall take him to the Qingxian sect. The young man explained with an expression as tranquil as a still pond. To join the Qingxian sect? Does this mean that he will become an immortal? Our Su family is about to produce an immortal? Su Erniu stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, murmuring in disbelief. The male and female disciples of the Qingxian sect paid no heed to the villagers and extended their hands towards Su Taiping. Little Taiping, come with us. You will be our junior brother at the 7th peak, the red-clad female disciple said with a sweet smile and a gentle voice. Hearing her words, Su Taiping felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart, as if he had regained a sense of family. Wait, just as Su Taiping reached out to grasp the hand extended by the female disciple, his second aunt seized his arm, stopping him. You two immortals cannot take my Taiping away like this. He is the pillar of our Su family, destined to excel and bring glory to us. The plump second aunt gazed at the two disciples with a forced smile, her eyes filled with reluctance. At these words, a chill enveloped Su Taiping. From childhood, she had regarded him as nothing but a burden, never once holding hopes of him bringing glory to the family. Unaware of the underlying situation, the two Qingxian disciples assumed the second aunt was merely reluctant to part with Su Taiping. A mere earthly scholar cannot be compared with us disciples of the Qingxian sect. However, since you are Taiping's aunts, this golden bowl shall serve as our parting gift, the young disciple from the Qingxian sect said, producing a golden bowl from his sleeve and presenting it to Su Taiping's second aunt. And no, esteemed immortal, just as Su Taiping attempted to reveal the truth, the steward from the Bai family leaped down from the cart, grabbing his arm with one hand and holding up a contract with the other. Su Taiping has already been sold to my Bai family by his aunts. It is clearly stated in black and white that he is now one of us. Who would not covet a gift from an immortal? The young male and female disciples of the Qingxian sect frowned at these words. Do not listen to his nonsense. I merely arranged for Taiping to work for the Bai family. He is not bound to servitude. The plump second aunt protested furiously, trying to snatch the contract from the steward's hand. Indeed, my nephew is now a disciple of the immortals, and this contract with your Bai family must be rendered void. Su Taiping's second uncle joined the fray, attempting to wrest the contract away. Stop this at once. As chaos ensued, the male disciple from the Qingxian sect could no longer contain himself and barked an order. With his words, an invisible pressure emanated from him, making him appear like an enraged tiger, silencing Su Taiping's second aunt and the Bai family steward. Taiping, is it true that you have been sold to the Bai family as a servant? After the commotion settled, the red-clad female disciple stepped forward, her tone filled with concern. Su Taiping glanced at the female disciple and nodded, yes. As the words left his lips, a sensation of liberation washed over him, as though the shackles binding him had been removed. The female disciple's gaze softened with sympathy upon receiving his confirmation. You ungrateful wretch, how can you speak such nonsense? All these years. Release your grip. The plump second ant attempted to clutch Su Taiping, but the red-clad girl waved her sleeve, unleashing a gust of wind that sent the woman stumbling backward. Though you are esteemed immortals, one must still adhere to reason, the woman stammered, clearly intimidated by the girl's power, though she continued to argue, retreating step by step. Immortals, esteemed immortals, I possess the contract signed with Su Erniu with red handprints, clearly stating that Su Taiping is now a member of my Bai family. They cannot deny this. The greedy steward of the Bai family presented the contract. The young disciple from the Qingxian sect took the contract, glanced at it, and then smirked coldly at Su Taiping's uncle and aunt. Is our Qingxian sect disciple worth merely 30 taels? Upon hearing the young man refer to them as a couple who sold their nephew for a paltry 30 taels, the red-clad girl was immediately incensed. You two wretches sold your own nephew for a mere 30 taels and now dare to seek favor from us? You must be courting punishment. The fiery girl, known for her sense of justice, prepared to strike again. Please, esteemed immortal, spare us. Su Erniu and his wife quickly begged for mercy. Junior sister, do not forget the master's instructions. The young man gently placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, gazing deeply into her eyes. Though anger still flickered across her face, she eventually withdrew her hand. If this contract is indeed genuine, how much silver do you deem appropriate for us to redeem him? The young man inquired of the Bai family steward, still holding the contract. The Bai steward hesitated for a long while before gritting his teeth and raising 3 fingers. 300 taels. Our Qingxian sect disciple is worth only 300 taels? The young man scoffed again. With that, he produced a bulging cloth bag from his sleeve and tossed it toward the Bai steward. What? The steward opened the bag to find it filled with gleaming gold ingots, leaving him utterly stunned. The villagers, including Su Taiping's uncle and aunt, gasped in astonishment upon seeing the gold. Is this sufficient? The young man inquired with a smile. Sufficient. This gold is enough to exchange for 3,000 taels of silver. The Bai steward nodded excitedly, cradling the bag of gold. Upon hearing this, Su Erniu and his wife turned pale as death. Though they were not well educated, they understood the difference between 30 taels and 3,000 taels. Esteemed immortals, this silver should not go to the Bai family. We are willing to accept merely the 30 taels. The plump second ant lunged at the young man, but he deftly sidestepped, causing her to fall flat on the ground. Taiping, quickly tell the esteemed immortals that the 3,000 taels belong to your second uncle. Seeing the plump second ant's failed attempt, Su Erniu rushed to pull Su Taiping forward. However, Su Taiping, held by the red-clad girl, swiftly retreated several feet, evading their grasp. Seeing no success here, Su Erniu and his wife turned their attention to the Bai family steward, shouting that the silver belonged to them as they began to tussle with him and his 2 servants. In tranquility, as worldly ties dissolve, would you care to accompany us to the Cloud Lodge in pursuit of celestial destiny? A young disciple of the Qingxian sect tore asunder the contract of servitude in his hand and then extended his hand towards him. Chapter 5. Crossing the Sea of Clouds. Hidden in the mountains of Yunlu on the other side, the young girl holding Su Taiping's hand simply smiled silently at him. Su Taiping glanced at the youth before him, then at the girl in red beside him, and finally at his uncle and aunt still grappling with the steward of the Bai family. The last flicker of hesitation in his eyes dissipated. I'm willing. Su Taiping nodded resolutely at the youth disciples. Upon hearing this, the young man laughed heartily, then waved his sleeve, summoning a breeze that lifted Su Taiping and the girl in red, propelling them into the air to land atop a celestial crane. Taiping, I am Du Gu Qing Xiao, the second disciple of the 7th peak of the Qingxian sect. I am Zhao Ling Long, the 7th disciple of the 7th peak, and I shall be your little senior sister from now on. Taiping pays his respects to his senior brother and senior sister. Amidst the laughter, the villagers could only watch as the celestial crane gradually vanished into the sea of clouds, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Su Taiping's uncle and aunt found themselves unable to overcome the Bai family steward and his subordinates, ultimately losing both their possessions and wealth, left to sit beneath the old elm tree at the village entrance, cursing at the sky. Yunlu Mountain. In just a day, Su Taiping, riding the celestial crane, arrived at the legendary Yunlu Immortal Mountain. To be precise, the mundane Yunlu Mountain was merely the entrance to the Qing Xian sect. It resembled an iceberg in the frigid sea. The visible part above the water often represents only a fraction of the entire mass. What you refer to as Yunlu Mountain in the mundane world is merely the barrier of the 7 peaks of Yunlu. The true 7 peaks are perpetually shrouded in a barrier of clouds and mist, requiring guidance from spiritual birds to enter or exit. As they approached the clouded summit, Ling Long excitedly began to introduce the true Yunlu Mountain to Su Taiping. How vast is the true Yunlu Mountain? After hearing her introduction, Su Taiping became increasingly curious. The mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, with the 7 main peaks soaring over 10,000 zhang in height. Its area is likely not smaller than your Liang Kingdom. Su Taiping's understanding was once again challenged. Not smaller than the Liang Kingdom? Indeed, within the cultivation realm, there are many secret realms like Yunlu Mountain. Our Qing Xian sect is merely considered a 3rd-tier cultivation sect. Ling Long nodded with a smile. Above the 3rd tier. Boom! Just as Su Taiping was about to inquire further about the cultivation realm, a sudden gust of wind rushed towards them, causing the celestial crane to emit a sharp cry. Junior brother, this is the barrier's gale triggered by the mountain's protective formation. Hold tight to your senior sister's hand, or you'll fall. Ling Long shouted, gripping Su Taiping's hand tightly. Understood. Su Taiping nodded and grasped her delicate hand firmly. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic winds before Su Taiping dissipated, revealing a crystalline blue sky, rolling mountains, towering peaks, and floating mountains hidden within the sea of clouds. This is the true Yunlu Immortal Mountain, Zhao Ling Long proudly proclaimed as she stood and gazed into the distance. Qing Xiao, Ling Long. At that moment, a sweet and gentle voice reached their ears from the side. Su Taiping turned to see a green light soaring from the clouds, revealing a tall, beautiful woman accompanied by a little girl, both gliding through the air atop a jade gourd. Senior sister Ziyin, what brings you down the mountain? Zhao Ling Long waved cheerfully at her. Not long after you descended, the spirit bone steel sensed something again. This time, my 6th peak has also chosen a disciple. Ziyin smiled, glancing at the little girl behind her. The girl, dressed in a white gown with skin as fair as jade, resembled a flawless porcelain doll from afar. Truly captivating. What a beautiful little girl. Zhao Ling Long exclaimed in admiration. Congratulations. The 6th peak has acquired a fine talent. I fear they will take the lead in the next 7 peaks competition. Qing Xiao smiled, bowing slightly to Ziyin. Upon hearing this, Ziyin covered her mouth and smiled, a hint of charm flickering in her eyes. Do not be shy. Quickly introduce yourself to senior brother Qing Xiao and senior sister Ling Long. Ziyin encouraged, patting the girl's shoulder. Knew all you greets, senior brother Qing Xiao and senior sister Ling Long. The little girl awkwardly bowed. No need for formality, Qing Xiao replied with a smile. Ling Long then turned to Su Taiping, playfully patting his head. Taiping, greet senior sister Ziyin and your future little junior sister. Among the 7 peaks, the 6th peak is the most affluent, so you must curry favor with her. Taiping pays his respects to senior sister Ziyin and sister Noayu. Although somewhat bewildered, Su Taiping still bowed respectfully to Ziyin. No need for formality. Once you become an official disciple of the 7th peak, I shall give you a pay yuan dan, Ziyin said with a smile. Do not forget to thank senior sister Ziyin. Seeing Taiping still dazed, Zhao Ling Long quickly pressed his head down, prompting him to express his gratitude. Thank you, senior sister Ziyin. Su Taiping managed to stammer, still somewhat confused. Senior brother Qing Xiao, are you all heading to the Dragon Gate Hall? Ziyin changed the subject. Indeed, before bringing Taiping to the 7 peaks, we must first visit the Dragon Gate Hall to assess his spirit bone. Qing Xiao confirmed with a nod. Then I shall accompany you and senior brother Qing Xiao, Ziyin said, guiding her flying sword alongside the celestial crane. Let us go together. Qing Xiao nodded in agreement. How about this, senior sister Ziyin? You and my senior brother can share the celestial crane, while I take Nuayu on my sword. Zhao Ling Long suggested with a mischievous grin. Zhao Ling Long, you little troublemaker. Ziyan's cheeks flushed with a playful pout. If you keep babbling, I'll kick you off. Qing Xiao shot a glance at the teasing Zhao Linglong. I wouldn't dare. Zhao Linglong begged for mercy, holding onto Su Taiping's shoulder. At that moment, Su Taiping felt his face grow warm. It was the first time in his life that a stranger girl had embraced him. However, more than this embarrassment, he was preoccupied with Qing Zhao's earlier words. We must first assess your spirit bone at the Dragon Gate Hall. Senior brother Qing Xiao, why must we assess the spirit bone? Su Taiping could not help but inquire. Although you are a disciple selected by the spirit bone stele and can become an official disciple of the seventh peak without examination, it is still necessary to determine the type and grade of your spirit bone, as it will benefit your future cultivation, Qing Xiao explained to Su Taiping. Little Taiping, you might not know this yet, but in the cultivation realm, while having a spirit bone allows for cultivation, there are distinctions in both types and grades. Zhao Linglong interjected, wrapping her arm around Su Taiping's shoulders and counting on her fingers. The most common types are the 5 elemental spirit bones: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Besides these, there are also rare spirit bones like ice, thunder, and wind. As for grades, they are divided into 4 tiers: purple, gold, black, and white spirit bones, with purple being the rarest, known as the heavenly spirit bone, while white is considered the least useful. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping immediately comprehended the situation. He wondered why the white spirit bone was deemed the most useless. Chapter 6: The Leap of the Dragon Gate. The black dragon elder guards the mountain gate, the white spirit bone, also referred to as the pseudo-spirit bone, despite its capacity for cultivation, permits an exceedingly sluggish progression. Often, decades may pass without a breakthrough into the opening realm, rendering it scarcely distinguishable from those devoid of spirit bones. Zhao Linglong sighed and pondered. If I am determined to possess a white spirit bone, does that mean I cannot become a disciple of the seventh peak? After a moment's hesitation, Su Taiping finally voiced this concern. He believed that although the pill bequeathed by his grandfather could ensure his name appeared on the spirit bone monument, it might not deceive the Qingxian sect's assessment of a disciple's spirit bone. He was acutely aware of his lack of a spirit bone. While your concerns are valid, Taiping, since you were selected by the spirit bone monument, even if you do not possess the rare heavenly spirit bone, you must at least have the golden spirit bone, or at the very least, the profound spirit bone. It is impossible for you to have a white spirit bone, Zhao Linglong asserted with utmost confidence. You are correct, Sister Linglong. Disciples chosen by the spirit bone monument typically possess golden or even heavenly spirit bones. You need not worry excessively, junior brother, Qing Xiao added with a reassuring smile, patting Su Taiping's head. Indeed, even if one were a white spirit bone disciple, there is no cause for alarm. Such disciples may cultivate at the foot of the mountain for 3 years, and if they can pass the examination after that period, they too may become disciples of the 7 peaks, Zhao Linglong added with a smile. Su Taiping nodded, managing a faint smile. The thought that even a white spirit bone disciple would not be immediately dismissed from the mountain eased his mind somewhat. Moments later, at the Qingxian sect, Dragon Gate Hall. This hall, perched upon a suspended mountain, was surrounded by vibrant flowers and exotic beasts. The path to the summit was treacherously rugged. Without Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao by his side, Taiping feared he might spend days attempting to reach the pinnacle. Who approaches? As soon as they arrived in the open space before the hall, an aged yet authoritative voice resonated from within, akin to rippling water. The 7th peak. Dugu Qing Xiao. The 7th peak, Zhao Linglong. The 6th peak, Su Ziyan. We pay our respects to Elder Black Dragon. Upon hearing the voice, the 3, Qing Xiao and the others, bowed deeply, expressing utmost reverence. Though Su Taiping did not recognize the Black Dragon Elder, witnessing the deference shown by Qing Xiao and the others compelled him to bow in respect towards the hall. In contrast, Lin Buyu remained composed, silently standing to the side. What brings you here today? The venerable voice echoed again. Today I, along with my junior sister Ziyan from the 6th peak, have brought back a disciple chosen by the Spirit Bone Monument. We wish to request Elder Black Dragon to assess the spirit bone of both individuals before returning to the peak. Qing Xiao responded with deference. Enter. The voice commanded shortly thereafter, Inside the hall, is this the Black Dragon Elder? Upon entering, Su Taiping was taken aback by the imposing figure of the Black Dragon Elder seated in the center of the hall. The man, extraordinarily robust, sat upon a giant palm fan, making Su Taiping feel as if he stood before a small hill. More daunting was the fact that although the man donned a satin purple robe, his head resembled a fearsome aquatic dragon, strikingly grotesque. The true form of the Black Dragon Elder is that of a spiritual dragon from the Xuanyang River, who cultivated for 5 centuries before assuming human form. Following this, he became one of the guardians of the Qingxian sect. Despite his fearsome exterior, he possesses a kind heart. There is no need for you to be frightened. Zhao Linglong hastily reassured Su Taiping, anticipating his shock. Yes, sister, I'm not afraid, Su Taiping nodded. His astonishment outweighed any fear. Xian, what a coincidence at that moment. A man in white, accompanied by a richly dressed young prince, emerged from the side of the Black Dragon Elder. Jin Haji, what brings you here? Xian's brow furrowed upon seeing the man. Why are you here? Qing Xiao inquired rather brusquely. Although Su Taiping was unaware of the context, it was evident that both Xian and Qing Xiao held a strong aversion to this individual. Recently, I vanquished demons in the Tianlang Kingdom and coincidentally discovered that this young prince possesses a spirit bone. Thus, I brought him up the mountain to have his spirit bone assessed by Elder Black Dragon. He replied, a smirk playing on his lips. As he spoke, he paid no attention to Qing Xiao, instead brazenly surveying Xian and Linglong. It has been years. I see Sister Linglong has blossomed into a fine young woman. He leered at Zhao Linglong. If you wish to part with those eyes, I can assist you with that now. Qing Xiao stepped forward, blocking the man's gaze. I would like to see you try. Silence, all of you. Just as Jin Haji was about to retort, the Black Dragon Elder, who had remained silent with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, revealing a pair of eerie golden vertical pupils. This is neither the 7th peak nor the 1st peak. This is my Dragon Gate Hall. The Black Dragon Elder's gaze swept over the two. Yes, both Qing Xiao and Jin Haji retreated. Bring forth the 3 children for the spirit bone assessment, the Black Dragon Elder commanded while retrieving a dragon pearl from his sleeve. This pearl was the size of Su Taiping's head, its surface gleaming like crystal, resembling a transparent amber orb, surrounded by azure halos that rippled like water. Simultaneously, Su Taiping, Lin Buyu, and the richly dressed young prince stepped forward to the Black Dragon Elder. You 3, come forth in order and place your hands upon this pearl. The elder instructed, holding the dragon pearl as he regarded the trio. I will go first. No sooner had he finished speaking than the young prince boldly pressed his hand against the dragon pearl. The Black Dragon Elder frowned slightly, but said nothing more. Close your eyes and focus. Only open them when I call for you. With a cold command, he enveloped himself in golden light. Streams of golden energy converging from his being into the dragon pearl before enveloping the young prince entirely. With a soft humming sound, the dragon pearl radiated a brilliant golden light, flames rising around it. A fire attribute golden spirit bone. It is indeed a fire attribute golden spirit bone. Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Jin Haji, standing beside Qing Xiao, erupted into laughter. Though the Black Dragon Elder appeared displeased with Jin Haji's loud merriment, he did not intervene. For the emergence of a fire attribute golden spirit bone disciple was, in his view, a matter worthy of celebration. Chapter 7. Testing the spirit bone, Su Taiping found himself devoid of fortune among the 7 peaks. Senior Brother Jin, I have long asserted that I am no ordinary spirit bone, young Wang had previously declared. At that moment, the elegantly dressed youth opened his eyes, and upon witnessing the transformation of the dragon pearl, a proud smirk adorned his face. Su Taiping, however, remained remarkably composed, devoid of envy or jealousy, a sentiment mirrored by Lin Buyu beside him. Young lad, what is your name? Elder Black Dragon inquired, retracting the dragon pearl while casting a glance at the haughty youth. I am Yixian, the 9th prince of Tianlang Kingdom. He began, but Elder Black Dragon swiftly interrupted, gesturing for him to step aside, evidently displeased by his arrogance. Though Yixian felt a twinge of annoyance, he refrained from further protest and sulked next to Jin Haji. You come forth, Elder Black Dragon, beckoned Lin Buyu. Nodding in acknowledgement, she approached him, extending a small hand to touch the dragon pearl. At this sight, Ziyin from the Six Peaks felt a surge of trepidation. The spirit bone steel, though rarely mistaken, bore an infinitesimal chance of error. The disparity between golden spirit bones and Xin spirit bones was monumental, and the distinctions among spirit bone types further amplified her anxiety. With a gentle hum resonating, the dragon pearl in Elder Black Dragon's grasp glowed with golden brilliance. But this time, the flames encircling it crackled with electric sparks. It is a thunder anomaly bone, and of the golden spirit bone grade. Even the typically reserved Ziyin could not suppress her astonishment. Congratulations, junior sister Ziyin. It has been centuries since our Qingxian sect has witnessed a golden spirit bone grade thunder anomaly bone. Qing Xiao and Ling Long stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Junior sister Ziyin, congratulations. Jin Haji added, albeit reluctantly. A hearty laughter erupted from the usually stoic Elder Black Dragon, reverberating through the hall. With one thunder and one fire, both of golden spirit bone grade, the revival of our Qingxian sect is within reach. He proclaimed. Observing it all, Su Taiping remained undisturbed, merely whispering to Lin Buyu as she passed, "Congratulations, Sister Buyu." She turned to him, nodding appreciatively, "Thank you." Both possessed a temperament that remained unperturbed by praise or disgrace, though Lin Buyu appeared slightly more composed. "Young one, it is your turn." Elder Black Dragon's voice resounded once more. Su Taiping raised his head to meet the elder's expectant gaze. Qing Xiao and Ling Long, standing nearby, suddenly tensed, their eyes fixed on him. "Yes." After a brief exchange of glances with Elder Black Dragon, Su Taiping nodded calmly. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, he placed his hand upon the dragon pearl, closing his eyes in concentration. As a warm force began to envelop him, he soon felt the dragon pearl tremble. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the formerly transparent pearl had transformed into a pallid hue, reminiscent of the bones of a forsaken beast. Indeed, he murmured to himself, realizing his suspicion was correct. The elixir left to him by his grandfather may have allowed his name to appear in the celestial records, but it could not grant him true spirit bone status. White bone? The sight of the bone-colored dragon pearl left sister Zhao Ling Long in disbelief. Qing Xiao, though silent, wore an expression that mirrored her astonishment. The spirit bone steel has selected a mere bone. Your luck at the Seven Peaks remains consistently dismal. Jin Haji from the first peak scoffed, eliciting a laugh from the others. Sister Zhao Ling Long was about to retort when Qing Xiao intervened to silence her. Elder Black Dragon, might I request another test? He implored. You should know well that this pearl does not err. Elder Black Dragon replied with an air of authority. Sighing heavily, Qing Xiao conceded. Alas, Ziyin, Jin Haji, please escort the young one down the mountain. Your presence is no longer required here, Elder Black Dragon instructed, glancing at them. Elder Black Dragon, Qing Xiao, Sister Ling Long, I bid you farewell, Jin Haji said, smiling as he led Yi Xian away. Senior brother Jin, surely our Qingxian sect would not accept even a white bone? Their dialogue reached Qing Xiao and Ling Long's ears, igniting their ire, yet leaving them powerless to respond. Understanding their discontent, Ziyin refrained from comment and departed with Lin Buyu. Once they had exited, Elder Black Dragon reopened his eyes. A white bone does not qualify for discipleship among the Seven Peaks. You may either remain at the base as an anonymous disciple for 3 years, challenging the selection for the Seven Peaks thereafter, or descend the mountain immediately. His gaze fixed on Su Taiping, clearly expecting a decision. Taiping, let him choose for himself. Ling Long seemed poised to offer Su Taiping advice, but was interrupted by Elder Black Dragon. Recognizing the cue, she fell silent. If I succeed in the Seven Peak selection, can I still join the Seventh Peak and become a disciple under Sister Ling Long and Brother Qing Xiao? Su Taiping inquired, turning to them instead of responding directly to Elder Black Dragon. I can assure you that if you succeed in the selection, the gates of the Seventh Peak shall be wide open for you, Qing Xiao affirmed with a serious expression, feeling a twinge of guilt for not bringing Su Taiping to the mountain. It is indeed favorable if you can succeed in the selection, but it is exceedingly difficult Ling Long cautioned, shaking her head in concern. Su Taiping smiled at Ling Long before turning back to Elder Black Dragon. Elder, I wish to remain at the base for 3 years of training. He was resolute in keeping the promise made to his grandfather. Upon hearing his decision, Elder Black Dragon nodded subtly, then produced a jade slip, offering it to Su Taiping. Take this jade slip. Someone will escort you to the base and explain the necessary precautions. Thank you, Elder. Su Taiping accepted the jade slip. Elder Black Dragon, this child was brought to the mountain by me, so I shall also escort him down for his arrangements. Ling Long stepped forward to request. Disciples of the 7 Peaks are not permitted to descend at will nor interfere with matters below. However, given that this child was brought here by you, I shall make an exception. Elder Black Dragon deliberated briefly before nodding in acquiescence. Thank you, Elder Black Dragon. With the permission granted, Ling Long was overwhelmed with joy. You cannot remain at the foot of the peak for more than 2 hours. Additionally, do not attempt any tricks. While I have no jurisdiction over matters on the 7 Peaks, anything occurring at their base, even the slightest disturbance, will not escape my awareness. Elder Black Dragon cautioned Zhao Linglong. Rest assured, Elder, I assure you that I will not engage in any unnecessary actions, Linglong replied, sticking out her tongue playfully after realizing her thoughts had been seen through. She then squinted with a smile, offering her guarantee. A moment later, in front of the Dragon Gate Hall, Qing Xiao said, Junior sister, I must report this matter to our master. Please ensure that everything is well arranged for Taiping. It will be difficult for us to descend the mountain to seek him out in the future. Brother, do not worry. I will make the necessary arrangements, Ling Long assured Qing Xiao. He nodded and, with a leap, stepped onto a jade flute, his figure soaring like a beam of light through the air. Come, Taiping. Let us first register for our identities, and then we shall help you find a place at the foot of the mountain that allows for both the accumulation of merit and the opportunity for cultivation, Ling Long said, patting Taiping's shoulder with a smile. Earn merit? Su Taiping questioned, slightly puzzled by the term. Indeed, Ling Long sighed and elaborated. Disciples of the outer sect of Qingxian sect are required to earn merit each year. Only by accumulating sufficient merit can one remain in the Qingxian sect. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the mountain. And how does one earn merit? Su Taiping inquired further. Upon registration, each outer sect disciple is allocated a residence and several acres of celestial fields or medicinal gardens. Within the residence, they can raise livestock, and in the celestial fields, they can cultivate celestial grains or herbs. Once mature, they can be sold in exchange for merit currency, Ling Long explained in detail. Thank you, Sister Ling Long. I understand now. Merit is akin to the currency of our mundane world. Su Taiping nodded in comprehension. Your interpretation is not incorrect, Ling Long smiled, then took Su Taiping's hand and said, Come, Taiping, let us first go to the West Wind Pavilion to register, and then we will see if there are suitable tasks for you to undertake. Chapter 8. In the Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping bids farewell to Ling Long. Yunlu Mountain, Shifeng Pavilion. This is one of the places where the Qingxian sect manages the affairs of outer disciples. Fairy Ling Long, the formalities for this young brother's registration have been completed. Please keep this copper mirror and this jade slip for passing on teachings safe. Inside Shifeng Pavilion, an elderly man with graying hair handed a wooden box containing a copper mirror and a white jade slip to Ling Long. Taiping, keep this copper mirror well. It serves as proof of your identity as a registered outer disciple and will be a magical tool for you to listen to the teachings of the elders in the future. Ling Long first placed the copper mirror and jade slip into Taiping's hands. Indeed, outer disciples do not receive personal guidance from their mentors like inner disciples do. They can only observe the elders' teachings through this copper mirror on the 1st and 15th of each month, the elderly man added with a smile. And what about this jade slip? Su Taiping inquired, nodding as he picked up the jade slip. This is a jade slip for passing on teachings, containing a method for refining qi. When using it, simply calm your mind and press it to your forehead, the old man explained. Correct, the usage of the copper mirror, along with the important regulations to observe after entry, are detailed in the jade slip. Once you settle in, you may begin utilizing it, Ling Long interjected. Understood, Su Taiping nodded. Master Lu, do you have a medicinal garden that requires supervision? Linglong turned her gaze to the head of Shifeng Pavilion. Ah, Master Lu's expression stiffened. In the outer sect, the easiest place to accumulate merit is undoubtedly the spiritual medicine garden. The work is light, and the rewards are plentiful. Master Lu, this child is a distant relative of mine. If you could assist him with this matter, I, Zhao Linglong of the Seventh Peak, would owe you a favor. Zhao Linglong said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Master Lu's eyes brightened. He was aware of Zhao Linglong's status as a direct disciple of the Seventh Peak's master, and her favor would be invaluable in the future. Since you, Fairy Linglong, have asked, I shall certainly assist, Master Lu replied after a brief contemplation. Hearing this, Zhao Linglong sighed in relief, while Su Taiping cast a grateful glance at her, silently recording this kindness in his heart. To be candid, we do have an unattended medicinal garden within the mountains to the west of Yunlu Mountain, under the jurisdiction of Shifeng Pavilion, Master Lu said, gesturing toward a map on the wall. It is located in Qingzhou Residence, 3,000 miles from Shifeng Pavilion. Besides the 3 acres of the spiritual medicine garden, there's also a ready-made small courtyard for you to live and cultivate. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Shifeng Pavilion, Master, didn't some cultivators report that there were malevolent spirits appearing in Qingzhou Residence? If you arrange for that young one to stay there, it would be difficult to explain to Fairy Linglong in case something goes awry, a steward of Shifeng Pavilion said, looking worriedly at the old pavilion master as he watched Fairy Linglong and Su Taiping depart on a celestial crane. That is merely hearsay. A few disciples from the Four Peaks have already investigated recently, and there is nothing unusual, Master Lu dismissed with a shake of his head. Moreover, even if something were to happen, what of it? He is merely an outer disciple. If he were to perish, so be it. It is fortunate if half of the new outer disciples survive their time in the mountains. If I were to be responsible for every death, should I still hold the position of pavilion master? He shot a glare at the steward. You are right. I was overly concerned. The steward retreated, somewhat disheartened. Another half-hour later, at Qingzhou Residence. Fairy Linglong, we have arrived at Qingzhou Residence. The celestial crane, capable of speech, gently shook its wings, ensuring a smooth landing for Linglong and Su Taiping. Once steady, Su Taiping looked ahead. Before him lay a tranquil courtyard nestled within a verdant bamboo grove, with fallen bamboo leaves nearly engulfing the threshold. Little Taiping, you must rely on yourself from now on, Linglong said, glancing at the sky with a hint of reluctance. The time agreed upon with Elder Hailang has arrived. Thank you, Sister Linglong. I will strive diligently to cultivate and aim to ascend to the 7th peak as soon as possible, Su Taiping replied, determination radiating from his youthful face. Despite his tender age, I believe in you, Linglong smiled, reaching out to gently pat Su Taiping's cheek. She then produced a bone flute and a money pouch from her sleeve, handing them to him. This bone flute can be used to attract nearby spiritual birds. The pouch contains 30 merit coins provided by Shifeng Pavilion for each new outer disciple. Should you need any urgent supplies, you may spend 1 merit coin to have a nearby spiritual bird fetch them for you. However, do not use them frivolously. Your medicinal garden will likely be overgrown, and you will need these coins to purchase seeds and food. I will not use them recklessly, Sister Linglong. Su Taiping nodded, accepting the flute and pouch. Little Taiping, may we meet again by fate. Take care. With a smile, Linglong waved goodbye as she reboarded the celestial crane. Goodbye, Sister Linglong. Su Taiping waved back. With a powerful flap of its wings, the celestial crane soared into the sky, stirring up a gust of wind. Little Taiping, I hope to see you again. Linglong gazed down at the diminishing figure below, letting out a wistful sigh. Growing up in the Qingxian sect, she understood well that among the outer disciples, those with only the white spirit bone rarely made it to the 7 peaks. Most failed to pass the selection within 3 years. Creak. Once Linglong departed, Su Taiping pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside, making his way to the medicinal garden in the back. Just as Linglong had said, the garden was indeed in a state of neglect. Gazing at the overgrown weeds and barren ground, Su Taiping murmured softly. However, he did not hurry to confirm this fact. Carefully, he retrieved a wooden box from his bosom and then took out a small porcelain vial, pouring out a single yellow bean seed. Indeed, This was the yellow bean seed left to him by his grandfather. His grandfather had said that upon reaching the celestial mountain and planting this seed, he would gain a significant opportunity. As he spoke softly to himself, he knelt on the ground, digging a small hole in the soil of the medicinal garden, and then planted the yellow bean seed. If that elixir was real, then this seed must also be genuine. Su Taiping thought, carefully covering the yellow bean seed with soil. Chapter 9. Planting soybeans, the fortune within the pods. Should I water them a bit more? Just as Su Taiping was preparing to fetch some water, the clump of earth he had used to cover the soybean seeds was suddenly displaced by an unseen force. It sprouted? So soon. Curiosity piqued. He crouched down, only to be left utterly astonished to discover that the very soybean he had just sown had already sent forth tender shoots. Moreover, after breaking through the soil, the sprout began to grow stems and leaves at a pace visible to the naked eye, soon flowering and bearing fruit. In but a moment, a fully matured soybean plant appeared before Su Taiping. This plant stood about 4 feet tall, its leaves of verdant hue, glistening as if they could drip with dew. The 3 pods hanging from it were as translucent as jade, unmistakably extraordinary to any observer. Could the fortune spoken of by my grandfather reside within these 3 pods? Su Taiping, intrigued, reached out to pluck the pods. Little one, just as Su Taiping extended his hand towards the 3 pods, a melodious voice suddenly resonated from the soybean plant before him. Following this, Su Taiping witnessed a soft, milky light, akin to mist, emanating from the plant's stems and leaves, eventually coalescing into the ethereal figure of an enchanting fairy. Do not be hasty in plucking them. The fairy smiled sweetly at the entranced Su Taiping. You. Are you a demon, or perhaps a celestial being? Finally regaining his composure, Su Taiping struggled to steady his nerves, though his voice still betrayed a hint of stammering. A celestial being? Perhaps once, but now I am merely a remnant soul, clinging to existence within this soybean. The woman reflected for a moment before offering a bittersweet smile. Fear not, little one. I mean you no harm and cannot harm you. I have merely appeared to propose a transaction. A transaction? Su Taiping inquired, somewhat perplexed. My true name is Chu Lingwe. 6 centuries ago, I was betrayed by a foe, my body sealed and spirit shattered, leaving only this remnant soul to survive within this being. This seed traveled thousands of miles before falling into your grandfather's hands, eventually passed down to you. It is only today, as you planted in this fertile land, that I am granted a chance to see the light again. The beautiful woman spoke earnestly to Su Taiping. If I had not ascended the mountain, would you have remained trapped within the being? Su Taiping asked, his curiosity overshadowing his fear. Indeed, and not only that. In a year or two, once the spiritual energy within the being dissipates, my remnant soul will likely vanish into nothingness as well. Chu Lingwen nodded, revealing her predicament. And what exactly do you mean by transaction? Su Taiping did not let his curiosity divert him from the crux of the matter. From the 3 pods on this plant, I ask that you take only 1, leaving the other 2 for me. Chu Lingwe requested with a serious expression. According to your words, only I can harvest the pods from this plant? Su Taiping blinked, gazing at Chu Lingwe with wide eyes. With such a clever grandson, Su Jian can surely rest in peace from the underworld. Su Taiping's words surprised Chu Lingwe, who chuckled softly before nodding in affirmation. Indeed, only the one who plants the seed may reap its fruit. I understand now. Su Taiping nodded. Since it is a transaction, what do you intend to offer in exchange? If you agree to take just 1, I am willing to divulge a portion of the secrets pertaining to this being, as well as a formula that can aid in the cultivation of mortal bones, Chu Lingyue stated earnestly. At this moment, her gaze clearly no longer regarded Su Taiping as merely a child. Upon hearing that Chu Lingyue possessed a formula to aid in the cultivation of mortal bones, Su Taiping's eyes sparkled with excitement. How can I trust you? He continued, maintaining a calm demeanor. I can provide you the formula first. After you try it, if you find it effective, we can proceed with the transaction, Chu Lingwe replied candidly. Su Taiping fixed his gaze intently on Chu Lingyue's eyes, and after a long moment, he nodded. No need to test it. I agree to your transaction. Really? Aren't you afraid that I might deceive you? Chu Lingwei was taken aback by Su Taiping's swift agreement. My grandfather mentioned that after planting that bean, I would encounter a stroke of fortune. It seems my fortune is indeed you. Fairy, Su Taiping replied earnestly. Chu Lingwei was momentarily stunned before covering her mouth with a smile. I did not expect you to be so articulate. You surpass your grandfather in that regard. Are you well acquainted with my grandfather? Su Taiping suddenly asked with curiosity, sensing from her words that she had indeed communicated with his grandfather. I have little time to spare. Let us discuss the bean first. Chu Lingwei deftly shifted the topic. Very well. Su Taiping nodded, setting aside his previous inquiry, sitting cross-legged on the ground, and adopting a posture of attentive listening. The bean your grandfather gave you is also known as the earth store fruit. It is an exceedingly mysterious spiritual object. When planted on celestial mountains, it absorbs their spiritual essence, and from this essence, unique treasures can be nurtured within its fruit. Chu Lingwei explained directly, without holding back. Are you suggesting that if this seed is buried in different celestial mountains, the resulting fruit will differ greatly? Su Taiping inquired, astonished yet intrigued. Precisely. Chu Lingwei not that appealing. Each celestial mountain harbors distinct spiritual energies, akin to the diversity among humans. Thus, the fruits born upon different mountains, as well as the treasures within, vary considerably. This single small soybean is truly extraordinary. No wonder my grandfather spoke of it as a grand opportunity. Upon hearing Chu Lingwei's detailed explanation, Su Taiping's expression was one of utter amazement. His initial assumption was that this soybean seed was merely some kind of celestial fruit, but he had not anticipated it to be a divine object capable of nurturing treasures. Now, pluck one of the pods and open it. Chu Lingwei pointed to the 3 pods on the plant. Chapter 10. The Mysteries Within the Spirit Crystals and the Grounded Fruit with a nod. Su Taiping followed the guidance and carefully plucked a pod from the beanstalk, gingerly splitting it open. Fairy, what is this? Upon opening the pod, he discovered not beans, but brilliant crystal beads radiating a translucent luster. These are spirit crystals, the crystallization of the spiritual energy contained within this land. In your future cultivation, you can hold one in your mouth, and combined with the prescription I shall provide, even a mortal can swiftly advance in their practice, the fairy Lingwei confidently explained. Is that truly the case? Su Taiping exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Cultivating as a mortal is not inherently challenging. However, the various lineages of cultivation in this continent have largely been severed, resulting in many mortals being unable to practice. Fairy Lingwei nodded in agreement and continued. Among the treasures born from the grounded fruit, these spirit crystals are of the lowest grade. This land is too barren to yield anything of higher quality. Even if they were to grow longer, they would only slightly enhance the rank of the spirit crystals, incapable of producing true magical artifacts with supernatural powers. Listening to this, Su Taiping pondered thoughtfully, then inquired, if I were to plant this seed atop the 7 peaks, could it then cultivate the true magical artifacts of which you speak? You grasp concepts swiftly. Were I not merely a remnant soul, I would wish to accept you as my disciple. The more Fairy Lingwei observed Su Taiping, the more she found him likable. Embarrassed by the praise, Su Taiping scratched his head awkwardly. However, to yield more formidable treasures from the grounded fruit, besides planting the seed in the more spiritually abundant 7 peaks, we have another task to accomplish, Fairy Lingwei stated. What task? Su Taiping promptly asked. First, you must harvest the remaining 2 pods from the beanstalk and hold them in your palms after peeling them open, Fairy Lingwei instructed, gesturing towards the 2 green pods still attached to the stalk. Understood. Trusting Fairy Lingwei, Su Taiping decisively plucked the 2 pods and peeled them open. Upon doing so, he indeed found that, as Fairy Lingwei had said, the pods contained more spirit crystals resembling yellow beans. Fairy, Su Taiping gathered his own spirit crystals and then offered the remaining ones to the ethereal figure of Fairy Lingwei. He would not claim a single one promised to another, nor would he offer any more than his share. Fairy Lingwei observed this scene with approval. In her heart, she praised such a young age. Yet he is both cautious and unafraid of challenges, handling matters with such decisiveness, truly a person of our kind. Yet, she refrained from voicing these thoughts, merely nodding at him before inhaling the spirit crystals he presented. With a soft sound of sucking, Su Taiping watched as the 7 or 8 spirit crystals in his palm transformed into wisps of purple energy, flowing like rivers converging into the sea, absorbed into Fairy Lingyue's form. After consuming the purple energy from the spirit crystals, Su Taiping noticed her figure had become much clearer, no longer swaying like mist in the wind. "Thank you, young friend Taiping, for extending my life." Fairy Lingyue expressed her gratitude generously. "No need for thanks, Fairy. This is merely a transaction between us," Su Taiping replied calmly, unperturbed by the exchange. "That is indeed true," Fairy Lingyue acknowledged with a nod, then pointed to the beanstalk below. "Now, observe any changes in this plant." Upon hearing this, Su Taiping looked down and was astonished to find that the once vibrant beanstalk had withered entirely, resembling a mere patch of wild grass. "Fairy, this beanstalk has indeed wilted. How shall we obtain the seeds?" Although surprised, Su Taiping remained composed, confident that the fairy would have a solution. "Regarding this matter," Fairy Lingyue smiled, "it pertains to the second task I mentioned earlier." Su Taiping listened attentively, his expression earnest as he focused on Fairy Lingyue. Without any further mystery, she explained, "After the grounded fruit bears fruit and all have been harvested, it will wither on its own. Even if you wait until the following year, it will not bear again. To encourage it to continue fruiting, we must use the rootless fire to burn this withered plant. When it is reduced to ashes, the seeds will emerge from within the remnants. This step is what we refer to as burning the seeds." Fairy Lingyue's explanation left Su Taiping once again filled with wonder. Yet, more than his astonishment, he was intrigued by her mention of the rootless fire. "Fairy, what is the rootless fire?" Su Taiping inquired. It seemed Fairy Lingyue had anticipated his question, and upon hearing it, she smiled with satisfaction, explaining, "The rootless fire, as the name implies, is a flame that does not require external means to ignite. There are 2 types of rootless fire, one born of nature, and the other refined by cultivators through true energy and techniques, known as true fire. The naturally occurring rootless fire is also referred to as spiritual fire, a rare entity that cannot be sought after. Thus, the only rootless fire you can find is the true fire refined by cultivators, typically contained within magical artifacts and talismans." Fairy Lingyue's detailed explanation indicated her intention to guide Su Taiping in his cultivation. "Thank you for your guidance, Fairy." Su Taiping felt enlightened and expressed his gratitude. "So, you wish for me to seek the talismans that contain true fire, am I correct?" He confirmed with her. "Indeed," Fairy Lingyue affirmed with a smile. "While true fire talismans are not exceedingly rare, and the first burning of the grounded fruit does not require particularly high-grade true fire at your current level, you may lack the funds to purchase one. Thus, you may either cultivate your own true fire upon achieving success or diligently manage this herb garden to earn enough merit to exchange for it. There is no need to rush. Rest assured, Fairy, I shall strive to cultivate diligently and manage this half-acre herb garden, aiming to acquire the true fire for burning the seeds as soon as possible," Su Taiping replied earnestly, nodding with determination. Chapter 11. The Gift of Medicine Formula. Su Taiping received the marrow-cleansing soup with great delight. The celestial maiden, Lingyue, smiled faintly at him. It was curious. Despite standing before her was merely a youth of little more than a decade, she perceived a resolute determination in him that surpassed that of many adults, reminiscent of someone she once knew. Leaning closer, Lingyue suddenly beckoned Su Taiping with a graceful gesture. "What further instructions does the celestial maiden have?" Su Taiping inquired, puzzled as he stepped forward. At that moment, Lingyue extended a finger and lightly tapped Su Taiping's forehead. Before he could comprehend the action, he felt a refreshing coolness penetrate his mind, followed by the emergence of a white sheet in his consciousness, detailing the recipe and preparation instructions for the medicinal formula. The marrow-cleansing and bone-fortifying soup? Such a recipe truly exists, capable of aiding mortals in their cultivation. Upon reviewing the effects of the formula, Su Taiping could not suppress the joy that illuminated his face. "Do not rejoice too soon, little one," Lingyue cautioned. "This marrow-cleansing soup must be paired with another potion. but the ingredients required for that recipe are exceedingly rare. Even if granted to you, they would be of no use. Thus, during the process of immersing yourself in a marrow-cleansing soup, you will encounter considerable difficulties. Ling Yue's tone turned grave. What kind of difficulties? Su Taiping immediately pressed. Without the accompanying potion, you will experience excruciating pain throughout your body, akin to being flayed alive, she explained. I fear not pain. Su Taiping replied resolutely after a moment of contemplation, shaking his head firmly. Though Ling Yue wished to argue that he had never endured such suffering, she found herself unable to voice her thoughts. Today I am in good spirits. In addition to the promised recipe, I shall bestow upon you one more gift. Ling Yue smiled brightly, extending her hand to grasp something. In an instant, Su Taiping witnessed strands of white light coalescing like ribbons in her palm. When she opened her hand, 3 lustrous orbs appeared, shimmering with vibrant colors. At the very moment these orbs materialized, Su Taiping distinctly felt that Ling Yue's figure had become considerably more transparent. Before he could inquire about the nature of these orbs, Ling Yue suddenly raised her hand and scattered them in 3 different directions within the medicinal garden. Following this, he heard her softly chanting a spell, as ethereal blue light began to converge around the orbs, forming a mysterious sigil that enveloped the entire garden. This is the minor 3 talents gathering spirit formation. Though not as potent as a true gathering formation, it will ensure that your half-acre garden yields 3-fold in the coming year. After completing the incantation, Ling Yue explained, appearing somewhat fatigued. 3-fold? Su Taiping was initially taken aback with joy, then promptly retrieved 4 yellow bean spirit crystals from his pocket, presenting them to Ling Yue. Celestial Maiden, please accept these 4 beans. My grandfather always said that fairness is paramount in trade. Otherwise, it cannot endure. Upon hearing Su Taiping's earnest declaration, Ling Yue could not help but chuckle, yet she soon adopted a serious demeanor. You are correct. Fairness is essential in any transaction. However, your cultivation greatly requires these spirit crystals, so consider them alone. When the next harvest yields treasures, you may return them to me. After pondering her words, Su Taiping nodded. When I return them, I shall include interest, 5 spirit crystals to be precise. Indeed, interest must be accounted for, Ling Yue replied, stifling a giggle. At that moment, her form became even more transparent, and her aura noticeably weakened. Little Taiping, my current spirit form is too frail and must rest within the earth's fruit for at least a month or 2. From now on, the maintenance of this garden and your cultivation will depend solely on you. Do not hinder my recovery, for I require the earth's fruit to restore my true self. She cautioned playfully. Rest assured, Celestial Maiden, cultivation is indeed a personal endeavor. I shall not be a burden, Su Taiping affirmed with unwavering conviction. You articulate that well. The path of cultivation is indeed a solitary journey. While others may assist for a time, ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Ling Yue smiled contentedly before gesturing towards a withered bean plant. Taiping, please find a shovel within and dig up this beanstalk. Bury it in the center of the garden. Understood. Su Taiping nodded, turning to head inside without hesitation. As he turned to re-enter the house, Ling Yue's previously gentle demeanor shifted, her gaze becoming sharp as she focused on the courtyard wall. Following her intense gaze, he noticed a pair of eerily glowing blue eyes lurking, watching the courtyard stealthily. The moment Ling Yue turned, those eyes seemed to recognize her presence and swiftly fled down the wall. In a flash, Ling Yue's ethereal form transformed into a tempest, rushing forth to intercept the fleeing figure. Spare me, Celestial Maiden. I am but a mere wraith, compelled by the Tiger Lord of Qingfeng Gorge to do harm. A ghastly figure with a pallid face and decaying flesh, revealing white bones, prostrated before her. To act as a minion for a beast. You are the very definition of scum, Ling Yue retorted with a cold scoff, sending the wraith flying with a wave of her hand. Her demeanor contrasting sharply with her previous interactions with Su Taiping. Wait, my strength is not yet restored. I may not be a match for that tiger demon. Slaying this wraith could attract trouble. Instead, I shall cast a memory-erasing spell upon it, allowing it to forget this encounter. When Taiping's cultivation matures, He may then confront the tiger demon, serving as a valuable experience. Just as she prepared to obliterate the wraith, Lingyue suddenly retracted her hand, a smile of delight blossoming on her face. Chapter 12. Opening the copper mirror, Su Taiping listens to the teachings with a sharp sound. Su Taiping observed the celestial being Lingyue extending her hand to point at the ghost's brow, inscribing a rune with a radiant milky light. As the rune merged into the ghost's forehead, he stood up in a daze, ignoring Lingyue before turning away, muttering to himself, "How did I end up here? Never mind. I shall return to report to the king." He continued, "When I see the king, I shall inform him that a small cultivator has come to tend to the medicinal garden in Qingzhou residence. We can wait for the spiritual herbs in his garden to mature before we return to claim both his life and the bounty of herbs. Perhaps the king will even reward me with a tender heart as a prize." How delightful! As he spoke, the ghost couldn't help but sway his head, clearly satisfied with the scheme. Sighing, Lingyue murmured to herself, "Though releasing a tiger back into the mountains is fraught with peril, I still hope that little Taiping can comprehend my intentions in due time." Although she had not yet taken Su Taiping as her disciple and was uncertain of his willingness, she nonetheless envisioned herself in the role of a mentor. Yet, she would never admit that her primary motivation stemmed from the solitude she endured while residing within the earth gourd for centuries, yearning for a semblance of amusement. The following day, Su Taiping rose early. He first tended to the medicinal garden, clearing away the weeds, and then added a few shovels of soil to the spot where he had buried the earth gourd, for it would serve as a crucial support in his future cultivation endeavors. Lingyue had not reappeared since returning to the earth gourd the previous night, and he speculated that she might remain hidden for a month or so. After clearing the weeds, he spent the morning organizing the 3 thatched cottages of Qingzhou residents. The cottages were quite rudimentary, consisting of a bedroom with merely a bed, a hall, a kitchen, and a privy located behind the medicinal garden. While cleaning the kitchen, Su Taiping stumbled upon 2 intriguing items: a never-emptying water vat and a rice jar that yielded a vat of rice with the insertion of a merit coin. With water and rice at hand, complemented by a piece of dried fish hanging on the wall, Su Taiping managed to resolve his first meal at Qingxian sect rather conveniently. After his meal, he prepared his bed with the sheets and blankets from the cupboard, then sat cross-legged on the bed, producing the jade slip and the copper mirror he had received from Shifeng Pavilion. Lingyue had conveyed the recipe for the marrow-cleansing soup by tapping his brow, and similarly, the method of imparting knowledge via the jade slip involved pressing it against the brow. This seemed to be a universal method of transmission in the cultivation world. He mused softly. According to the pavilion master of Shifeng, the jade slip contained the foundational qi refining techniques of Qingxian sect, alongside various sect rules and instructions on the use of the copper mirror. The information conveyed through the jade slip was far more extensive than what Lingyue had imparted with her finger. As he felt the torrent of text flooding his mind, Su Taiping was nearly overwhelmed, almost toppling from the bed. Fortunately, before long, the stream of new text subsided, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, he soon discovered another issue. The text that filled his mind resembled books on a shelf, requiring him to peruse through them to comprehend their contents. Thus, the method of impartation via the jade slip differed from Lingyue's approach. Her finger had directly instructed him on how to prepare the medicinal concoction, while the jade slip merely filled his mind with information. Su Taiping carefully contemplated the distinctions between the 2 methods, considering that the difference might stem from the content itself. He promptly added this thought in his mind and resolved to focus on gradually reading the lines of text within his consciousness. 3 days later, after nearly 3 days of effort, Su Taiping finally completed his study of the jade slip's contents. As the pavilion master of Shifeng had previously stated, the slip contained 3 main components: a volume of Sangxia Sutra, a record of Xianjing functions, and a compendium of Qingxian sect regulations. During this period, he also tended to the soil in the medicinal garden, following the methods taught in the jade slip. Once the soil was prepared, he could collect animal droppings and fallen branches to enhance the soil's fertility. However, there was no need to rush this step, as today was the first day of the month, designated for Elder Zhang's teachings, specifically on the Sangxia Sutra and foundational knowledge for cultivators. This event occurred only once every 3 months, and he could not afford to miss it After the lecture, he could also select seeds to purchase from the copper mirror, ensuring that he would not waste the merit coin. During a solitary meal in the hall, Su Taiping began to plan his activities for the day, casually tearing off a page from the wall calendar. The torn page revealed the date of the first day of the month, with annotations in red ink indicating that it was auspicious for learning and inappropriate for labor. He had purchased this calendar when summoning a spiritual bird to assist him in acquiring daily necessities yesterday, which had cost him a total of 6 merit coins, leaving him feeling somewhat pained. After finishing his meal, he returned to the bedroom. Su Taiping retrieved the copper mirror from the box and carefully placed it on a rickety table before him. Apart from the copper mirror, the table held half a bowl of clear water, several flower petals, and a merit coin from the Qingxin sect. Recalling the mirror's usage instructions, he dipped his hand into the bowl to sprinkle some water onto the mirror, then placed a few petals and the merit coin atop it. Almost instantaneously, as he set the merit coin on the mirror, a gentle breeze emanated from its surface, carrying with it a faint scent of sandalwood. Following that, a voice resonated from the mirror. Su Taiping, registered disciple of Qingxin sect, please take your seat. Do not wander off, for Elder Zhang will begin the teaching shortly. Should you miss this occasion, you must wait another 3 months. Having thoroughly read the contents of the jade slip, Su Taiping was not startled by this voice, as it had been mentioned in the record of Xianjing functions that this was the voice of the spirit of the mirror. According to the Xianjing functions, this spirit acted as a guide, assisting one in locating desired content within the mirror, with the exception of the sect's forbidden areas, and each guidance required a merit coin. Thank you, esteemed spirit of the mirror. Su Taiping expressed his gratitude. He believed it necessary to voice his thanks, for the spirit was not entirely inanimate. Chapter 13. Listening to the teachings, a glimpse into the path of cultivation. Without preamble, Su Taiping was taken aback when the mirror spirit actually responded to him, albeit in a voice that was notably cold and stiff. The mystic mirror, I am prepared, came a voice of great authority from within the copper mirror. Su Taiping immediately directed his gaze into the mirror, where the reflection of his own face was suddenly replaced by a misty mountain peak, atop which he could vaguely discern the figure of an elder, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Lord Zhang, there are 396 disciples attending today's lecture, including 218 newcomers and 200 without any cultivation. The voice of the mirror spirit resonated once more from the copper mirror. As it spoke, the image within the mirror expanded until Su Taiping could clearly see the Lord Zhang seated upon a stone platform. 400 is sufficient. There is no need to admit more, Lord Zhang murmured, his eyes slightly closed and his lips parting lightly. Understood. The mirror spirit replied in a tone as frigid as before. Su Taiping felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he had arrived early enough to secure his place. Whether this is your first time hearing my teachings of the Zhangxia Sutra or you have attended multiple sessions, I shall treat all equally and begin from the beginning. After a brief pause, Lord Zhang's voice echoed again. Recognizing that the lecture was officially commencing, Su Taiping straightened up, fixating his gaze on the copper mirror without the slightest distraction. Among you, many have not practiced before entering. Thus, before delving into the Zhangxia Sutra, I shall first explain the essence of cultivation and the nature of cultivation levels. He continued, cultivation primarily involves the refinement of the body through physical techniques and the transformation of essence into qi through opening methods. Our Qingxian sect places significant emphasis on these opening techniques. Only by nurturing a substantial amount of innate true qi can one wield spells and divine abilities, prolong life and enhance longevity, and ultimately glimpse the path to transcendence and immortality. Today, I shall expound upon the Zhangxia Sutra, one of our sect's most vital methods for opening the heart. Hearing this, Su Taiping nodded inwardly. Lord Zhang's words mirrored the introduction of the Zhangxia Sutra, the only part he could fully comprehend, while the subsequent intricate steps of practice left him in a state of confusion. Having defined cultivation, let us now turn to the concept of cultivation levels. Lord Zhang continued. In the realm of cultivation, levels are generally classified into 5 realms based on longevity and strength. From weakest to strongest, the first level is the opening realm. also referred to as the entry into the sea realm. At this stage, practitioners have just begun their journey, their vitality far exceeding their peers, with a lifespan potentially reaching 120 years. At this moment, Su Taiping could not help but feel a jolt of surprise. He never imagined that the opening realm his grandfather spoke of was merely the lowest tier in the cultivation hierarchy. Amidst his astonishment, he also felt fortunate. Had the opening realm been the second or third level, he would likely struggle to break through within half a year, thereby exposing his fabricated celestial identity. However, these thoughts flitted away as he quickly refocused, continuing to listen intently to Lord Xiang's teachings. The second level is known as the Wangu realm, with a lifespan extending to 180 years. Only upon reaching this level can one truly be called a practitioner. Over the years, I have encountered many disciples, at least 60% of whom remain trapped at this level, some even being direct disciples of the Seven Peaks. The third level is the Tongxian realm, where, upon breaking through, one can live up to 300 years and be honored as a true lord, possessing their own cultivation ground in Yunlu Mountain. As for the fourth and fifth levels, there is no need for you to concern yourselves with them at this moment. Do not aim too high. At this juncture, Lord Xiang took a cup of tea from a nearby disciple and savored it, seemingly allowing the audience a moment to absorb the information. Su Taiping reflected on the difficulty of breaking through to the Tongxian realm and understood why Lord Xiang was revered as an elder. He pondered curiously about the cultivation level of the fairy lingua. Now, I shall elaborate on the Tsangxia Sutra in detail. Just as Su Taiping's thoughts began to wander, the voice of Lord Xiang from the copper mirror abruptly pulled him back into focus. He began to systematically explain the key points of practicing the Tsangxia Sutra to the attentive disciples. Having already studied the Tsangxia Sutra prior, Su Taiping found the lecture effortless to follow, often displaying an enlightened expression, and at times he could not help but gesture animatedly, as the confounding aspects he had previously encountered were gradually elucidated by Lord Xiang. Although he did not possess a spiritual bone, Su Taiping had always exhibited a natural talent for scholarly pursuits, allowing him to grasp the nuances of the techniques remarkably well, even surpassing many disciples endowed with spiritual bones. Conversely, among the other disciples facing the copper mirror, 80% appeared to be in great distress, scratching their heads in confusion. Lord Xiang observed this keenly. Apart from a select few, including Su Taiping, most were oblivious to the fact that before Lord Xiang stood another copper mirror, a grand one, reflecting the images of the over 300 disciples listening intently, who introduced Su Taiping from Qingtian Bamboo to the Qingxian sect. Once the lecture concluded, Lord Xiang unexpectedly inquired of the mirror spirit. Su Taiping was initially chosen as a disciple by the spirit bone stele, intended for the seventh peak. However, during the spirit bone assessment, Elder Heilong discovered he possessed only a white bone, rendering him unqualified for the seventh peak. Consequently, he was assigned to practice on the mountainside, awaiting the selection for the seven peaks 3 years hence, the mirror spirit reported. What a pity, Lord Xiang remarked with a hint of regret after hearing the mirror's account. He recognized Su Taiping's extraordinary grasp of the techniques, which sparked a desire to take him under his wing, only to discover he was merely a white bone. A white bone, no matter how adept in understanding techniques, is ultimately of little use. Not everyone is like Su Chan, Lord Xiang's side. True Lord, it would be wise to refrain from mentioning Su Chan, as the sect master would not be pleased. The mirror spirit gently reminded him. Chapter 14, Medicinal Herbs and the Initial Trial of the Bone Cleansing Decoction. What of it if I bring it up again? Can Zhou Tong truly dominate the Qingxian sect? Upon hearing these words, the Xiang true monarch let out a cold snort, then waved his sleeve and departed. Just as he was nearing his cave dwelling, he suddenly turned to glance back at the bronze mirror and declared, "The next sermon is cancelled. I shall enter seclusion for 3 years." With that, his figure vanished at the entrance of the cave. Why must it be so? A voice of resignation echoed from the bronze mirror. Returning to the Qingzhou residence. Who? It's still not working. Sitting on the bed and cultivating for a long while, Su Taiping let out a long sigh. After listening to the sermon by the Xiang true monarch, the time had turned to noon, an opportune moment for practicing the Tsangsha Sutra. Following the insights he had gained from the morning, Su Taiping began his practice. However, to his dismay, after an entire hour of effort, he still could not guide the natural spiritual energy into his body and refine it into true qi as described in the Tsangsha Sutra. It seems I must rely on the prescription from the Spirit Moon Fairy. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, speaking with a hint of reluctance. This attempt had made him acutely aware of the challenges of cultivating with a bone structure. With this thought in mind, he resolutely retrieved the bronze mirror and placed a merit coin upon it. Su Taiping of Qingzhou residence, what is it that you seek? The mirror spirit's voice resonated from within the bronze mirror. Great Mirror Master, I wish to purchase a batch of medicinal herbs and seeds, Su Taiping replied. At your current rank, you may only purchase herbs and seeds from the apothecary hall at the foot of the mountain. Here is the list of herbs available at the apothecary hall. Once you make your selections, spiritual birds will deliver them to your courtyard. The mirror spirit explained as a list of herbs began to unfold on the surface of the bronze mirror. Thank you, Great Mirror Master. After expressing his gratitude, Su Taiping began to carefully browse the selections. After a stick of incense had burned, he finally gathered all the medicinal herbs listed in the Spirit Moon Fairy's prescription. To obscure the identity of the prescription, he added a few inexpensive herbs and made slight adjustments to the weights of the herbs. As for the seeds for the medicinal garden, he chose only the 9-leaf perilla, purchasing enough for 3 plantings over 3 acres. His choice was deliberate. According to the records in the transmission jade slip regarding medicinal garden cultivation, every part of the 9-leaf perilla, leaves, stems, and seeds could be used medicinally. The leaves could serve as high-quality vegetables, and the seeds were the most affordable among all spiritual herbs, easy to cultivate, with a growth cycle from sprouting to harvest of only 3 months. Given that Yunlu Mountain enjoyed a spring-like climate year-round, it could be planted 3 times. The only drawback was its low selling price. Under normal circumstances, each acre of 9-leaf perilla could yield only 30 merit coins annually, significantly less than other spiritual herbs. Keep in mind that at the Qingxian sect, each outer sect disciple was required to submit 120 merit coins yearly. Normally, even if Taiping planted all 3 acres with 9-leaf perilla, he would still fall short of the required contribution to the sect. However, with the formation laid down by the Spirit Moon Fairy within the medicinal field, everything would be different. According to her, the harvest from a field with a small gathering spirit formation would triple over 3 years, making the planting of 9-leaf perilla the most advantageous choice. If all goes as planned, 3 acres planted with 9-leaf perilla across 3 seasons would yield at least 270 merit coins. After deducting the 20 merit coins cost and the 120 merit coins due to the sect each year, I would still have a surplus of 130 merit coins, allowing me to purchase better seeds next year and perhaps even some techniques or talismans. After completing the transaction with the bronze mirror, Su Taiping took up pen and paper to meticulously record his accounts. Having bought the herbs and seeds, he was left with only 3 merit coins. Fortunately, he had already stocked a jar of rice and had sufficient oil and salt, so he could set traps in the mountains to hunt for game, which should sustain him until the first season's 9-leaf perilla matured. As he recorded, he considered his choice of 9-leaf perilla as seeds. Its rapid maturation would enable him to quickly exchange merit for the herbs needed for cultivation. As for the true fire talisman required for burning seeds, he had inquired about it with the mirror spirit yesterday and learned that he could only purchase such items after being initiated for a year. And even the most basic true fire talisman cost over 1,000 merit coins, a sum he could not afford in the short term. Yes, once the harvest comes in, I must also consider saving for a true fire talisman. Su Taiping noted another entry in his ledger. The next evening, a spirit bird, a gray crane, landed before Su Taiping's small courtyard, carrying a large package. Finally, the seeds and herbs he had purchased had all arrived. After reluctantly paying a merit coin to the gray crane, Su Taiping carried the herbs into his bedroom. There, a basin filled with hot water awaited him, prepared in advance for soaking the herbs. The prescription given by the Spirit Moon Fairy indicated that the materials were ordinary, but to unleash their efficacy, they must be added in the correct order and timing as specified. After categorizing and weighing the herbs anew with an old balance, Su Taiping stood before the basin, mentally reviewing the sequence and timing for adding the herbs. It should be fine. After a moment, Su Taiping nodded to himself, as if encouraging his own resolve. He then picked up a portion of the herbs laid out on oiled paper and poured them all into the steaming basin, counting down with his fingers, 8, 7, 6. As he reached 1, Su Taiping swiftly added the second portion of herbs into the basin. With the addition of the second portion, the hot water began to bubble and exude a fragrant aroma reminiscent of orchids and musk. It appears I did not err. Su Taiping's face lit up with joy as he proceeded to add another packet of herbs. An incense stick later, as all the herbs had been added according to the prescription, Su Taiping beheld the once clear hot water, now transformed into a thick, white liquid. The medicinal broth appeared lustrous and viscous, just as described in the prescription. Su Taiping sighed in relief. At least on the surface, this concoction of the bone-cleansing decoction had been successfully prepared. Without delay, Su Taiping quickly shed his garments, revealing his lean physique, and immersed himself in the bone-cleansing decoction. Perhaps due to the potency of the medicine, even after the passage of an incense stick's time, the broth remained scalding hot, causing Su Taiping to grimace in discomfort. Were it not for the prescription's warning that leaving midway would significantly diminish the efficacy, he might have already leapt out of the basin by now. Chapter 15. Soaking in the medicinal brew, enduring excruciating pain upon immersing in the medicinal brew. It was imperative to activate its potency through the practice of breathing techniques. After acclimatizing to the temperature of the concoction, Su Taiping commenced the breathing method taught by the Master Zhang. Before long, he began to feel a searing warmth emanating from his lower abdomen. The steps of breathing were imparted during the Master's teachings, and despite failing to assimilate the spiritual energy into his body after numerous attempts, he had become thoroughly familiar with the procedure. Just as Su Taiping pondered why the medicinal effect had yet to manifest, an agonizing pain suddenly pierced through his back, akin to a nail being gradually hammered into him. The pain was such that he thought he could endure it, until an identical sensation struck his chest, rendering him utterly speechless. More horrifyingly, this was merely the beginning. Following the emergence of discomfort in those two areas, an intense pain began to flood through various acupoints in his body, leaving him no respite whatsoever. Typically, such torment would cause a person to faint, yet for reasons unknown, Su Taiping, steeped in the medicinal brew, could not lose consciousness, only able to endure. The pain persisted for a full hour. Throughout this time, Su Taiping found himself contemplating escape from the bath numerous times. However, each time he entertained this thought, vivid memories of his grandfather's final moments surfaced in his mind, with his grandfather's wide-eyed gaze imploring him, "Fight for your breath, Taiping. Fight for yourself. Fight for the mortal realm." Breathing heavily, Su Taiping leaned wearily against the edge of the tub. Once his breath steadied, he could not help but smile faintly, whispering with pride, "Grandfather, have I brought you shame?" Though the excruciating pain had subsided, he still felt persistent discomfort. His body now resembled a tapestry of wounds, as even the slightest movement threatened to tear open these injuries, inciting sharp pain. The cycle of soaking would continue for 7 days, and he still had 6 more sessions to endure without interruption. Otherwise, his previous efforts would be in vain. The thought of enduring such agony 6 more times, even for someone as resolute as he, began to sow seeds of doubt in his mind regarding his ability to persevere. 6 days later, it was the final day. Gazing at the steaming medicinal brew before him, Su Taiping was suddenly engulfed by a sense of disconnection from reality. The past 6 days had felt infinitely longer than the 10 years he had lived. After 6 consecutive days of soaking in the bone-cleansing brew, both his spirit and body had reached their limits. On the first day of soaking, he had not uttered a single sound. Yet he could not have anticipated the excruciating cries that would escape him in the subsequent days, calling out for his parents and grandfather in anguish. Su Taiping had never imagined he could be this fragile, a testament to the sheer intensity of the pain inflicted by the brew. Yet, despite the tears and cries, he had ultimately endured until this 7th day. Remarkably, during this week, he had also managed to till the entire 3 acres of medicinal fields, planting all the seeds of the 9-leaf white perilla. Fight for your breath. Su Taiping, you must fight for your breath, he reminded himself as he hesitated before the tub. His face was pale, devoid of color, and his body was emaciated, having lost at least 10 pounds in just 6 days, teetering on the brink of collapse. With a resolute step, Su Taiping finally plunged into the tub, his body quickly enveloped by the milky liquid. Despite his desire to endure, the relentless pain erupted forth in a scream. Had anyone been nearby, they would have surely been drawn to his cries. However, unbeknownst to him, his cries were not unheard. For instance, at that moment, the ethereal Lingwei fairy floated outside his window as a wisp of smoke. Little Taiping, it's the last day. Hold on. Your destiny lies between ascending to greatness or drifting aimlessly through life, all hinging on your resolve, she murmured, listening to the agonizing moans from within. Such words are easy to utter, yet the pain of refining marrow intensifies day by day, and by the 7th day, it is 7-fold that of the first. Without another remedy, who could possibly endure? She mused, followed by a self-deprecating smile, regretting her hasty decision to entrust the recipe to Su Taiping. An hour later, could it be he truly endured? Upon witnessing wisps of pure spiritual energy converging toward the courtyard like a rising tide, Lingwei Fairy's expression transformed into one of disbelief. This was the unmistakable sign of successful marrow cleansing. Unable to resist any longer, she peered through the gaps in the window. Inside the room, Su Taiping lay half submerged in the tub, having lost consciousness. The once milky liquid had turned pitch black, tainted by the impurities seeping from his body. Meanwhile, ethereal streams of spiritual energy, visible only to Lingwei Fairy, caressed his form, gently penetrating his being. Observing Su Taiping and then glancing at the newly tended medicinal garden behind the courtyard, a smile graced her lips. Initially, she had merely wished to take a chance due to time constraints, but it appeared she had not misjudged him. With that thought, she vanished from sight, leaving behind a lingering whisper. Little one, I must focus on refining the spiritual crystal to extend my life. Until we meet again. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Su Taiping awoke from the most restorative slumber he had ever experienced. Did I succeed? Noticing the foul-smelling black liquid in the tub, he was not dismayed. Rather, a look of joy illuminated his face. According to the instructions for the marrow-cleansing brew, this was indeed the sign of success, indicating that the impurities within him had been expelled, granting him the true qualifications for cultivation. With uncontainable excitement, Su Taiping sprang from the tub, disregarding his nudity as he rushed to the well in the backyard. He filled a bucket with water, cleansing himself of the detritus, and then sat cross-legged on the ground, immediately channeling the breathing technique of the Zhangxia Gong. Chapter 16. Selling Medicinal Herbs. Hunting in Yanglu Mountain as he activated the residual twilight breathing technique. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, and strands of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth flowed into his already opened acupoints. This time, Su Taiping effortlessly sensed the meridians and acupoints that had eluded him in the past, and the process of guiding the spiritual energy into his meridians for refinement proceeded smoothly. Ultimately, after half a stick of incense, he successfully transferred a refined strand of true energy into his dantian. Although this accomplishment paled in comparison to the prodigies mentioned by Zhang Jinjuan, it marked the beginning of his true cultivation journey. Su Taiping was not overly disheartened by the slow pace of his refinement. His grandfather had once said that diligence could overcome natural talent. If they practiced for 2 hours each day, he would practice for 4, and with time, he would surely catch up. He silently resolved to persevere. He recalled the yellow bean spirit crystal, which the immortal moon fairy had assured him would enhance his cultivation efficiency. Remembering the few yellow bean spirit crystals harvested from the Xidigarba fruit, he took one out and resumed his practice. With the aid of the yellow bean spirit crystal, his speed in refining the spiritual energy tripled. The immortal moon fairy had indeed spoken the truth. This spirit crystal proved immensely beneficial. and perhaps he could truly break through to the threshold of the next realm within half a year, elated by the noticeable enhancement in his cultivation speed. Su Taiping felt a surge of joy. With the assistance of the yellow bean spirit crystal, his progress was now comparable to that of ordinary cultivators. In the days that followed, besides spending 2 hours daily tending to his medicinal herb field, Su Taiping devoted every spare moment to cultivation, not daring to waste a single second. 3 months swiftly passed. During this time, Su Taiping could distinctly feel the burgeoning true energy within his dantian, sensing that he was on the verge of breaking through the condensation phase. The term condensation phase is derived from the residual twilight technique, describing the depth of true energy in cultivators who had yet to break through to the threshold realm. In the residual twilight technique, the depth of true energy is categorized into 3 levels: condensation, frost transformation, and ice formation. Only when a cultivator's true energy surpasses the ice formation level can they attempt to break through to the threshold realm. However, once one transitions from the condensation phase to the frost transformation phase, a layer of icy protective true energy envelopes the cultivator, akin to donning exquisite armor. Even before breaking through the condensation phase, Su Taiping noticed significant changes in his body as his dantian filled with true energy. His vision and hearing had improved markedly compared to 3 months prior. Now he could clearly see a sparrow perched on a tree 500 meters away, and his acute hearing allowed him to discern the presence of wild beasts within a mile radius of the surrounding mountains. Additionally, his physical strength and agility had greatly enhanced. Although he appeared slender, he could effortlessly lift a 200-pound stone mill with one hand. Recently, he had pursued a wild deer in the nearby woods, keeping pace without difficulty. Moreover, during his time in Qingyo village, he often accompanied his grandfather into the mountains for hunting, acquiring skills in archery and trap setting. As a result, he had enjoyed wild game daily for the past month. The combination of perilla leaves with roasted venison and rabbit meat never grew tiresome. Speaking of which, it was time to check the traps he had set in the back mountain. Perhaps he could catch a yellow goat for a meal. One noon, after 3 hours of cultivation, Su Taiping stood up, rubbed his belly, and prepared to inspect the traps he had set in the back mountain. Due to his commitment to cultivation, he had little time for hunting, so over the past 3 months, he had set numerous traps in the nearby hills, allowing him to reap rewards with minimal effort. Before that, however, he had something more pressing to attend to: selling medicinal herbs. After 3 months since sowing the seeds of the 9-leaf white perilla, Su Taiping had harvested over 300 pounds of perilla roots and more than 60 pounds of perilla seeds, precisely 3 times the yield of an ordinary medicinal herb field. By weight, this batch of 9-leaf white perilla was worth at least 96 merit coins, exceeding his initial expectations by 3-fold. Once he arranged all the herbs at the entrance, Su Taiping took out the bone flute provided by the West Wind Pavilion and blew into it with force. Soon, a magnificent white-headed eagle, with wings spanning nearly 10 feet, arrived at the courtyard entrance. "Uncle White Eagle, please assist in delivering these herbs to the Baijiao Hall for sale. You may keep 3 merit coins as your fee," Su Taiping said, bowing slightly to the majestic bird before him. Entrusting a spirit bird with the task of selling medicinal herbs was a method he had learned from the transmission jade slip. It was said that ordinary herbs could be sold in this manner, saving time and effort, albeit with a fee of 3 merit coins afterward. "I will deliver the payment tomorrow," he added. The white-headed eagle nodded slightly and grasped the batch of herbs with its talons before soaring into the sky. By tomorrow, he would have the funds to purchase martial arts techniques from the Wanjun Pavilion. As he watched the eagle depart, Su Taiping intertwined his fingers and stretched luxuriously. Although he still needed to save up for true fire talismans, acquiring a martial arts technique for self-defense was essential, especially since he had nearly been injured by wild boars during his hunts in the mountains. Currently, he possessed ample true energy in his dantian, but lacked the knowledge to wield it effectively. For cultivators, acquiring a spell for cultivation would be preferable, yet his financial constraints rendered this impossible. He could only wait until he saved enough. Moreover, even with the residual twilight technique, the true energy within him was insufficient to support the casting of spells before breaking through to the threshold realm. It was also time to replace his bow and hunting knife. Su Taiping retrieved the bow and knife from his small dwelling, preparing to head to the back mountain. These weapons were relics left by the previous owner of Qingzhou residence. The knife had a dulled edge, and the bowstring had broken once, requiring considerable effort to repair. Living alone in the mountains, surrounded by wild beasts, necessitated these basic defensive weapons. Half a stick of incense later, in the back mountain. Although Su Taiping referred to it as the back mountain, the Jade Slips map indicated it was called Yanglu Mountain, named for its abundance of yellow goats and elk. However, during his previous visits, he found that yellow goats and elk were scarce, while wild boars roamed in abundance. If he could hunt a wild boar, it would alleviate his food worries for at least half a month. As he traversed the mountain, Su Taiping remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings while muttering to himself. While cultivators could practice fasting, it required breaking through to the threshold realm first. Currently, Su Taiping not only could not fast, but also needed to replenish his energy with substantial meat to support his cultivation efforts. Chapter 17. Ambush at Yanglu Mountain. Slaying the demon wolf. Just as Su Taiping was approaching the trap, he suddenly heard the bleat of a sheep. Could it be that he had truly caught a yellow sheep? A wave of joy surged through him. The flavor of roasted yellow sheep was far superior to that of wild boar, especially when paired with the perilla leaves from his family's medicinal herb garden. It seemed he was in for a treat tonight. With that thought in mind, he hastened his steps towards the trap. Upon reaching the trap, Su Taiping felt a surge of certainty when he noticed that the branches covering it were gone. It appeared that a catch had indeed been made. Just as he was about to lean in and inspect the prey within the trap to confirm whether it was a yellow sheep, he suddenly heard a low growl from behind him. With a reflexive leap, Su Taiping sprang away from his position, propelled by sheer instinct, landing on the opposite side of the trap. In that very moment, a gray wolf, the size of a common tiger, lunged at the spot where he had just stood, snapping a nearby sapling in half. A wolf? No, a demon wolf. Su Taiping's hair stood on end as he gazed at the monstrous creature before him. He had encountered wolves during hunts with his grandfather, but this beast was in an entirely different league. Just then, the demon wolf leaped again, aiming for Su Taiping across the trap. Reacting swiftly, Su Taiping rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the wolf's attack, and drew his hunting knife as he sprinted towards the eastern woods. Despite his speed, which far exceeded that of an average adult, he was quickly overtaken by the demon wolf. However, Su Taiping had regained his composure. He did not panic at the wolf's proximity, but instead skillfully maneuvered through the forest, a tactic taught by his grandfather. When faced with wild beasts, one must not run in a straight line, but rather weave and dodge. Suddenly, the demon wolf miscalculated its turn and collided with a sturdy tree, breaking it in its frenzy. Su Taiping caught sight of this out of the corner of his eye, and without hesitation he stopped, knocked an arrow, and aimed not for the wolf's head, but for its lungs. As the demon wolf regained its footing, Su Taiping drew back the bowstring with determination and released the arrow. Perhaps by fortune or due to his enhanced vision and strength from training, the arrow found its mark, piercing the wolf's flesh. Yet to his dismay, the wolf's hide was remarkably tough. The arrow merely penetrated the surface, failing to deliver a fatal blow and instead inciting the wolf's rage. Without a moment's pause, Su Taiping readied his bow once more and sprinted east into the woods. The enraged demon wolf barreled through the trees, snapping them effortlessly as it closed the distance between them. As Su Taiping approached within 3 paces of the wolf, he halted beside a tree adorned with tattered cloth and drew his knife, turning to confront the beast with a fierce stance. The demon wolf, already agitated, let out a roar and leapt towards him, baring its fangs in a menacing display. At the critical moment, just as the wolf was about to devour him, Su Taiping pivoted and struck a vine on a nearby tree with his knife. In that instant, a thick wooden stake, fashioned from a log, was propelled towards the charging wolf. With a pained howl, the stake buried itself into the demon wolf's chest, propelled by the force of its charge. This stake, originally intended for wild boars, had unexpectedly become a tool of salvation. Yet, Su Taiping soon realized the demon wolf's hide was astonishingly resilient. The stake had not fully penetrated its flesh. In a desperate moment, Su Taiping grasped his knife with both hands and leaped, channeling his inner energy into his arms, disregarding the potential chaos it might unleash within him. With a powerful swing, he struck the wolf's lung wound. A tremendous sound echoed through the forest as his strike tore through the wolf's flesh, blood gushing forth like rain. Before Su Taiping could fully comprehend the moment, his knife shattered into multiple pieces, and his arms began to swell painfully, resembling those of an elephant. The intense pain jolted him back to reality. Panic gripped him as he realized his inner energy was spiraling out of control. Quickly, he sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the Sangxia skill, guiding the tumultuous energy back into his dantian. After a brief moment, he finally managed to stabilize his inner energy and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Fear coursed through him. His impulsive use of energy had nearly led to disastrous consequences. Recalling the description of Yanglu Mountain, which mentioned the absence of wolves, he pondered how a demon wolf could have suddenly appeared. Cautiously, he approached the now critically wounded creature. Its life force was ebbing, the wound in its abdomen too grievous to overcome. As dusk approached, he resolved to return to his humble abode. He would inquire about the demon wolf later, perhaps seeking counsel from the bronze mirror. For now, it was best to refrain from hunting in this area and to acquire a martial skill without delay. Noticing the waning light, Su Taiping decided to head back. Although the dilapidated Qingzhou residence was modest, the surrounding array ensured safety from ordinary beasts and demons. Wait, perhaps the demon wolf's carcass could be exchanged for merit coins? He dismissed worries over its worth and resolved to drag it back regardless. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him, and he turned back to haul the wolf's body out of the forest. Though he still bore the appearance of a youth, slight and slender, he now possessed considerable strength, making it feasible to drag the demon wolf with relative ease. Not long after Su Taiping departed, a decaying figure emerged from the woods. This foolish wolf, incapable of handling such a simple task. Upon seeing the bloodstains and the large wooden stake, the figure erupted in anger. Having already alerted the prey, it seemed only by personally intervening could he lure Su Taiping from his sanctuary. He needed to devise a plan quickly. The king had been pressing for the boy's heart, and failure to deliver would cost him dearly. The figure stomped in frustration, muttering curses under his breath. Had the moon spirit not been in slumber, she would undoubtedly recognize this individual at once. Indeed, this person is none other than the specter that had lurked outside the courtyard that fateful night. Chapter 18. Earning Virtue. Gaining the Azure Bull Fist and the penetrating arrow, another day passed. Suddenly, as Su Taiping was engrossed in his training, a melodious call of a spiritual bird echoed from the entrance of the courtyard. It must be Uncle Jiao bringing me money. Su Taiping swiftly leaped from his bed and made his way to the entrance, where he indeed spotted the white-headed eagle from the previous day. With a swift motion, the eagle tossed a bag of coins to Su Taiping, stating in a rather indifferent tone, a total of 97 virtue coins were sold. After deducting my 3 coins, 94 remain. Please count them. No need to count. Thank you, Uncle Diao, Su Taiping replied with a respectful gesture. The spiritual birds of Yunlu Mountain had a blood pact with the Qingxian sect, ensuring they would not engage in petty theft. This action softened the eagle-esque gaze towards Su Taiping considerably. Should you require assistance, feel free to signal, the eagle remarked casually. Then I shall trouble you, Uncle Diao. Su Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Why is there a beastly aura in your courtyard? Just as the eagle was about to depart, it turned back, scrutinizing Su Taiping with a look of suspicion directed towards the courtyard behind him. Su Taiping was taken aback that Uncle Jiao could sense the aura of the demon wolf in his courtyard. Nevertheless, he chose not to conceal anything and recounted the events of the previous day, as there was nothing to hide. How could there be a demon wolf on Yanglu Mountain? The white-headed eagle responded, equally puzzled after hearing Su Taiping's account. You seem to possess good fortune, but it would be wise to avoid Yanglu Mountain for now. I shall speak to the Shifeng Pavilion about this matter. That is for the best. Su Taiping expressed his gratitude with a nod. It was certainly beneficial for someone from the sect to investigate, considering his current cultivation was insufficient to deal with any demon creatures. By the way, do you intend to sell the demon wolf's carcass? The white-headed eagle inquired. Of course, I plan to sell it. Su Taiping replied without hesitation. Then sell it to me. My son is preparing for a breakthrough, and while the demon wolf is not a high grade, it will suffice to nourish the spirits of our spiritual birds, the eagle suggested. Uncle Jiao may take it, Su Taiping responded readily, willing to forge a friendship with the eagle through the demon wolf's carcass. I cannot take something that belongs to a young man for free, especially when it was earned with your life, the eagle retorted with a glance. Yet his fondness for Su Taiping grew. Let us make a deal. If you sell the demon wolf's carcass yourself, it might fetch around 10 virtue coins, but I am willing to offer 20 virtue coins. How's that sound? The white-headed eagle proposed. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping promptly returned to the courtyard and dragged out the carcass of the demon wolf. Uncle Jiao, please take it. He placed the carcass before the eagle. Young man, keep it well, the eagle replied with a hearty smile, before deftly tossing 20 virtue coins in front of Su Taiping. Furthermore, I was bestowed the name by Hong by the former sect master. You may call me Uncle Bai, the eagle added as he grasped the demon wolf's carcass and took to the skies with a flap of his wings. To think it was a name granted by the sect master himself, Su Taiping murmured as he watched the eagle soar away. Having unexpectedly gained 20 virtue coins, he resolved to select a proficient martial art and a suitable weapon. With the coins in his left pouch and the newly acquired 20 virtue coins in his right, Su Taiping exhibited a rare, childlike joy as he skipped back into his courtyard. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Taiping immediately cast a virtue coin into the bronze mirror. Su Taiping of Qingzhou residence, why do you seek me today? The voice of the mirror's spirit resonated. Esteemed Lord Xianjing, I wish to select some martial techniques and weaponry. Do you have any recommendations? Though fully aware that the mirror's spirit was merely an emotionless artifact, Su Taiping maintained a courteous tone. As outer sect disciples, you may only purchase martial techniques and weaponry from the Shifeng Pavilion's arsenal. The bronze mirror has displayed the techniques and weapons currently available at the Shifeng Pavilion for your selection. The mirror spirit responded, devoid of any emotional inflection. Thank you. Esteemed Lord Xianjing, Su Taiping expressed his gratitude and began to peruse the options laid before him. I recall that during the teachings of Ziyang Jinjuan, he mentioned that the most suitable martial technique for the Zhangxia Gong is a fist technique, as it maximizes the advantage of the practitioner's profound inner energy. When employing Zhangxia Gong, each punch and palm strike possesses the force comparable to that of an ordinary person wielding a weapon. Reflecting on the teachings of Ziyang Jinjuan, Su Taiping unhesitatingly focused on the various fist and palm techniques showcased in the bronze mirror. Ultimately, he chose a technique known as the Azure Bull Fist, according to the technique's description. Upon practicing the Azure Bull Fist and utilizing it in conjunction with one's inner energy, each punch could shatter mountain rocks. Additionally, this fist technique included two ultimate moves, one named Bullhorn Shattering Mountain, which when fully unleashed, exerts a force 8 times greater than an ordinary punch. The other, Stampeding Bull Penetrating Formation, unleashes an unyielding barrage of punches that grow progressively stronger until exhaustion. In summary, the Azure Bull Fist was perfectly suited for Su Taiping at this juncture, complementing the Zhangxia Gong that allowed for rapid recovery of inner energy. Admittedly, superior and more fitting fist techniques were available in the Shifeng Pavilion's arsenal, yet regrettably, those techniques typically demanded over 100 virtue coins, whereas the Azure Bull Fist required merely 30 virtue coins. As a transitional technique for self-defense, the Azure Bull Fist was indeed ideal. In addition to the Azure Bull Fist, Su Taiping spent 10 virtue coins to acquire a bow and arrow technique named Penetrating Arrow. This technique was relatively mundane, solely teaching practitioners how to enhance their vision and focus using inner energy and how to infuse their arrows with inner energy to amplify their power. In simple terms, it elevated ordinary archery to the practitioner's level. However, for Su Taiping, obtaining such a technique for merely 10 virtue coins was exceedingly advantageous. Had he known the method of infusing inner energy into arrows during his last encounter, he could have slain the demon wolf without resorting to the contraptions in the mountains. Chapter 19. The Frost Transformation Period. Initial accomplishments in the Green Ox Fist after selecting suitable martial techniques. Su Taiping spent 10 merit coins to acquire a fine steel goose-feather blade, a sturdy hardwood bow made from bullhorn, and over 100 arrows. Master Xianjing, I have made my selections. In truth, Su Taiping yearned to purchase a technique related to agility. Yet even the most basic of such techniques was priced at over 300 merit coins, an expense he could not afford. Once the goods are selected, they cannot be returned. Tomorrow at noon, a spirit bird will deliver these items to Qingzhou residents. Please prepare the merit coins. The cold voice of the mirror spirit echoed once more. I appreciate your assistance, Master Xianjing. Su Taiping replied with a respectful bow to the bronze mirror. That evening, in the quiet courtyard of Qingzhou residence, the gentle afternoon sun poured through the window, casting its warm rays upon Su Taiping's sweaty visage. At this moment, Su Taiping sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed, as tendrils of lead-colored mist emanated from his body, ultimately converging above his head. Fully immersed in the state of forgetting both self and surroundings, his mind was solely focused on cultivation. Following the guidance of Ziyang Zhenjuan, he diligently practiced during the hours of Zi, Wu, and Yu each day, often yielding remarkable results. Thus at this hour, Su Taiping resolutely locked the courtyard gate and began his meditative practice. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion of energy resonated within Su Taiping's body. The lead-colored mist abruptly dispersed, replaced by wisps of pure white mist that ascended from him, gathering once more above his head. Any practitioner familiar with the Sanxia technique would recognize this moment as the hallmark sign of a practitioner breaking through from the dew condensation stage to the frost transformation stage, purifying the lead. After a brief moment, Su Taiping opened his eyes, his expression brimming with astonishment. Even he had not anticipated achieving this breakthrough today, as Ziyang Zhenjuan had indicated that it would take him at least 10 more days to transition from the dew condensation stage to the frost transformation stage. Could it be that my battle with the demon wolf, during which I employed the Sanxia true energy, accelerated my breakthrough? Su Taiping pondered inwardly. In the courtyard of Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping had yet to contemplate this matter deeply when a familiar voice suddenly resonated from outside. Bai Tudio, Bai Hong. Little one, your items have arrived. Upon stepping outside, Su Taiping beheld the spirit bird Bai Hong perched at his door, beside which lay a large wooden chest sealed with a wax stamp. Thank you, Uncle Bai, Su Taiping expressed joyfully, hastening towards it. Little one, earning merit is not easy. At year's end, you must pay the customary fees to the Shifeng Pavilion. Say what you can, Bai Hong kindly advised. Rest assured, Uncle Bai, I am judicious with my spending. These are merely a few defensive weapons and martial techniques, Su Taiping replied, feeling comforted by Bai Hong's concern. That is reassuring to hear. Bai Hong nodded. After the previous day's transaction involving the demon wolf's bones and flesh, Bai Hong's fondness for Su Taiping had grown considerably, no longer viewing him as just a stranger among outer disciples. I observe that your true energy appears more refined than yesterday. Have you perhaps achieved a breakthrough? Bai Hong studied Su Taiping in Dendi. Indeed, Uncle Bai, my Sanxia true energy has reached the frost transformation stage. Once I surpass this stage and enter the ice stage, I will be eligible to attempt a breakthrough to the opening door realm, Su Taiping candidly disclosed. Excellent. Bai Hong nodded in approval. He had been observing Su Taiping's diligence, so this revelation did not come as a surprise. Continue your dedicated cultivation. Even upon reaching the ice stage, it merely grants you the qualification to attempt a breakthrough to the opening door realm, so do not let complacency set in. He further imparted this wisdom to Su Taiping. I shall remember your teachings, Uncle Bai, Su Taiping replied earnestly, bowing in gratitude. Now, return to your training. Once I finish delivering this, I must accompany Elder Sifeng on an excursion, and I may not return for several months, Bai Hong announced before spreading his wings and ascending into the sky. Accompanying Elder Sifeng on an outing. Could it be that they are going to the secular world to exorcise demons? Su Taiping mused excitedly as he watched Bai Hong's retreating figure. According to the teachings in the transmission jade slip, disciples and elders of the Seven Peaks received numerous tasks from outside the mountain each month, and upon completion, these tasks yielded substantial merit rewards. It was said that even a simple task could reward over 1,000 merit coins, which filled Su Taiping with envy. Su Taiping, do not be overly ambitious, he reminded himself, feeling a shift in his mindset. With that, he moved the wooden chest into the courtyard. 5 days later, in the backyard of Qingzhou residence. Boom! Surrounded by a faint aura of frost, Su Taiping, having gathered his strength, delivered a powerful punch to a boulder towering before him. At the moment of impact, alongside the sound of wind rushing through, one could faintly hear the roar of a bull. Bang! With a resounding crash. The massive rock was punctured by Su Taiping's small fist. Yet he did not retract his fist. Instead, he steadied himself, regulating his breath and alternating his punches. Bang! Bang bang! Su Taiping's fist struck the stone in rapid succession, akin to a herd of bulls charging. Ultimately, that towering boulder crumbled into a pile of rubble beneath the relentless assault of his fists. However, after shattering the rock, Su Taiping found his true energy completely depleted. The icy aura that had enveloped him dissipating like a translucent sphere. Panting heavily, Su Taiping braced himself on his knees, catching his breath. The technique he had just employed was the Green Ox Fist, specifically the 2 ultimate moves, Bullhorn crashing the mountain and Charging Bull breaking the formation. It seems that with my current level of true energy, I can only execute each of those techniques once, Su Taiping remarked, still catching his breath. Due to the straightforward and forceful nature of this technique, he had made substantial progress over the past few days of practice. However, the energy expenditure of these 2 ultimate moves was quite taxing. Even though his Tsangsha true energy recovered swiftly, he could only practice 2 or 3 times a day. Any more would hinder his recovery. I'll call it a day for now. Once the sun sets a bit more, I must tend to the weeds around the 9 leaves white perilla. Su Taiping wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. With 2 additional martial techniques to cultivate, his time had become exceedingly precious, wishing he could stretch an hour into 2. Yet, after breaking through the frost transformation stage, his vitality had surged tremendously, allowing him to go several days without sleep without feeling weary, thus affording him more time for training. Oh woo! Just as Su Taiping contemplated whether to prepare a meal, he was startled by a sudden wolf howl. It seemed to emanate from the direction of Yanglu Mountain. Could there be another wolf demon appearing there? As he pondered this, he swiftly dashed out of the backyard, effortlessly scaled the garden wall, and leaped onto the rooftop. Chapter 20. A Cry for Help. The emergence of the piercing arrow standing atop the rooftop and gazing towards the direction of Sheep Deer Mountain. Su Taiping spotted a colossal wolf demon swiftly traversing the forest. Initially, he felt little astonishment, for the introductory jade slip of martial arts had already informed him that within these vast mountains, aside from the designated areas of the sect, there existed a possibility of encountering demonic beasts everywhere. However, as time went on, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. Soon, he beheld a second and a third wolf demon, all chasing down the mountain. Help! Help! Is there anyone to rescue me? Just as Su Taiping pondered what the 3 wolf demons were pursuing, a woman's desperate cries echoed through the mountains. Hearing her voice, Su Taiping's earlobes trembled slightly, and he swiftly channeled his vital energy into his eyes, fixing his gaze upon the direction from which the sound emanated. This was precisely the method taught in the martial technique Piercing Arrow to enhance one's vision. As this spell took effect, the scene 2 miles away in Sheep Deer Mountain became vividly clear to him, revealing a frail woman sprinting through the forest, evading the relentless pursuit of the 3 wolf demons. Where did this sister come from? I don't recall any cultivators near Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping mused, puzzled. Is anyone there? Please help me. I'm injured. The woman, clutching her bleeding shoulder, ran towards the small path leading from the mountain toward Qingzhou residence. The 3 wolf demons were still hot on her heels, closing in rapidly. Is there anyone in the courtyard ahead? I'm hurt. Please save me. Su Taiping, shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, swiftly retrieved his bow and arrows from his back, nocking an arrow and drawing the string while channeling the piercing arrow technique, gathering the residual vital energy from his dantian into the arrow. In an instant, a layer of frost enveloped the arrow. With a sharp twang, just as the closest wolf demon was within 500 meters of the Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping released the top bowstring along with the arrow. Whoosh! Accompanied by a piercing sound, the arrow, imbued with residual vital energy, struck the wolf demon squarely in the forehead, piercing through it. Having mastered the application of residual vital energy, the potency of Su Taiping's arrows had far surpassed his previous attempts. Awoo! The wolf demon let out a chilling howl before collapsing to the ground. The other two wolf demons, witnessing this scene, were terrified and retreated into the forest, unwilling to continue their pursuit. The woman was initially startled, but upon seeing the two fleeing wolf demons and noticing Su Taiping standing atop the roof, she burst into tears of joy. "Thank you, young hero, for saving my life." She dashed towards a small courtyard of Qingzhou residence, her anxious glances back revealing her lingering fear of the wolf demons. "They've already fled. You need not worry," Su Taiping called out, turning to the woman at the entrance. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, petite and strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of the wealthy young ladies from Su Taiping's hometown. "Fortuitously, you were here. Otherwise, I would have fallen prey to those wolf demons," she said, her heart still racing as she patted her chest in relief. Then, with gratitude etched upon her face, she inquired, "May I ask your name, young hero?" "I am Su Taiping. You may call me Taiping," he replied, still standing atop the roof, bow in hand. His eyes held a hint of caution as they scrutinized the girl. "Young hero Taiping, I am Lu Qingmei, a registered disciple of the Qingxin sect. A few days ago, while gathering herbs in the nearby mountains, I lost my way and misplaced my cloud-piercing flute. When I encountered those wolf demons, I had no choice but to flee, ultimately being chased to this location." As she spoke, the girl produced a copper mirror from her bosom. Upon seeing the mirror, Su Taiping's wariness diminished significantly. The Xinling mirror was exclusive to outer sect disciples, and her possession of it validated her claims. "Young hero Taiping, might you allow me to take shelter here for the night? The sun is already set, and with my injuries, traveling at night would be exceedingly difficult," she pleaded. "Well, Su Taiping was about to acquiesce, having confirmed her identity, but as he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon her footwear. She wore a pair of embroidered shoes, their soles layered thickly, appearing to be ordinary cloth shoes. However, when he recalled her earlier words, a sense of unease washed over him. Her shoes were too pristine, setting aside the appropriateness of wearing such shoes while foraging. The fact that they remained unscathed after a day of being pursued by wolf demons was ample evidence of her deceit. "Qingmei, my home is humble. You may find it uncomfortable." Su Taiping leapt to the top of the courtyard gate and said nonchalantly, "You yist, young hero. I find myself in such dire straits. How could I afford to be choosy? Moreover, although my family was well off in my childhood, we fell into decline by the time I turned 10. Since arriving at Yunlu Mountain, I have grown accustomed to a life of simplicity. Any place to rest is sufficient," Lu Qingmei replied with a bittersweet smile. The sincerity in her words was compelling. Yet had Su Taiping not discerned her deception, he might have genuinely felt sympathy for her plight. Chapter 21. The Wandering Spirit and Qingmei's Plea for Mercy. It turns out that Sister Qingmei, like myself, is also a person of unfortunate fate. "Sister, if you do not mind, please stay in my courtyard tonight." Su Taiping feigned sympathy and nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingmei's face instantly brightened, and a fleeting spark of excitement flashed in her eyes. "Thank you, young hero Taiping. Once my wounds have healed, I shall certainly bring a generous gift to express my gratitude for your life-saving kindness," Lu Qingmei said, her eyes brimming with tears and her expression filled with appreciation. "Sister Qingmei, the demon wolf may still be lurking nearby. If I recklessly open the courtyard gate, it might just slip inside. It would be wiser for you to turn around and keep watch while I open the door, and then you can rush in swiftly afterward. That would be much safer," Su Taiping advised, his expression cautious. Lu Qingmei paused at his words, then nodded repeatedly. "You are absolutely right, Taiping. I will keep watch for you. Just let me know when you open the door." With that, she turned quickly away. However, in that fleeting moment of turning, the gentle expression on Lu Qingmei's face vanished like a mask, replaced by a cruel demeanor. A smirk curled at her lips as she whispered, seemingly cautious, yet truly foolish, To be on the brink of death and remain oblivious. How laughable. As soon as her words left her lips, her ears perked up at the sound of a taut bowstring resonating in the air. You! Whoosh! Lu Qingmei attempted to flee, but the sound of an arrow slicing through the air erupted behind her. A frost-covered arrow pierced straight through her chest. You seek death. Whoosh! Gazing at the arrow embedded in her chest, Lu Qingmei's face turned ashen as she shouted in fury. Yet, no sooner had her roar escaped than another sharp arrow flew through the air, impaling her throat completely. Now, turn to face him. Lu Qingmei's gaze met that of the young man, standing at the courtyard gate, and with disbelief, she asked, How did you perceive it? Whoosh! Su Taiping raised his hand and shot another arrow, which drilled through Lu Qingmei's forehead, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist. Sister, remember to wear proper shoes next time you go out to gather herbs. Su Taiping remarked calmly, continuing to draw arrows, seemingly unfazed by the anger radiating from Lu Qingmei's gaze. Overcome by humiliation, Lu Qingmei suddenly erupted in rage, disregarding her injuries. She leapt into the air, her claws extended toward Su Taiping, who stood atop the courtyard gate. Bang! Before Su Taiping could react, a surge of azure light burst from within the courtyard's barrier, slapping Lu Qingmei, who had survived 3 arrows, back into the air. Lu Qingmei landed on the ground, letting out a piercing scream. Black smoke poured from her mouth, swirling into a dark whirlwind that kicked up dust in front of the courtyard. Unless you remain within this courtyard from now on, you will inevitably fall into my hands. When that time comes, I will ensure you cannot escape life or death. A sharp, vengeful voice echoed from within the swirling darkness. I seem to have wronged you in no way. Why do you wish to harm me? Su Taiping, encountering such a creature for the first time, struggled to maintain his composure as he questioned the monster, his bowstring taut once more. You will know soon enough. Accompanied by a maniacal laugh, the black whirlwind howled away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Could this be the spirit mentioned in the jade slip? Su Taiping murmured to himself as he gazed in the direction where the black whirlwind had dissipated. According to the jade slip, in the forest where the outer disciples resided, there were not only beasts in the deep mountains, but also spirits and ethereal beings lurking about. These spirits often favored possessing wild animals or the corpses of the deceased, luring the living to consume their flesh and vitality for their own cultivation. As mere spirits, lacking a corporeal form, they could only be eradicated by certain spells. With such a creature hiding in the shadows to ambush him, capturing prey in the surrounding area would become increasingly troublesome. The most concerning aspect was that he knew nothing about it. Su Taiping glanced at the corpse on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. Under normal circumstances, this situation warranted informing the sect. However, after this period of understanding, he was acutely aware that even if he reported it, no one would come to investigate. In their eyes, he and the other outer disciples were disposable, not worth expending much effort upon. Just as Su Taiping pondered how to guard against the ghostly being that lurked, a chilling wind swept through the entrance of the courtyard. The sky had completely darkened, and the gust felt particularly eerie. Could that spirit have arrived so soon? Su Taiping immediately adopted a vigilant stance, nocking an arrow and scanning his surroundings. Young lad, I am here. Just as Su Taiping found nothing, flickering green fireflies suddenly flew out from the corpse before him, coalescing into an almost transparent female figure. This apparition bore an uncanny resemblance to the dead woman on the ground. You dare to show yourself? Su Taiping swiftly aimed his arrow at the spectral figure. Before the frost period, although his arrows could not slay the spirits, those wrapped in residual true energy could still inflict some harm. As the Ziyang true monarch had once mentioned, young lad, spare me. I was compelled by that wandering spirit to lure you out. The female spirit pleaded earnestly. Wandering spirit? Su Taiping noted the sincerity in her voice and her revelation of the creature's identity, prompting him to lower his arrow slightly. Indeed, it is a wandering spirit. I was forced into servitude by it, enduring daily humiliation. The woman's ghostly figure spoke with gritted teeth, her eyes filled with regret and resentment, clearly harboring a deep hatred for the spirit. However, having learned from the earlier encounter, Su Taiping was not easily swayed by her words and would not venture out to meet her. Do not worry, I pose no threat to you. My soul is already fragmented, and after the 3 arrows you unleashed with your true energy, I will soon dissipate within a cup of tea's time, the female spirit explained. Sensing Su Taiping's hesitation, though her tone turned increasingly desolate as she spoke. Chapter 22. The Scent of Dust, reduced to servitude by villain's sister. Your appearance and these words suggest you have a request of me? Su Taiping accurately discerned the ghost's intentions. You are correct, young sir, the ghost affirmed, nodding earnestly. I have a younger sister named Lu Zijing, who ascended the mountain with me 3 years ago. However, her exceptional talents led her to be taken as a disciple by the 5th peak. We had made a pact to cultivate together at the 5th peak after the selection process the following year. Yet, around this time last year, a disciple from the 5th peak visited my residence, claiming to be my sister's 3rd senior brother. He brought a letter from Zijing and sought to check on my well-being. Naturally, I treated him with great hospitality. However, after a few rounds of drinks, he became unruly, tarnishing my reputation like a beast, and subsequently threatened me, forbidding me from revealing the incident to anyone, intending instead to keep me as his plaything for his pleasure. I contemplated ending my life, but he used my sister as leverage against me, threatening to frame her and have her expelled from the 5th peak if I did not comply. Reluctantly, I succumbed to his demands, hoping to inform my sister once she had established herself at the 5th peak. Yet, a few months ago, I inadvertently overheard him in a drunken stupor, plotting to use me to coerce my sister into becoming his toy as well. If it were merely my own dishonor, I could endure it, but targeting my sister compelled me to act. In a moment of rage, I resolved to take his life while he was inebriated, seizing a concealed weapon I had hidden away. Alas, I underestimated the abilities of the disciples on the mountain. Before I could fully unleash my intent, he captured me. In his fury, after humiliating me further, he killed me and discarded my body in the depths of the mountains nearby. Before long, I was captured by the spectral beings and condemned to servitude as a ghost. Upon hearing the ghost's lengthy account, Su Taiping felt a surge of indignation. He could hardly believe that such malevolence existed on this sacred mountain. Compared to the 3rd disciple of the 5th peak, even the specter seemed benevolent. Of course, this presupposes that the ghost spoke truthfully. How can you prove the veracity of your words? Su Taiping inquired, regaining his composure. To expose this shameless scoundrel, I used the only incense I possessed, the scent of dust. The ghost gestured towards the sleeves of the corpse below, continuing, this scent of dust consists of 4 stalks, 1 mother, and 3 children. When the mother is ignited, it will capture the essence of everything that occurred in the room before the incense is fully consumed. To witness the past, simply light one of the child incenses, and all will be revealed. Su Taiping nodded thoughtfully, recalling having seen this treasure in a copper mirror before. So, you wish for me to deliver the remaining incense to your sister, Zijing? Precisely. Lu Qingmei nodded vigorously, her tone tinged with despair. That 3rd disciple of the 5th peak, Lu Chun, is rumored to be the nephew of an elder in the 5th peak. The Qingxian sect will not punish him for my mere status as an outer disciple. Thus, I seek neither vindication nor justice. I only implore that my sister Zijing is no longer deceived by that vile man. As her words left her lips, a chill wind swept through the courtyard, and her form began to fade gradually. Young sir, if you ascend to the 5th peak, please deliver the scent of dust to my sister. As her essence began to dissipate, Lu Qingmei's voice grew urgent, eagerly awaiting Su Taiping's response. If what you say is true, I shall certainly ensure that the scent of dust reaches Sister Zijing. Su Taiping promised, his resolve unwavering. Thank you, young sir. Upon receiving his assurance, the ghost Lu Qingmei immediately prostrated herself, her forehead striking the ground heavily. Young sir, that specter will not relent after failing today. Though it is challenging to confront, it possesses weaknesses. During my time in its captivity, I learned that it perished from excessive intoxication. Alcohol is like poison to its spirit. Perhaps you could devise a way to expel it from its host and use alcohol against it. Lu Qingmei suddenly lifted her head, revealing the specter's vulnerability to Su Taiping. The specter's weakness is alcohol? Thank you for the warning, Su Taiping exclaimed, his heart swelling with gratitude, his trust in Lu Qingmei deepening. You must deliver the scent of dust to my sister, the ghost urged again, her expression earnest. Rest assured, as long as I can ascend the mountain, I will find a way to ensure the scent of dust reaches Sister Zijing, Su Taiping affirmed solemnly. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile flickered across Lu Qingmei's previously sorrowful countenance. By the way, young sir, the specter is accompanied by a tiger spirit, which is incredibly formidable. If possible, avoid engaging it. Just as the ghost form began to vanish completely, she urgently cautioned Su Taiping. A tiger demon? Su Taiping murmured in astonishment, gazing at the dissipating green flames above Lu Qingmei's body. The tale of the tiger's accomplice was indeed true. Upon learning of the tiger spirit's presence behind the specter, Su Taiping was astonished, but recalled the fable of the tiger's accomplice. Although he had discovered the specter's weakness, as the esteemed Zhang Zhenjuan warned, encountering ghostly entities without having broken through the door threshold could be fatal. Thus, it would be prudent to report to the sect and allow them to handle the matter. Contemplating this, Su Taiping leaped down from the courtyard entrance. First, I shall report this matter to the sect. Later, I will also bring back the corpse of the wolf demon from the mountain. They cannot possibly ignore such matters, he murmured to himself, retrieving a small wooden box from the sleeve of Lu Qingmei's corpse. Upon opening it, he found 3 sticks of incense within. Regarding the scent of dust and Lu Qingmei's situation, he decided to ignite one to verify its authenticity today, then observe the sect's response to dealing with the specter tomorrow. If they were willing to assist, he would then relay Lu Qingmei's tale and hand over the 3 sticks of incense to them. Su Taiping rose, carefully stowing away the wooden box containing the scent of dust. Chapter 23. Gale Hall. The 2 disciples spoke boldly. According to Lu Qingmei, that Lu Qian is the nephew of an elder from the 5th peak, and he would undoubtedly receive the sect protection. Thus, he would not be foolish enough to directly hand over the Xuanchen incense along with Lu Qingmei's remains. If what Sister Qingmei said is true, with Lu Chen's malicious nature, he might even go to great lengths to find the one who reported the case and then eliminate me to silence me. Su Taiping pondered this while dragging Lu Qingmei's body back to the courtyard. Bang! That night, a tremendous explosion erupted in Su Taiping's bedroom at Qingzhou residence. Immediately, Su Taiping's youthful voice echoed with anger. Beast. After laying Lu Qingmei's body to rest, he lit a stick of Xuanchen incense. From the swirling smoke, he witnessed scenes of Lu Chun tormenting Lu Qingmei. The images he beheld were far beyond mere words, and his curse of beast was solely due to his limited vocabulary. Lu Chen's actions were indeed more despicable than that of any beast. Sister Qingmei, I shall undoubtedly deliver this Xuanchen incense to Sister Zijing. Your grievances, along with Lu Chen's crimes, will be made public, Su Taiping declared, clenching the last 2 sticks of incense tightly, his gaze fixated on the shattered remnants of the table beneath him. He did not consider himself a chivalrous person, nor did he think it wrong to be somewhat selfish for the sake of survival. However, if a villain like Lu Qian were to evade retribution, it would lead him to question the very meaning of existence. His grandfather often said, out of sight, out of mind, yet even if he closed his eyes now, he could not erase the haunting image of Sister Qingmei pleading for mercy before that beast. Su Taiping stared at the pile of table fragments, his tone chillingly cold. The following day, at noon, are you the one who reported the case? 2 men clad in the robes of the Qingxian sect arrived at Su Taiping's courtyard. Yes, it was I, Su Taiping replied politely. You, an outer disciple, dare to call us senior brothers? The hawk-nosed man on the left glared at Su Taiping fiercely. These 2 disciples belonged to Gale Hall of the West Wind Pavilion, tasked with handling matters related to disciples being attacked by demonic creatures. Although they resided at the foot of the mountain, they were true inner disciples, their status only slightly lower than that of 7th peak disciples. Let us get to the point. No need for pleasantries, grumbled the pockmarked-faced disciple, waving his hand impatiently. Su Taiping then recounted his encounter with the ghost and the subsequent attack by the demon it controlled, omitting any details related to Lu Qingmei. This is quite troublesome. I must first report to our Gale Hall master, who will then inform the master of the West Wind Pavilion, who will finally relay it to Elder Halung for resolution. The pockmarked-faced disciple said, stroking his chin with a troubled expression. How long will that take? Su Taiping asked urgently. At best, 3 months, at worst. A year and a half, the hawk-nosed man replied, crossing his arms with a sly grin, casting a cunning glance at Su Taiping. Is it really going to take that long? Can it be expedited? That ghost has already targeted me. Su Taiping furrowed his brow. Do you think Gale Hall exists solely for your convenience? We will handle matters when we see fit. The hawk-nosed man shot Su Taiping an intimidating glare. Old Swa, let us keep it civil. Why be so fierce with the young brother? The pockmarked-faced disciple interjected. In fact, if you want to hasten the exorcism of that ghost, there is a way. He flashed a toothy grin, revealing a row of yellow teeth. What method? Su Taiping's curiosity was piqued. That depends on how much merit money you can offer. The pockmarked-faced disciple extended his hand, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. So you intend to extort us outer disciples under the guise of exorcising demons. No wonder Sister Qing Mei was reluctant to report it, Su Taiping thought, realizing why Lu Qing Mei had hesitated. Brothers from Gale Hall, I've only just arrived at Qingzhou residence and truly have little merit money on me. Although he had seen through their true nature, Su Taiping chose not to confront them directly, wanting to gauge just how shameless they could be. Lacking merit coins is no problem. If you wear this bracelet and sign a contract agreeing to give us 70% of this year's harvest, we can ensure your safety. The hawk-nosed man pulled a copper bracelet from his robe. 70%? Su Taiping gasped in shock. He had anticipated their greed, but he never imagined they would demand such an outrageous portion. If he relinquished that much, he would likely face expulsion from Qingxian sect for failing to pay dues in the coming year. 70% is hardly excessive. You must understand that you are being targeted by a ghost. If anything goes awry, you could lose your life. The pockmarked-faced disciple threatened. The faces of these two men filled Su Taiping with revulsion. He thought Sister Linglong was right. In this world, one can only rely on oneself. The last shred of hope he had for the sect's assistance in dealing with the ghost extinguished. However, to avoid conflict, he refrained from outright refusal and replied with a troubled expression. Brothers, 70% is truly too much. Allow me to consider it further. Fine, take your time. Here, a communication talisman as a gift. If you encounter the ghost again, simply tear it up, and we will come quickly. The hawk-nosed man was about to explode with anger, but was stopped by the pockmarked-faced disciple, who handed Su Taiping a talisman. However, we must take this demon wolf. It is evidence and must be returned to Gale Hall, the hawk-nosed man said, seizing a leg of the demon wolf from the ground and glaring fiercely at Su Taiping once more. Managing the outer sect are such individuals. It's no wonder few outer disciples can endure for 3 years. Su Taiping murmured to himself as he watched the two men drag the wolf's corpse away. Brother, why do we leave so soon? The herb garden behind this kid's courtyard yields a substantial amount of merit each year. Once the contract is signed and the bracelet is worn, he will be bound to serve us year after year. The hawk-nosed man's companion exclaimed. Why rush? Ghosts hold grudges. After a while, he will surely come to us willingly, the elder brother replied. Wise brother, keep your voice down. Don't worry. This kid is merely at the opening door stage. He can't hear us, the pockmarked-faced disciple whispered. Just as Su Taiping prepared to enter his room, he suddenly overheard the two conspirators whispering. He was taken aback by their malice and glanced at the communication talisman the pockmarked-faced disciple had given him, coldly thinking, rest assured, that day will never come. Chapter 24. The battle with the Wraith. Not long after the two individuals from the fierce wind hall departed, a wraith, clad in a tattered cloak and possessing a decaying corpse as its vessel, arrived at Su Taiping's courtyard, mounted upon a monstrous wolf. Do you think those worthless fools would dare to capture me? The wraith taunted, its voice dripping with scorn as it directed its words towards Su Taiping, who stood atop the roof. Close the door, and what can you do? Su Taiping retorted sharply, then swiftly loosed an arrow enveloped in the essence of residual twilight energy. Yet, to his astonishment, the figure in the black robe suddenly drew a long sword from its cloak, cleaving Su Taiping's arrow with precision. Had it not been for your sneak attack yesterday, how could a mere child, Not even at the opening door stage have inflicted harm upon me? The wraith scoffed, its blade now aimed directly at Su Taiping. Upon witnessing this display, Su Taiping's expression grew grave. He could discern from the wraith's strike that its power far surpassed his own. The previous day's escape was purely due to the element of surprise. The opportunity for ambush was singular. The wraith would certainly exercise extreme caution henceforth. For Su Taiping to force it from its vessel again would be exceedingly challenging. As he readied another arrow, he contemplated his next move. Little one, do not think that by hiding in your courtyard you are safe. Within 10 days, I shall sever the hidden channel leading to your medicinal garden. Once I block it, your garden will lack water, and all your precious herbs will wither into dry grass. The wraith threatened with a cunning smile. Su Taiping's heart tightened at these words. The source of water for his medicinal garden indeed lay in a concealed channel buried deep underground, providing a continuous flow that made irrigation effortless. Should the wraith succeed in severing that channel, he would be compelled to venture out for water, or soon enough, the freshly planted perilla would perish. If I stockpile water in advance, even after the channel is cut off in 10 days, I could last another 4 or 5 days, which means I have but 15 days to prepare. Su Taiping calculated swiftly. Little one, the reason I share this with you is that I see some wit in you. I offer you a chance to save yourself. Surrender and become my ghostly servant, or I shall make you suffer, as Lu Qingmei did, using your soul as a wick to understand the meaning of living hell. After a barrage of threats, the wraith finally revealed its true intent for today's visit. Following yesterday's events, it had set its sights on Su Taiping's cleverness. Wishing to claim his corporeal form as an offering to the Tiger King and to harness his spirit as a ghostly servant. In these times, even spirits were in need of followers. I am a righteous cultivator of the Qingxian sect. How could I stoop to be your lackey? Su Taiping retorted with a cold laugh, releasing another arrow with a swift motion. This time, without surprise, the wraith effortlessly deflected the arrow yet again. Righteous cultivator? The wraith boomed, laughing heartily as if it had heard the most amusing jest. The Tao teaches, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things, ultimately returning to 1. Thus, the ways of the world are merely different paths to the same destination. Where is the distinction between righteousness and evil? Follow me, and I shall teach you the path of ghostly cultivation. Given time, you too may attain remarkable achievements. Having failed to intimidate Su Taiping, the wraith shifted tactics, resorting to seduction. Perhaps the Tao does not differentiate between good and evil, but humans do. The sage of books has said, as a human, you should cultivate yourself, aid others, and be like water, residing in dark abysses yet performing good deeds. At this juncture, Su Taiping knocked another arrow, raising his head proudly to meet the wraith's gaze. You, born as a human, not only fail to do good, but instead become a lackey to a beast, harming your kin and oppressing the weak. This is the greatest evil and deserves execution. Though Su Taiping stood less than 5 feet tall, at that moment, he appeared far grander than the towering wraith. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. The enraged wraith growled, its voice laced with fury as it commanded the monstrous wolf to pivot. Do you think that severing the water source will only lead to the demise of your herbs? Let me reveal a truth. The channels in your garden are the source of spiritual energy for your residence's barrier. Once the water is cut, the barrier surrounding your courtyard will collapse without a fight. Perhaps in its fury or due to underestimating Su Taiping, the wraith disclosed this critical information. Wait and see. Within half a month, I shall claim your life. With that proclamation, the wraith vanished into the depths of a nearby forest, riding its wolf with a swift motion. Half a month. That is ample time. Su Taiping gazed towards the forest where the wraith had disappeared, clenching his fist with resolve. The arrows he had fired were not mere acts of desperation. Each was a deliberate test of the wraith's strength. The wraith had deflected each of his 3 arrows, indicating that when the wraith's vessel was injured, its spirit also suffered. Moreover, he had varied the power of each arrow, noting that the wraith had grown slightly sluggish in blocking the last 2. This suggested that if Su Taiping could advance his cultivation further, the wraith might not be able to intercept his arrows with such ease. If he could induce a moment of carelessness on the part of the wraith, It was conceivable that he could strike a blow. With this thought, Su Taiping leapt down from the roof and surveyed his courtyard, murmuring, according to my true cultivation level, I can only battle it effectively once I break through to the opening door stage. Even if I elevate my residual twilight technique to the freezing phase within half a month, killing the wraith would require setting a trap and catching it off guard. There is but one chance. I must prepare thoroughly. Su Taiping could choose to flee, perhaps dousing himself in liquor to deter the wraith from approaching. Yet, the problem was that the surrounding wilderness stretched for hundreds of miles. How long could he evade capture? Rather than contemplate escape, it was better to fight with his back against the wall. With determination, Su Taiping turned swiftly towards his chamber. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to waste a single moment. Unbeknownst to Su Taiping, however, the confrontation between him and the wraith had been witnessed by a figure lurking several miles away in the woods. There lay an elderly man, reclining atop a tree branch, his hair white and garments tattered. A bronze sword hung at his waist, and he held a gourd of wine in hand. Chapter 25. The breach of the barrier and the rupture of the residual glow technique after pouring a generous amount of wine into his mouth with a gurgling sound. He suddenly broke into a grin and remarked, as a human, one should cultivate oneself, assist others, and embody the essence of water, dwelling in the abyss yet embodying goodness. What a profound statement. After indulging in this soliloquy, he took another swig of wine, then wiped his mouth with his ragged sleeve and continued to murmur. Who would have thought that many years later, I would hear such words from an unnamed outer disciple? Truly laughable, utterly absurd. Having uttered these words, he turned sideways, propping his head on his hand and yawning. Then suddenly his gaze shifted towards the direction of the Qingzhou residence with a chilling tone, to dwell in the abyss yet embody goodness. If this is your heart's path, then show me the means you employ to safeguard it. I, Jianjiu, detest those who boast without merit. On an evening 9 days later, at Yanglu Mountain, within the purple bamboo grove, bang! Su Taiping unleashed a technique reminiscent of a raging bull, sending a charging demon wolf flying with a resounding crash. However, soon 2 more demon wolves pounced upon him from behind. His vital energy was nearly depleted. It seemed he would have to retreat. Su Taiping glanced reluctantly towards the depths of the bamboo grove. There he spotted a decaying corpse demon, wielding a massive axe, violently striking a rock on the ground. Beneath this rock lay the spring that fed the water source for Qingzhou residents. If he could cleave the rock covering the spring and seal it off, the water flow to Qingzhou residents would be severed. At that point, not only would the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden wither, but the barrier of Qingzhou residents might also fail. Bang! The corpse demon struck the rock once more, sending ripples of spiritual energy and countless fragments flying. This blow cracked the rune-etched stone further. Little one, it's not too late to reconsider. The corpse demon turned, grinning menacingly at Su Taiping. Undoubtedly, this corpse demon was the new vessel for the spirit that had possessed it. The outcome of this confrontation remained uncertain. As Su Taiping spoke, he gathered his vital energy and executed a bull-like charge, accompanied by a sound akin to a bull's roar. The 2 demon wolves lunging at him were struck by sudden punches, sent reeling and howling in pain. Seizing the opportunity while the wolves were momentarily pushed back, Su Taiping deftly grasped a purple bamboo and leapt with its springy aid, escaping the encirclement of the demon wolves. If I can't even handle a few demon wolves, how could I hope to thwart your efforts to sever the water source? Run, continue to hide. In a few days I shall see where you will flee. Observing Su Taiping's retreat, the corpse demon wore a rigid smile. Ever since discovering the water source in the purple bamboo grove, Su Taiping had returned multiple times over the past 9 days to thwart the corpse demon, but each time he had suffered defeat, which only fueled the demon's arrogance. Returning to Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping doused himself with a basin of cold water from a tub, washing away the sweat and grime. After completing this ritual, he quickly dried himself and donned a fresh set of clothes before sitting at a simple desk he had fashioned in his bedroom. After failing 5 times to ambush the corpse demon, he noted that he had expended approximately 60% of his strength this time, a reduction from the previous encounter, and the demon had not perceived any anomaly. He had also discerned the weaknesses of the three demon wolves, one with a scar near its injured hind legs, making it vulnerable from behind. The smallest wolf, with a wounded eye, reacted slower than the others. Su Taiping meticulously recorded his insights from this latest ambush. In truth, during the last two attempts, he had had the opportunity to slay the three demon wolves, but to mislead the corpse demon and avoid injury before confronting it in a decisive battle, he had intentionally held back. Having tested the waters 5 times, the demon must have believed that this was all his strength. Now, he merely needed to focus on enhancing his abilities, ideally elevating his residual glow technique to the ice encasing stage. Setting down his pen, Su Taiping pondered for a moment before sitting on the edge of his bed. Elevating the residual glow technique to the ice encasing stage would not only greatly enhance the protective power of the residual glow's barrier, but also allow him to condense his vital energy into ice. If he could break through to the ice encasing stage, he could encase the jars of liquor he had procured within ice, ensuring that the corpse demon would remain oblivious to their presence. He glanced at the jars of fine spirits arranged at his bedside. Although the people of Shifeng Pavilion ignored the corpse demon, they still dispatched spiritual birds to deliver goods when he wished to buy something. Unfortunately, the spiritual birds that had delivered his purchases were not the white rainbows, and they were all exceedingly indifferent. Otherwise, he might have sought their assistance. Do not always rely on others, he recalled Linglong's words. As an unnamed outer disciple down the mountain, the only one you can depend on is yourself. Shaking his head to refocus, he tossed a yellow bean spiritual crystal into his mouth, preparing to attempt to elevate his residual glow vital energy to the ice encasing stage. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Su Taiping had nearly forsaken food and drink, wholly absorbed in cultivating the residual glow technique. Unwavering, even when the water source in the garden had been severed, seemingly entering a state of transcendence. Little one, come forth to meet your demise. On a particular afternoon, the corpse demon, accompanied by 3 demon wolves, returned to the entrance of Qingzhou residence once more. Although delayed by Su Taiping's interference for several days, the demon had finally succeeded in sealing off the spring within the purple bamboo grove today. Bang! Noticing the silence from within, the corpse demon leaped down from one of the demon wolves and, with a chilling aura, struck the great door of Qingzhou residence with a menacing slash. Boom! Though the barrier surrounding Qingzhou residence had not entirely dissipated, its potency had significantly diminished, no longer posing a threat to the corpse demon as it once had. A sinister smile crept across the demon's face. Little one, I shall remain here tonight. When the barrier completely fades, it shall be your end, and you will surely experience the depths of despair. Standing at the entrance of Qingzhou residence, the corpse demon erupted into maniacal laughter. Just then, Su Taiping, who had been immersed in training for several days, opened his eyes. At the moment of awakening, the grayish-white mist that had swirled around him suddenly crystallized into ice, freezing a significant portion of the bed beneath him. I have condensed my energy into ice. I have broken through to the ice encasing stage. Su Taiping gazed at the ice crystals swirling around him, his eyes alight with exhilaration. Having transcended to the ice encasing stage in the residual glow technique, he was now qualified to challenge the threshold of the opening door realm. More importantly, with the protective energy of ice surrounding him, his chances against the corpse demon had undoubtedly increased. Chapter 26, Setting Traps, Charging Bulls, and Battling the Wraith. Do not rush. There remains but one final step. After striving to calm himself, Su Taiping's gaze fell upon the several jars of strong liquor beside the bed. Undeterred by the relentless taunts and provocations of the wraith outside, he carried the jars to the front yard, positioning them next to the trap he had previously excavated in the center of the courtyard. If he could force the wraith to leave its corporeal form, these jars would serve as its fatal libation. As midnight approached, the wraith, sensing the weakening barrier, commanded 3 demonic wolves to repeatedly assault the door of Qingzhou residence. Su Taiping had already taken his stand in the courtyard center. He drew his bowstring taut, the arrow, enveloped in the essence of twilight, transformed into an ice arrow that radiated a chilling aura. With a crash, The barrier's remaining spiritual energy was exhausted by the relentless onslaught of the three wolves, and the door was shattered by one of the beasts. The demon wolves, having detected Su Taiping's presence, howled and lunged at him with the speed of a tempest, closely pursued by the cautious wraith. With a swift motion, Su Taiping released the arrow, which sliced through the air, piercing the throat of the foremost wolf. The arrow, imbued with twilight energy, instantly encased the creature in ice. The wraith, taken aback by this unexpected display of power, had never witnessed Su Taiping employ such a tactic in their previous encounters. In that fleeting moment of surprise, Su Taiping discarded his bow and rolled forward, deftly evading the second wolf's lunge. Without hesitation, as he regained his footing, he unsheathed his steel blade, channeling the essence of twilight into a downward strike. Lacking formal training in swordsmanship, Su Taiping's swing was clumsy. However, the injured wolf, unable to evade, lost a leg to the blow. In the blink of an eye, two of the three wolves lay defeated, leaving only the one mounted by the wraith. With relentless momentum, Su Taiping surged forward, his small frame darting towards the wraith with the swiftness of the wind. "You seek death." The wraith, both alarmed and enraged, drew back its sword, unleashing a strike from a distance of several paces. Boom! Before the blade could reach him, a dark wave of sword energy surged forth, akin to a colossal scythe, sweeping menacingly towards Su Taiping. Yet, rather than evade, Su Taiping leapt into the fray, as if daring fate, and hurled a punch towards the wraith. The clash resounded with great force, shattering Su Taiping's protective twilight energy into a flurry of ice shards. Yet he remained unscathed, continuing his ascent as he struck at the wraith upon the wolf. Impossible! How could he withstand my strike? The wraith had anticipated that even if Su Taiping survived, he would at least be grievously injured or halted in his tracks, never imagining that Su Taiping's twilight energy could endure the assault. Just as confusion clouded the wraith's mind, Su Taiping's fist descended with relentless fury. With no time to react, the wraith attempted to shield itself with its arm. Boom! The wraith was staggered. Its entire form toppled from the wolf's back, realizing too late that Su Taiping's might far exceeded its expectations. In that moment of realization, Su Taiping, seizing the advantage, roared with the vigor of youth, unleashing a torrent of frost that coalesced into the visage of a massive bull's head. His fist struck down upon the wraith with thunderous force. Boom! Another resounding impact shattered the dense aura of darkness surrounding the wraith, sending its corpse crashing to the ground. Without allowing the wraith a moment's respite, Su Taiping's ice-clad fists fell upon it relentlessly. The unique aspect of this technique lay in its unyielding nature. As long as the practitioner possessed sufficient energy, the onslaught would not falter. Each strike piled upon the last, and unless the opponent wielded overwhelming power, it was impossible to halt the barrage. With each blow, Su Taiping's twilight essence encased the wraith in icy crystals, and soon it was rendered into a frozen mass. However, this technique bore its own drawbacks. Ceasing the assault would leave Su Taiping vulnerable as he required time to restore his energy. You may strike fiercely, but your energy will inevitably be exhausted. Cease your blows, and I may grant you a swift end. The wraith, enduring immense pain, attempted to intimidate Su Taiping. Unperturbed, Su Taiping continued his relentless assault, his fists a blur even as they became bloodied and bruised. Yet, after delivering over 20 blows, his strikes began to slow, weighed down by fatigue. Come now, keep striking. The moment you falter, I shall end you with a single stroke. The wraith cackled, sensing Su Taiping's waning strength. Boom! In that instant, after a powerful right punch, Su Taiping's left hand faltered. Huh! You have indeed exhausted your energy. The wraith's laughter rang out, preparing to detach its spirit from its body. But suddenly, its mirth was silenced. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the ground beneath the wraith collapsed, engulfing its icy form into the trap Su Taiping had meticulously prepared. Indeed, Su Taiping had exerted considerable effort in his relentless strikes to force the wraith into the depths of this pit. Chapter 27. The Exorcism of the Phantom and the Tiger Demoness Wrath. Did you truly believe you could ensnare me with such a trivial trap? Upon confirming that it was merely a pit, the specter's laughter echoed once more, laced with scorn directed at Su Taiping. Even if you manage to confine this corporeal form, I am a ghostly cultivator capable of separating my soul from my body. Amidst the specter's derisive taunts, Su Taiping silently drew the long blade from his waist, standing beside a taut rope, seemingly awaiting something. Boom! At that moment, a chilling wind surged forth from the pit. Swish! Without hesitation, Su Taiping brought his long blade down upon the rope. Crack! Several jars of potent liquor suspended by the rope plummeted into the abyss below. An intoxicating aroma instantly filled the air. Attempting to crush me with stones, wait. Liquor. This is liquor. Ah. The specter, having already separated from its corporeal form, suddenly saw heavy objects descending and mistakenly believed Su Taiping intended to crush him in the pit. Yet, as the scent of alcohol began to pervade the chasm, it was too late for him to escape. Ah. Who? Who told you my lifeblood is liquor? Ah. Could it be? Could it be that wretched person? Ah. Wretched person. It must be that wretched person. A cacophony of anguished wails and curses reverberated throughout the pit. The specter's essence, now tainted by the aroma of liquor, writhed as if it were afflicted by a poison with no antidote, transforming into tendrils of dark mist that darted chaotically within the pit. Observing this scene from the edge of the trap, Su Taiping exhaled a long breath. Had he not known the specter's weakness was alcohol, he would have had no hope of victory. Reflecting on the recent events, Su Taiping felt a shiver of fear. Had he not acted with daring, allowing the specter to grow complacent, had he not diligently cultivated to break through the frozen period, had he not procured these jars of liquor, his journey of cultivation might have ended here. Young hero, save me, just allow me to possess your body, and I can reveal to you the locations of the treasures I have buried over the years. At that moment, a face, formed from ethereal mist, struggled to emerge from the pit, pleading with Su Taiping in an agonizing tone. Allow me to pose a question. Su Taiping disregarded the specter's pleas, demanding, aside from you, who else knows the location of the Qingzhou resident's S-water vein spring? Pull me out, and I shall tell you. The specter sought to strike a bargain with Su Taiping. Will you speak? Su Taiping shook the jar of liquor in his hand. Do not. Upon seeing the jar, the specter emitted a piercing scream, its spectral hands flailing wildly. No one else knows but me. I only learned of it after slaying the previous master of Qingzhou residents. The specter spoke rapidly, desperate to explain. You are not being truthful. No, I am speaking only the truth. I beseech you, please put down that jar. Su Taiping probed the specter further, discovering it seemed to speak honestly. Nevertheless, he did not lower the jar, but rather removed the clay seal atop it. Young man, what are you doing? I am truly not deceiving you. The specter, fearing Su Taiping might splash the liquor upon himself, cried out in alarm, its voice trembling. Allow me to ask you another question. Su Taiping leaned closer to the jar, inhaling its fragrance before raising his gaze to the specter's essence. What is the strength of the beast you refer to as the king, the tiger demon? Does it possess any weaknesses? This. Upon hearing Su Taiping's inquiry regarding the tiger demon, the specter immediately grew cautious, hesitating to respond. If I divulge information about the king, it would lead to my demise. The specter's tone was filled with desperation as it gazed imploringly at Su Taiping. If you choose not to speak, I shall ensure your soul is scattered. Su Taiping dipped his hand into the jar, splashing some of the liquor upon the specter while displaying an innocent smile. Ah! The specter's wails echoed throughout the mountains. Yet, in this desolate wilderness, no one would hear its cries, no matter how loud. Have you made a decision? Once the cries subsided, Su Taiping again dipped his hand into the jar, flashing that innocent smile at the specter. The king is the sovereign of all beasts, a spiritual tiger, unlike us specters, and has no weaknesses. However, half a month ago, it was ambushed and severely injured by several disciples of the Seven Peaks. It will require at least 3 months to recover. It is precisely for this reason that it sent us specters to seek blood offerings. Pausing momentarily, the specter cast a dismissive glance at Su Taiping, adding, I must say, even in its wounded state, my king could easily eliminate you without effort. 3 months until recovery. This time frame coincides with my need to break through the threshold. Su Taiping furrowed his brow, deep in thought. To the specter, his expression seemed to reflect fear of the tiger demon. The specter felt a surge of hope, enduring the searing pain from the liquor, and threatened Su Taiping. Thus, I advise you to release me, for if I perish, the king will surely know. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping raised his gaze to examine the specter closely, suddenly tossing one of the jars high into the air, channeling his energy to strike it from afar. Bang! The jar shattered upon impact, showering the area with liquor like rain, all of it cascading into the pit below. Ah! Scoundrel! You shall pay. The king will come to avenge me. The specter's agonized screams pierced the air. Su Taiping paid no heed, tossing a prepared torch into the pit. My grandfather once said, "Combat evil with evil, and repay good with good." One must not collude with feral beasts or engage in heinous deeds. Listening to the specter's cries, Su Taiping muttered to himself, unperturbed. Boom! The torch ignited the dry kindling at the bottom of the pit, fueled by the alcohol, flames leaping upward over 10 feet. Roar! In that instant, a tiger's roar erupted from the flames, which then coalesced into the visage of a massive tiger's head. You dare slay my specter? The tiger roared angrily at Su Taiping. I have heard you were gravely injured by several disciples of the Seven Peaks and require 3 months to heal. But what is the truth? Due to the specter's previous words, Su Taiping was not overly surprised by the appearance of the tiger demon's phantom. Instead, he smiled and inquired. Nonsense. My wounds will heal in no more than 3 months. The Tiger King nearly spat the words out. However, as soon as they left its mouth, it sensed something amiss and erupted in fury. Do you dare to twist my words? Chapter 28, A Meal Invitation. Su Taiping's first encounter with Lao Jiao. Upon hearing the words, Su Taiping said nothing, merely flashing a grin. The tiger demon was caught off guard by this response, which echoed the earlier words of the wraith, providing him with a sense of reassurance. You little creature, in 3 months, I shall skin you, extract your tendons, and transform your soul into a wick, subjecting you to eternal torment from that divine flame. The Tiger King had never been so ridiculed, and his furious roar, even as a mere spectral apparition, caused the very walls of the Qingzhou residence to tremble violently. Su Taiping, standing directly opposite him, felt the shock surge through him like a tempest. Were it not for the protection of his residual aura, he feared he might have fainted. However, after that roar, the Tiger King's phantom dissipated with a thunderous sound, seemingly exhausting the power concealed within the wraith's form. This was still the strength of one who was gravely injured. Had he not been wounded, how formidable would the Tiger King have been? Su Taiping's heart raced with trepidation, granting him a newfound understanding of the Tiger King's prowess as spoken of by Qing Mei and the Wraith. Yet, despite his astonishment, he felt no fear, but rather a surge of fighting spirit. This was likely due to his upbringing in solitude, where challenges could only be faced head-on, unlike other children who might escape to their parents for refuge. Just as the flames extinguished, a sudden clattering of coins echoed from within the trap. Su Taiping cautiously peered inside, illuminated by the moonlight above, revealing a pile of merit coins and 2 indistinct objects lying amidst the ashes. Could these be items hidden away by the Wraith through some secretive method? Su Taiping pondered. He recalled from a previous reading that both ghostly and demonic beings had their own ways of concealing treasures. For instance, tiger demons often hid theirs within their bellies, while some spirits prefer to conceal theirs in their noses. To guard against deception, it would be prudent to leave them be for a few nights, returning to investigate after I restore the array at Qingzhou residence. Regardless of whether they are treasures or not, Su Taiping resolved not to descend just yet for safety's sake. On the slopes of Yanglu Mountain behind Qingzhou residence, with both bravery and wisdom, I see I have not misjudged. A white-haired elder, leaning against a sturdy tree branch, nodded with a satisfied smile, evidently pleased with Su Taiping's performance that night. However, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. Temporary valor and cunning are but minor paths. Ultimately, it is talent that prevails. If you can break through to the opening realm in 3 years and perform commendably in the 7 Peaks Sword Challenge, I might consider accepting you as my disciple." The elder stroked his beard gently before raising the gourd to his lips and draining its contents. The idleness and avarice of the West Wind Pavilion's lot were appalling. Not only did they demand wealth from outer disciples, but they even dug up the water veins in the cultivation grounds without anyone coming to investigate. Truly lawless. At this point, the elder's expression turned grave, his small eyes sparkling with intensity. Such trivial matters, and they require me, their ancestor, to intervene. How absurd. With that, the elder staggered to his feet, tucking the wine gourd at his waist. He took a step forward, and with a swift motion, a bronze longsword flew to his feet, propelling him into the air with a thunderous rush. Boom! At last it is done. Yanglu Mountain, Purple Bamboo Grove. After 4 or 5 days of painstaking effort, Su Taiping finally cleared the block spring, simultaneously activating the nearby mechanisms and concealing them once more. Today proved fortuitous. Not only had he restored the spring, but he had also hunted a yellow goat. Glancing at the frozen yellow goat beside him, Su Taiping couldn't suppress a smile. With the wraith resolved and his residual aura reaching the freezing stage, everything was progressing smoothly. "Taiping, you have finally returned. Uncle Bai." Just as Su Taiping dragged the yellow goat back to Qingzhou residence, the long-absent spirit bird, the white-headed eagle, suddenly appeared at the entrance, beside which stood an elderly man with graying hair and a gourd of wine hanging at his waist. "When did you return, Uncle Bai?" Su Taiping set down the goat. Though he addressed Bai Hong, his gaze scrutinized the gray-haired elder. "I just came back. This is a friend I encounter on the road. Everyone calls him Lao Jiao. We happened to pass by Qingzhou residence and thought to drop by for a meal." Bai Hong, usually imposing in manner, stuttered slightly today, which surprised Su Taiping. "Little friend Taiping, my companion and I have traveled over 1,000 miles and are quite famished. Might you kindle a fire to prepare us a meal?" Lao Jiao inquired with a grin, rubbing his hands together. "Uncle Bai is my friend. Don't mention just one meal, even if he wishes to dine here daily. He is most welcome. However, elder, payment is required." Su Taiping, true to his grandfather's frugality, maintained a balance between generosity to friends and caution with strangers. "Taiping you. Ha! Little friend, Taiping speaks wisely. Meals indeed require payment." Upon hearing this, Bai Hong appeared visibly tense, seemingly eager to explain something to Su Taiping, but was interrupted by Lao Jiao's hearty laughter. With a quick motion, Lao Jiao tossed a purse of coins before Su Taiping. "Little friend, contained herein are 300 merit coins. Will this suffice for a meal?" he asked with a cheerful tone. Su Taiping did not respond immediately. Instead, he counted out 7 merit coins from the purse and tossed it back to the elder, saying, "There isn't too much food in my home. For this meal, 7 merit coins will suffice." Upon receiving the coins, Su Taiping regarded Lao Jiao with a newfound smile. Lao Jiao burst into another round of hearty laughter and gave Su Taiping a thumbs up. Just. Bai Hong, witnessing this exchange, wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved. "Little Taiping, do you realize who stand before you?" Thankfully, he is not angered. However, prior to their arrival, Lao Jiao had already informed him, so he kept his thoughts to himself, unable to voice them. "Elder, don't let the fire be too fierce. Keep it low. Keep it low. Uncle Bai, please peel some garlic cloves and chop some scallions." In the kitchen of Qingzhou residence, Lao Jiao tended the fire. Bai Hong sliced vegetables, and Su Taiping took charge of the cooking, all busily engaged in their culinary endeavor. "Little brother Taiping, seeing that I have started the fire, can't you reduce the meal cost a bit?" Lao Jiao tossed his hair back, grinning as he negotiated with Su Taiping. "Elder, you are still bargaining. If you hadn't stoked the fire, this meal would cost 8 merit coins." Su Taiping wiped the sweat from his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Lao Jiao. Quite reasonable, quite reasonable," Lao Jiao chuckled in response. Meanwhile, Bai Hong, still slicing vegetables, nearly cut his claw in shock upon hearing this. Chapter 29. A Visitor. Uncle Jiao hosts Lu Songzhan moments later. The final dish, stir-fried yellow lamb, was ready. Su Taiping ladled the cooked lamb into a plate and carried it to the dining room. At that moment, the dining table was already laden with an abundance of dishes. Although most of the ingredients were yellow lamb, The preparations varied greatly. The soups included lamb heart soup, lamb kidney soup, and lamb bone soup, while the meat dishes featured stir-fried yellow lamb, steamed lamb head, roasted yellow leg, baked lamb, and wine-braised lamb. These dishes were reminiscent of the meals Su Taiping's grandfather had enjoyed during his travels in his youth. Su Taiping, often tantalized by his grandfather's tales, eagerly sought the recipes, promising to recreate them when he could afford meat. Unexpectedly, today was the day he could finally put them to use. Ah, it smells divine. These 7 merit coins were indeed well spent. Lao Ju lifted his head to savor the aroma. His expression, shifting as he couldn't help but slap the table with enthusiasm. Had I known you possessed such culinary skills, Taiping, I would have come to dine more often. Bai Hong, gazing at the table full of dishes, felt his appetite stir. If you enjoy it, Uncle Bai, you are welcome to join us often, Su Taiping replied earnestly. Hee, I was merely jesting. I wouldn't intrude on your training. Bai Hong chuckled, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Lao Jiu envied Su Taiping's invitation, and after stealthily snatching a piece of meat to taste, hesitantly asked Su Taiping, young friend Taiping, after this meal, may we consider ourselves friends? Of course not, Su Taiping replied with a serious expression. Young friend Taiping, you mustn't show favoritism. Look at me, helping you start the fire and clean the table. Surely we should be friends by now. Upon hearing this, Lao Jiu's face fell. Bai Hong, feeling a twinge of anxiety for Su Taiping, secretly reveled in the moment, thinking, I never expected to surpass my master today. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the three were enjoying their feast, a knock sounded at the courtyard gate. Bai Hong, what brings you here? A voice from outside called. Taiping, Beisai Lao Zu. I also invited a few friends. Do you think we could set another place at the table? Bai Hong did not respond to the person outside, but instead set down his utensils and inquired of Su Taiping with a smile. Since he is also Uncle Bai's friend, let him in, Su Taiping nodded. Don't forget to collect payment. I've already spent 7 merit coins. Lao Jiu cast a jealous glance at Bai Hong. That is. Of course. Bai Hong nodded repeatedly before rising to open the door. Bai Hong, why have you summoned me here? I have no time for reminiscing. Not long after, Su Taiping, who was gnawing on a lamb rib, and Lao Jiu saw Bai Hong enter the dining room with a finely dressed elder. His hair impeccably groomed. Brother Lu, I mean no offense. It has been a while since you, Brother Jiu, and I gathered together. I simply wish to share a meal with you. Upon entering, Bai Hong pointed to the elder, who was currently gnawing on a lamb rib. Brother Jiu? What Brother Jiu? The elder, addressed as Brother Lu by Bai Hong, looked impatiently toward the table, locking eyes with Lao Jiu. You, why are you so verbose? Sit down and eat. In that instant of eye contact, a flicker of horror crossed the elder Lu's face, but he quickly suppressed it under a glare. Yes. The elder Lu hastily took a seat. Ah, are you not the master of the West Wind Pavilion, Lu Songzhan? Su Taiping recognized the elder who had just entered. If his memory served him correctly, this elder was the West Wind Pavilion master Lu Songzhan, whom senior sister Ling Long had introduced him to when he first ascended the mountain. I am conversing with my 2 senior brothers. What right do you have to speak? Lu Songzhan glared at Su Taiping, clearly displeased by his interruption. Lu Songzhan, your cultivation may not be impressive, yet your airs are quite grand. Lao Jiu suddenly set down his chopsticks and scoffed at Lu Songzhan before Su Taiping could respond. Senior, Uncle Jiu, Hey, Brother Lu, let us speak civilly. Uncle Jiu is merely reminding you to be courteous. All these dishes today were prepared by young Brother Taiping. Lu Songzhan's face drained of color, and he trembled, nearly sliding off his chair, but Bai Hong promptly steadied him. Indeed, we owe this gathering to young Brother Taiping. You, on the other hand, have shown such rudeness upon arrival, Lao Jiu said, stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth while his tone softened slightly. Yes. Uncle Jiu is right. Relieved by the moderation in Lao Jiu's tone, Lu Songzhan nodded vigorously. Brother Lu, do taste the culinary skills of young Brother Taiping. Uncle Jiu has praised them highly. Bai Hong then placed a set of chopsticks in front of Lu Songzhan. If Uncle Jiu speaks so highly of them, they must be delightful. Lu Songzhan accepted the chopsticks with a smile, his demeanor full of flattery toward Lao Jiu. Wait. Just as Lu Songzhan was about to grasp the food with his chopsticks, Lao Jiao suddenly intercepted, shooting him an admonishing glance. Pay up. Su Taiping, who had been observing the unfolding scene, quickly extended his hand toward Lu Songzhan, stating, Master Lu, like Uncle Jiao, this meal costs 7 merit coins. He understood the significance of Lao Jiao's identity and that the three were not merely here for a simple meal. But he was not inclined to forfeit the merit coins. As for the motives of these distinguished individuals, he chose to remain uninvolved. Perhaps they are merely passing through. I shall regard it as watching a play. Su Taiping mused internally. Lao Jiao, seeing Su Taiping's unyielding collection of payment, nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, he casually asked Lu Songzhan, who is the current head of the Gale Hall under your command? The Gale Hall is now led by Su Yoji from the Second Peak. Lu Songzhan promptly set down his chopsticks and replied earnestly. Su Yoji, his master once brought him to meet me. We have a passing acquaintance. Why not invite him to join us for a meal? Uncle Jiao savored a bowl of soup, sipping it with delight without sparing a glance at Lu Songzhan. Uncle, this may not be appropriate. Gale Hall is somewhat far from here. Lu Songzhan's forehead glistened with sweat. Chapter 30. Is it crowded? Su Taiping watches the show, is it? Uncle Jiao set down the bowl of soup in his hand, casting a half-smile toward Lu Songzhan. I shall convey the message to him immediately. Lu Songzhan promptly rose, retrieving a talisman from his bosom. Dear young friend Taiping, would you mind if I borrowed a pair of chopsticks? Uncle Jiao, with a cheerful demeanor, gazed at Su Taiping. Is there a fee? Su Taiping hesitated before inquiring. There must be. Uncle Jiao replied with unwavering certainty. Then there is no issue. Su Taiping nodded, uninterested in the machinations of these prominent figures. After all, he was merely a cook today, collecting payment and enjoying the spectacle. By the way, it seems we have run out of chopsticks at home, Su Taiping suddenly recalled. No matter, let him bring his own. Uncle Jiao waved his hand dismissively. But Uncle Jiao, my talisman is already burned out. Lu Songzhan quickly explained. If it has burned out, simply light another. Stop your rambling. It hinders progress. Uncle Jiao shot Lu Songzhan a disdainful glare. Yes. Lu Songzhan, sensing Uncle Jiao's displeasure, produced another talisman from his pocket, while inwardly lamenting. This little master uncle is truly a demanding one. One talisman could purchase 1,000 pairs of chopsticks. Su Taiping held no judgment regarding their antics, only reflecting inwardly how fortunate it is to have wealth. A moment later, another individual joined the dining table in the quaint courtyard of Qingzhou residence. He was a tall man with a square face, so robust that he appeared to be sitting on the ground when perched upon Su Taiping's small stool. Shall we move to the courtyard for our meal? It's quite cramped here, Su Taiping suggested, unable to bear the sight of the drenched Su Yoji squatting there. No, unexpectedly. The first to oppose was not the eccentric Uncle Jiao, but the sweat-soaked Su Yoji himself. Young brother, it's no trouble at all. I'm perfectly comfortable here. I prefer it. Su Yoji cheerfully shook the pair of chopsticks he had brought from home, explaining to Su Taiping. Very well. Su Taiping frowned, thinking to himself, these individuals must be somewhat deranged. I should keep Uncle Bai away from them in the future. Ah, little one, you are meddling unnecessarily. I cherish my comfort, and if he enjoys it as well, we must not deprive him of his delight. Uncle Jiao chuckled, winking at Su Taiping as he seized the last piece of lamb rib from the bowl. By the way, Yoji, which two brothers from Lifeng Hall are responsible for the Qingzhou residence area? Uncle Jiao casually inquired while gnawing on the rib. In response, Su Yoji instinctively stood up, but was met with a disapproving glare from Uncle Jiao, compelling him to sit back down and wipe the sweat from his forehead. Uncle Jiao, the two disciples overseeing Qingzhou residence are named Zuiju and Zhougu, both of whom have achieved great mastery in their cultivation. Since they took charge of this area, incidents involving monsters and spirits have become rare. These two were his subordinates. Their fortunes intertwined, he would not skimp on compliments. Even though we are merely passing through, our gathering here is thanks to young friend Taiping. As for cultivation matters, the sect has regulations that limit our assistance, but do ensure that Lifeng Hall keeps a watchful eye on Qingzhou residents during your patrols. Upon hearing this, Yoji exchanged glances with Lu Songhan, both releasing a sigh of relief, thinking, so, the little master uncle summoned us here merely to keep an eye on Qingzhou residents. Rest assured, Uncle Gio, we will ensure that Zhuju and Zhou Gu conduct thorough patrols of Qingzhou residents, Yoji promised, patting his chest. This is a trivial matter. Just have Bai Hong inform me. There's no need for you to host a feast, Lu Songhan added, looking relieved. However, Su Taiping, who had been merely observing, became increasingly perplexed after listening to their conversation, pondering, what is Uncle Gio's sudden interest in having Lu and Su look out for me? Is it solely because of this meal? It seemed implausible that it was merely for this banquet. As he contemplated, he turned his gaze toward Uncle Gio, who was now munching on a lamb leg. Noticing Su Taiping's scrutiny, Uncle Gio grinned broadly and winked at him. Su Taiping frowned, thinking, this old man is clearly cunning. His intentions cannot be so benign. He then shifted his gaze to Bai Hong, who, upon noting Su Taiping's attention, responded with a smile. Indeed, it appeared that Uncle Bai had purposefully brought Uncle Gio to Qingzhou residence to afford him the opportunity to look after me. Su Taiping realized. With this thought in mind, he nodded slightly at Bai Hong, casting a grateful glance. Observing this interaction, Uncle Gio furrowed his brow, contemplating, this brat, I am the one assisting him. Did he express his gratitude to another? No, I must make my intentions clearer. He cannot favor only Bai Hong. He then set aside the lamb leg and turned his gaze toward the nervous Lu Songhan and Su Yoji, saying, while you two are here today, summons Zhuju and Zhou Gu to join us for a meal. Remember to have them bring their own chopsticks. Lu Songhan and Zhou Gu exchanged glances. You, Uncle Gio. I no longer have any talismans. Lu Songhan appeared troubled. Uncle Gio, I came in haste and I did not bring any either. Su Yoji chimed in. Such talismans capable of conveying messages across great distances are quite costly. Lu Songhan possessing two was already quite extravagant. Little one, do you have one? Uncle Gio turned to Su Taiping. To his surprise, Su Taiping indeed had one, the very talisman that Zhuju had given him previously. However, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, Su Taiping decided against handing it over, preferring not to be embroiled in their disputes. I could offer double the price to purchase it. Su Taiping began to refuse, but was abruptly interrupted by Uncle Gio. I have one. Su Taiping promptly produced the talisman from his pocket without hesitation. Now, this is how it should be. Uncle Gio cheerfully accepted the talisman from Su Taiping. Isn't this the communication talisman from our live foam hall? Su Yoji immediately recognized the talisman in Uncle Gio's hand. Chapter 31. Call Uncle Gio. Squeeze in, and there's always room. Indeed, it was that patrolman from the live foam hall, surnamed Zhua, who graciously gifted it to me. Su Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. For the sake of merit coins, he felt compelled to divulge this matter, yet he resolved to conceal the fact that those two had threatened him that day. His grandfather had always said, leave a line in human dealings. It will allow for future encounters. Su Taiping thought to himself, displaying a remarkable magnanimity. This was merely an ordinary communication talisman. It could not convey sound. Lu Songhan took the talisman and glanced at it, his face paling once more as a loud buzzing erupted in his head. After so many years as the leader of the West Wind Pavilion, how could he be unaware of the petty schemes of his subordinates? Such talismans, which could only transmit messages without sound, were often employed by subordinates to extort the outer disciples. What are you waiting for? Pay up. Uncle Gio's icy gaze swept over Lu Songhan and Su Yoji. Why yes. Lu Songhan ceased his idle chatter, promptly producing a pouch of merit coins and placing it on the table, casting a fierce glare at the motionless Su Yoji beside him. At that moment, Su Yoji stood frozen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like raindrops, his entire being caught in a state of stupor. Stop dawdling. Coincidentally, this talisman was given by Zhuju, and it can notify him. Uncle Gio said coldly. Both Zhuju and Zhou Gu, my elder brothers, are warm-hearted. They gifted me this communication talisman out of concern for my safety against demonic entities. Su Taiping decided to commend Zhuju and Zhou Gu for their kindness. However, he was unaware that the others present were cunning old foxes who had already deduced the antics of Zhuju and Zhou Gu that day. Young brother Taiping, now that you mention it, we should definitely invite these two for a meal together. Hurry, hurry. Lu Song's Han, stop dawdling and fetch them. Uncle Gio urged impatiently. All right. I'll go get them right away. Lu Song's Han lamented as he stepped outside to activate the communication talisman. A short while later, little one, have you finally come to your senses? It took you more than half a month to call us. You must have suffered quite a bit, huh? Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have bothered in the first place. Just as Uncle Gio, Su Taiping, and the anxious Su Yoji were enjoying roasted lamb wrapped in perilla leaves, they heard two voices clamoring outside the courtyard. Is that them? Uncle Gio, his mouth full of meat, mumbled while pointing with his chopsticks toward the door. I'll go open the door. Both Lu Song's Han and Su Yoji, drenched in sweat, stood up in unison, exclaiming together. They could not allow those two outside to continue their ruckus. Outside the courtyard. Where are you? Open the door. Hurry up. Bang, bang, bang. As no one answered the door, Zhuiju and Zhougu's tone turned impatient, with Zhougu even starting to kick the door. Brothers Hua, do you think this brat is toying with us? Zhougu glanced warily at Zhuiju. He dares. Zhuiju snorted. This territory belongs to us brothers. Even Su Hall Master and Lu Hall Master must show us some respect. Just as Zhuiju finished speaking, the courtyard door was forcefully yanked open. At last, you show some sense. Lu Pavilion Master. Su Hall Master. Zhougu's words halted abruptly. There stood Lu Song's Han and Su Yoji side by side, their faces ashen, glaring at Zhuiju and Zhougu, their eyes ablaze with fury. You too. How could you be here? Zhuiju, recovering from his shock, stammered as he questioned them. What are you all still lingering outside for? Come in quickly. The food is going to get cold. Before Lu Song's Han and Su Yoji could respond, Uncle Gio's impatient voice echoed from within. Coming, Uncle Gio. We're on our way. Lu Song's Han and Su Yoji's faces transformed instantly from winter to spring, full of smiles as they turned to the courtyard. However, when they faced Zhuiju and Zhougu again, their expressions reverted to a wintry chill. Get in. Lu Song's Han shot a fierce glare at the two, then hastily barked at them in a short, urgent tone. Yes. At that moment, Zhuiju and Zhougu were utterly flustered. Even they, in their foolishness, could see that within this small courtyard was someone whom even Lu Song's Han and Su Yoji had to curry favor with. Upon entering the room, LL Little Master. The moment they laid eyes on Uncle Gio, Zhuiju and Zhougu's legs turned to jelly, stammering and sweating profusely at the doorway. Call him Uncle Gio. Su Yoji kicked Zhuiju and Zhougu sharply. Oh, Uncle Gio. We greet you, Uncle Gio. The two were jolted awake by Su Hall Master's kick and hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects to Uncle Gio. Stop standing there. Sit down and eat. Uncle Gio did not even spare a glance at them, merely gesturing toward Lu Song's Han and Su Yoji's side of the table, signaling for them to take their seats. Lu Song's Han and Su Yoji had been sitting closely together. Now, with Zhuiju and Zhougu joining them, they could only squeeze in tighter. Unkliyu. How about we wait at the side instead? Zhuiju suggested hesitantly, glancing at the sweat-soaked Lu Song's Han beside him. Oh, come on, squeeze in. There's always room. Uncle Gio's tone grew impatient. Why are you babbling? Hurry and sit down. There's plenty of space for you. Lu Song's Han glared fiercely at Zhuiju. Yes. Zhuiju immediately complied like a docile lamb, silently squeezing in next to Lu Song's Han, his clothes soaked with sweat in an instant. What on earth did these individuals do to offend Uncle Gio, given that they could frighten the pavilion master Lu into such a state? Uncle Gio's status must be quite extraordinary. Could he be of the same caliber as that elder black dragon? Observing the four tightly huddled together, Su Taiping found the scene amusing, yet grew increasingly curious. Forget it. As a humble outer disciple, I shall not meddle in the grievances of these esteemed figures. None of them are someone I could afford to offend. Su Taiping, unable to fathom the situation, continued to eat in silence. The meal concluded only by dusk. It must be said that Uncle Gio had an impressive appetite. Midway through, Su Taiping had to order several more dishes just to fill him. Thankfully, the payment had been settled, or else this meal would have been a significant loss. Looking at the table in disarray, Su Taiping quietly rejoiced. Chapter 32. The Birth of the Demon Lotus. Uncle Gio and Bai Hong head to the Northern Territory, however. This meal was an absolute torment for the four individuals, including Master Lu. Cramped together, they trembled at every glance and utterance from Uncle Gio, resembling a few lambs inadvertently caught in a wolf pack. Young friend Tai Ping, thank you for your hospitality today. My friends and I are quite satisfied with this meal, Uncle Gio remarked, casually picking his teeth while patting Su Tai Ping on the shoulder. Are you, truly, satisfied? Su Tai Ping inquired, casting a glance at Master Lu and his companions, who remained huddled together. Indeed, we are very satisfied. Young friend Tai Ping's culinary skills are truly exceptional. They replied in unison, extolling the virtues of Su Tai Ping's cooking with heartfelt sincerity, moving him deeply. Satisfaction. As long as you're satisfied, Su Tai Ping responded with an awkward smile, nodding appreciatively. At the entrance of the courtyard, Bai Hong smiled as he bid farewell to Su Tai Ping. Tai Ping, we have troubled you today. It is time for us to take our leave. It is no trouble at all. Uncle Bai, if you have the time, feel free to visit often, Su Tai Ping replied with a smile. And what about me? Uncle Gio interjected, leaning in while still engaged in his tooth cleaning. If you wish to visit, Uncle Gio, it will be best to come every 2 to 3 months. After all, this is a place of cultivation, not a restaurant. Besides, your appetite is 4 to 5 times that of an average person, so the meal expenses would need to be adjusted. Su Tai Ping began, but was abruptly interrupted. Enough. I have no need for your meal. Uncle Gio interrupted with a dismissive wave, casting an irritated glare at Lu Song's Han and the others. What are you staring at? Get lost. I never wish to see you again. Yes, yes. The group hastily retreated. Bai Hong, let us go. We have matters to attend to, Uncle Gio declared. After driving away the others, he noticed the camaraderie between Su Tai Ping and Bai Hong and called Bai Hong over with a tinge of jealousy. Very well, Uncle Gio. Bai Hong nodded at Uncle Gio before turning to Su Tai Ping. Tai Ping, we shall take our leave now. You may continue your cultivation in peace. No one will disturb you. I shall return to visit you in a few months. Thank you, Uncle Bai, for bringing Uncle Gio to my humble abode. Su Tai Ping bowed gratefully, recognizing that without Bai Hong, someone of Uncle Gio's stature would hardly dine at his modest residence. You seem to. Bai Hong. Just as Bai Hong was about to explain, Uncle Gio interrupted him sharply. Stop dawdling. We must leave. Uncle Gio shot a glare at Bai Hong, then stepped onto his flying sword, slicing through the air, the gust generated parting the clouds above. Uncle Gio, wait for me. Bai Hong called, taking flight to catch up. Why does Uncle Gio not reveal the truth to Tai Ping? He should be the one expressing gratitude. Once Bai Hong caught up, he inquired, puzzled. Do I, Jian Gio, require a young fellow to express gratitude? Uncle Gio scoffed. Naturally, you do not. Bai Hong discerned the dissonance in Uncle Gio's words, but chose not to confront it. However, if that lad continues to flatter and ingratiate himself, I would find it displeasing. His demeanor today is quite to my liking. He recognizes my distinguished status, yet maintains his composure. This quality surpasses that of his peers, even among the inner disciples of the Seven Peaks. Uncle Gio expressed his approval. Bai Hong, having known Uncle Gio for many years, was taken aback by such praise directed toward a junior. Could it be that Uncle Gio is considering taking him as a disciple? Bai Hong ventured cautiously. There is a demon lotus emerging from the Tianxi of the greedy wolf kingdom in the Northern Territory. If left unchecked, it could give rise to another demonic nation in Shenzhou. I intend to eradicate it before it manifests. This journey will take at least 2 years. If, during this time, that young fellow can successfully break through to the open door realm, even if his innate talent is merely that of a skeleton, I, El Jianjiu, would be willing to take him as my personal disciple, imparting my swordsmanship onto him. Uncle Gio's expression grew unusually grave. Bai Hong was stunned. He had not anticipated Uncle Gio genuinely contemplating accepting a disciple and even bestowing his sword techniques, especially considering that many disciples of the Qing Xian sect's 7 Peaks had sought his teachings, yet he remained unyielding even to the sect leader. Xiaobai, this journey to the greedy wolf kingdom is fraught with peril. If you are afraid, you may turn back now. Uncle Gio suddenly glanced at Bai Hong. Without hesitation, Bai Hong declared his resolve. I will follow Uncle Gio and sever the roots of the greedy wolf's evil. Meanwhile, in a forest several dozen miles away from Qingzhou residence, Smack! Bang! Su Yoji, the master of the fierce wind hall, ruthlessly slapped the left steed, punishing him with a kick to the ribs. You two fools, he berated, pointing at the two individuals kneeling before him. Today, our granduncle was magnanimous and chose not to hold you accountable. Had it been in the past, you would have long since been obliterated. Master Lu glared fiercely at the two. Master Lu, home Master Su, we swear we shall never dare again. We had no idea that lad had a granduncle backing him. They pleaded, kneeling in desperation. Master Lu, do you truly believe our granduncle will not pursue this matter further? Suyoji asked anxiously. From what I observed, that Su Taiping does not seem to know our granduncle, yet he's quite close with Bai Hong. I suspect it is Bai Hong leveraging our granduncle's influence to intimidate us. Lu Sanzhan pondered. Indeed, that rascal is up to no good. Su Duli Sitom An Vili, crushing a boulder beneath his foot. Let us keep these two for now. Our granduncle wouldn't concern himself with the life or death of an ordinary outer disciple. It's merely a fleeting whim, Lu Sanzhan concluded. And we're simply letting Bai Hong go unpunished? Su Yoji inquired. I have heard that Bai Hong will soon venture to the greedy wolf kingdom with our granduncle. He won't return for at least 3 years, if he returns at all. Lu Sanzhan mused. If Bai Hong dies in the greedy wolf kingdom, it would indeed be a rare stroke of good fortune for us. Su Yoji remarked with a glint of avarice in his eyes. Once Bai Hong departs, his wife, Yi Kei, will likely take command of the Western Mountain spiritual birds. However, her cultivation is far inferior to Bai Hong's. Perhaps we can devise a plan to bring her down, and then the entire Western Mountain will fall under the management of our fierce wind hall. Even if Bai Hong returns, it will be too late. He will have no recourse, Lu Sanzhan said, narrowing his eyes with a cunning expression as he looked at Su Yoji. Brother Lu, your words are most astute. Su Yoji grinned, his lips curling upward. Chapter 33. Acquiring the artifact. Please call me Sister Lingwei in front of the Qingzhou courtyard. It was evident that Uncle Jiao was indeed a significant figure, capable of performing the legendary art of sword flight. I wonder if, in my lifetime, I might soar through the skies as he does. Gazing at the ethereal figure of Uncle Jiao as he vanished into the distance on his sword, Su Taiping couldn't help but murmur to himself, Little Taiping, why envy that old man? At that moment, a woman's voice echoed in Su Taiping's ear. Turning around, he beheld the almost translucent figure of Fairy Lingwei standing gracefully in the center of the courtyard. Taiping, it is time for you to break through to the door-opening realm, Fairy Lingwei said, her gaze steady and her smile warm as she looked at Su Taiping. That night, Su Taiping recounted all that had transpired during her slumber, including the design to capture and eliminate the vengeful spirit. Moreover, these items were what fell from the spirit after its demise. He then placed a small wooden box onto the table, intending to test the little one's adaptability with the remnants of the spirit. Curious to see if he would hide in the Qingzhou courtyard or seek help from the cultivators of Shifeng Pavilion. Little did he expect that he had single-handedly vanquished the spirit. Fairy Lingwei glanced at the small wooden box, reflecting on Su Taiping's earlier narrative. And when she looked back at him, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Sister Fairy, is there something I did wrong? Su Taiping asked, puzzled by her silence and her unwavering gaze. No, Fairy Lingwei replied with a gentle shake of her head. You performed exceptionally well, beyond expectations. Really? I suppose I was fortunate to encounter Sister Qingmei's spirit, which revealed the spirit's weaknesses to me. Su Taiping scratched his head, feeling a bit shy from the praise. However, Sister, there is still a tiger demon behind that spirit, currently recuperating. Once it heals, it may seek vengeance. Could you assist me in finding a way to deal with it? Su Taiping suddenly recalled the tiger demon. Little Taiping, you need not worry. During this slumber, I have stabilized this remnant soul. Though I cannot personally intervene, I possess numerous methods to contend with the tiger demon. The tiger's gallbladder, aged 500 years, is most suitable for brewing medicinal wine. Fairy Lingwei grinned. This smile sent a shiver down Su Taiping's spine, making him feel that this fairy might be even more formidable than the vengeful spirit or the tiger demon. By the way, from now on, do not call me Sister Fairy. Refer to me as Sister Lingwei. We are now allies and need not maintain such formalities. Fairy Lingwei gestured playfully at Su Taiping. All right, Sister Lingwe. Su Taiping almost made the mistake again, but quickly corrected himself. Fairy Lingwen nodded in satisfaction. Open this wooden box. I wish to see what the spirit concealed within. She pointed to the box on the table. Su Taiping nodded and opened the box. These 300 merit coins must have been taken from the slain cultivator. This short sword was not used during our encounter, and as for this small bronze furnace, I am unsure of its purpose. He retrieved the short sword and the palm-sized bronze furnace from the box. This short sword, it must be an artifact. The reason it was not used against me is that low-level ghost cultivators cannot wield artifacts. They would suffer backlash from the power contained within. Fairy Lingwe explained after inspecting the items closely. Sister Lingwe, what is the distinction between an artifact and a treasure? Su Taiping, eager to learn, seized the opportunity to inquire. Artifacts are primarily utilized by low-level cultivators, while treasures can only be refined and wielded by high-level cultivators. The fundamental difference lies in their potency. Even a superior artifact may not match an inferior treasure in power. Furthermore, most artifacts are designed to store magical energy and often have limited uses, with some being usable only once, whereas treasures are employed to cast spells and typically have no such restrictions. Fairy Lingwe elaborated with great clarity. Su Taiping nodded, feeling his confusion dissipate. You may attempt to channel your vital energy into this short sword, Fairy Lingwe instructed, pointing at the sword. Understood. Su Taiping nodded and summoned a strand of spiritual energy from his dantian, employing the guiding technique learned from the Qingyo fist to infuse it into the short sword. Clang! Almost instantly, the short sword emitted a resonant hum, and with a swift motion, it leapt from his grasp, swirling around the room with a life of its own. Is it a flying sword? Su Taiping exclaimed in astonishment. This flying sword artifact is only slightly faster than an ordinary arrow. How can it be considered a flying sword? Fairy Lingwe wrinkled her nose in distaste. Sister Lingwe, I realize this sword seems to move according to my will. Su Taiping, captivated by the flying sword's movements, displayed an unusual childlike delight. Fairy Lingwe felt a pang of tenderness, reflecting on how he was merely a boy of around 10, still at an age where one would seek affection from their parents in a typical household. With this thought, her expression softened considerably. Such is the nature of artifacts. Once you infuse them with spiritual energy, they can resonate with your intentions, and you will intuitively grasp their usage and limitations. Su Taiping nodded vigorously. You are right. Sister Lingwe, this flying sword artifact can now be used only 2 more times. After saying this, he managed to guide the sword back into its sheath with a resounding clang. Moreover, Sister Lingwe, I just noticed that merely allowing it to whirl for a few moments has already consumed a significant amount of my Dantian's residual energy. Su Taiping informed her with a sense of wonder. Indeed, the lower the grade of the artifact, the greater the consumption of vital energy it necessitates. This is one of the greatest drawbacks of artifacts, which is why high-level cultivators seldom bother to forge them, Fairy Lingwe remarked, extending her hand to wipe the beads of sweat from Su Taiping's forehead, only to remember that she could not physically touch him. It's all right, Sister Lingwe. I can manage it myself. Su Taiping picked up a towel nearby and vigorously wiped his face, feeling elated to have acquired such an artifact that night. Chapter 34. The Copper Furnace, preparing to refine the gathering Chi Pill Senior Sister Lingwe. Could you please help me understand what this copper furnace is used for? Su Taiping asked curiously, lifting the copper furnace with his hands and presenting it to Lingwe. You are indeed fortunate, little Taiping, Lingwe replied, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Without directly answering his question, why do you say that, sister? Su Taiping sensed a deeper meaning in her words. This is a Dan furnace, an essential artifact for practitioners to refine pills. It is perfectly suited for you to concoct the gathering Qi pill necessary for your upcoming breakthrough, Lingwe explained. Refining the gathering Qi pill? But I heard from Zhang Zhenjuan during his teachings that to break through to the opening door realm, one merely needs to cultivate the remaining Xiaohua technique to the ice stage, accumulating Qi in the Dantian to break through the acupoints in one go. Su Taiping expressed his confusion. Little Taiping, as a mortal born, You naturally face more obstacles on the path of cultivation than other practitioners, Ling Yue said, her tone tinged with compassion. At her words, Su Taiping was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of indignation crossing his gaze, but he quickly steeled himself and replied, Sister Ling Yue, please teach me how to refine the gathering chi pill. 2 months later, on Yunlu Mountain, where spring reigned eternal, the scenery remained unchanged. Su Taiping's life was similarly steady. He practiced the Xiaohua technique at midnight, noon, and dusk, engaging in various activities such as martial arts, archery, chopping wood, watering plants, hunting, and learning alchemy, leading a fulfilling existence. The only regret he harbored was that since that meal, Uncle Bai had not returned, and the spirit bird for transporting goods had been replaced by a rather ill-tempered white-headed eagle. Additionally, the 9-leaf white perilla in the herb garden had ripened for another season, and he had finally gathered enough materials to purchase the gathering chi pill. After deducting the expenses for the herbs and the costs incurred over the past couple of months, he still had 96 merit coins remaining, although he was still far from affording the true fire talisman. At least he didn't have to worry about lacking merit coins to present to the sect. On this particular night, in the backyard of Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping felt a profound sense of accomplishment as he gazed at the herbs neatly arranged in the bamboo basket beside him. However, he was still confronted with a significant crisis. If he could not break through to the opening door realm in half a month, his name would be erased from the Lingbone Steel, and he would face expulsion or even punishment from the Qingxin sect. As the moon reached its zenith, he murmured to himself, it is time to call Sister Ling Yue to refine the gathering chi pill. According to their agreement, the full moon 2 months later marked the occasion for their joint endeavor. During these 2 months, he had secretly attempted to break through using the methods taught by Ziyang Zhenjuan, but despite his efforts, he had not succeeded. Thus, the only path remaining for Su Taiping was to refine the gathering chi pill. Sister Ling Yue, the time has come, Su Taiping called out to the herb garden. Ah! A languid voice drifted from the direction of the garden. I slept so well. Moments later, Ling Yue appeared before Su Taiping, stretching and yawning, her eyes still carrying traces of sleepiness. Sister Ling Yue, did you not sleep well outside the mountain before? Su Taiping asked curiously. The spiritual energy is scarce outside the mountain. For my remnant spirit, sleep is a torment. Here, however, the abundant spiritual energy makes sleep not only harmless but beneficial, nourishing the soul. Ling Yue smiled. Su Taiping's question seemed to dispel much of her drowsiness. Have you gathered all the necessary herbs? She inquired. Before falling asleep, she had already arranged for Su Taiping to prepare the materials for the gathering chi pill during her absence. I have, Su Taiping nodded, pointing to the small bamboo basket beside him, which contained neatly categorized bundles of herbs. These are all ordinary herbs. The merit coins I saved are just enough to purchase them, he added. The materials for the gathering chi pill, much like the bone cleansing and marrow purging soup, are not particularly precious. The key lies in the refining method, Ling Yue remarked, glancing at the herbs on the ground. Her expression turned serious as she continued. However, after reaching the opening door realm, the materials and pills used for assisting cultivation become expensive. Taiping, you must be mentally prepared. Yes, Su Taiping noted Vigo Dusin, determined that no matter the cost, he would gather the necessary materials. Then let us begin, Ling Yue said, satisfied, nodding her head. Su Taiping retrieved the small copper furnace from his pocket and placed it on the ground, then placed his other hand on it, beginning to channel his true energy into it. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the once fist-sized copper furnace suddenly expanded to the height of a stove. Su Taiping remained calm, as he had witnessed this transformation many times before. You must be familiar with the operation of the alchemical furnace by now, so you may begin to add charcoal. Ling Yue instructed him. This furnace is also quite ordinary. Once the refining is complete, the spiritual energy will dissipate, returning it to a regular furnace. Therefore, Taiping, you must heed my commands carefully, managing the fire and timing the addition of the herbs, she advised, her demeanor unusually serious as Su Taiping added charcoal to the furnace. Rest assured, Sister Ling Yue, I have practiced this many times over the past 2 months, and I will not make a mistake, Su Taiping replied confidently. After adding the charcoal, he stood up, his gaze resolutely fixed on Lingwei. The subsequent process of refining the pill unfolded precisely as he had promised, without a single error. The little fellow has managed to master the intricate timing and temperature control of the furnace so proficiently, rivaling practitioners who have studied alchemy for years. How much effort has he devoted to this? Ling Yue's eyes grew increasingly fervent as she watched Su Taiping, who was focused on controlling the furnace's temperature with his own true energy. For Ling Yue, alchemy was her greatest strength, and witnessing such a talented young alchemist ignited a yearning within her. Little Taiping, become my disciple, she almost blurted out, but she held her tongue at the last moment. At this moment, she felt unworthy to be a proper teacher. Moreover, if others discovered the transmission of his cultivation methods and realized he was her disciple, it could lead to countless dangers for him. Never mind, never mind. Ling Yue's expression darkened. Chapter 35. The cost of cultivating the qi-gathering pill. Sister Ling Yue. All the herbs have been placed into the alchemical furnace. At this moment, Su Taiping turned to look at Fairy Ling Yue, his eyes glimmering with excitement. You have done exceptionally well. Now, we only need to maintain the furnace's temperature for half an hour, and the pills will be ready. Fairy Ling Yue immediately regained her focus, smiling gently as she nodded at Su Taiping. Not being able to accept a disciple, having an obedient younger brother is also quite delightful. Observing Su Taiping diligently tending to the furnace as per her instructions, a warm smile graced her lips. Half an hour later, boom, Su Taiping stood on tiptoe, lifting the lid of the furnace. A wave of heat surged forth, transforming into a cloud of white mist that spread across the backyard. Sister Ling Yue, we have successfully produced 2 pills. Bathed in moonlight, Su Taiping's face lit up with joy as he discovered, nestled among a few clumps of black medicinal residue, 2 jade-red pills lying quietly within. 2 pills actually succeeded? Fairy Ling Yue was equally astonished. Although she seldom concocted such low-grade pills, her experience told her that, given the quality of the herbs Su Taiping had purchased, producing even 1 pill was commendable. It seems this young lad possesses a genuine talent for alchemy. While I cannot impart the secret techniques from within the sect to him for now, sharing some pill recipes should pose no issue. Moreover, if I wish to restore my own cultivation, I will also require the assistance of a pill master. She secretly resolved to cultivate Su Taiping in the direction of becoming an alchemist in the future. Sister Ling Yue, what's on your mind? Noticing Fairy Ling Yue lost in thought, Su Taiping called out to her gently. Oh, I was thinking that you could keep the remaining qi-gathering pill to deal with that tiger demon. Fairy Ling Yue glanced at the 2 qi-gathering pills in Su Taiping's hand. The qi-gathering pill can be used against the tiger demon? Su Taiping was somewhat taken aback. The qi-gathering pill can provide you with a vast amount of spiritual power in a short time. When it transforms into true energy, it is akin to having an additional dantian, allowing you to perform techniques that exceed your current realm, such as. At this point, Fairy Ling Yue gazed at the moon, striving to recall, before looking back at Su Taiping. For instance, you could use the ice breath technique, which is typically only accessible to those who have reached the peak of the opening door realm, in conjunction with your remnant glow technique. This ice breath technique allows one to exhale ice. Even with your current cultivation, if you use it alongside the qi gathering pill, you could freeze everything within a 10-zhang square in an instant. Even that tiger demon? Su Taiping asked excitedly. Although the ice breath technique isn't classified as a secret technique, in your cultivation world, it can still affect opponents who are a realm above you if they are caught unprepared, Fairy Ling Yue affirmed with a nod. Sister Ling Yue, once I break through to the opening door realm, you must teach me the ice breath technique. Su Taiping implored, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. If you're willing to learn, I am more than happy to teach you. Don't forget, we are partners in this endeavor, Fairy Ling Yue said, affectionately ruffling Su Taiping's hair and smiling faintly. The ice breath technique was somewhat considered a mysterious technique in her original cultivation world, mostly favored by wandering cultivators, as disciples of established sects often had better options. Moreover, given her sect's standing, she had no reason to worry about exposing her identity. A moment later, Su Taiping returned to his chamber, preparing to break through to the opening door realm. At this time, Fairy Ling Yue's remnant soul, was also present in the room. Little Taiping, relax a bit. You have 2 qi gathering pills. There is no reason you cannot break through to the opening door realm, Fairy Ling Yue said, noticing Su Taiping's tense demeanor and smiling to encourage him to ease up. Su Taiping nodded firmly, then closed his eyes and exhaled a long breath, releasing the stagnant energy within. Sister Lingyue, I am ready. He opened his eyes to look at Fairy Lingyue, then consume the qi gathering pill and proceed with the breakthrough. Fairy Lingyue instructed, nodding in agreement. Seeing Su Taiping's expression noticeably relax, she felt a sense of relief. Gulp. Without hesitation, Su Taiping swiftly swallowed a qi gathering pill. The pill melted upon entering his mouth, and he barely had time to register its flavor before a subtle fragrance began to diffuse throughout his body, escaping through his nostrils. Buzz! As Su Taiping began to channel the remnant glow technique, a humming sound echoed in his ears, and the medicinal effects of the qi gathering pill surged forth. Waves of potent spiritual energy swiftly transformed into true energy within his body, flooding his meridians like a rushing river and violently impacting his acupoints. Originally, several acupoints that required immense effort to open were now easily breached within mere breaths. The first step in breaking through to the opening door realm is to open all the acupoints, followed by channeling the remnant glow technique to draw in the heavenly spiritual energy, ultimately gathering it within the dantian and expanding it into a sea of qi. As Su Taiping diligently operated the remnant glow technique, he silently recalled the principles of breaking through the opening door realm that Zhang Jinjuan had imparted, contemplating how to transform his small dantian into a sea of qi. If he failed to achieve this step, he would forever remain a mere brute, skilled only in physical combat. Boom! With this thought in mind, Su Taiping resolutely channeled the true energy gathered from all his acupoints to launch his first assault on his small dantian. The remnant glow protective true energy expanded outward without warning. However, what followed was a piercing pain that felt as if his scalp was being torn off, far exceeding the agony he endured when immersed in the marrow-cleansing soup. Even someone as resilient as he eventually succumbed to the excruciating pain. The immense true energy he had gathered dissipated into clouds of smoke. Su Taiping, this is the price of cultivating with a mortal body. If you cannot endure this much suffering, I suggest you abandon the path now. Fairy Lingyue intentionally provoked Su Taiping. She was well aware of the torment he faced. If she understood that the way of heaven is cruel to those with mortal bones. Once you embark on the path of cultivation, a moment of slackness or fear could lead to suffering 100-fold greater than today. Thus, in her eyes, even if Su Taiping were to fail in his breakthrough, he must not yield to this pain. However, her concerns proved to be unnecessary. After failing on his first attempt to break through, Su Taiping immediately began a second try. He endured the lingering pain and continued to channel true energy from his acupoints, calm and proficient. To Fairy Lingyue, he appeared entirely unlike a mere child of his age. Chapter 36. The Descent of the Celestial Demon, a spell of annihilating flames enveloped the air. Yet, some matters cannot be endured through mere suffering or through efforts far exceeding those of ordinary individuals. The celestial path favors only those endowed with extraordinary gifts. Such is the case with Su Taiping at this moment. He had attempted 6 times, and despite enduring the excruciating pain, he still could not achieve a breakthrough. Even the nearby Fairy Lingyue began to harbor doubts. Can a mortal truly cultivate in this realm of cultivation? In her original realm, mortals could indeed rely on medicinal pills for their ascension, but now, this cultivation continent was not only barren in spiritual energy, but also governed by celestial laws far superior to those of her previous domain. A storm was brewing. Glancing at Su Taiping, whose body was drenched in sweat upon the bed, and then at the flashes of lightning outside the window, Fairy Lingyue's expression grew grave. At this moment, she felt a twinge of regret, regretting having given Su Taiping hope, regretting not having encountered this young lad during her prime. Conversely, Su Taiping did not dwell on such thoughts. Each failure did not dishearten him. After all, he had faced challenges this way throughout his life. finding food when hungry, picking himself up after a fall, and gathering herbs when ill. The potency of the gathering chi pill seemed to have diminished significantly. Once more, in a state of numbing pain, Su Taiping encouraged himself inwardly, then resolutely opened all his meridians and activated the remnants of the Scarlet Dawn technique. As he summoned his true energy to strike at the small dantian once again, the searing pain compelled him to emit a pained groan. Just as his consciousness began to blur, two resonant voices suddenly reverberated within his hard-s lake. No matter how clear the pond, it can only yield fish and turtles. Only the rivers and seas can nurture dragons. Thus, the first realm of cultivation is known as the opening of the door to the sea. Do you wish to remain as mere fish and turtles, or aspire to be a dragon in a vast ocean? Taiping, fight for the dignity of mortals. These voices echoed like thunder, harmonizing with the roiling storm outside. Grandfather, I refuse to accept this. Su Taiping, who had been with eyes closed in concentration, suddenly opened them wide and roared, his face contorted like a lion defending its territory. Fairy Lingwei was startled by this transformation. Initially, she thought that Su Taiping had erred in his cultivation and had fallen into madness, but her expression quickly shifted to one of surprise. With his eyes wide open, gazing upward as if confronting an unseen force, the remnants of the Scarlet Dawn energy encircling him began to swirl violently, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy like a vortex. Fairy Lingwei sensed that the spiritual energy from the mountains and forests for miles around was being devoured by Su Taiping's Scarlet Dawn technique. To connect with the spiritual energy using one's mind, this should only be possible after comprehending the second level of the Scarlet Dawn technique, right? But this young boy, how did he come to grasp it without ever having learned? Fairy Lingwei was astonished. While she had limited knowledge of the Scarlet Dawn technique, she understood that the second level typically taught one the art of connecting with the spiritual energy, just as Su Taiping was doing now. Could it be that he is relying on instinct, the instinct of cultivation? Is he truly the fabled possessor of a clear heart? A startling thought flashed through her mind. In her original realm of cultivation, gifted talents were as numerous as the stars, yet one with a clear heart might only emerge once in millennia. To grant a mere mortal such a heart, celestial path. How cruel, how sinister, how laughable. Fairy Lingwei could not help but curse inwardly. A clear heart is indeed a rare and enviable gift, one that many legendary techniques can only be passed down through. Yet, it is also the most likely to attract external demons, especially during breakthroughs. Typically, ordinary cultivators would only attract such demons after reaching higher realms, but those with a clear heart might summon them upon breaching the first level, risking possession and a fall into darkness. If Su Taiping had even slight potential, it would be one thing, but as a mere mortal, his path was fraught with peril. Now, with the backlash of possessing a clear heart, his journey could indeed be described as one of near certain death. If given the choice, Fairy Lingwei would prefer Su Taiping to be less gifted than to possess this clear heart. Boom! At this moment, the swirling Scarlet Dawn energy around Su Taiping suddenly retracted into his body, sending forth ripples of pure spiritual power that spread outward. Is he about to break through? Witnessing this scene, Fairy Lingwei furrowed her brow. Had she seen this earlier, she would have rejoiced at Su Taiping's impending breakthrough, but now, with the possibility of him possessing a clear heart, concern gripped her. Boom! Suddenly, waves of spiritual energy surged around Su Taiping once more. Above him, three distinct clouds of lead, gray, and white began to converge, a clear sign of an imminent breakthrough. There was no turning back. If external demons truly arrive, I shall have to invoke the last of the annihilating flame spell borrowed from the Buddhist sect. I can always sleep for several decades afterward. Fairy Lingwei silently positioned herself before Su Taiping, her delicate hands swiftly forming an intricate seal. Her eyes glowing with a mesmerizing light as she fixed her gaze upon the stormy window, coldly declaring, I, Chu Lingwei, will protect him. Even the demon sovereign shall not lay a finger upon him. Boom! At that moment, the thunder outside coincided with the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Su Taiping. and the entire world plunged into an eerie silence, the sounds of thunder, wind, and rain vanishing altogether. Su Taiping's breakthrough to the opening of the door realm could not possibly incite such phenomena. Only one entity could manifest such a presence: the external demons. Not even the barriers of a small sect like the Qingxian sect could completely prevent the descent of these demons, let alone the formidable barriers of the top sects in Chu Lingyue's original realm. They have truly come. A smirk crept across Chu Lingyue's lips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang! A chilling wind suddenly burst through the small courtyard's window, and a vast, dark hand slowly reached in from outside. This hand seemed to be formed of thick ink, absorbing the light from within the room as it entered. Before the external demons, the barriers of the Qingzhou residence were utterly useless. Chapter 37. The Retreat of the Heavenly Demon. The roar of the tiger in Qingfeng Gorge at this moment, Chu Lingyue let out a cold laugh. With that single sound, the black hand that was about to intrude suddenly froze. Following this, Chu Lingyue pointed her hand, which was forming seals, coldly at the enormous black hand and declared, "All that is received and continues perishes. Thus, it is called shadowless. It is called nirvana." As her words echoed, a terrifying aura of annihilation surged forth, reminiscent of the sudden stench of decay, crashing towards the black hand like a tidal wave. Boom! A silent explosion followed, causing the massive black hand, shrouded in swirling dark mist, to retract sharply, with sparks flickering at its fingertips. Choose between shadowless nirvana or retreat back to the demon realm. Chu Lingyue's voice was as frigid as ice. The black hand hesitated, curling into a fist, as if in deliberation. At that moment, the previously silent world was suddenly pierced by a dragon's roar, followed by an ancient voice bellowing in fury, "Which demon dares to trespass upon my Qingxian?" Upon hearing this, the black hand that had transformed from the extraterrestrial demon no longer hesitated, abruptly retracting through the window, as if it had never been there, vanishing into the outside. Thunder, wind, and rain returned to the realm all at once. The little black dragon guarding the entrance of Qingxian sect had sensed the extraterrestrial demon. I had underestimated it, though it seemed only to have sensed it without truly discovering its presence. The now translucent Chu Lingyue glanced towards the mountain gate of Qingxian sect, a faint smile gracing her lips as she turned back to Su Taiping, who was lost in a trance, murmuring, "However, today I owe my gratitude to it. Without its outcry, I would have had to resort to the Nirvana fire curse, and, if that were the case, I might not see the little one for at least 30 years. Though 30 years was but a fleeting moment for her. She had grown somewhat attached to the little one during their time together. Originally, she had intended to confront the tiger demon alongside the little one, but now it seemed a futile endeavor. She needed to return to the earth fruit and sleep. Otherwise, this fragment of a soul might encounter complications. Well, I shall leave a letter for the little one, informing him of the method of the ice respite technique. With the ice respite technique, combined with his innate comprehension, he will undoubtedly be able to deal with that tiger demon. As Chu Lingyue quietly murmured, she controlled a brush on the table with her spiritual sense, beginning to write on a sheet of white paper. This brush was one of the few items her current residual soul could still wield. Sister will sleep for at least a month, at most half a year. Little Taiping, take care of yourself. If you encounter anything intriguing, remember to tell me once I awaken. After completing the final line, Chu Lingyue's strength was entirely spent, dissipating into a wisp of smoke that floated out of the room, ultimately merging with the withered branches of the earth fruit buried in the medicinal garden. Meanwhile, Su Taiping had finally shattered the invisible barrier surrounding his dantian with the residual glow of true energy. He had successfully broken through to the opening door realm. Is this the Qi Si? The moment he broke through, Su Taiping gained the ability to introspect with a mere thought. He saw the Qi Si revealed after the wall of the dantian had been breached. His vision immersed in the Qi Si was akin to being enveloped in a hazy expanse, occasionally spotting clusters of true energy swirling about. Even from such a superficial observation, he could intuitively sense the stark difference between the Qi Si and the dantian. No wonder Taoist Zhang spoke of it so. No wonder the transmission jade slip stated that only upon reaching the opening door realm could one practice the Tao. The small Dantian could not accommodate the true energy required for the Tao. Filled with astonishment, Su Taiping sighed inwardly. Right? I must quickly share this good news with Sister Lingyue. He suddenly recalled Lingyue, who was still guarding by his bedside, and immediately collected his thoughts, reopening his eyes. Su Taiping was puzzled to find that Lingyue was not in the room. The window stood wide open, and a chilling aura that made his heart race pervaded the space, as if a dangerously ominous presence had just entered. Sister Lingyue? Increasingly uneasy, Su Taiping rolled off the bed and called out towards the door. Still, no one responded. Just as he contemplated checking the medicinal garden, his peripheral vision caught sight of a letter pressed under a weight on the table. He hurried over to pick it up and read. Little Taiping, by the time you see this letter, Sister has returned to the withered branches of the earth fruit to sleep. I have left this letter to inform you of a few matters. The elegant script that greeted Su Taiping's eyes was unmistakably that of Lingyue. However, as he continued reading, the joy that had surged within him upon breaking through swiftly dissipated. At the moment you broke through, you attracted the extraterrestrial demon, which is likely related to your spiritual aptitude. The extraterrestrial demon? Su Taiping had never imagined that a being he had only encountered in the legends of Qingxian sect would appear so close to him. Moments later, Su Taiping finished reading the letter. Although there were many things he still did not fully grasp, such as the concept of the illuminated Tao heart and the extraterrestrial demon, he understood clearly why Sister Lingyue had once again fallen into slumber, just as he believed he had achieved success in his breakthrough. Sister Lingyue had risked her existence to drive away that extraterrestrial demon. With this thought, he folded the letter, the joy and surprise in his eyes ebbing like the tide. He closed the window and solemnly placed the letter into the wooden box his grandfather had given him before sitting back down on the bed to meditate. The events of that night allowed the young Su Taiping to catch a glimpse of the perils inherent in the path of cultivation. Without Sister Lingyue, even if he had broken through to the opening door realm, he would likely have been devoured by the demon's soul. The road ahead is long. I cannot always rely on Sister Lingyue. Now that I have the qualifications for cultivation, I must work 100 times harder than other practitioners, striving diligently so that this mortal body may also tread the path to the heavens. Should the obstacle in my way be that demon tiger, I shall slay it. Should the hindrance be that heavenly demon, I shall vanquish it. Su Taiping silently resolved in his heart. Perhaps even Lingyue did not realize that his greatest reliance on the path of cultivation was not some illuminated Tao heart, but the indomitable will forged under his grandfather's guidance since childhood. On the same night, in the cave of the tiger demon within Qingfeng Gorge. Roar! The tiger demon stood atop the canyon, letting out a powerful roar that sent ripples of force across the mountains, causing the beasts within to prostrate in fear. My wounds have finally healed substantially. In another month, I shall be fully restored. The tiger demon grinned wickedly, stroking the long scar on its face, its eyes gleaming with ferocity as it gazed towards the red maple forest outside the cave. Mo June of the fifth peak, you wish for me to be your mount? You are unworthy. Once I am healed, should you dare to return to Qingfeng Gorge, I shall make you taste the flavor of the Shuo Feng tiger clan's secret treasure, the devouring cloud pearl. As it spoke, it suddenly reached into its mouth and retrieved a silvery white pearl. Boom! At the very moment the devouring cloud pearl appeared, a tempest suddenly erupted within the red maple forest outside the cave. Many maple trees, thick enough to be embraced by two people, were abruptly severed by the slicing winds. Observing the chaotic scene beyond the cave, the tiger demon, with a sense of satisfaction, swallowed the devouring cloud pearl once more. Subsequently, a smile faded from its visage as it directed its icy gaze towards the direction of the green bamboo abode, uttering coldly, "And you, little wretch of the green bamboo abode, should you dare to harm my specter, I shall transform you into a specter yourself, subjecting you to my torment for all eternity." Chapter 38. A month later, Lu Chun from the fifth peak comes knocking 1 month later at the Qingzhou residence. Su Taiping tore off a page from the calendar on the wall, revealing a new page, July 9th, a day suitable for receiving guests but not for traveling. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed since Sister Lingue fell into her slumber. He stretched lazily and murmured to himself. The demon tiger's injuries must have healed by now, he thought, and as the image of the tiger, which had been eyeing him menacingly, crossed his mind, Su Taiping's gaze sharpened. Having broken through to the opening door stage, the youthful innocence on his face had completely vanished, replaced by the sharpness of a cultivator. If he did not intentionally conceal it, even his slightest movements could impart an inexplicable sense of pressure upon ordinary people. I'm not afraid of it. Su Taiping clenched his fist, his eyes resolutely fixed on the window. Though only a month had elapsed, he had spent the entire duration in tireless cultivation. With his breakthrough, he could now fast for half a month without any harm to his body, and sit in meditation to substitute for sleep. This effectively doubled his training time, rendering those cultivators who could only practice for 3 to 4 hours a day utterly incomparable to him. During this period of arduous training, Su Taiping had nearly mastered the ice-breathing technique taught by Fairy Lingue. His previous martial skill, the Qianyo fist, had also seen significant improvement. Where he could once only execute a dozen strikes of the charging bull formation, he could now perform a complete set of 108 punches with considerable power. Additionally, he had acquired a 7-kill blade to supplement his inadequacies in mid-range attack power, and he was nearing mastery of it as well. Coupled with the flying sword he had obtained from the ghost, and the remaining qi gathering pill, Su Taiping now possessed adequate means for self-defense against the demon tiger. Knock! Knock knock! Just as Su Taiping was about to freshen up with some water, the gate of Qingzhou residence was suddenly rapped upon. The disciples of the fifth peak of Qingxian sect have matters to inquire about. A melodious voice rang from outside. The fifth peak disciples? Su Taiping's heart stirred. He recalled that Lu Qingmei's younger sister, as well as the one responsible for her demise, Lu Chun, were both disciples of the fifth peak. May I ask if the resident of Qingzhou is present? The girl inquired again. Here. Bang. Su Taiping had nearly reached the front courtyard when the gate was forcefully kicked open. The barrier of Qingzhou residents only repelled demons, not humans. An outer sect cultivator had no need to be so courteous. After the door was kicked open, a tall and handsome youth swaggered in, cursing under his breath. Well, isn't this a surprise? Upon seeing Su Taiping standing in the center of the courtyard, the youth raised his chin slightly and glared at him with an air of arrogance. Su Taiping remained silent, merely observing the youth. He was not intimidated by the powerful aura emanating from the youth. Rather, he recognized his face. Indeed, this was Lu Chun, the disciple of the fifth peak who had caused Lu Qingmei's death. Speak up. Why the silence? Are you up to something unspeakable? Seeing Su Taiping's silence, Lu Chun sneered and turned the accusation back on him. According to the rules of Qingxian sect, intruding into another residence could result in immediate expulsion for outer sect disciples, while inner sect disciples would receive a reprimand, facing house arrest for 3 months. Su Taiping's eyes flashed with disdain for Lu Chun, but he soon regained his composure and met his gaze calmly. Do you dare to threaten me? You, an unregistered outer sect disciple, dare to threaten me? Lu Chun? Lu Chun scoffed, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. If you do not withdraw from my courtyard, I will report this matter immediately. Su Taiping produced a communication talisman, which had been sent by the Liwen Hall to curry favor with Uncle Gio after a recent meal. You dare. Although Lu Chun remained defiant, his flickering eyes revealed that he was wary of the rules of Qingxian sect. The reason Su Taiping was unafraid of Lu Chun stemmed from his knowledge of the sect's strict regulations, especially concerning inner disciples. Repeated infractions could lead to expulsion from the 5 peaks. Senior Lu. At that moment, the girl beside Lu Chun tugged at him, then turned to Su Taiping with an apologetic expression, saying, Please do not be angry, young friend. Senior Lu is merely a bit impatient and means no harm. Su Taiping glanced at Lu Chen's icy demeanor, and then at the strikingly beautiful girl, quietly putting away the communication talisman. Seeing Su Taiping's expression soften, the girl's face brightened, and she continued, I will fully compensate for the damage to the gate, but before that, I have a question for you, young friend. What do you wish to ask? Su Taiping replied calmly, meeting her gaze. I would like to inquire if you have seen a woman resembling me in this vicinity over the past 6 months. She is slightly taller and has longer hair than I do. As she spoke, the girl gestured earnestly, attempting to describe the woman she was searching for. She likely looks something like this. Have you seen her, young friend? After finishing her description, the girl looked at Su Taiping with a gaze full of urgency. Meanwhile, Lu Chan remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on Su Taiping, seemingly more concerned about his response than the girl was. In the past 6 months, I did encounter a woman, Su Taiping began, casually glancing at Lu Chan beside the girl. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes immediately glinted with malice, and his hand instinctively rested upon the hilt of his sword. Chapter 39. The Rise of Malevolence. The young girl, known as Lu Zijing, was truly astonished. Her face radiated joy as Su Taiping paused for a moment, then looked at her with a regretful expression, saying, however, the woman I encountered was at least 40 years of age. Upon hearing this, the girl's excitement swiftly transformed into disappointment, while a flicker of relief crossed Lu Chen's countenance. Su Taiping observed the shifting emotions on their faces keenly. You rascal! How dare you jest with my junior sister? Just wait and see. Lu Chen was about to reprimand Su Taiping once more, but the young girl intervened again. Thank you, young friend, for your information. Here are 30 merit coins. Please accept them as a fee for your assistance in the sect. The girl, a bit dejected, tossed a small pouch to Su Taiping. 30 merit coins should be more than sufficient to repair your dilapidated door. You should be secretly pleased, no? Lu Chen glared at Su Taiping menacingly. Let us go, senior brother. You mustn't trouble this young friend any further, the girl urged Lu Chen, her expression still tinged with disappointment. Since you've spoken, junior sister, I shall let this matter slide. Do not be disheartened. If we cannot find her here, we shall venture to Qingfeng Gorge. Lu Chen replied with a broad smile directed at the girl. Very well, that seems to be the only option, the girl nodded, turning to leave. Wait, Su Taiping suddenly called out to her. What is it, young friend? The girl turned back, her brow furrowed in confusion. What is your name, elder sister? Su Taiping inquired. How dare you ask for my junior sister's name? Lu Chen's eyes glinted with hostility. If I encounter the woman you mentioned, I shall inform her that you came seeking her. Su Taiping responded earnestly. My surname is Lu, and my name is Zijing. If you truly meet my elder sister, please tell her that Zijing has been searching for her. No matter what trouble she faces, she needn't fear, for Zijing will always be there for her. The girl's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly requested Su Taiping. Very well, Su Taiping nodded. Should I encounter her, I will convey your message verbatim. Thank you. Lu Zijing clasped her hands in gratitude and bowed solemnly to Su Taiping. Come, junior sister. Our senior brother and several others from the Six Peaks await us near Qingfeng Gorge. If we delay, we might incur his wrath. Lu Chen shot Su Taiping a disdainful glance before urging Lu Zijing onward. Yes, let us depart, senior brother, Lu Zijing agreed, and together they left the bamboo cottage. Once the two had departed, Su Taiping exhaled a long breath, seemingly calm and composed, but internally he still felt a twinge of anxiety. After gauging Lu Chen's reaction, he was certain that had he revealed even the slightest hint of familiarity with Lu Qingmei or any intention to inform Lu Zijing of certain matters, Lu Chen would have taken action against him. Although Su Taiping was unaware of Lu Chen's exact cultivation level, he could clearly sense the formidable energy fluctuations emanating from him since his breakthrough into the oceanic realm. In a direct confrontation, what are my chances of victory? 40%? No, perhaps less than 20, Su Taiping mused inwardly. The pressure Lu Chen exerted was far greater than that of the specter he had faced, should a confrontation arise. He doubted he would even have the opportunity to strike back. Thus, in such circumstances, it was evidently unwise to hand over the seeking dust incense to Lu Zijing. However, through observing the reactions of both Lu Chen and Lu Zijing, Su Taiping had indirectly reaffirmed a crucial truth. What Lu Qingmei had said was indeed not unfounded. The visions within the seeking dust incense were real, and she had indeed fallen victim to Lu Chen. Su Taiping stepped forward to the courtyard gate, contemplating a strategy to deliver the seeking dust incense to Lu Zijing without Lu Chen's presence. enabling her to see Lu Chen's true nature. Yet, the relationship between the two did not seem particularly close, indicating that Lu Zijing had not been swayed by Lu Chen's flowery words. Gazing in the direction Lu Zijing and Lu Chen had departed, Su Taiping murmured to himself. They mentioned heading to Qingfeng Gorge. Could they be investigating the tiger demon? Suddenly, a realization struck him as he recalled their conversation. The most fearsome creature in this area was indeed the tiger demon, and it was only logical for Lu Zijing to attribute her sister's disappearance to it. If I arrive at Qingfeng Gorge first, I might have the chance to connect with Lu Zijing. However, this would require braving the potential danger of encountering the tiger demon. He began to weigh the risks of proceeding to Qingfeng Gorge in his mind. Su Taiping had indeed promised Lu Qingmei to deliver the seeking dust incense to Lu Zijing. But this was contingent upon ensuring his own safety. Boom! Just then, a massive white-headed eagle descended at the entrance of the bamboo cottage. Su Taiping of Bamboo Cottage. This is your purchase, totaling 20 merit coins, plus an additional coin to be paid. The eagle tossed a package into the air, which landed perfectly before Su Taiping. The voice of the white-headed eagle was notably youthful, suggesting it was quite young. Thank you for your service, Su Taiping said, catching the package and retrieving a pouch of coins he had prepared in advance, tossing it to the eagle. The package contained over 100 arrows, a set of leather armor suitable for mountainous terrains, and various other mundane supplies. These items were typically procured every 3 months. As Su Taiping prepared to return indoors, he noticed that the young eagle lingered after receiving the merit coin, observing him intently. Is there something else, Brother Eagle? Su Taiping inquired with curiosity. I heard my father say that your roasted yellow goat legs are exceptionally delicious. Have you roasted any today? The eagle asked directly. Your father? Is your father not Uncle Baihong? Su Taiping scrutinized the young eagle, suddenly recognizing the resemblance it bore to Baihong. Indeed, Baihong is my father. My name is Baiyu. Recently, I have often heard my father speak of you. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were his son. Baiyu replied with a hint of jealousy. Su Taiping chuckled awkwardly at this. Brother Baiyu, I haven't had the chance to hunt any yellow goats lately. But when I do, I shall certainly invite you for a feast. Why wait? It's just a yellow goat. I have nothing to do today. I shall go hunt one for you now. Just wait here, Baiyu proclaimed proudly. Very well, Brother Baiyu, wait a moment. Su Taiping was about to agree, eager to prepare a meal for Uncle Bai's child. However, just as the words left his mouth, a sudden thought struck him. What, are you backing out? Baiyu's tone expressed disappointment. No, Su Taiping quickly waved his hands, then explained, Brother Baiyu. What you may not realize is that creating the most delectable roasted yellow goat leg depends more on selecting the finest goat meat than on the roasting technique itself. Therefore, I wish to accompany you to choose the meat myself. Chapter 40. Qingfeng Gorge. The brothers ambushed the demon tiger. Your assertion bears a certain truth, White Feather conceded, tempering the displeasure in her gaze with a nod of agreement. However, if I were to take you along, I would require 10 merit coins from you. Do not misconstrue this as me being miserly. It is merely the regulations of the Qingxian sect. When spiritual birds carry passengers, it is imperative to collect merit coins, failing which one would incur a vow of punishment. She then turned her attention to Su Taiping. Not an issue. I possess merit coins. Su Taiping replied with a smile, raising the pouch of merit coins he had just received from Lu Zijing. Then prepare swiftly. I shall accompany you, and we shall hunt several beasts together. With Su Taiping's readiness, White Feather's tone shifted from its previous haughtiness to one of increased familiarity. Excellent. Su Taiping note that Vigo du Xin. By the way, where do you intend to hunt for the yellow sheep? As Su Taiping was about to head back to his quarters, White Feather suddenly inquired. Qingfeng Gorge. Su Taiping responded, turning back. Qingfeng Gorge? That is at least 400 miles from here. Why venture so far? White Feather tilted her head, her large eyes filled with confusion. Because the yellow sheep in Qingfeng Gorge are the most delectable, Su Taiping answered with a grin. Upon hearing this, the confusion in White Feather's gaze evaporated, replaced by excitement. Then let us go to Qingfeng Gorge. At Qingfeng Gorge, on the White Horse Slope, Lu Chun, Zijing, why have you been gone for so long? A young man clad in the robes of the Qingxian sect glared at Lu Chun and Zijing as they dismounted. This young man, Imo Jun, the eldest disciple of the fifth peak, possessed a long face and narrow eyes, his tall and slender frame exuding an air of coldness. "My apologies, senior brother. Lu Chun began, only to be interrupted. Senior brother, Zijing's horse was feeling unwell, which delayed us. Lu Chen Lit. Is that so? Mo Jun's icy gaze bore into Lu Zijing. Indeed, senior brother, Lu Zijing replied, though she felt no need to fabricate a story about searching for her sister. Since Lu Chun had said so, she refrained from exposing the lie. Mo Jun, since both junior brothers have arrived, let's set off. A girl riding a spirit horse called out from a distance. She was accompanied by a girl in white, riding a white spirit horse. Though both wore veils, their beauty was undeniable. Senior brother, who are these two? Lu Chen asked, almost mesmerized. These are senior sister Xian from the sixth peak and her newly admitted junior sister Wuyin. We happened upon them on their way to Qingfeng Gorge for training. The demon tiger is easy to slay, but capturing it alive as a mount is a different matter. So, I invited her to accompany me. Mo Jun explained as he mounted his horse, maintaining his stern demeanor. With senior sister Xian's assistance, you will surely be able to capture the demon tiger as your mount. Lu Chun flattered eagerly. Mo Jun shot him a cold glance before turning his gaze to Lu Zijing. Zijing, once we reach Qingfeng Gorge, you and junior sister Wuyin may observe from the side. There is no need for you to intervene in the hunt for the tiger demon. Senior brother, could I? Lu Zijing began, wishing to ask Mo Jun if he could inquire about her sister with the tiger demon, but her words were interrupted by Lu Chun. Please listen to senior brother. We will discuss everything after we capture the tiger demon, Lu Chun urged. Lu Zijing finally nodded in agreement. Then let us depart together to Qingfeng Gorge. With that, Mo Jun uttered a brief command, squeezing his legs against the horse's sides, propelling himself forward like the wind. The horses beneath them, all spirit steeds, galloped swiftly through the mountains, and in no time, they arrived at the eternally shadowed Qingfeng Gorge. At Qingfeng Gorge, in the red maple forest, the tiger demon's lair lies deep within this maple grove. Senior sister Xian and I will conceal ourselves. Lu Chun, once I signal, you must lure the tiger demon to our ambush. Mo Jun instructed Lu Chun with a serious expression amidst the crimson foliage. And what about me? Lu Zijing asked, her tone tinged with urgency. She was eager to see if her sister had been captured by the tiger demon. Zijing, you and junior sister Wuyin must stay here and not wander off. When we draw out the tiger demon, you two may decide to assist as necessary. Mo Jun replied sternly, his gaze fixed on Lu Zijing. Zijing, please take care of Wuyin. She has only been in the sect for half a year. And this is her first encounter with a demon beast, senior sister Xian added earnestly, bringing Wuyin over to Lu Zijing. Wuyin greets senior sister Zijing, the girl. Her expression indifferent, offered a formal greeting. Rest assured, senior sister Xian, I will look after Wuyin. Lu Zijing finally set aside her desire to join Lu Chun in luring the tiger demon, taking Wuyin's hand and standing side by side. Just then, a gust of mountain wind swept through, lifting Wuyin's veil and revealing her nearly flawless visage. Not only Lu Chun, but even Lu Zijing was momentarily taken aback. Wuyin seemed accustomed to the gazes around her, silently lifting her head to peer through the gaps in the branches above, fixating on a giant eagle soaring in the sky. Above Qingfeng Gorge. At this moment, Su Taiping held on to White Feather's neck as they soared high above, gazing down at the forest below. Su Taiping, there are only a few disciples of the Qingxian sect down there. Where are the yellow sheep? White Feather remarked, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction as she surveyed the view beneath them. Can you discern the situation in the forest below? Su Taiping asked, astonished as he turned to White Feather. He had just peered down for quite some time, only to catch a glimpse of a few figures. A feat made possible by his recent breakthrough into the sea realm, which had enhanced his vision. Of course, White Feather replied, pride swelling within her at Su Taiping's astonishment. The vision of the white-headed eagle clan is indeed remarkable, Su Taiping remarked in admiration. Our clan sight is among the best among spiritual beasts. Not only can we see several individuals clearly, but even a few ants are visible to us, White Feather boasted, momentarily setting aside the pursuit of yellow sheep. White Feather, Could you assist me in identifying whether one of those disciples below is a girl in a green dress? Su Taiping Inquit Ili. Indeed, there is a girl in green attire, white feather confirmed, her spirits lifted by Su Taiping's praise. However, the girl next to her appears even more beautiful. She added with a hint of intrigue. Chapter 41. The Red Maple Forest. Su Taiping observes from afar. Just keep an eye on that girl in green. Su Taiping said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. All right, Bai nodded. The woman in green was currently standing with a girl dressed in white, while others dispersed deeper into the Red Maple Forest, presumably preparing to hunt a beast. In an attempt to showcase his extraordinary eyesight, Bai elaborated on the scene below, which was precisely the information Su Taiping sought. Su Taiping mused to himself. So, Sister Zijing truly has come to Qingfeng Gorge. They must be hunting that tiger demon. Hey, Su Taiping, how did you know there was a girl in green down there? Bai suddenly questioned. Oh, she's an elder sister I met outside the mountain. She mentioned she would come to Qingfeng Gorge for a hunt, Su Taiping replied, maintaining his composure despite the slip. Oh, so your claim of searching for the yellow sheep was just a ruse to see that girl in green? Bai's interest was piqued rather than angered by the revelation. Brother Bai, to be honest, the search for the yellow sheep is true, and so is the desire to see this elder sister. Su Taiping decided to be forthright. Could it be that you have a liking for that girl in green? Bai teased with a sly grin. What? Su Taiping was taken aback by Bai's sudden implication. How far have you two gone? Have you held hands? Have you kissed? Or have you? Hee. Before Su Taiping could formulate a response, Bai bombarded him with more embarrassing questions. Brother Bai, I assure you, Sister Zijing and I are merely friends. Su Taiping stammered. Friends? Isn't it typical for men to desire women for hand-holding and kissing? Bai remarked, astonished. Su Taiping felt a flush of embarrassment. Who taught him such things? Uncle Bai? Impossible. Just as Su Taiping was at a loss for words, a deafening roar of a tiger echoed from the forest below, sending chills down his spine despite the distance. Oh, so the target of their hunt is that tiger known for keeping wraiths, Bai quipped, unfazed by the roar. Brother Bai, you know this demon tiger? Su Taiping inquired with curiosity. I've heard my father mention it before. Back then, the Shuo Feng tiger was not yet a threat, and the West Wind Pavilion ignored it. Now, they lack the ability to intervene and can only send disciples down from the mountain to hunt it. However, it is exceptionally cunning and has several wraiths at its command, allowing it to roam freely until now, Bai explained nonchalantly. Then turned to Su Taiping with a wary look. You're not asking me to help your little crush, are you? Who said she's my little crush? Su Taiping gasped, nearly tumbling off Bai's back. I must inform you that the spiritual creatures in Yunlu Mountain have established soul contracts with the Qingxian sect. They cannot interfere in disputes unless their safety is threatened, and they have the sect's permission, even to assist the disciples of Qingxian sect, Bai continued, oblivious to Su Taiping's fluster. Brother Bai, I'm not asking for your assistance. I'm merely concerned for Sister Zijing and wish for you to observe the battle below. Su Taiping replied earnestly. That is acceptable, but I cannot assist you for free. Bai pondered briefly before nodding. I can offer you 10 merit coins. Su Taiping generously proposed. I don't want merit coins. Bai shook his head, a mischievous glint in his eyes. But you must tell me what it's like after you kiss that girl in green, sweet or fragrant. In the Red Maple Forest, a sudden tiger roar resonated, and a fierce wind swept through, sending leaves swirling. Not you, let us hide, Lu Zijing urged, grasping Lin Buyu's arm. She stepped on a fallen leaf, gracefully leaping to the top of a massive maple tree, where they became nearly undetectable. From their elevated vantage point, Lu Zijing and Lin Buyu spotted the tiger demon engaging with Lu Chun, who was luring the beast deeper into the woods, primarily tasked with drawing the enemy. Lu Chun mostly retreated while evading and harassing the tiger and its wraiths. As Lu Chun lured the wraiths and the tiger to a predetermined location, he suddenly drew his sword, spinning gracefully and slashing at the wraiths. With a metallic clang, the sword unleashed a wave of condensed sword energy, striking the wraiths with a force that sent them flying, leaving deep wounds in their wake. Unlike ordinary blade injuries, these sword wounds not only damaged the body, but also affected the wraith's ethereal souls. The wraiths writhed in agony on the ground. No wonder my senior sister said that sword cultivators can cut through anything, Lin Buyu murmured, her expression unchanged. Indeed, sword cultivators possess unparalleled lethality, but their training is exceedingly rigorous. One must carve through the icy peaks and condense their true energy into pure sword energy. Talents like Brother Lu are rare. Lu Zijing nodded in agreement. Lin Biyu remained silent, her gaze steady and unwavering as she observed the unfolding confrontation. Little did Lu Zijing know, within Lin Biyu's sleeve was a strand of sword energy, coiling like a serpent around her wrist. At that moment, the enormous tiger leapt forth, its massive body toppling a swath of maple trees as it unleashed a claw strike toward Lu Chun with 3 sharp, cutting winds trailing behind. Chapter 42. The Frostwind Pearl. The Tiger Demon's deception clang. In a moment of peril, Lu Chun urged the flying sword in his hand, merging his form with the spiritual blade, transforming into a streak of flowing light that narrowly evaded the Tiger Demon's claw. Bang! The Tiger Demon's paw struck the ground, instantly carving 3 deep gashes, each 100 meters long, into the earth, while nearby maple trees toppled like dominoes. The union of man and sword. The most formidable move of a sword cultivator unable to ride the sword, delivering unmatched speed and power. Boom! As Lu Chen's feet touched the ground, the Tiger Demon's lengthy tail swept toward him like a scythe. Yet this time, Lu Chun did not evade. Instead, he smirked, allowing the tail to sweep toward him. Clang! Just as the tiger's tail threatened to slice Lu Chun in half, a beam of sword light pierced through the air from 100 feet away in the western maple grove, nailing the robust tail to the ground. Roar! Enraged, the tiger demon opened its massive jaws and roared toward the direction from which the flying sword came, unleashing a spiraling gale that shot forth like a cannonball. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the gale emitted from the tiger demon tore a massive gash in the western grove, where a figure enveloped in swirling protective sword energy could be seen charging toward the tiger demon. Indeed, it is Yu Mo Jun. With its tail pinned, the tiger demon glared at the figure rushing from the west, letting out a furious roar, then exhaling another blast of gale-like energy. Bang! The razor-sharp winds collided violently with Mo Jun, momentarily halting his advance as he braced against the force. Demon, receive your grandfather's sword. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, who had remained still, suddenly surged with overwhelming energy, merging once more with his sword aura, transforming into a luminous sword light accompanied by a torrent of sword shadows, descending upon the tiger demon like a torrential rain. Shocked, Lu Zijing exclaimed, "Brother, you have already mastered the storm style of the split sky sword technique?" Roar! In the midst of their conversation, the tiger demon suddenly widened its mouth, emitting a furious roar as it gathered its demonic power into a swirling tempest within its jaws, then unleashed it against the oncoming sword rain. Boom! Amidst the deafening sound, Lu Zijing was astounded to witness Lu Chun's torrential sword rain being completely wiped away by the tiger demon's gust, sending Lu Chun himself hurtling backward. This tiger demon's strength is indeed on par with Brother Mo Jun. Lu Zijing could hardly believe her eyes. Beside her, Lin Buyu furrowed her brow, her gaze revealing the first hints of caution. However, she soon relaxed, lifting her eyes to the eastern sky. There, unnoticed by everyone, a figure descended like a leaf, silently drifting down. This figure was none other than the hidden fairy Xian. Die for me. Unaware of the impending danger, the tiger demon leaped into the air, aiming to swallow Lu Chun whole. Boom! Just as the distance between the tiger demon and Lu Chun dwindled to mere yards, the previously undetectable fairy Xian erupted with a fierce aura resembling blazing flames. Burning gold finger. With a sharp command from fairy Xian, the fiery energy coalesced at her outstretched finger aimed at the tiger demon. Instantly, her fingertip glowed red like a hot iron, radiating powerful waves of spiritual energy. You shameless scoundrel! The tiger demon sensed the impending threat above, but all it could do was let out an enraged roar, unable to take any further action. Bang! As the tiger's roar echoed, Xian's fiery fingertip struck forcefully against its forehead. Boom! At the moment of contact, pure fire energy erupted like molten lava from a volcanic vent, enveloping the tiger demon and exploding with a deafening blast. Roar! As the tiger demon crashed to the ground, its body engulfed in roaring flames, it let out a series of anguished howls. Imo-jun beheaded. Even at this critical juncture, Fairy Xian remained vigilant, recuperating her energy while calling out to Imo-jun, who was charging toward her. Woofing! Upon hearing her, Imo-jun swiftly summoned the sword lodged in the tiger demon's tail. Clang! With a metallic resonance, the sword named Woofing flew into Imo-jun's grasp. Mountain-cleaving style, with Woofing in hand, Imo-jun stepped onto a fallen maple leaf, channeling an overwhelming force as he swung the sword down upon the tiger demon's head. Boom! In an instant, the sword energy surged through the maple grove. Imo-jun and Woofing fused into one, transforming into a terrifying sword shadow over 10 feet long, descending upon the tiger demon's head with ferocity. Ha ha! You have fallen for my trap. At that moment, the previously tormented tiger demon suddenly raised its head, laughing maniacally. As it spoke, a crystal-like pearl was expelled from its mouth. Boom! In an instant, the flames surrounding the tiger demon were drawn toward the pearl, swirling around it like fiery winds, hurtling toward Imo-jun and Fairy Xian. Bang! With a tremendous crash, Imo-jun's sword energy shattered, and his body was slashed by the fierce winds from the demonic pearl, leaving dozens of wounds, even with his protective robe. Boom! Fairy Xian reacted immediately, transforming her fingers into a palm mid-air, striking the demonic pearl with her palm force to halt its advance. Frostwind rise! Almost simultaneously, the tiger demon roared again, releasing an even more ferocious gale from the pearl. Rumbling, in a heartbeat, Imo-jun and Xian were swept up in a colossal whirlwind, dragging numerous trees and boulders from the maple grove along with them. Had Lu Zijing and Lin Biyu not been at a distance, they too would have been caught in the tempest. Biyu, return to the sect with Zijing and fetch reinforcements. This demonic pearl cannot harm me, but it can ensnare me. Just as both prepared to rescue Fairy Xian and Imo-jun, her voice unexpectedly resonated in their minds, clearly transmitted through their souls. Go! Though Lu Zijing hesitated, Lin Biyu had already made up her mind, seizing Lu Zijing's hand as she prepared to leap from the tree. Sister, save me. At that moment, a voice calling for help suddenly echoed from behind them. Turning, they saw Lu Chun, battered and pursued by the tiger demon, rushing toward them. How did this person attract the tiger demon? Lin Biyu frowned. Chapter 43. Perilous Situations, Silent Despair, Third Senior Brother. Without hesitation, Lu Ziqin turned and leaped towards Lu Chun, brandishing her sword to strike at the demonic tiger. Unaware of Lu Chen's true identity, she could not abandon her senior brother. With a swift motion, Lu Ziqin's powerful strike forced the tiger's claws, aimed at Lu Chun, to retract. Senior brother, let us return to the sect to seek help. Junior sister, hold off the tiger for a moment. I shall fetch aid. Just as Lu Ziqin attempted to escape with Lu Chun, she was unexpectedly pushed back by him. Senior brother Lu, staring in disbelief as Lu Chun, propelled by her push, soared away with his spiritual sword. Lu Ziqin found herself on the ground in shock. Boom! Before she could rise, the tiger demon had already pursued her, its claw descending menacingly. In a moment of desperation, Lu Ziqin tossed a golden bell talisman and activated it with her spiritual energy. As the tiger's claw threatened to tear her apart, a luminous barrier shaped like a great bell erupted from within her, enveloping her entirely, absorbing the tiger's ferocious blow with a resounding clang. In haste, Lu Ziqin recited the incantation for her movement technique, dashing swiftly towards the forest's edge. Do you think a mere golden bell talisman can hinder me? The tiger demon laughed maniacally, inhaling deeply before unleashing a roar that sent a torrent of slicing winds towards Lu Ziqin. Boom, boom, boom. The razor-sharp gales battered against the golden bell shield, forcing Lu Ziqin to halt in order to withstand the onslaught. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she noticed cracks forming in the talisman's protective barrier. She found herself trapped, unable to advance or retreat. Rumbling thunder suddenly erupted through the forest. Lu Ziqin looked up to see a talisman glowing with purple-gold light hovering ominously above the treetops, the source of the thunderous sound. The 5 Thunder Talisman? The Tiger Demon, too, had spotted the talisman, momentarily stunned before leaping to evade the impending strike of lightning. Boom! However, its reaction was a fraction too slow. The already injured tail was struck by a bolt from the sky, charred to a crisp, leaving the creature paralyzed and unable to move. Despite summoning all its demonic power, it remained immobile. Roar! In agony and fury, the tiger demon bellowed towards a figure perched on a branch above. Neither of you will escape. Today, you shall both become my feast. It had spotted the one who cast the 5 Thunder Talisman. Indeed, it was Lin Buyu, who had yet to descend from the tree. Go! Lin Buyu leaped down, grasping Lu Ziqin's hand, and they began to flee together. Thank you, junior sister. Lu Ziqin, relieved to be alive, kept pace with Lin Buyu while expressing her gratitude. Boom! Yet, they had underestimated the tiger demon's strength. Before they could escape the grove, it had already intercepted their path. I shall see where you two think you can run. The tiger demon grinned malevolently at them. Monster, do you dare harm the disciples of Qingshin's sect? Do you not fear being hunted down? Lu Ziqin positioned her sword protectively in front of Lin Buyu. At this point, do you believe I have any escape route left? Rather than wait to be besieged, I would prefer to consume both of you and enhance my power. At this, the tiger demon chuckled wickedly. To be frank, I am but a step away from breaking through to the Demon King realm, becoming a true royal demon beast. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziqin's brow furrowed deeply. A royal demon beast possesses power and abilities comparable to those of cultivators at the peak of the Void Realm. Even those who have merely achieved minor success in that realm might struggle to contend with it. Your scents are quite appealing, especially that of the young lady behind you. The tiger demon inhaled deeply, its gaze greedily fixated on Lin Buyu, who was shielded by Lu Ziqin. A disciple capable of wielding a 5 Thunder Talisman must be highly valued by the sect and possess exceptional talent, perhaps even the rare golden spirit bone. Consuming you would not only elevate me to royal status, but might even awaken a latent bloodline power. As it spoke, the tiger demon prowled slowly before them, a low growl rumbling in its throat, ready to pounce. Junior sister Buyu, I will hold it off. Do not concern yourself with me. Find a way to escape. Lu Ziqin secretly circulated her inner energy while conveying this message to Lin Buyu. Disciples like Lin Buyu, possessing golden spirit bones, were surely given means to flee by their sect, prompting Lu Ziqin's words. Lin Buyu remained silent, neither affirming nor denying her intentions. Boom! Just then, the tiger demon inhaled once more and unleashed another torrent towards Lu Ziqin and Lin Buyu. Swish! Almost simultaneously, Lu Ziqin drew her sword, channeling her energy into a wave of sword chi that surged towards the tiger demon. Bang! With a deafening crash, the wind vortex released by the tiger demon was cleaved apart by Lu Ziqin's strike. Boom! However, Lu Ziqin was unprepared for the tiger demon's severed tail, which suddenly swept towards her from the side. Despair washed over her when a slender figure appeared at her side, holding a golden talisman. Who else could it be but Lin Buyu? Clang! As the metallic resonance echoed, the talisman in Lin Buyu's hand transformed into a golden flying sword, slicing towards the tiger's tail. Swish! With a sound of splitting air, the tail fell as the golden flying sword aimed directly for the tiger demon's head. Boom! But at that moment, a beautiful crystal orb appeared before the tiger demon, which bore a triumphant grin. Bang! A thunderous clash erupted as the golden sword was shattered by the fierce winds unleashed from the crystal orb. Boom! Before Lu Ziqin and Lin Buyu could react, they found themselves enveloped within a swirling barrier of wind, trapped alongside the tiger demon. From above, it appeared as if they were encircled within a cyclone of air. Did you not expect this? I could still unleash my storm pearl once more. The tiger demon swallowed the crystal orb and approached the two. A smug expression plastered across its face. Chapter 44. The boy who descended with a bang. The tiger demon did not immediately employ the Frostwind Pearl, not out of disdain for the two, but rather to ascertain whether they possessed any hidden tricks. Bang! Lu Ziqin struck the wind barrier with her sword. Yet despite channeling her true energy, the blow was repelled, leaving her with a numbed hand. Futile. My Frostwind Pearl has conjured a wind barrier that even the mightiest cultivator from the mystic realm would struggle to breach. No one can come to your aid. The tiger demon sneered at Lu Zijing with contempt, already regarding the two as mere prey. I am sorry, senior sister Buyu. It is my fault that you are in this predicament. Lu Zijing, filled with guilt, raised her long sword, seemingly preparing to engage the demon in a fight to the death. Lin Biyu, usually calm and composed, now displayed a hint of panic on her face. No one can remain unruffled in the face of death. Roar! At that moment, the tiger demon lost its patience and lunged at them with a fierce roar. Sanglong! Boom! Within the confines of the compact wind barrier, the two had no means of retreat and could only confront the beast head-on. One wielding a sword and the other striking with her palm, they both attacked the tiger demon simultaneously. Bang! However, facing the full might of the tiger demon, they were swiftly sent flying after only a few exchanges. The tiger demon possessed a dual advantage in both cultivation and physique. Engaging it directly offered no hope of victory. Hiss! The tiger demon then raised its head and inhaled sharply, unleashing a tremendous suction that pulled Lu Zijing and Lin Buyu from the ground. Whoosh! Despite their desperate resistance, they could not withstand the force and were lifted high into the air, seemingly destined to be devoured by the tiger demon. Boom! Just then, a piercing sound echoed through the maple forest. Out of the corner of their eyes, Lu Zijing and Lin Biyu saw a lean figure clad in simple leather armor, masked and descending through the swirling maple leaves, aiming straight for the tiger demon's head. Bang! Amidst the thunderous impact, Lin Buyu, with eyes wide in astonishment, beheld a masked youth vigorously pounding his fists upon the head of the tiger demon. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists striking the demon's skull resonated like the drumbeats of battle, intense, rapid, and powerful, as if it would never cease, rendering the tiger demon utterly unable to lift its head. This appears to be the signature technique of the Green Ox Fist, charging Ox Breakthrough. Lu Zijing, having landed back on the ground, gazed in disbelief at the youth who was seated upon the tiger's back, relentlessly pounding its head. She recognized his martial art, but was even more astonished because, in her memory, the Green Ox Fist was merely a common martial technique, one that could not possibly possess such devastating power. Could it truly be the Green Ox Fist? Feeling the tremors beneath her and witnessing the ethereal silhouette of the green ox coalescing around Su Taiping, she couldn't help but murmur to herself again. Bang! At this moment, the youth, having cracked his fist, delivered another heavy blow, but did not raise it as swiftly as before. Oh no! The charging ox breakthrough consists of only 108 strikes. Lu Zijing's heart raced, and she shouted, "Young man, the tiger demon is about to counterattack." As she spoke, she began to channel her true energy, preparing to assist. Roar! Almost simultaneously with Lu Zijing's warning, the tiger demon let out a furious roar and violently tossed the boy into the air. Bang! Just then, Lin Buyu appeared before the tiger demon, her palms thrusting forward as she called out in her somewhat youthful voice, "Thunderous Palm." Instantly, dozens of palm shadows, crackling with arcs of electricity, surged forth and struck heavily against the tiger demon's chest. Bang! The tiger demon staggered back a few steps, momentarily incapacitated. Damn it! Enraged, the tiger demon unleashed a powerful roar, its demonic energy surging forth, creating a wave of force that slammed into Lin Buyu and sent her flying. "Thank you, young lady." The youth's voice rang out suddenly. Lin Buyu's palm, though it did not pose a tangible threat to the tiger demon, had afforded the youth a moment to switch tactics. Clang! The youth landed on a branch, lightly tapping the short sword at his waist, unleashing a clarion call of sword energy. Whoosh! The short sword shot forth like a beam of light, aimed directly at the tiger demon's head. The tiger demon, sensing the impending danger, abruptly halted and sharply turned its head. With a swish, the sword's edge grazed its shoulder, leaving a deep gash and causing blood to spill forth, rendering the tiger demon particularly disheveled. Bang! Before the tiger demon could recover, the youth leapt down from the tree, delivering a powerful strike to the demon's head, causing it to crash down, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Roar! The furious tiger demon shook violently, throwing the youth off its back, then twisted around to unleash a fierce cyclone of wind towards him. If struck by this vortex, the youth would not only be injured but could potentially perish. Bang! Fortunately, the youth had anticipated this attack, enveloping himself in his remaining true energy to withstand the blow. At the same time, he once again tapped his short sword, sending it hurtling towards the tiger demon's head. Is this sword your strongest weapon? The tiger demon sneered, exhaling the Frostwind Pearl. Boom! With a blast of energy, the Frostwind Pearl spun, magnetically drawing the flying sword and rendering it immobile. You likely do not realize that my Frostwind Pearl also has the power to subdue magical swords. The tiger demon cackled wickedly and unleashed another cyclone of wind towards the youth. The youth reacted swiftly, encasing his feet in true energy and leaping to narrowly evade the demon's attack. However, the space within this wind barrier was exceedingly cramped, having dodged one strike. The tiger demon lunged at him once more. Meanwhile, Lin Buyu and Lu Zijing, having caught up, were too late to intervene due to their prior injuries. A feast delivered to my doorstep. Today, I shall break through the Demon King's realm. The tiger demon roared, lunging forward to bite the youth. Yet just as it was about to devour him, a chill spread from the youth's body, and he exhaled deeply. The instinct of the beast sensed the approach of death. But it was too late to retreat now. Chapter 45. The Defeated Tiger Monarch. Not as remarkable as Su Taiping with a resounding boom. A chilling white breath erupted from the mouth of the young boy, enveloping the colossal form of the demon tiger entirely. In an instant, the once warm maple forest transformed into a frigid winter. A vast expanse, including the tiger demon, was completely frozen, rendering it an immobile statue. The ability to freeze a beast of such magnitude was indeed a formidable spell. Not far off, Lu Ziqin stood in a daze. However, the boy did not hesitate. He leaped once more onto the back of the tiger demon, drawing forth a long blade from his waist. As he infused his entire essence into the weapon, he brought it down upon the tiger's head. With a resounding thud, the blade struck, creating a deep gash of nearly half a foot in the tiger's nape, blood oozing forth rapidly. Although the tiger's eyes reflected immense pain, its body remained utterly immobile, forced to endure the boy's relentless strikes. One could not deny the tiger's body was as hard as iron. Despite the boy's continuous slashes, he could not sever its head completely. Suddenly, just as the boy was about to sever the tiger's spine, the beast unleashed a jet of blood, accompanied by waves of heat and mist surging forth from its body. The boy, having sensed the impending danger, leapt off the tiger's back just in time. With a furious roar, the once frozen demon tiger violently shook its body and exhaled a tempest laced with blood mist. You wretched beings shall perish. You have forced me to expend my life essence. The tiger bellowed. However, instead of attacking the boy further, it continued its furious curses while sprinting away, its nearly severed head bobbing precariously. I know who you are now, boy. Wait for me. I shall return for vengeance, ensuring you suffer endlessly. As the tiger vanished into the woods, it did not even have the opportunity to retrieve the Frostwind Pearl. Young hero, might you disclose your name? Lu Ziqin called out as the boy picked up the Frostwind Pearl and prepared to pursue the fleeing beast. Hearing her voice seemed to trigger a memory, and the boy halted, turning to Lu Ziqin, saying, "Who I am is of little consequence. This item is." "Ziqin, I have come to rescue you." He was about to produce something from his sleeve when suddenly a voice interrupted from the nearby woods. Lu Chen's voice. "Beware of your senior brother, Lu Chen. He is not a good person." The boy glanced at the woods behind Lu Ziqin, then at the direction the tiger had fled, and, after uttering those words, he sprinted after the retreating beast. "Be careful, Lu's senior brother." Lu Ziqin stood in shock, confused by the boy's sudden warning, while feeling an inexplicable familiarity with his voice. Meanwhile, Lin Biyu, upon hearing the boy's voice and seeing his half-covered face adorned with strikingly beautiful eyes, suddenly recalled a name, Su Taiping. Although 6 months had passed, she had not forgotten the boy who had ascended the mountain with her, steadfast even after his spiritual bones were tested. It seemed he had discovered his own fortune. Watching the boy's figure gradually fade from view, a faint smile graced Lin Buyu's previously cold expression. Sister Buyu, can you discern the origins of this young man? Lu Ziqin asked Lin Buyu, her voice tinged with urgency. I do not know, Lin Buyu replied softly, her demeanor returning to its usual indifference. Ziqin, Buyu, are you both unharmed? At that moment, Lu Chun arrived with a contingent of Windstorm Hall members, his presence commanding attention. We are fine. A stranger appeared and saved us. Lu Ziqin retreated a few steps, her gaze wary as she regarded Lu Chun. Clearly, Su Taiping's warning had left an impression. Buyu, what about you? Lu Chun inquired, turning his attention to Lin Buyu, who remained distant. You abandoned your comrades in the heat of battle. I will report this to our master, Lin Buyu replied coldly, her words devoid of mercy. At her remark, a murderous glint flickered in Lu Chen's eyes, yet he suppressed it, knowing that Lin Buyu was highly regarded within the sect. Just then, two figures darted through the maple forest like lightning. Upon closer inspection, they were Xian the Fairy and senior brother Mo Jun, who had been ensnared by the tiger demon's Frostwind Pearl. Senior brother, Fairy Xian, Lu Ziqin and Lin Buyu rushed forward to greet them. Buyu, are you injured? Xian approached Lin Buyu, her concern palpable, as Lin Buyu was a rare lightning spirit bone. Any harm to her would not only be a loss for the Six Peaks, but for the entire Qingxian sect. I am unharmed, Lin Buyu assured her. Xian sighed in relief. What a tiger. The artifact that summoned the demon winds must be the fabled Frostwind Pearl. It is the only item capable of restraining me and Fairy Xian. Mo Jun expressed his fury. Lu Ziqin hurriedly recounted how Su Taiping had descended from the sky to fend off the tiger and save them. We owe a great debt of gratitude to that young hero. Xian grasped Lin Buyu's hand, still shaken. Yet, I wonder about the origins of that young man. While Lu Ziqin refrained from disclosing Su Taiping's final words, she felt a lingering unease. Perhaps he was merely a disciple from the Seven Peaks on a training expedition. For now, the priority was to devise a means to slay the tiger demon. Mo Jun shook his head and turned to Xian, suggesting, Fairy Xian, shall we pursue the tiger demon together? Not now. I must escort my junior sister back. Xian responded, her commitment to Lin Buyu unwavering. Brother, it is said that one should not chase a desperate foe. Without absolute certainty, should the tiger demon go berserk, we would only be sacrificing our lives, Lu Chen added, subtly opposing the idea. Ultimately, Mo Jun chose to abandon the pursuit. Lin Buyu, who had been observing quietly, cast a discerning glance at Mo Jun and Lu Chun, then recalled Su Taiping's fearless charge after the tiger demon, murmuring softly to herself, none can compare to Su Taiping. Chapter 46, Slaying the Tiger Demon. This is the final blow for 7 days and nights. Su Taiping relentlessly pursued the demon tiger. During this arduous period, he neither drank a drop of water nor consumed a single grain of rice, engaging in fierce battles with the dying beast multiple times, ultimately cornering it in a secluded valley devoid of escape. At this moment, his leather armor lay in tatters, his boots were lost, and his bare feet were battered and bloodied, while his fists were similarly mangled. In addition to his external wounds, the internal turmoil caused by his clashes with the tiger had left his vital energies in a chaotic state, violently clashing against his meridians. Despite his battered appearance, Su Taiping's gaze remained fixed on the tiger demon's eyes, shining with an unwavering brilliance devoid of fatigue or fear. Young one, do you truly wish for a fight to the death with me? The tiger demon leaned against a large rock, its formidable eyes also fixed intently on Su Taiping. I shall not perish, and you shall not rest. We are both aware of this truth. As he spoke, Su Taiping tore a strip of cloth from his clothes to wrap around his hand, his eyes still locked on the tiger demon. He understood that if he were to kill the beast, this moment was his only opportunity. Should it recover, he would be the one to perish. I have encountered gifted cultivators, those whose wills are as unyielding as stone. Yet it has been many years since I have met one. To die by your hand would not be a disgrace, the tiger demon stated, shifting away from the rock and adopting a predatory stance. If you die, I shall not trouble you. I shall merely consume you and forge you into a specter, a servant for eternity. As it spoke, the beast crouched, preparing to pounce. In response, Su Taiping leapt with all his might, executing a powerful bullhorn strike. Bang! The tiger demon did not evade. Instead, it sidestepped to absorb the blow and retaliated with a claw aimed at Su Taiping's waist, intending to exchange injury for injury. However, in an unexpected twist, just as Su Taiping's fist was about to collide with the demon's shoulder, he transformed his fist into a claw, seizing the tiger's fur and leveraging it to vault onto its back. This maneuver left the tiger demon's strike empty. Throughout these 7 days, Su Taiping had not been mindlessly pursuing the demon. Rather, he meticulously recorded every encounter's successes and failures in his mind, thus discerning the tiger demon's intentions in an instant. After the tiger demon's claw missed, Su Taiping, now positioned on its back, struck down with his fist. Bang! The sound reverberated through the forest. Following this, he gripped the tiger's pelt with one hand while raising his fist with the other, delivering blow after blow, each impact echoing through the valley. From a distance, Su Taiping, enveloped in a swirling aura of residual energy, resembled a rampaging bull, relentlessly trampling the fierce tiger beneath him. Bang! With a final, resounding strike, Su Taiping's last blow sent the tiger demon crashing into the ground. Yet, just then, the seemingly lifeless beast abruptly twisted its head and lunged at Su Taiping. It was as if Su Taiping had anticipated the tiger demon's intention. The demon, having endured to withstand all 108 strikes, finally unleashed its assault. Oof. In the face of the tiger demon's sudden aggression, Su Taiping displayed no hint of panic. Instead, he grinned and courageously slammed his head against the demon's skull. This was the final blow. Bang! The already injured head of the tiger demon suffered another impact, causing its neck wounds to tear open, its head lolling to one side. Clang! Su Taiping had no intention of granting the demon respite. He swiftly drew his steel blade and infused it with the last remnants of his true energy before bringing it down upon the beast's head. Swoosh! The blade, imbued with icy intent, severed the demon's massive head, which fell to the ground with a thud. As the head rolled away, it spilled forth a trove of gold, silver, jewels, and various weapons, evidently plundered from those it had slain. However, Su Taiping had no time to contemplate the treasures. He felt utterly depleted, his blood energy waning, his body fatigued to the utmost. Exhaling deeply, Su Taiping let his arm drop, releasing a long breath as he slid down from the tiger's back to rest against its lifeless form, striving to circulate his residual energy. Just as his true energy began to recover, a white-headed eagle landed on a nearby branch. You truly killed this tiger demon," the eagle exclaimed, its voice laden with astonishment. As the evening approached, the red glow of the setting sun filtered through the leaves, casting a warm light upon Su Taiping, whose slender, blood-soaked figure now exuded an air of solemn majesty, especially in contrast to the massive form of the slain tiger. This created a striking visual impact that left the white-feathered eagle momentarily at a loss. "You have arrived." Su Taiping glanced up at the eagle, a weary smile gracing his lips. He was not surprised by its appearance. They had previously agreed upon this arrangement. "The tiger's head and its treasures belong to me. The body you shall claim and return me to the bamboo cottage." Su Taiping pointed to the tiger's head and then to its body. Though he appeared weak, the eagle regarded him with newfound respect, as though confronting a figure of unparalleled strength akin to that of its own father, instilling within it a sense of trepidation despite its avian lineage. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, the eagle nodded gravely. "No wonder father urged me to grow closer to him." As the eagle soared into the clouds, carrying Su Taiping, it finally grasped the wisdom behind its father's counsel to befriend this seemingly frail boy. Days later, on a serene night, "Sister Lingwe, look, I have slain the tiger demon," Su Taiping exclaimed, his youthful exuberance evident as he recounted the perilous encounter, detailing how he had leaped from a height of over 100 feet, striking the beast with an unexpected blow. As the celestial maiden stirred from her slumber, Su Taiping led her to the back courtyard, unveiling the head of the tiger demon, eager to share the tale of his triumph with youthful pride. Chapter 47. The Treasure. 300-year-old fire Ganoderma. Later, it attempted to flee, and I pursued it relentlessly for 7 days and nights until it was utterly exhausted. Cornering it in that valley, it found itself with no means of escape. Listening intently to Su Taiping recount the tale of the spirit moon fairy, though her expression remained tranquil. The shock within her heart was no less than when she witnessed her master single-handedly slay a dragon. His extraordinary perseverance rivaled that of seasoned demon hunters, and had she not witnessed it herself, she would scarcely believe that this was a mere 11-year-old boy. In the original plan of the spirit moon fairy, once Su Taiping mastered the ice breath technique she had imparted, he would be capable of contending with the demon tiger. With the support of the barrier at Qingzhou residence, it would have been more than sufficient to hold out for a period of time. By then, she would have awakened and could assist him in slaying the demon tiger. She had never anticipated that Su Taiping could single-handedly vanquish the beast. Though a portion of the credit belonged to the other disciples, it must be acknowledged that this demon tiger was not merely a typical demon lord, but a fearsome creature bearing the bloodline of the Frostwind tiger. Wielding the Frostwind demon pearl. Amidst her astonishment, the spirit moon fairy's gaze gradually fell upon the numerous wounds adorning Su Taiping's body. Despite his current state of being at the opening door realm, with a recovery capacity far surpassing that of an ordinary person, the sight of those blood-crusted injuries was still harrowing. An inexplicable pang of sorrow tugged at her heart. "Little Taiping, are you weary?" she asked, gently touching the wound on his face with a twinge of emotion. "No, not at all," Su Taiping replied with unwavering conviction, shaking his head. "Excellent. You have performed admirably, even surpassing my expectations. I did not misjudge you," the spirit moon fairy affirmed with equal determination, just as Su Taiping's resolve to cultivate was as steadfast as a rock. The spirit moon fairy had also solidified her inner resolve to join forces with this young boy and return to the cultivation world. "Sister, look, this is the Frostwind pearl," Su Taiping exclaimed joyfully, presenting the demon pearl before the spirit moon fairy. Though he had yet to examine the other treasures within the demon tiger's maw, he was certain that this Frostwind pearl was the most significant gain from his conquest. The Frostwind pearl, in truth, was a crystallization of demonic energy from within the fearsome Frostwind tiger. Its malevolent aura was too potent for human cultivators, and keeping it nearby for extended periods could be detrimental. After a moment's hesitation, the spirit moon fairy revealed the truth to Su Taiping. "I see," Su Taiping responded, a hint of disappointment creeping into his voice. "However, do not be overly disheartened. While it is indeed useless at present, if we utilize the Frostwind pearl as nourishment for the earth fruit, it may yield a remarkable weapon," the spirit moon fairy reassured him with a smile. "The Frostwind pearl can serve as nourishment for the earth fruit?" Su Taiping inquired, astonished. The earth fruit undergoes 12 transformations, with each seeding representing a change. After the second transformation, it can absorb the demonic energy from both demon beasts and their cores to nurture its fruits, the spirit moon fairy explained, nodding. "Seeding. Speaking of seeding, I just remembered something," Su Taiping suddenly declared, turning swiftly to the tiger's head, lifting it, and spilling out a heap of merit coins and treasures. "There are at least 3,000 merit coins on this demon tiger, which is more than enough for us to purchase a true fire talisman," Su Taiping exclaimed excitedly, holding a handful of merit coins and gazing at the spirit moon fairy. Among the treasures the demon tiger had hoarded, the majority were gold and silver, with only a modest quantity of merit coins. Additionally, Su Taiping discovered various cultivation manuals and magical talismans. With a true fire talisman, we will be able to seed and facilitate the second transformation of the earth fruit. The spirit moon fairy's eyes sparkled with a hint of hope. There was something she had not disclosed to Su Taiping. After the second transformation of the earth fruit, she would be able to harness its power to elevate her spirit, allowing her to cast spells through another's body. At that point, should she encounter a demon like the tiger again, she would be more than capable of overpowering it. The reason she refrained from sharing this with Su Taiping was her concern that he might become overly reliant on her, which could adversely affect his future cultivation. "Taiping, come. Before we exchange for the true fire talisman, let us sort through the treasures hidden by the demon tiger. We may find something beneficial for your cultivation." The Spirit Moon Fairy's ethereal form drifted towards the pile of treasures, excitement evident as she gestured towards them. In the dead of night, 600 taels of gold, 1,300 taels of silver, 2,300 merit coins, 3 transmission jade slips, 6 magical artifacts, 8 talismans, 1 set of armor crafted from the hide of a fire rhinoceros, and 2 demon pearls aside from the frostwind pearl. After organizing all the items from the demon tiger's lair, the Spirit Moon Fairy surveyed them with an expression of disappointment. To her, the most valuable treasures were merely a few demon cores and a map indicating the location of a 300-year-old fire Ganoderma. Su Taiping handed the beast skin map to the Spirit Moon Fairy. Unlike her, who had witnessed the vastness of the world, Su Taiping had never encountered such a wealth of gold and silver, let alone 10 or so artifacts and talismans valued at over 1,000 merit coins each. This fire Ganoderma must have been left behind by the demon tiger for its own breakthrough. The Spirit Moon Fairy mused as she examined the map. The beast skin map was drawn in a very simplistic manner, outlining a few geographical features and the approximate location of the 300-year-old fire Ganoderma. It was highly likely that the demon tiger had sketched it itself. This location appears to be the valley where I caught up with it. Could it be that it fled in pursuit of this fire Ganoderma? Su Taiping pondered, a shiver of apprehension creeping over him. Had he not pursued it then? Or had he been a moment too late, allowing the demon tiger to seize the fire Ganoderma? The outcome might have been vastly different. Is this fire Ganoderma useful for me? Su Taiping asked with wide, curious eyes. For you, its potency is too strong. Consuming it would be not only unhelpful, but harmful. However, the Spirit Moon Fairy initially shook her head, then furrowed her brow, seemingly deliberating whether to mention further details. But what? Su Taiping pressed. However, it can also serve as nourishment for the earth fruit. If fortune smiles upon us, it may yield a treasure that enhances your cultivation speed. The Spirit Moon Fairy finally decided to reveal the truth upon seeing the curiosity in Su Taiping's eyes. The issue is that fire Ganoderma older than 300 years is often guarded by a fire python. If one does not know how to avoid the fire python, attempting to harvest it can be perilous, she added before Su Taiping could express his excitement. Chapter 48. The True Fire Talisman and the Second Transformation of the Earth Fruit, So It Is. This statement instantly calmed Su Taiping. Although his cultivation speed was slow due to his skeletal constitution and he urgently needed to accelerate his progress, if it was truly that perilous, there was no need to rush. The matter of the fire spirit mushroom could wait. The immediate priority was to burn the seeds and facilitate the second transformation of the earth fruit. Fairy Lingwei gazed solemnly at Su Taiping. Understand, tomorrow I shall utilize these merit coins to procure the true fire talisman. Su Taiping noted Vigo Dusin. Through the recent period of cultivation, he had profoundly felt the sluggishness of his progress due to his skeletal constitution. Thus the earth fruit had become the key to breaking through his bottleneck. Days later, in the evening, Su Taiping, your items have arrived. Baiyu descended gracefully, clutching an exquisite leather pouch in his beak. I'm here, Su Taiping responded from within the courtyard. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously with his voice, Su Taiping darted out of the Qingzhou residence like a gust of wind. Wow, when did you learn this wind shadow step? Baiyu exclaimed in astonishment. Just yesterday, Su Taiping replied candidly. He had discovered the wind shadow step among the treasures collected from the tiger demon, and since he needed a technique for movement, he had directly learned it. I find that hard to believe, Baiyu retorted with a sidelong glance. It's just 2 simple forms. Su Taiping approached him, feeling a bit helpless. The wind shadow step was a commendable technique within the Qingxian sect, accessible to both outer and inner disciples, though outer disciples could only practice the first 2 steps of the 7-step form. The technique he acquired from the tiger demon belonged to an outer disciple who had perished at its hands. Here, Baiyu tossed the exquisite pouch to Su Taiping with a flick of his beak. Thank you. Su Taiping caught it deftly. Little Taiping, I suppose you scavenged quite a bit from that tiger demon to dare shop at the Tianbao Pavilion now, Baiyu teased with a smile. The Tianbao Pavilion was a place for selling magical artifacts and treasures within the Qingxian sect, but the prices were exorbitant, and there were few items available to outer disciples, making it rare for them to shop there. Indeed, I made some gains, Su Taiping chuckled, scratching his head. Seeing Su Taiping's honesty, Baiyu lost interest in teasing him further and flapped his wings, saying, "Little Taiping, I have more items to deliver, so I won't disturb you. I'll come by another day for some roasted lamb." "Sure, when you have time, just send me a feather as a signal," Su Taiping readily agreed. "All right," Baiyu replied. Then with a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the air. Sister Lingwei, the true fire talisman has arrived. Once Baiyu departed, Su Taiping swiftly returned to the courtyard, secured the gate, and called for Fairy Lingwei as he made his way to the back garden. What he had purchased from the Tianbao pavilion was precisely the true fire talisman required for burning the earth fruit seeds. Though it was the weakest form of true fire, its power was still considerable, and it had cost him a hefty sum of 2,100 merit coins. Had he not found the treasures from the tiger demon, he would have likely needed to wait until after ascending to the 7 peaks to gather such wealth. The audacity of selling such a low-grade true fire talisman for 2,100 merit coins suggested that the Tianbao pavilion had little intention of selling to outer disciples. Fairy Lingwei merely glanced at the talisman in Su Taiping's hand and quickly grasped its potency. "Can it be used for burning the seeds?" Su Taiping inquired anxiously. "It can barely suffice for the first burning," Fairy Lingwei nodded. "That's good," Su Taiping sighed in relief. Unlike Fairy Lingwei, he had grown accustomed to such inequalities throughout his life, so it did not faze him. "Before we burn the seeds, we need to prepare a few things. Follow me," Fairy Lingwei reminded Su Taiping. "Understood." He nodded and followed her. Deep into the night, within the Qingzhou residence's herb garden. Boom! Su Taiping once again activated the alchemical cauldron he had obtained from the Wraith and placed the earth fruit stems he had unearthed into it. Next, he merely needed to activate the true fire talisman and place it into the cauldron. Fairy Lingwen nodded at him encouragingly. "All right," Su Taiping said without hesitation as he retrieved the true fire talisman he had exchanged 2,000 merit coins for. He infused it with a stream of spiritual power before tossing it into the cauldron. Boom! The fire element within the true fire talisman erupted suddenly, transforming into a blazing crimson flame that surged forth from the cauldron. Even having retreated a distance of 10 feet, Su Taiping could still feel the immense heat radiating from the scarlet flames. Despite the protection of the remnant glow true chi, his cheeks felt scorched painfully. Although the first-level true fire was far inferior to the third-level and sixth-level true fires, it was a nemesis to creatures like wraiths. Even the tiger demon could not endure such flames for long. As the true fire began to consume the earth fruit stems within the cauldron, Fairy Lingwei seized the opportunity to impart knowledge about true fire to Su Taiping. "Once I advance further in my cultivation, will I also be able to refine a first-level true fire?" Su Taiping gazed eagerly at the flames erupting from the cauldron. "Once you cultivate the remnant glow technique to the 3rd level, reaching the great completion of the opening door realm, you should be able to," Fairy Lingwei affirmed. The 3rd level of the remnant glow technique was indeed a marker of achieving great completion in the opening door realm. By then, Su Taiping would be able to wield the remnant glow true chi with ease. The 3rd level, Su Taiping murmured to himself. Just a few days ago, he had exchanged for the 2nd level of the remnant glow technique from the copper mirror and had yet to fully master it. The spontaneous manifestation of spiritual energy during his previous breakthrough to the opening door realm was merely a coincidence. More importantly, the 3rd level of the remnant glow technique was only available to inner disciples, meaning he had to pass the selection at the 7 peaks 2 years later to advance further. He suddenly wondered if Ling Long and Qin Xiao still remembered him, the ones who had brought him to the mountain. Buzz! At that moment, the cauldron emitted a soft tremor, followed by a sudden transformation of the originally crimson flames into a pure azure hue. "Do not worry. This is the earth fruit undergoing metamorphosis. Wait for the azure flames to extinguish, and the seeds will be matured," Fairy Lingwei reassured Su Taiping. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping immediately relaxed. Sure enough, not long after, the azure flames extinguished. Just as Su Taiping prepared to retrieve the earth fruit from the cauldron, it unexpectedly cracked with a loud snap and split in two. This cauldron is merely a low-grade artifact. It cannot withstand the scorching of true fire. I will help you find a better cauldron in the future. Fairy Ling Wei consoled him upon noticing the regret in Su Taiping's eyes. Yes, we will definitely find a better one. Su Taiping nodded vigorously. He then cleared the fragments of the cauldron, meticulously sifting through the remains until he finally discovered a seed amidst the ashes. This looks somewhat like the gourd seeds I planted as a child, Su Taiping exclaimed in astonishment, holding the unremarkable seed in his hand. Indeed, after the Xidagarba fruit is burned, the second transformation is the gourd fruit. The fairy Ling Wei smiled and nodded. Chapter 49. The Gourd Fruit and the Fire Spirit Mushroom in Bamboo Creek Valley, Little Taiping. The matter ahead is of great significance, so listen closely. With a solemn expression, she turned to Su Taiping. Understood. Su Taiping carefully stored the seeds, his demeanor equally grave. The seeds of the Earth Repository fruit, after undergoing their second transformation, can yield 3 gourd fruits, each one nurtured from the essence of this land's spiritual energy. And the least among them would be a spiritual treasure. The nature of the treasures within these 3 gourd fruits would depend entirely on the nutrients you provide, explained Fairy Ling Wei with meticulous detail. For instance, consider the frost wind pearl we previously acquired. Su Taiping immediately thought of the frost wind pearl he had seized from the tiger demon. Precisely. Fairy Ling Wei nodded and continued. This frost wind pearl possesses inherent offensive magical power. Thus, when the Earth Repository fruit absorbs it, it will give birth to a weapon imbued with attack capabilities. Furthermore, if you were to use gold and silver treasures as nourishment, the gourd would produce a spirit object akin to a spirit crystal, but significantly more potent. This is precisely what I currently require. Hence, I am reserving this gourd fruit for you. No problem. Su Taiping readily agreed without hesitation. Now, there remains one final gourd. Fairy Ling Wei smiled, then once again regarded Su Taiping with seriousness. According to your words, Sister Ling Wei, if I were to use a weapon as nourishment, would it not also yield a weapon-like treasure? Su Taiping inquired. Indeed, Fairy Ling Wei, pleased with Su Taiping's comprehension, nodded enthusiastically. However, you currently do not possess any suitable weapons to serve as nourishment for the Earth Repository fruit. Recklessly using ordinary weapons would merely squander a gourd fruit. She then cautioned Su Taiping. I understand. Su Taiping nodded slightly. What I urgently need now is a treasure that can expedite my cultivation. If I were to use the Fire Spirit Mushroom from the Tiger Demon map as nourishment, would the Earth Repository fruit not then produce a similar treasure? He proceeded to ask Fairy Ling Wei. Weapons are indeed important, but enhancing my cultivation speed is my foremost priority, as the constraints of my mortal bones render my progress slower even than that of some white spirit bones. You are correct. Utilizing the 300-year Fire Spirit Mushroom as nourishment would indeed be an excellent choice for producing a treasure that accelerates cultivation. Fairy Ling Wei acknowledged Su Taiping's reasoning and then frowned, saying, however, the issue lies in the fact that you would have to risk encountering a fire python to retrieve that Fire Spirit Mushroom. Sister Ling Wei, do you believe that the Fire Spirit Mushroom is worth the risk? Su Taiping quickly grasped Fairy Ling Wei's intent and sought her confirmation. With the 300-year Fire Spirit Mushroom as sustenance, the treasure birthed from it could allow you to reach the Qi refinement stage before the 7-peak selection, which is what you refer to as the great completion of the opening door realm, and it may even enable you to surpass the foundation establishment stage. Fairy Ling Wei explained. The foundation establishment stage essentially corresponds to the Wangwu realm, though this is the terminology used in Fairy Ling Wei's cultivation community, a fact Su Taiping was already well aware of. If that is the case, I am willing to take the risk. Su Taiping thoughtfully replied. Through over half a year of cultivation, he had gained a profound understanding of the cultivation speed of white spirit bones, achieving the great completion of the opening door realm or breaking through to the Wangwu realm could take as little as 5 years. However, the 7-peak selection occurs once every 3 years, and if he does not make significant progress, he may not pass, forcing him to wait another 3 or even 6 years. In that case, wait until you obtain the Fire Spirit Mushroom before planting this Earth Repository gourd seed. Upon seeing Su Taiping's resolute attitude, Fairy Ling Wei ceased her opposition. She actually admired Su Taiping's willingness to take risks to seize opportunities. In the cultivation world, Opportunities are mostly earned through the efforts of the cultivator, with only a select few relying on fortune or family patronage. On the first day of the 12th month, it is auspicious for outings and hunting, but it is ill-advised to engage in disputes. At the entrance of Bamboo Creek Valley in the Shieling Mountains, gurgle, gurgle. In a thicket, Su Taiping drained the last drop from his water pouch, then cast his gaze once more into the valley. Within Bamboo Creek Valley, fragrant grasses flourished and exotic flowers bloomed, their scents wafting gently on the breeze. However, the most striking sight in the valley was the fire-patterned python coiled by the stream. This enormous python had scales as red as fire, its body as thick as a water barrel, and with each breath, it disturbed the air within the valley, causing the surrounding trees to sway. Additionally, the fire spirit mushroom, sheltered in the python's midst, stood out prominently. Taiping, how many days has it been? Fairy Ling Yue's voice suddenly resonated in Su Taiping's mind. As she resided within the earth repository fruit, she could communicate with Su Taiping's consciousness as long as he carried the fruit. The 5th day, Su Taiping replied softly. It has been 5 days. The fire-patterned python should soon awaken to feed, at which point you can seize the opportunity to obtain the fire spirit mushroom. Fairy Lingwei whispered. Indeed. Su Taiping nodded to himself. Prior to this, he had already learned that demon beasts, unlike human cultivators, cannot sustain their bodies without nourishment, which is a significant weakness for most demon beasts. Rustle. Just then, a commotion among the branches echoed from the valley ahead. Su Taiping focused his chi to enhance his vision and discovered that the fire-patterned python, which had previously been motionless, suddenly lifted its head, cautiously surveying its surroundings while its body began to slither slowly along the ground. It is about to leave the valley. Fairy Lingwei joyfully alerted Su Taiping. Yes, I see it too. Su Taiping nodded, affirming in his heart, then pulled up the hood of his cloak and tightened the cloth covering his face, preparing to act. The outfit he wore was entirely cobbled together from the treasures of the tiger demon, and the cloak had a basic function of concealing one's form, making it ideal for this occasion. Do not rush. I will assist you in concealing your presence, ensuring it does not detect your aura. Wait until it has completely exited the valley before making your move. Fairy Ling Yue's voice echoed once more. The reason Fairy Lingwei agreed to Su Taiping's venture this time was that she had previously entered seclusion and could now use her spirit to help Su Taiping mask his presence. Otherwise, a demon beast of the fire-patterned python's caliber would never permit them to lie in wait in its territory for 5 days. Understood. Su Taiping, naturally, was not overly impatient. He had merely remained in one spot for 5 days and was slightly concerned about his body becoming sluggish, so he stretched his legs a bit. Rustle, rustle. At that moment, the fire-patterned python finally ceased its vigilant scanning of the surroundings and swiftly slithered out of the valley, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Now is the time to act. The fire-patterned python's feeding period is brief. Fairy Ling Yue's voice resonated once again in Su Taiping's mind. Chapter 50. Encountering Adversity. The mountain-moving ape battles the fire-patterned python. As soon as the voice of the Fairy Lingwei resonated, Su Taiping swiftly executed the wind shadow step he had recently learned, his form darting through the thicket with the swiftness of the wind. Although he had only mastered 2 steps of this technique, his agility and speed nearly rivaled that of ordinary demonic beasts, and in mere moments, he found himself within the bamboo stream valley. Could it be? Upon entering the valley, he immediately spotted the fire spirit mushroom, which appeared like a bonfire, flourishing at the stream's edge. Indeed, it must be covered with the skin of a demon tiger, lest you suffer its scorching burn. Despite having been reminded prior to their arrival, Fairy Lingwei felt compelled to reiterate her warning. Understood. Su Taiping responded, unfurling the demon tiger's hide in his hands to wrap the fire spirit mushroom securely. With a swift motion, he drew his steel blade from his waist and deftly severed the root of the mushroom with a single stroke. Sheathing his sword, he cradled the fire spirit mushroom, his movements fluid and practiced, revealing that he had mentally rehearsed this action numerous times. This child truly inspires confidence. Observing Su Taiping's decisive actions, Fairy Lingwei realized her apprehensions had been unfounded. While it was her responsibility to conceal their presence, executing their plan flawlessly was equally perilous. Although it seemed straightforward, executing it effectively was no small feat. Even for an adult, she mused privately. Wait, something's amiss. Just as Su Taiping was about to exit the bamboo stream valley, Fairy Ling Yue's spirit sensed two powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy approaching rapidly. What is happening? Su Taiping, bearing the fire spirit mushroom on his back, halted abruptly. One hand clenched into a fist, the other grasping the hilt of his sword, assuming a combat stance. It appears the fire pattern python is engaged in a fierce battle with something formidable. There is no time to leave the valley. You must find a place to hide, and I will help you conceal your presence. Fairy Ling Yue's tone was urgent. The fire pattern python was a beast of such caliber that Su Taiping was not yet equipped to confront. Understood. Su Taiping surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on a deep pool near the cliff wall of the valley. Without hesitation, he activated the wind shadow step, leaping into the clear waters, positioning himself against the stone wall of the pool, quietly observing the scene above. Thanks to the turtle breathing technique from the remnants of a Xianjing, he was unperturbed by the need to breathe underwater. Boom! Before the ripples on the surface of the pool could dissipate, a tremendous crash echoed from the valley's entrance. A giant ape? Through the crystalline water, Su Taiping beheld a colossal ape, standing over 10 feet tall, locked in combat with an equally massive fire pattern python. The python had a half-consumed monkey clamped firmly in its jaws. Although this giant ape was not as large as the one below, it still stood at least 10 feet tall. Clearly, the monkey in the python's mouth was the prey the giant ape had sought out. Boom! Suddenly, the giant ape lifted a massive boulder from the ground and smashed it down towards the python's tail. Whoosh! Despite having prey in its mouth, the fire-patterned python remained agile, evading the falling boulder just in time and swiftly retaliating with a flick of its tail, striking the giant ape's abdomen with such force that it sent the creature sprawling. This was a mountain-moving ape, its eyes gleaming with a golden hue. It could potentially be a descendant of a demon saint. However, the bloodline of the one before them had undoubtedly regressed, rendering it little different from an ordinary ape. Otherwise, a true mountain-moving ape would measure 100 feet in length, capable of crushing the fire-patterned python with a single step. Fairy Ling Yue explained in Su Taiping's mind. 100 feet? Su Taiping found it hard to fathom that such colossal beasts still roamed the earth. The monkey has been devoured. Lost in his thoughts, Su Taiping was jolted by the sight of the fire-patterned python swallowing the giant ape whole. He had not anticipated the python's ability to consume such a large creature in one bite. Roar! As the fire-patterned python devoured the giant ape, the other giant ape, struck by its tail, let out a furious roar, its body enveloped in crimson demonic energy as it charged recklessly at the python. The ape just swallowed must have been the mate of the mountain-moving ape. These creatures are known for their deep emotional bonds, having only one partner throughout their lives. It seemed the ape was now intent on avenging its mate. Fairy Ling Yue sighed. Boom! As she spoke, the mountain-moving ape stomped down on the python's tail, raising the boulder in its hands and smashing it down onto the python's head. Crash! The thunderous impact struck the python squarely, forcing it to retreat within Bamboo Stream Valley. Roar! The mountain-moving ape seized the opportunity, leaping forward and pinning the python's head to the ground, wrapping its legs around the serpent's body and pounding its fists against the python's skull. The enraged, mountain-moving ape finally possessed the strength to confront the fire-patterned python head-on. However, the frenzy of a demonic beast often consumes its own essence. Even if the mountain-moving ape were to emerge victorious, it would likely pay the ultimate price. Fairy Ling Yue's voice grew increasingly sorrowful. Boom! Just as the fire-patterned python appeared on the brink of collapse, it summoned its remaining strength, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of blood mist towards the mountain-moving ape. In an instant, the mist ignited into flames, engulfing the ape entirely. Ack! The mountain-moving ape cried out in agony as it was consumed by the flames. Yet, even in its fiery torment, the ape relentlessly pursued the fire-patterned python, which seized the moment the ape relaxed its grip to flee into the Bamboo Stream Valley. racing towards the location of the fire spirit mushroom. It seeks the fire spirit mushroom, doesn't it? Su Taiping conveyed his concern to Fairy Lingyue through their mental connection. Yes, it likely intends to harness the power of the fire spirit mushroom to swiftly enhance its strength and confront the mountain-moving ape. Fairy Lingyue affirmed Su Taiping's deduction. If it discovers the fire spirit mushroom is missing, will it not descend into a frenzy? Su Taiping murmured, keeping a watchful eye on the unfolding situation. That is indeed a possibility. Remember, you must remain silent when that moment comes. Fairy Lingyue cautioned Su Taiping once more. Understood. Su Taiping nodded inwardly, acknowledging her warning. Roar. Just as Su Taiping had predicted, upon discovering the theft of the fire spirit mushroom, the fire-patterned python erupted in fury, unleashing a wrathful hiss. Boom! At that moment, the flaming mountain-moving ape leaped from its position, directing a powerful punch towards the fire-patterned python in response to the sound. Chapter 51. The Demise of the Serpent and the Last Wish of the Mountain Ape. Bang. The fire-patterned python was struck forcefully by the mountain ape, its body reeling backward before crashing heavily against the cliff wall behind it. Boom! Yet, when the mountain ape once more stomped on the tail of the fire-patterned python, a sudden explosion of blood mist erupted around the serpent, which then transformed into a torrent of flames, enveloping its form. Crack! Wrapping itself in the fierce flames. The fire-patterned python ensnared the mountain ape with its powerful coils, causing the bones of the ape to crack under the immense pressure, leaving many broken. In addition to the constricting force of the python, the mountain ape was also subjected to the searing heat of the demonic fire. Despite its thick and coarse hide, it could not withstand the python's doubled strength. Certain vulnerable areas were either charred or cracked, and it could not endure for much longer. Roar! Realizing its impending demise, the mountain ape suddenly embraced the fire-patterned python and sank its sharp teeth into its neck. The python howled in pain and began to grapple with the ape on the ground. In an instant, the Bamboo Creek Valley was shaken, sand and stones flew, and trees toppled. Su Taiping, witnessing the fierce clash between the beasts, was deeply shocked by the scene before him. However, he soon sensed an approaching danger. He noticed that the fire-patterned python seemed intent on dragging the mountain ape into the nearby pool of water. Though frenzied, it retained enough intelligence to know that it would have the upper hand in the water. Yet, this would necessitate Su Taiping finding a way to escape the pool. Su Taiping, Lingyue Fairy reminded him, you must think of a solution. I have an idea. Su Taiping suddenly declared in his heart to Lingyue Fairy after a moment of contemplation. What idea? Lingyue Fairy asked curiously. Su Taiping proceeded to share his thoughts with Lingyue Fairy. Well, we can't remain in the pool, and since the fire-patterned python is significantly weakened, it's certainly worth a try. But should it fail, you must flee into the forest without hesitation, Lingyue Fairy concluded after considering Su Taiping's plan. Agreed. Su Taiping nodded vigorously, holding a vial of elixir he had obtained from the tiger demon in his palm. His gaze fixed intently on the struggle between the fire-patterned python and the mountain ape above him. Splash! Soon after, Su Taiping saw the fire-patterned python dive into the water, its tail still tightly coiled around the mountain ape, attempting to drag it beneath the surface. Sister Lingyue, as the mountain ape was about to fall into the water, Su Taiping called out to Lingyue Fairy in his heart. All right, Lingyue Fairy replied, understanding immediately, as she lifted the concealment of Su Taiping's aura, which naturally included the fire spirit grass. Almost instantaneously, as the aura around Su Taiping was unmasked, the previously frenzied fire-patterned python regained clarity, locking its gaze onto Su Taiping beneath the water. With a low growl, it abandoned the mountain ape, lunging towards Su Taiping. Splash! Already prepared for escape, Su Taiping leapt upward, breaking the water surface with a splash, and quickly stuffed the elixir into his mouth. At that very moment, the head of the fire-patterned python broke through the water, its jaws wide open, ready to bite Su Taiping. Instead of evading the oncoming strike of the fire-patterned python, Su Taiping activated the ice breath technique, opening his mouth to expel a gust of icy mist toward the serpent. After a period of training, even without the aid of concentration pill, Su Taiping could still unleash an ice breath using a regular recovery pill, although its potency was diminished compared to when he used the concentration pill. The presence of the water enhanced its effectiveness considerably. Roar! Crackle! Su Taiping's icy breath did not freeze the fire-patterned python solid as it did with the tiger demon, but it did encase the serpent's lower half along with the entire pool in ice, rendering it immobile. With the water as an ally, the power of the ice breath technique increased by at least 30%. Lingyue Fairy, in her spiritual form, nodded in satisfaction. Hanging onto a rock on the cliff, Su Taiping wore an expression of joy. The results before him surpassed his expectations. Roar! Just as Su Taiping prepared to leap down from the cliff and exit the valley, the mountain ape, which had been barely alive on the icy surface, suddenly roared and leaped with all its might toward the head of the fire-patterned python, aiming to strike it. The immobile fire-patterned python could only watch helplessly as the mountain ape's massive paw came crashing down upon its head. Bang! The head of the fire-patterned python shattered under the blow of the mountain ape, sending a mist of blood into the air. Thud! The mountain ape, having expended all its strength in that strike, crashed heavily onto the ice, unable to rise again. Su Taiping gazed at the scene before him, lost in thought. He had used the ice breath technique to bind the fire-patterned python not out of a desire to aid the mountain ape, but solely for self-preservation. Yet, unexpectedly, he had inadvertently assisted the mountain ape. Do not think that cultivators in the cultivation world are any different from these mountain beasts. Most of them, like these beasts, will not hesitate to turn against their companions, even their brothers and sisters, for survival or to advance their own cultivation. Lingyue Fairy wisely reminded Su Taiping. Indeed, I understand. Su Taiping nodded firmly. My grandfather also said that one should harbor no ill will, but remain vigilant against others. He murmured. Let's go. We have obtained the fire spirit grass, and we can plant the earth fruit now, Lingyue Fairy replied. You. Just as Su Taiping prepared to employ the wind shadow step to leave the Bamboo Creek Valley, the mountain ape, lying weakly on the icy surface, suddenly struggled to raise its head and looked at Su Taiping, speaking in a very strained human tongue. This mountain ape can speak human language? Su Taiping was taken aback. In the western forest, my child, is there. I wish to see my child again. I can give you something. The mountain ape's tone was stiff, yet its eyes and expression were filled with a desperate plea. However, it was too weak, and its head drooped once more. Sister Lingyue, Su Taiping turned to Lingyue Fairy's spirit, seeking her opinion. Let us search for it. The fire-patterned python is dead, and there are no formidable beasts nearby, Lingyue Fairy smiled. Despite her continuous emphasis on the harshness of the cultivation world, she would not obstruct such a gesture of kindness. If one lacked even this modicum of compassion, they might as well succumb to demonic ways. Watching Su Taiping dash toward the western forest, Lingyue Fairy murmured to herself. Moments later, Su Taiping reappeared in the Bamboo Creek Valley, cradling a docile little snow monkey in his arms. Chapter 52. The Soul Bond. Su Taiping acquires the little spirit monkey Chirrup. Upon seeing the mountain-moving ape on the icy surface, the little monkey's eyes widened with terror, struggling to escape Su Taiping's grasp. Do not fret. I shall take you over there. Su Taiping gently patted the little monkey's head. Infusing his feet with spiritual energy, and in the blink of an eye, he soared toward the mountain-moving ape. At that moment, the mountain-moving ape bore numerous burn marks. Already on the brink of death, yet it held on desperately for one last encounter with the little monkey. Chirrup! The little monkey leaped from Su Taiping's arms and rushed to the mountain-moving ape, wrapping its tiny hands around the ape's face. Su Taiping then observed the two monkeys, one large and one small, engaging in a fervent exchange of chirps. The elder ape seemed to be imparting final words to the little one, the specifics of which remained unknown. Fairy Lingyue appeared to comprehend some of the monkey language. Su Taiping was not particularly concerned with the details of their conversation. Rather, the scene before him evoked poignant memories of his grandfather, who had similarly conveyed his last wishes to Su Taiping on that tempestuous night. You, young one. Just then, the mountain-moving ape seemed to finish its communication with the little monkey. It gently tapped the little monkey on the head and turned to Su Taiping, saying, "Could you look after my child? I can. Forge a soul bond with it, serving you for a century." Su Taiping was already well acquainted with the concept of forming a soul bond with spirit beasts, yet he had not anticipated such an opportunity would fall into his lap. Fairy Lingyue remained silent, observing quietly, evidently allowing Su Taiping to make his own choice. "What about you? Do you agree?" Su Taiping did not immediately accept or decline, but instead looked at the little monkey. Hearing this, the mountain-moving ape whispered a few words to the little monkey, seemingly conveying Su Taiping's inquiry. "Chirrup." After listening to the mountain-moving ape, the little monkey turned and embraced the ape's head, but under the elder's persuasion. It soon faced Su Taiping again and nodded. "Then you shall follow me," Su Taiping affirmed, seeing the little monkey's pitiable state. He could not bear to leave it in the mountains. The process of forming the soul bond was remarkably simple. The mountain-moving ape extracted a drop of its essence blood from the little monkey and let it fall into Su Taiping's palm, after which the little monkey swore an oath. Once the soul bond was established, Su Taiping distinctly felt he could issue commands to the little monkey with his thoughts, though he had no intention of doing so. His decision to take in the little monkey was largely driven by sympathy rather than a need for a spirit beast. The necessity of forming a soul bond arose from the regulations of the Qingxin sect, which forbade entry to spirit beasts without such a bond. The mountain-moving ape was likely aware of this stipulation as well. "Young man," at that moment, the mountain-moving ape suddenly reached into its mouth and produced a transparent crystal mineral, tossing the hefty stone, weighing over 100 pounds, towards Su Taiping. "This belongs to you." It indicated the mineral that rolled to Su Taiping's feet. "What is this?" Su Taiping asked, somewhat bewildered. "The Ice Spirit Moonstone?" Fairy Lingyue exclaimed beside him. The Ice Spirit Moonstone was a rare material for crafting spiritual weapons, highly coveted, even in her original realm. She elaborated to Su Taiping. "Spiritual weapons?" Su Taiping's expression mirrored his astonishment. According to his current understanding of magical artifacts, weapons in the cultivation realm were categorized as magical tools, treasures, spiritual treasures, and the legendary immortal treasures. Spiritual weapons were a subset of spiritual treasures, specifically denoting weaponry with formidable offensive capabilities. It is worth noting that he had yet to encounter even a single magical treasure, let alone spiritual treasures or weapons. Quickly secure it. Once the earth fruit undergoes its transformation, use this Ice Spirit Moonstone as nourishment and plant it on a spirit mountain. You may very well cultivate a top-grade spiritual weapon with unique abilities, Fairy Lingyue said excitedly. Had this been her original world, a single Ice Spirit Moonstone would not have incited such enthusiasm, but in this land, its rarity rivaled that of the Ice Spirit Immortal Stone from her realm. "Chirrup, chirrup." As Su Taiping lifted the Ice Spirit Moonstone, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air from the little monkey, and upon glancing upward, he saw the mountain-moving ape had closed its eyes. "It has passed," Fairy Lingyue remarked solemnly. Afterward, Su Taiping made arrangements to bury the mountain-moving ape's remains in the forest and retrieve the python skin and demon gallbladder from the fire-patterned python before returning to Qingzhou residence with the little monkey. In the bedroom, "Little monkey, my name is Taiping. You shall be called Pingin from now on." Su Taiping placed the little monkey on the table and inscribed the characters for Pingin on paper. "Chirrup." The little monkey nodded, clutching the paper, seemingly understanding Su Taiping's intent. Subsequently, Su Taiping provided some food for the little monkey. Exhausted, the little monkey fell into a deep slumber after devouring a plate of lamb. "Taiping, it is time to plant the earth fruit." Fairy Lingyue's spectral form appeared beside Su Taiping. Su Taiping nodded with anticipation. In the deep of night, Sister Lingyue, the holes are dug. In the medicinal herb garden, Su Taiping had excavated one large and 3 small pits in the pre-designated area. The eastern pit, representing wood, contained fire spirit mushrooms to nurture treasures that enhance cultivation speed. The northern pit, representing water, held gold and silver money to cultivate healing treasures. The western pit, representing metal, contained frostwind pearls, tiger heads, tiger gallbladders, snake heads, and snake gallbladders to cultivate killing weaponry. Under Fairy Lingyue's guidance, Su Taiping poured the prepared items into the respective small pits according to their orientations. Finally, he placed the earth fruit into the main pit, awaiting 3 months. After covering the 3 small pits, Su Taiping carefully placed the earth fruit into the main pit. Little Taiping, we shall meet again in 3 months. Fairy Ling Yue's apparition floated above the main pit, winking at Su Taiping. Yes, Sister Lingwei. See you in 3 months, Su Taiping nodded. The earth fruit required 3 months to mature after its second transformation, a detail Fairy Lingwei had previously relayed to him. Speaking of which, it was time to procure seeds for the herb garden. Although last year's yield of 9-leaf purple mint was satisfactory, relying solely on the merits from selling, it would yield only about 100 merit coins. After planting the earth fruit, Su Taiping lamented as he gazed at the now barren herb garden left after selling the 9-leaf purple mint. Combined with the merit coins obtained from the ghost and tiger demon, I currently possess around 500 merit coins. While this is sufficient for future expenses, it is inadequate for purchasing medicinal materials and techniques. It seems I must cultivate more valuable herbs this year. He pondered this as he returned to his bedroom. He has come to deeply understand that cultivation requires not only talent and perseverance, but also substantial wealth, copious amounts of it. In the Qing Xian sect, currency takes the form of merit coins. 3 months should pass swiftly, shouldn't it? Su Taiping murmured softly before closing the door to his room. Chapter 53. 3 months later, the gourd bears fruit and Sister Lingwei awakens. Time in the mountains is fleeting. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Su Taiping has led a remarkably leisurely life. Aside from his daily practice of the Sangxia skill and several martial arts techniques and spells, he spends the remaining hours tending to the medicinal herb garden, watering, weeding, and fertilizing, or teaching the little monkey Ping and to speak and read. Due to the limitations of his spiritual bone aptitude, the progress of his Sangxia skill has been slower than anticipated. The energy sea within his dantian remains shrouded in mist and has yet to take shape. Nevertheless, Su Taiping is unperturbed, understanding that his current circumstances are beyond his control. He can only await the maturation of the Dizong fruit to explore potential solutions. In the medicinal herb garden, this year he has primarily cultivated the snow root, Hishou Wu, a rare herb with white roots renowned for its efficacy in treating injuries caused by blade and sword energy. In the secular world, it would indeed be considered a precious remedy. The snow root Hishou Wu yields once a year, with a single pound capable of being exchanged for 10 merit coins. However, only a third of the plants will produce snow root, so even from 3 acres of the herb garden, he can expect a harvest of around 50 pounds, amounting to 500 merit coins. After deducting the 200 merit coins spent on seeds, his profit would be a mere 300. Thanks to the spirit gathering array set up by Fairy Lingwei, and based on last year's experience with the 9-leaf purple perilla, Su Taiping feels confident that he can yield approximately 160 pounds this year. This projection would afford him a profit of at least 1,400 merit coins. In addition to the snow root Hishou Wu, he has also planted numerous herbs required for the qi gathering pill, ensuring that he will have enough to refine at least 10 pills once they mature within a year. The most expensive medicinal herbs available to external disciples are indeed the snow root Hishou Wu. This implies that if external disciples do not engage in competition, they could only earn 200 to 300 merit coins over 3 years, indicating that all of this has been meticulously calculated by the Qingxian sect. After practicing the Sangxia skill for 2 hours, Su Taiping rose from his bed, contemplating the year's potential earnings. Ping and I watered the plants, swept the courtyard, and washed the vegetables today. Would you care to play chess with me? Suddenly, the little monkey Ping and peeked through the doorframe, its round eyes blinking at Su Taiping. Sure, I will join you after dinner, Su Taiping replied with a smile. More than a year has passed, and he is no longer the frail youth who first arrived at the mountain. He has grown to 6 feet tall, his physique now well-proportioned and robust, and his once youthful face has acquired more defined features, exuding a charming boyishness. Yay! I heard Su Taiping is going to play chess with me. The little monkey Ping and joyfully leapt onto a nearby stool. Although only 3 months have elapsed, this monkey, possessing the bloodline of a spirit beast, is remarkably intelligent. It has not only learned human speech, but has also developed a passion for playing chess with Su Taiping. Moreover, the little monkey is so obedient that Su Taiping often forgets it is a magical beast. Each day, it diligently reads and practices writing as per Su Taiping's instructions, assists in managing the herb garden, and has even recently learned how to start a fire and cook. By the way, Su Taiping, that person has come again. He asked me to tell you that he intends to visit once more. As the little monkey spoke, it hopped onto Su Taiping's shoulder. If he returns, tell him I wish to focus on my cultivation and have no interest in joining the Yunlu Society, Su Taiping said, gently patting the little monkey's head. The so-called Yunlu Society is an organization for external disciples of Yunlu Mountain. Joining it would provide protection. For instance, if Su Taiping were to encounter a monster attack, he could seek their assistance. Initially, he had considered joining this organization for the sake of added security. However, after inquiring about the Yunlu Society from Baiyu, he changed his mind. Upon joining, any earnings from his herb garden or spiritual fields would be subject to a portion being remitted to the Qingxian sect, followed by a further third being surrendered to the Yunlu Society. Furthermore, he would be obliged to heed the Yunlu Society's orders and accompany its members on hunts for monsters. Although rewards are offered for defeating monsters, a significant portion must still be surrendered to the society. What ultimately dissuaded Su Taiping from joining was Baiyu's warning. Most cultivators from the Yunlu Society who become disciples of the Seven Peaks face threats compelling them to provide information about their sect and surrender substantial merit coins. Thus, Su Taiping resolved to disregard them. According to Baiyu, as long as one remains inconspicuous, these individuals will eventually cease their harassment after a time. Ping, and when conversing with that person, do not step outside the courtyard. Su Taiping further advised the little monkey. Understood, Su Taiping. The little monkey nodded earnestly. Now, let's head to the backyard to check on the gourd vine. If all goes well, Sister Lingwei should awaken tonight. Su Taiping gently lifted the little monkey from his shoulder and cradled it as they walked toward the herb garden in the backyard. In the herb garden, the once desolate scene of 3 months prior has transformed into a verdant paradise, with a fragrant aroma of spiritual herbs wafting through the air. Amidst the swaying medicinal herbs, a particularly striking gourd vine stands out, adorned with 3 gourds of varying colors. These 3 gourds are the fruits of the Dizong's second transformation. Su Taiping, this gourd smells delightful. The little monkey sniffed eagerly, licking its lips in anticipation. Little monkey, if you dare to eat it, do you not fear that it may disrupt your insides? Su Taiping jested, but before he could continue, the green gourd suddenly spoke, its voice melodious and feminine. Upon hearing this voice, Su Taiping's lips curled into a joyful smile as he turned to the gourd. Sister Lingwei, you have finally awakened. Chapter 54, The Cloud Tower Gathering. A failed invitation and the seizure of the spirit monkey. The green gourd swayed gently as Qing Hulu continued. However, we must wait another day or two until these 3 gourds are fully matured. This was previously communicated by Fairy Lingwei to Su Taiping. After her awakening, her remnant soul will reside within this green gourd, nurturing itself without the need for an earthly fruit attachment. Little Taiping, although I am unaware of the treasures contained in the other 2 gourds, their powerful aura suggests that there may be delightful surprises in store. Fairy Lingwei added with a hint of excitement in her tone. I too believe there will be surprises. Su Taiping nodded in agreement, sharing her anticipation for the treasures born from the earthly fruit's second harvest. After discussing some of his cultivation confusions with Fairy Lingwei over the past few months, Su Taiping returned to his room to play a few games of chess with the little monkey before resuming his evening cultivation. Now, he was determined not to waste a single moment. As Su Taiping began his training, the little monkey, Pinyin, playfully entertained himself in the courtyard, mimicking Su Taiping's stances while throwing punches and climbing up and down the old banyan tree, thoroughly enjoying himself. As dusk approached, Pingin's stomach began to rumble. The mountaineering ape had a hearty appetite. Even after consuming an entire roasted leg of lamb at noon, hunger gnawed at him. Despite his hunger, he refrained from disturbing Su Taiping, instead hanging by his tail from a tree branch, reciting the 3-character classic that Su Taiping had taught him. At the start, a monkey's nature is kind. Nature is similar, habits are divergent. Mutton leg, big chicken leg, roasted bear paw. Suddenly, A series of knocks echoed from outside the courtyard. Pingin's tail quivered, and he swayed down from the branch to peer outside, shielding his eyes from the bright sunset. He saw a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe standing at the entrance. "May I inquire if Su Taiping is at home?" The man's voice resonated. With a chirp, the little monkey leapt from the tree, bouncing over to the gate, gesturing animatedly at the middle-aged man. "Little monkey, is your master in the courtyard?" The man smiled at Pingin. Upon hearing this, the little monkey suddenly recalled that he could speak human language, quickly shaking his head and declaring, "Not here, go away." Su Taiping has no interest in the Cloud Tower gathering. Having just learned to speak, he could only manage short phrases. "I see." The middle-aged man nodded thoughtfully, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. He then looked back at Pingin and said, "Little monkey, I have 2 spirit peaches here. Would you like to eat them?" He produced 2 fist-sized, succulent peaches from his wide sleeves. The unique aroma of the spirit fruit wafted through the air as he revealed them. Sensing the alluring fragrance, Pingin found it difficult to contain himself, scratching his ears and fidgeting in anticipation. "If you wish to eat, come out and take them yourself," the middle-aged man said, taking a large bite of one peach, relishing its flavor. Faced with the temptation, Pingin hesitated several times, torn between his desire and Su Taiping's earlier warning. Ultimately, he refrained, scolding the man with a gesture before retreating back to the banyan tree. "Forget it. I won't tease you anymore. The spirit peaches are yours. Come and take them." The man chuckled, placing one peach on the ground before turning away and leaving. Once the middle-aged man had departed, Pingin hung from the tree branch, swinging like a pendulum until he reached the edge of the roof. After confirming that the man had truly left, he leaped down and swiftly snatched the spirit peach from the ground. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man seemed to vanish and reappear beside the little monkey. Before Pingin could react, he was caught and swiftly knocked unconscious. "You refuse to drink the wine offered to you, so you shall be treated to a punishment," the man remarked, glancing at the plaque above the courtyard entrance that read Qingzhou Residence. With a flick of his wrist, he shot a dart from his sleeve, embedding it in the plaque, which bore a letter. Having completed his task, the middle-aged man vanished once more. "Su Taiping, if you wish to retrieve your spirit pet, come to Peach Orchard Ridge within 3 days." This is a message from Jian Yuan of the Cloud Tower Gathering. By the time Su Taiping read the letter, more than a stick of incense had passed. He had been deeply engrossed in his training and failed to notice the events unfolding outside. Why would they do this? "I am merely a novice in the open-door realm and have no grievances with the Cloud Tower Gathering," Su Taiping pondered as he walked toward the medicinal garden, letter in hand. "What's wrong, Taiping?" Now, standing in the medicinal garden next to the gourd vine, Su Taiping relayed the day's occurrences and the Cloud Tower Gathering's repeated invitations to Fairy Lingwei. "They are likely eyeing the medicinal herbs in your garden," Fairy Lingwei surmised, showcasing her experience. "That is a possibility. All the herbs planted this year are precious varieties," Su Taiping acknowledged. "Do not worry, Taiping. Since their aim is the herbs in your garden, they will not harm Pingin before meeting you. Moreover, the 3 gourds will be fully mature tonight. You should retrieve the treasures for added assurance, and I will accompany you to Peach Orchard Ridge," Fairy Lingwei suggested. "Indeed, that seems the only course of action," Su Taiping agreed, realizing this was why he had not rushed out, but instead come to the medicinal garden. That night, as the moon reached its zenith, a soft thud signaled the first green gourd, inhabited by Fairy Lingwei, falling from the vine. Su Taiping watched as the glowing gourd floated gracefully towards him. "Little Taiping, you must help me safeguard this dwelling." Fairy Lingwei's playful voice emerged from within the gourd as its opening widened, and a somewhat translucent figure drifted out. Who else could it be but Fairy Lingwei herself? Chapter 55. The Gourd Falls, Concealing the True Dragon in the Green Mountains. Upon encountering the celestial maiden Lingwei once again, Su Taiping could distinctly perceive that the aura of humanity surrounding her had become significantly more robust, devoid of the icy detachment reminiscent of a ghost from their first meeting. "Sister Lingwei, it seems your soul has been considerably restored." Su Taiping expressed his joy for her progress, despite the lingering deficiency of spiritual energy in this land. The innate power within the Dizong fruit had facilitated a notable recovery of her spirit, rendering it akin to a half-formed soul. Ling Yue smiled and nodded, clearly pleased with her own advancements. By the way, little Tai Ping, this gourd not only serves as my sanctuary, but also harbors a vast space within. You may store your personal artifacts within it. She gestured towards a green gourd in Su Taiping's hand. How much can it contain? Su Taiping inquit astonits. Hold the gourd firmly and channel a breath of true energy into it. Ling Yue encouraged, opting not to provide a direct answer, but instead inviting him to experiment. All right, Su Taiping acquiesced, following her guidance as he infused the gourd with his energy. Instantly, a misty expanse materialized in his mind, approximately 10 feet square, akin to the size of his kitchen. Is it truly this spacious? Su Taiping retracted his focus, gazing at Ling Yue with surprise. For it was evident that this realm was the very space she had alluded to as harboring vastness. Not particularly large, Ling Yue chuckled, shaking her head. This gourd is the first spiritual treasure birthed from the Dizong fruit. Unlike ordinary treasures, its capacity will expand in accordance with its owner's strength. Thus, as my power continues to recover, the space within this gourd will grow, potentially becoming a realm unto itself. She elaborated with a sense of grandeur. A realm unto itself? Su Taiping felt a stir of excitement. Even this modest space was difficult for him to fathom. Sister Ling Yue, could I store the yellow sheep I hunted in the mountains, or the fire-patterned python from before, within this gourd? He confirmed with her. Indeed, Ling Yue affirmed, from small talismans to the bodies of monstrous beasts, as long as they fit. You may place them inside. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping's heart leaped with joy, recalling how he had been forced to skin the fire-patterned python due to space constraints, leaving many valuable items behind. Not just living creatures. Once my strength is further restored, even some spiritual beasts can be contained. This green gourd possesses capabilities akin to a demon-refining pot, Ling Yue added, further igniting Su Taiping's anticipation for her continued recovery. At that moment, a second gourd dropped from the vine. This one was red-skinned, adorned with flame-like patterns that were strikingly beautiful. After its descent, it floated into Su Taiping's embrace as if it were awakening from slumber, remaining still as if it had fallen back asleep. This fire gourd has absorbed the essence of fire spirit mushrooms and transformed through the treasures of this mountainous terrain, Ling Yue explained. Having previously described the Dizong fruit's ability to extract hidden treasures from the land, Su Taiping was not overly surprised. Let us take a look and see what treasure lies within this gourd, Ling Yue urged, her anticipation palpable. With a gentle tap at the gourd's opening, the top of the fire-patterned gourd split open automatically, releasing a surge of scorching, rich spiritual energy accompanied by a low, resonant roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry. There's a dragon in these mountains? Ling Yue exclaimed in astonishment. Although the treasure within the gourd remained unseen, the sound alone assured her that it was undoubtedly related to dragons. The only explanation for such a treasure was that this very mountain had once housed a true dragon, not a mere serpent like the Black Dragon Elder. Dragons truly exist in this world, Su Taiping reflected, having encountered references to such beings in various texts. However, most of the literature suggested that since the cataclysm known as the Longhan Initial Calamity millennia ago, true dragons had vanished, leaving behind only false dragons like serpents. Dragons indeed exist. They have existed in the past, and still do, but they have long ascended to the higher realms. Millennia ago, the spiritual energy in the lower realms had already diminished, making it impossible for true dragons to manifest. Even the few that remain in our realm have not been seen for nearly 1,000 years. Whether they live or perish remains a mystery, Ling Yue replied, her voice tinged with nostalgia. She then eagerly pointed to Su Taiping's gourd. Quickly, let us see what lies within. Right? Su Taiping suddenly recalled the treasure nestled within the gourd. He turned it upside down, and a sphere the size of a chicken egg tumbled out, accompanied by waves of intense heat that enveloped the entire spiritual herb garden. Is this the dragon gallstone refined from a true dragon's gallbladder? Ling Yue gasped once more. Was a dragon gallstone? Su Taiping, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, sensing the extraordinary nature of the orb reflected in Ling Yue's fervent gaze. Handle it with care, she cautioned, signaling Su Taiping to secure the gallstone. Once he had safely stowed it away in the gourd and replaced the lid, she finally relaxed, saying, though the dragon gallstone does not possess any extraordinary abilities, if used to brew liquor, a single sip can exponentially enhance one's cultivation speed. Moreover, dragon gall liquor can nourish the soul, making it a coveted treasure for high-level cultivators. However, due to the rarity of true dragons and the difficulty in refining dragon gall, the gallstones have become exceedingly scarce. At this juncture, a hint of regret flickered in Ling Yue's eyes, and she continued with a wry smile. I once searched throughout 10 provinces without finding a single piece, and yet today, I unexpectedly discovered one in this desolate land rich in spiritual energy. Chapter 56. The Tsangwan Ring. 3 fingers can break clouds and split seas. Thus, from now on, if I drink the wine brewed from this Longdan stone, I will be able to accelerate my cultivation speed? Su Taiping inquired, his eyes sparkling with newfound hope. Indeed, replied Fairy Ling Yue with a smile, nodding in affirmation. However, the Longdan wine is not an inexhaustible resource. A single Longdan stone can only brew 3,000 gourds of wine. Given your current physique, you may find even a single cup challenging to endure. You must prepare yourself. Is it similar to the bone cleansing elixir from before? Su Taiping recalled the painful experience of immersing himself in the elixir. The suffering may be comparable, yet the potency of Longdan wine is far more formidable. Once consumed, the innate dragon essence within will fiercely surge through your body. Should you fail to maintain control, it could result in your demise, Fairy Ling Yue cautioned. Do not fret excessively. Simply manage your intake, and you shall be fine, she added, noticing Su Taiping's solemn expression. Very well, I shall start with half a cup, Su Taiping resolved, undeterred by the potential side effects mentioned by Fairy Ling Yue. In truth, beyond enhancing his cultivation speed, using Longdan wine to nourish spiritual herbs would facilitate their rapid growth. Ordinary herbs could gain 10 years of age with just 1 cup. Fairy Ling Yue glanced at the medicinal garden, her smile widening. Such miraculous effects exist? Su Taiping's astonishment was palpable. However, unless one encounters rare medicinal plants, it is best to refrain from using it. Each Longdan stone can only yield 3,000 gourds. Consuming one diminishes the supply. Fairy Ling Yue nodded, offering a final piece of advice. I understand this. Ultimately, obtaining the Longdan stone from your recent venture was indeed worthwhile. Taiping, Fairy Ling Yue expressed with relief. Had you not insisted on retrieving the fire spirit mushroom, the earth fruit would never have revealed this Longdan stone buried for millennia beneath these mountains. Just then, as they conversed, a third gourd fell from the vine. Kulme, let us see what treasure the earth fruit has bestowed upon us, Fairy Ling Yue exclaimed, increasingly eager about the third gourd after the previous bounties. As before, the gourd, resembling dark iron in hue, landed and automatically flew into Su Taiping's embrace, as if it recognized him as its rightful master. With practiced ease, Su Taiping opened the gourd. Suddenly, a silver light shaped like a bird burst forth, soaring around the courtyard before darting straight towards Su Taiping. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself, only to find the light transforming into golden threads that entwined around his index finger. In an instant, a silver ring adorned with a vividly carved bird pattern appeared on his finger. As Su Taiping pondered the nature of this treasure, a flood of knowledge regarding its name and purpose surged into his mind. This must be the Tsangwan Ring, a spiritual treasure birthed from the fusion of the earth fruit and the essence of this mountainous region. Fairy Ling Yue clarified as she noticed Su Taiping's dazed expression. Once worn, your spirit will instinctively comprehend its function. Fairy Ling Yue, this is called the Tsangwan Ring, crafted from the essence of these mountains and the spirit of the fierce beast Tsangwan. Su Taiping exclaimed, excitement illuminating his features. The Tsangwan beast? Is that not the predatory bird that became extinct in ancient times? Fairy Ling Yue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Ancient ferocious beasts? Su Taiping was taken aback, having not previously heard of the Tsangwan and assuming it to be merely an ordinary creature. During the primordial chaos, ferocious beasts roamed the earth, and the Tsangwan was among the most formidable of them all. It is said that the dragon clan ultimately eradicated them, Fairy Lingyue elucidated. To have such a fearsome reputation during the ancient cataclysms, even a fragment of its essence is enough to instill dread, she added. Yet, I sense this ring's spirit does not seem so fearsome, Su Taiping remarked, struggling to reconcile the charming little bluebird in his mind with the notorious Tsangwan. At that moment, a bird-shaped light once again emerged from the ring, joyfully circling around him before returning to its confines. Indeed peculiar, yet your spiritual perception cannot be wrong. The spirit must be the Tsangwan. Regardless, a high-grade spiritual weapon possessing a spirit is considered a treasure even in the realm of cultivation where I once resided. Fairy Lingyue noted, though she did not press further on the anomaly, trusting the quality of the earth fruit's creations. Yes, Su Taiping nodded vigorously, affirming Fairy Lingyue's assessment. I can sense immense spiritual power within this ring. He glanced down at the ring adorning his finger. What kind of spiritual power is it? Since it is a newly birthed spiritual treasure from the earth fruit, it is now my turn to inquire, Fairy Lingyue remarked. This power is divided into two aspects, offense and defense. By forming a circle with my thumb and index finger of my right hand, I can invoke the defensive capabilities, Su Taiping explained, demonstrating by raising his right hand, joining his thumb and index finger to create a circle and channeling his chi into it. With a thunderous roar, a swirling barrier of wind enveloped Su Taiping, reminiscent of the frost wind pearl used by the tiger demon. Unlike the frost wind pearl, this wind barrier accompanied him without hindering his movements or strikes. Su Taiping tested it further, executing several stances of the Qingyo fist, and the wind barrier remained steadfast by his side. Impressive, Fairy Lingyue acknowledged, recognizing the wind barrier's resilience sufficient to withstand even the full force of the previous fiery serpent's assault. It was noteworthy that Su Taiping was still merely at the initial stage of cultivation. Moreover, it continuously accompanies the user, which is a significant advantage over the frost wind pearl. Now let me observe the ring's offensive capabilities, she urged Su Taiping with anticipation. Su Taiping nodded in agreement. The Tsangwan Ring's offensive power is divided into three levels. The first finger breaks clouds, the second finger shatters mountains, and the third finger splits seas. He raised his index finger adorned with the ring, then snapped his fingers with two fingers, and finally brought all three fingers together to perform a downward strike. Though his gestures were somewhat clumsy, Fairy Lingyue quickly grasped the intended representation of the Tsangwan Ring's three powers. Let's give it a try, she said, her eyes gleaming with expectation as she looked at Su Taiping. Chapter 57, Taoyuan Ridge, Mr. Yashan's Banquet, even if the Fairy Lingyue did not speak. Su Taiping was eager to test the magical prowess of the ring. Thus, he began to channel his true essence into the ring, following the method he had just sensed. He raised a finger skyward, pointing directly at a cloud that sought to obscure the moon above. Boom! In the next instant, with a mere thought, brilliant light flickered at his fingertip, and a spiral wind blade, forged from pure vital energy, shot forth like a spear, piercing the heavens towards the cloud 100 feet above. Bang! Moments later, a faint tremor echoed from the sky. Following this, Su Taiping and Fairy Lingyue beheld that the dark cloud, which had previously concealed the moon, was directly pierced by his gesture. Through the hole in the cloud, the two could clearly see the luminous moon hanging in the sky. This strike would surely be too much for even the pattern python to withstand, thought Fairy Lingyue, her eyes sparkling with delight. If one finger possesses the power to break through defenses, then two fingers should be capable of overcoming many foes. Taiping, you must try using two fingers, she urged Su Taiping with curiosity. Very well, Su Taiping replied, equally intrigued. However, as he extended two fingers, preparing to execute the snapping motion he had sensed, a sudden pang of pain gripped his abdomen. His true energy seemed entirely depleted. Upon inspecting with his spiritual sense, he realized that the true essence within his dantian had been completely exhausted when he unleashed the power of the first finger. Sister Lingyue, it appears my current spiritual energy allows me to unleash the power of the Tsangwan Ring only once. Su Taiping sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. Do not be disheartened. Even if it can only be used once, you need not fear the majority of the beasts in these mountains. If you can refine a few more gathering chi pills, you should be able to utilize it several times. Moreover, considering your current cultivation level, you have yet to fully harness the power of the first finger. Perhaps once you break through to the Wanyu realm, the power of this gesture will increase even further. Fairy Lingwe said with a smile, shaking her head. She was quite pleased with the destructive capability of the Zhongwan ring. I share your sentiment, Su Taiping replied, his eyes filled with anticipation. Take good care of this iron gourd. The 3 gourds transformed by the earth fruit each serve their own purpose. The green gourd creates its own world. The fire gourd can nurture medicinal pills even without dragon gallstones, while the iron gourd can nurture weapons. Even ordinary weapons placed inside for a year or two will see their quality significantly enhanced, not to mention spirit weapons like flying swords. Fairy Lingwe elaborated on the uses of the 3 gourds. Su Taiping had not anticipated that these 3 gourds were treasures in their own right, and he promptly placed the fire gourd and iron gourd into the green gourd. Does this mean I could venture into the weapon trade in the future? Su Taiping Sudeli Muset Alao. Currently, your iron gourd can nurture only 1 weapon at most. You must use your true essence to gradually enhance its capabilities before you can nurture more weapons. So it may be premature to consider it for business just yet. Fairy Lingwe replied, not entirely dismissing Su Taiping's notion. After all, as one progresses in cultivation, the need for rare materials increases, and possessing greater wealth is always beneficial. I understand. Then for now, I shall use it to nurture the Zhongwan ring, Su Taiping said, feeling invigorated rather than disheartened. His resolve to enhance his cultivation strengthened. By the way, Sister Lingwe, I plan to visit Taoyuan Ridge tomorrow. After securing the gourds, Su Taiping raised his head, his expression serious as he looked at Fairy Lingwe. Go ahead. This time, Fairy Lingwe readily consented. To her, no matter what Su Taiping intended to do, it would serve as valuable experience for him. As for the potential dangers, she believed that with the Zhongwan ring in hand, he would face no life-threatening risks unless he encountered cultivators above the Wanyu realm. And those cultivators would hardly be inclined to deal with a mere outer sect novice. Besides, if things became overwhelming, I shall be there to assist him, she thought to herself. The following day, at Taoyuan Ridge, though the scenery here was lovely, the mountains were fraught with ferocious beasts and poisonous creatures, which Su Taiping had always avoided while hunting, making this his first visit. As he stepped into a peach grove, he immediately spotted a small courtyard in the center of the grove. The courtyard was modest, similar to his Qingzhou residence, yet it appeared considerably newer, with fresh walls and tiles indicating its recent construction. Since young friend Taiping has arrived, why not come in for a chat? Su Taiping intended to observe the surroundings before entering, but before he could take a step, he was already noticed by someone inside the courtyard. I apologize for the intrusion, he replied without hesitation, lightly pushing off the ground to leap gracefully into the air, landing at the entrance of the small courtyard in the blink of an eye. Upon looking up, he noticed 3 large characters inscribed above the door. Look at you, guest residents. Su Taiping cast a casual glance at the plaque and muttered to himself, today, no one shall remain here. Creak. At that moment, the door of the courtyard swung open, revealing 2 charming young maidens. Young Master Su, please. Our master has been awaiting you inside for quite some time. The 2 maidens smiled sweetly as they gestured for Su Taiping to enter. Su Taiping nodded and stepped into the courtyard, but one hand concealed within his sleeve firmly grasped a golden bell talisman. He still had a few talismans left from the tiger demon. Young friend Taiping, I apologize for not welcoming you properly, the middle-aged man, dressed in scholarly attire and sporting a beaming smile, emerged from the inner room just as Su Taiping was about to enter the main hall. Gesturing for him to come in, Su Taiping halted, showing no intention to proceed. May I ask the esteemed name of the elder? He inquired calmly, his gaze fixed on the man. I am Jian Yuan, courtesy name Yashan. Everyone in Yunlu society affectionately calls me Mr. Yashan, the middle-aged man replied, stroking his beard with a smile. I see that Mr. Yashan is indeed a person of learning and propriety. Why then, have you taken my monkey without cause? Su Taiping asked directly. Ha ha. Mr. Yashan chuckled heartily at the inquiry, waving his hands in explanation. Young friend Taiping has misunderstood. I merely found your monkey to be quite adorable, and it seems to enjoy the spiritual fruits in my garden. so I wish to take it for a few days of amusement." Such nonsensical words were spoken with a facade of grandeur. "Since I have come, I would ask Mr. Yashan to return my monkey to me," Su Taiping replied, unfazed by the man's preposterous claims, his gaze steady as he extended his hand. Chapter 58. The Battle at Yashan. Ambush in Taoyuan Ridge. "Do not rush, my young friend Taiping. Please step inside. After we have feasted and quenched our thirst, we shall discuss this matter further," Mr. Yashan said, smiling as he gestured with his hand. "No need," Su Taiping replied, shaking his head. With resolute eyes, he extended a hand and demanded, "Bring it forth." Upon hearing this, Mr. Yashan's expression darkened immediately. "Su Taiping, do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a punishment cup. Inviting you to join the Yunlu Society is a mark of respect," he warned, his hand resting on his abdomen, his tone rife with menace. At that moment, two charming maidens closed the courtyard door, positioning themselves on either side of Su Taiping in a flanking manner. "I have no interest in the Yunlu Society," Su Taiping declared, shaking his head, his hand now resting on the hilt of his long blade. The true energy within him surged like a torrent, coursing through his meridians. A powerful aura emanated from him, instantly filling the courtyard. Though his progress was gradual, it was steadfast. Each strand of true energy within him had been refined dozens of times, and his meridians were nurtured daily by this energy. At present, he resembled a small yet remarkably sturdy stone. "Ha ha!" Mr. Yashan suddenly laughed heartily. "Since you, young friend Taiping, do not wish to partake in this meal, I shall not press the matter." Turning to the interior, he continued, "Old Qian, bring out that little monkey and return it to young friend Taiping." Upon hearing this, Su Taiping furrowed his brows, a sense of wariness washing over him. His instincts warned him that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Surprisingly, however, Mr. Yashan exhibited no signs of strangeness as the servant named Old Qian safely brought out the little monkey and cradled it in his arms. "Young friend Taiping, since you are not inclined to linger, I shall not see you off," Mr. Yashan said with a smile, bowing slightly to Su Taiping before turning away and re-entering the courtyard. The little monkey, feeling somewhat anxious, clung to Su Taiping's arm. "It's all right, we are going home," Su Taiping reassured the monkey, his demeanor returning to normal as he stepped toward the courtyard entrance. "Safe travels, young master." The two maidens bid farewell with charming smiles before he reached the door. "Taiping, be cautious behind you." At that moment, the voice of Lingyue Fairy echoed in Su Taiping's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he infused the golden bell talisman in his hand with true energy, instantly enveloping himself in a golden bell-shaped shield. Just then, a sound reverberated like a bell tolling. Su Taiping, having turned around, saw Mr. Yashan inexplicably behind him, brandishing a sharp sword aimed directly at him. Upon closer inspection, the blade, wrapped in a glimmering aura, had pierced through the golden shield, nearly touching Su Taiping. What had Mr. Yashan arrived? Su Taiping was stunned, as he had clearly seen Mr. Yashan enter the house moments ago. However, he had no time to ponder this further. He propelled himself backward with a forceful push from his toes, creating a dent in the ground as he retreated. Before his feet could touch the ground, the two formerly smiling maidens suddenly drew short swords from their sleeves, lunging toward him from both sides. Clearly, this was a premeditated assault. Clang! Su Taiping shattered another golden bell talisman in haste. Boom! Thanks to his swift reaction, the talisman once again thwarted the attack from the two maidens. Yet, a chill ran down Su Taiping's spine as he realized that Mr. Yashan, who had been pursuing him, had vanished from sight. Boom! When Su Taiping next glimpsed Mr. Yashan, he had appeared behind him, delivering a powerful palm strike aimed at his back. Bang! The force of this strike was formidable. The energy coalesced into a blade-like gust, crashing down upon the golden shield surrounding Su Taiping. Crack! The shield shattered within moments. This low-grade golden bell talisman was merely a consumable item, incapable of withstanding sustained assaults. Swish! Simultaneously, Mr. Yashan vanished once more, while the two maidens again thrust their short swords toward Su Taiping's back, their timing impeccably coordinated. Clang! Su Taiping crushed yet another golden bell talisman, successfully blocking the maiden's lethal strike once more. This was his final talisman, yet he felt no regret or panic. Instead, a sense of clarity washed over his expression. Through the two recent attacks, he deduced that Mr. Yashan's disappearing act was not due to extraordinary speed, but rather the use of some concealed artifact. Even if you possess an invisibility artifact, you must reveal yourself when attempting to kill me, Su Taiping mused, forming a circle with his thumb and forefinger within his sleeve. Boom! As expected, just after the golden shield had repelled the maiden's assault, Mr. Yashan reappeared behind Su Taiping, striking at the already cracked shield. Bang! With a deafening sound, the golden shield shattered completely. Oomph! Mr. Yashan sneered, revealing a shimmering sword in his concealed hand, lunging toward Su Taiping's back. Boom! Just as he thrust his sword forward, a resounding explosion echoed through the mountains, and a wall of wind surged outward from Su Taiping's form. This wind wall emanated from Su Taiping's Sangwan ring. Crack! The wind wall was immensely solid, causing Mr. Yashan's treasured sword to snap as it made contact. Startled and desperate, Mr. Yashan attempted to vanish once more. But Su Taiping had already unsheathed his blade, slicing through the air toward Mr. Yashan's neck with a fierce, whistling arc. Yet, at the moment the blade was about to sever Mr. Yashan's head, a jade pendant flew from around his neck, transforming into a shield at an astonishing speed. Bang! Although the jade shattered upon impact, Mr. Yashan ultimately seized the opportunity to escape. What are you waiting for? All of you, attack together! Mr. Yashan shouted frantically, rolling and tumbling away in a bid for survival. Just as his voice faded, the sound of swords being drawn resonated from outside the courtyard. As 4 or 5 shadowy figures with potent auras surged into the courtyard, all heading straight for Su Taiping. Clearly, there was an ambush within Taoyuan Ridge. Chapter 59. The unveiling of treasures by Mr. Yashan. With a swift motion, Su Taiping disregarded the onlookers and advanced toward Mr. Yashan like a gale. As Mr. Yashan was about to vanish again, Su Taiping delivered a powerful strike to his chest, reminiscent of a bull's charge. The sound of shattering bones echoed as Mr. Yashan, who had just regained his footing, was sent flying into the courtyard wall. However, the cost of Su Taiping's relentless assault was that several figures had surrounded him, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Kill this little thief, and let him know the consequences of offending the Yunlu society, shouted Mr. Yashan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, as he furiously pointed at Su Taiping after swallowing several medicinal pills. Even without his command, the encircling assailants had already begun their attack. In the courtyard, the atmosphere was thick with the clashing of blades and the whistling of swords. If Su Taiping were to be overwhelmed, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere mass of flesh in no time. To Mr. Yashan's astonishment, Su Taiping did not flee or resist. Instead, he took a deep breath and snapped his fingers, just as the flurry of blades was about to strike him. A sharp crack resonated throughout the courtyard. Initially perplexed, Mr. Yashan's confusion swiftly transformed into horror as a deafening blast erupted around Su Taiping, unleashing a gale of energy that obliterated the 4 assailants in an instant, reducing them to a bloody mist. Impossible, this cannot be. Mr. Yashan, in disbelief, momentarily forgot to flee. By the time he regained his composure, Su Taiping stood before him, wielding a bloodied blade. No, Mr. Yashan's plea was cut short as Su Taiping's fist connected with his cheek, sending him crashing through the wall. After their brief confrontation, Su Taiping was certain that Mr. Yashan's cultivation was merely at the opening door stage, perhaps even below that. He felt no fear towards such a rogue cultivator. The only concern was the elusive treasure that enabled Mr. Yashan's invisibility. However, Su Taiping speculated that it had limitations, given Mr. Yashan's hesitance to utilize it again. Spare me, my friend. It was my fault. Please forgive me. With numerous bones fractured and his treasures rendered useless, Mr. Yashan had reached a desperate point and could only beg for mercy. Tell me, how did the Yunlu society come to target me? Su Taiping inquired, standing over Mr. Yashan. Well, there's no special reason. Mr. Yashan began, but before he could finish, Su Taiping delivered a swift kick that knocked him down. Speak the truth. Or, I shall wield my blade next time, he warned, brandishing his knife. Please do not be hasty. I will tell you, Mr. Yashan pleaded, waving his hands. Su Taiping glared at him, prompting Mr. Yashan to continue. Recently, we visited the West Wind Pavilion, and a disciple who joined our Yunlu Society revealed that an outer disciple from Qingzhou residence had cultivated numerous rare, medicinal herbs this year, which could fetch 1 or 2,000 merit coins upon maturation. I acted out of greed. Su Taiping furrowed his brow at this revelation, thinking, so it was someone from the West Wind Pavilion who leaked the information about the seeds. Could it be those whom Uncle Gio reprimanded last time? Nevertheless, he chose to keep this matter to himself and sought further information. Is it your suggestion to summon me, rather than the Yunlu Societies? Su Taiping continued his inquiry. Indeed, it was my own idea. However, as I am the leader of the Yunlu Society in this vicinity, I can make such decisions. Mr. Yashan's demeanor shifted as he raised his voice, clearly attempting to intimidate Su Taiping. What treasure did you use to become invisible? Hand it over. Su Taiping pressed further. Mr. Yashan hesitated to relinquish the item. In a flash, Su Taiping slashed through the air. Calm yourself. This treasure is called the concealment grass. When held in the palm, one can become invisible, but it may only be used 3 times a day, with each use lasting merely 10 breaths. Reluctantly, Mr. Yashan presented the vibrant green leaf. Su Taiping accepted the leaf, nodding in acknowledgement before posing another question. What benefits would I receive if I were to join the Yunlu Society? He inquired casually. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yashan's face lit up, recognizing that Su Taiping's interest in joining meant he would have demands. I can assure you, as long as you join the Yunlu Society. Just then, as Mr. Yashan relaxed his guard, Su Taiping gathered his energy and struck down with his blade. Had you not claimed to be a leader of the Yunlu Society, I might have considered sparing your life, he muttered expressionlessly, having faced the specters and tiger demons. Su Taiping understood that to survive in the realm of cultivation, one must not be overly lenient. One's own safety is paramount. The tragedy of Lu Qingmei was a vivid reminder. Well done. Indeed, the ethereal visage of the spirit moon fairy emerged from the gourd, satisfied with the unfolding events after having remained a spectator throughout. Such a waste of several golden bell talismans, Su Taiping lamented, feeling that had he managed the situation more adeptly, he might have avoided wasting those talismans. Following this, Su Taiping meticulously cleaned the surroundings of the courtyard, ensuring no trace was left before storing all the bodies, including Mr. Yashan's, within the gourd. He could not afford to leave any incriminating evidence for the West Wind Pavilion or the Yunlu Society, ensuring that even if they suspected him, they could not produce proof. After tidying the scene, he examined the spoils he had acquired. He had obtained 3 fire arrow talismans, 2 golden bell talismans, and 600 merit coins. This is certainly more profitable than cultivating medicinal herbs, Su Taiping remarked, eyeing the additional bag of merit coins. Yet the risks are 100-fold greater than those of cultivating herbs, the spirit moon fairy warned, anxious that Su Taiping might stray down a dark path. Fear not, Sister Lingwei. I am well aware of my choices. I have no desire for such endeavors, Su Taiping assured her with a smile. Nodding in agreement, the spirit moon fairy gestured toward the fire gourd at Su Taiping's waist. From here on, you may focus on your cultivation until the grand competition in 2 years. The night following Su Taiping's return to Qingzhou residence, he cautiously opened the fire gourd and poured a small cup of the dragon gallbladder wine, which had been soaking all day. Sister Lingwei, may I drink this? He asked hesitantly, raising the cup towards the spirit moon fairy as he prepared to test the effects of the wine. Chapter 62 years later, on a stormy night. The white featherfalls drink up just half a cup of wine, and with me here, nothing will go awry. The fairy Lingwen nodded with a smile. Su Taiping acknowledged her with a nod and then raised his cup, downing its contents in one swift motion. This was, in truth, the first genuine drink of his life. Boom! As the Longdan wine entered his belly, the aura surrounding Su Taiping erupted uncontrollably, enveloping him in a mist-like haze. More significantly than the external fluctuations, the true energy and blood flow within him surged violently. Focus on your breathing technique, Fairy Lingwei reminded him at the perfect moment. Su Taiping nodded and swiftly seated himself cross-legged on the bed, enduring the dizziness brought on by the tumultuous surge of his blood and energy while activating the Sanxia technique. With a sigh, as the Sanxia technique began to circulate, the intense fluctuations inside Su Taiping finally stabilized. To his astonishment, he found that the previously challenging acupoints and meridians within the Sanxia technique were now surprisingly easy to manipulate. Consequently, he could guide the natural spiritual energy into his body, exponentially increasing its flow. At this moment, Su Taiping finally grasped the difference between the mortal bone and the golden spiritual bone, as well as the heavenly spiritual bone. At this rate, within 2 years, I will surely transform my energy reservoir into an ocean of energy and ultimately step into the realm of Wangu. The pace of cultivation filled Su Taiping with newfound confidence. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, sensing Su Taiping's aura stabilize, Fairy Lingyue finally felt at ease, for she had heard of instances where individuals had perished from the Longdan wine. Sure, just as Fairy Lingyue was about to return to the gourd to nurture her spirit, the little monkey Pinyin suddenly leaped onto the table and began to lick the cup that Su Taiping had used. Chirp! Before Fairy Lingyue could intervene, the little monkey tilted its head and fell onto the table with a thud. This sight left Fairy Lingyue both amused and exasperated. Well, this little monkey, though of mixed lineage, still possesses a trace of the mountain-relocating ape's bloodline. Perhaps I should teach it the ape demon technique? Gazing at the sleeping little monkey sprawled on the table, an idea struck Fairy Lingyue. Though the name ape demon technique contains the word demon, it is not truly a dark art. Rather, its immense power has earned it such a title, akin to the Qingyo fist, which is also known as the bull demon fist in other realms. It's still too early for the third transformation of the earth fruit, and since I have some free time, why not let the little monkey practice in my gourd? After pondering for a moment, Fairy Lingyue made up her mind and opened the gourd's mouth, directly drawing the little monkey inside. Time flows slowly in the mountains. It can stretch languidly or pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. Boom! By a large lake in Yanglu Mountain, Su Taiping activated the ice breath technique and exhaled towards the vast lake. In an instant, the entire surface was frozen solid. This was the culmination of his 2 years of training. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the opening door realm, with the Sanxia technique mastered to the second level. The wind shadow step perfected, the Qingyo fist fully realized, the 7-kill knife mastered, and the ice breath technique brought to fruition. Chirp! Just then, a little snow monkey appeared on the ice, joyfully sliding across the surface. When it reached the center, it suddenly halted and, before the naked eye, grew to a height of 9 feet, then delivered a powerful punch to the ice. Bang! With a resounding crash, the entire ice surface fractured like a spider's web. Sister Lingyue, has Pingyin's ape demon technique reached its early stages? Su Taiping turned and smiled at the ethereal image of Fairy Lingyue beside him. Your comprehension is rather lacking. It has only reached the early stages after 2 years. If it weren't for the Longdan wine you fed it, it might take several more years. Fairy Lingyue sighed in dissatisfaction. Yet are you certain you want to break through to the Wangu realm before the selection? You must understand that if you fail, it could severely damage your vitality. She looked at Su Taiping with concern. I'm not afraid. Su Taiping shook his head resolutely. The elixirs have been prepared. The barrier array you taught me is set up outside the courtyard, and with its Sangwan ring, I need not fear the extraterrestrial demons. Fairy Lingyue gazed at the young man before her, now over 7 feet tall, with defined features and an aura of valor. And couldn't he help but reflect how swiftly time passes. 3 years have flown by. When I first met him, he was just a naive boy, and now he stands as a man. You've forgotten something, she said with a smile directed at Su Taiping. Forgotten something? Su Taiping felt a pang of anxiety. To ensure a successful foundation establishment and break through to the Wangu realm, he had prepared for a full year, spending most of his accumulated merit coins solely on the foundation elixir. The thought of having forgotten something only heightened his apprehension. Have you forgotten your sister? Fairy Lingyue shot him a glare. Su Taiping was taken aback, then broke into a radiant smile, quickly and earnestly correcting her. Sister Lingyue is like family to me. How could she be compared to such trivial matters? Fairy Lingwei felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this. At least you possess some conscience. She playfully patted Su Taiping's head and confidently declared, "You can break through without worry. Even without those things, I can shield you from the extraterrestrial demons." However, just as Su Taiping was preparing for his breakthrough the night before, an unexpected event disrupted his plans. That night, the wind howled and rain poured. Bang! Just as Su Taiping was about to close the doors and windows, preparing for the final steps before his breakthrough, a loud thud echoed from the entrance of the courtyard. It was the aura of the spirit bird, the white feather. Fairy Lingwei's spirit emerged from the green gourd. Why has the white feather fallen on my doorstep? Su Taiping furrowed his brow and quickly made his way outside. Over the past 2 years, the white feather had often brought items to see him, and their friendship had grown steadily. Creak! Upon opening the courtyard door, Su Taiping indeed saw the enormous white feather lying wounded in the muddy rain. White feather, what happened to you? Su Taiping rushed out from the courtyard. Don't come closer. Just as he took a step forward, the white feather suddenly raised its head and shouted at Su Taiping, signaling him to stay back. Chapter 61. The Stormy Night. The annihilation of the white-headed eagle clan. Do not approach me. If you become tainted by my aura, they will pursue you as well. It weakly explained to Su Taiping. Su Taiping cautiously retreated into the courtyard. What on earth has happened? He pressed further. The Western Wind Pavilion has allied with the Peacock King to decimate my white-headed eagle clan. I do not know the fate of my mother. I am the only one who escaped. Baiyu struggled to regulate her breathing before continuing. Taiping, I came here to implore you to inform my father of this matter. The Peacock King seeks to occupy our sacred ground, the Wind-Coming Valley, and has conspired with Lu Songshan from the Western Wind Pavilion to set an ambush, trapping my mother and subsequently slaughtering our clan. Please ensure he avenges me if he is still alive. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping felt a significant weight lift from his heart. In recent times, he had frequently listened to Baiyu's grievances regarding the feud between the white-headed eagles and the Peacock King, but he had not anticipated that the Western Wind Pavilion would ally with the Peacock King. Su Taiping, do not come to my rescue. Do not interfere. You are no match for the Peacock King. Baiyu, still resting her head in the mud, once again mustered the strength to caution Su Taiping. Should I save her or not? Su Taiping found himself at a crossroads. Just as he hesitated, a bird's call echoed from the horizon, resonating through the mountains despite the torrential rain. Taiping, you can store Baiyu in my green gourd, Lingua Xianzi reminded him at that moment. Good. Su Taiping's eyes brightened, and he nodded, promptly unfastening the green gourd from his waist. He had almost forgotten about it without Lingua Xianzi's reminder. After over 2 years of nurturing, the interior of the gourd had expanded to the size of half a courtyard and had gained the ability to absorb weaker or unresisting beasts. Absorb. Lingua Xianzi chanted an incantation, and a powerful suction emerged from the gourd, pulling Baiyu inside. Rest assured, the green gourd can shield from the aura of heaven and earth. Baiyu will be safe within. After speaking, Lingua Xianzi also dove into the gourd. The Peacock King is approaching. Be cautious, she added. Su Taiping nodded, rising to return to the courtyard and closing the door behind him. Knock, knock, knock. Shortly after, the door of Qingzhou residence was rapped upon. Undoubtedly, it was the Peacock King arriving. Who goes there? Su Taiping did not rush to open the door amidst the downpour, but inquired instead. It is a grave offense for spiritual birds to intrude upon a cultivator's residence. So he felt no fear of the Peacock King barging in. Inside, I am the Peacock King of Yunling, here to capture a traitorous beast. May I ask if you have seen a gravely injured white-headed eagle? The Peacock King outside inquired politely. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping stepped forward and opened the door. As he did, he saw a green peacock standing at the entrance, towering far above the door, its icy gaze fixed intently upon him. Yet, it was not merely the cold eyes and imposing stature that unsettled Su Taiping. It was the overwhelming pressure emanating from it, more fierce than the torrential rain outside, that truly took his breath away. Simply standing before it felt akin to being crushed by a boulder weighing thousands of pounds. Indeed, a white-headed eagle did fall from the sky not long ago. After taking a moment to steady his breath, Su Taiping calmly pointed to the indentation in the ground left by Yu's recent landing, continuing. However, it quickly regained its strength and flew away. No one else knew of his acquaintance with Yu, so he was unconcerned that the green peacock might see through his deception. The green peacock silently met Su Taiping's gaze, then scanned the surroundings, sniffing the air as if to confirm the absence of the white-headed eagle's presence before nodding and saying, "My apologies for the intrusion." Having confirmed that there was no trace of the white-headed eagle, it seemed unwilling to waste time. With a flap of its wings, it soared into the stormy sky. As the Peacock King ascended, Su Taiping observed closely and realized that this peacock could manipulate its internal spiritual energy to deflect raindrops. Much like human cultivators. Sister Lingyue, what level of cultivation must a spiritual bird possess to wield spiritual energy like that? He internally queried as he watched the Peacock King depart. Such talent is rare. Even a beast of the Demon King level may not achieve this. Bai Hong, whom you are familiar with, might be able to. Lingyue Xianzi replied with an unusually grave tone. This peacock should best be avoided unless absolutely necessary, she added. I understand. Su Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, Sister Lingyue, how severe is Yu's injury? I require a cup of dragon gallbladder wine, Lingyue Xianzi stated. Very well. Su Taiping nodded without hesitation. In the past 2 years, he had not consumed much, only about 3 jars a year. According to Lingyue Xianzi, the true necessity for dragon gallbladder wine would arise during the transcendence phase, so he still had plenty left. Naturally, he would not hesitate to provide a jar, as Yu was his only friend in this mountain. The following day, in the backyard of Qingzhou residence. I'm still alive? Yu looked curiously at Su Taiping, who was practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Su Taiping, did you do something? She inquired further. Could you shrink a little more? After finishing a set of Qingyo fist, Su Taiping sheathed his fists and turned to Yu. Yu nodded, and with a flicker of gray light, her form shrank to that of Sparrow. You brought me back, and the Peacock King did not notice? Yu leaped onto the stone table, continuing her questioning. I possess a gourd that can contain spiritual beasts, Su Taiping replied, patting the green gourd at his waist. He naturally would not disclose Lingyue Xianzi's existence to Yu, but the gourd was a different matter. After all, who didn't he have a few life-saving treasures? Could it be the refining demon gourd? Yu's eyes widened in alarm, retreating a few steps in wariness. She was not entirely wrong, as according to Lingyue Xianzi, this green gourd could indeed absorb spiritual beasts and birds at this stage. So calling it a refining demon gourd was not entirely inaccurate. However, the distinction lay in the fact that the refining demon gourd was used for refining demons, while this green gourd could nurture demons, marking a fundamental difference. If this were the refining demon gourd, you would have long since turned into a puddle of blood inside it. How could you possibly be chirping away as you are now? Su Taiping shook his head. That is true. Yu nodded, her expression relaxing. This is my secret. You must not tell anyone else, Su Taiping reminded her. Am I the sort of person to divulge secrets? Yu regained her defiant demeanor. Just then, the little monkey pinged and bounced into the courtyard, joyfully carrying a large platter of meat. Yu, eat. I cooked this, the little monkey exclaimed, pushing a piece of meat toward Yu. Over the past 2 years, it has grown quite familiar with Yu, and due to their shared essence as spirit beasts, they have formed a deep bond. Although Yu lacked the appetite to eat, he did not wish to dismiss the kind gesture of the little monkey and reluctantly accepted a piece, swallowing it down. Yu, what transpired in Windcoming Valley last night? At that moment, Su Taiping also took a seat at the table, reaching for a piece of meat before curiously inquiring about the events from Yu. Despite having rescued Yu, he still needed to ascertain the current situation, for it would not bode well for him or Yu otherwise. Chapter 62. The Wind Whispering Bell. Last night, Yu only provided a vague account, leaving him perplexed about the events that transpired. The Windcoming Valley, mentioned by him, is the territory allocated to the white-headed eagle clan by the Qingxian sect. With the defection of a white-headed eagle to the Qingxian sect, the West Wind Pavilion has falsely accused the white-headed eagle clan of colluding with the demon cult, rallying all forces to besiege the Windcoming Valley. If it were merely this, my mother could still lead our clan to safety, but unexpectedly, the Peacock King, who has always harbored enmity towards us, seized this opportunity to ambush my mother. Our clan was thrown into disarray, and my mother was captured, her fate unknown. Bai spoke with a hint of despondency. If my father had not gone to the northern border with Uncle Gio, these people would not dare to act so recklessly. He added with indignation, "Does the sect master and elder black dragon remain indifferent to this matter?" Su Taiping inquired, somewhat perplexed. "The sect master? Umph. He has long been wary of our white-headed eagle clan strength. This incident was likely instigated by him personally. Over the years, he has thrived by sowing discord among the demon races to weaken and control them. As for Elder Black Dragon, he is merely the sect master's lapdog." Bai scoffed. Su Taiping found himself at a loss for words regarding this matter. After all, he belonged to the human race and could not empathize with the demon perspective. Moreover, he had previously come across many tragic accounts of sect members falling victim to spirit beast rebellions while reviewing sect records through the copper mirror. All cultivators of the Western Mountain, heed the decree. All cultivators of the Western Mountain, heed the decree. All cultivators of the Western Mountain, heed the decree. At this moment, 3 resounding voices echoed in the sky above Qingzhou residence, resembling the grand chime of a great bell. Su Taiping immediately recognized that the voice belonged to Lu Songzhan, the master of the West Wind Pavilion. The invocation of the wind-whispering great bell, the treasure of the West Wind Pavilion, indicated that the matter at hand was likely related to last night's events. Upon hearing this voice, Baiyu leaped onto Su Taiping's shoulder, his eyes brimming with vigilance. Su Taiping had previously read about the wind-whispering great bell in the Jade Slip of Transmission. It serves as both the spiritual artifact of the West Wind Pavilion and a means of communication between cultivators across the vast mountains. Last night, the White-Headed Eagle clan in Windcome Valley rebelled, and the West Wind Pavilion joined forces with the Peacock King of Yunling to suppress the uprising. Just as Baiyu suspected, Lu Songshan's decree was indeed connected to the rebellion. These ruffians, they brazenly besieged my Windcome Valley without cause. And now they dare to accuse my White-Headed Eagle clan of rebellion. It is utterly shameless. Baiyu seethed with anger, almost revealing his true form to confront those from the West Wind Pavilion. Fortunately, Su Taiping restrained him. "Do not rush to anger. Let us hear what he has to say," Su Taiping advised. "Very well." Baiyu nodded, suppressing his impulsive feelings. Although most of the rebellious demons had been dealt with, there remained quite a few who had escaped. Those who encounter them in the mountains shall be rewarded with 1,000 merits for each kill, and those who report their whereabouts will receive 10 merit coins. Lu Songshan's voice echoed once more in the mountains. "They intend to eradicate my White-Headed Eagle clan entirely." Baiyu exclaimed in fury upon hearing this. The 1,000 merit coins for the killers, and even the 10 merit coins for the informants, are substantial sums for cultivators outside the mountains. It is easy to imagine that the scattered cultivators in the mountains would embark on a frenzied hunt for any white-headed eagles that manage to escape. Su Taiping, if you covet those merit coins as well, you may deliver me to the West Wind Pavilion. Without my mother, life would hold little meaning for me. Baiyu spoke in a somewhat despondent tone. "If you truly wish to perish, you may go alone. I will not betray a friend for mere merit coins." Su Taiping replied, casting an unhappy glance at Baiyu. While he found it difficult to assess the sect master's actions regarding the weakening of the demon race, he was resolute in supporting Baiyu, who had not committed any heinous acts. Hearing this, Baiyu felt warmth in his heart, and his previously despondent gaze brightened considerably. In the future, the management of Windcome Valley will fall to the Peacock clan of Yunling, and the transportation of goods from the Western Mountain will be jointly overseen by the Peacock King and the West Wind Pavilion. Perhaps due to the need to activate the treasure, there was a slight pause between Lu Songshan's sentences. "Now it makes sense. One is eyeing my Windcome Valley, while the other covets the benefits of goods passing through the mountains. No wonder they have joined forces." Baiyu scoffed repeatedly. Lu Songshan's statement revealed their true intentions. "Lastly, we shall display the White-Headed Eagle Queen, Yi Kei, in Windcome Valley for 7 days. After 7 days, she shall be executed publicly to serve as a warning to others." Upon hearing this, Baiyu stood frozen in place. Mother is not dead. Initially shocked, he then felt a surge of joy, before impulsively soaring into the air, declaring, I will go rescue my mother. However, he had not flown far before Su Taiping, holding the green gourd, pulled him back. Su Taiping, why do you stop me again? Bai Yu shouted from within the gourd. You cannot even escape from my gourd. How can you rescue your mother? Su Taiping remarked, peering into the gourd at the agitated Bai Yu. His gourd's current power was not strong. Even ordinary beasts could break free, and the only reason he could contain Bai Yu was due to its weakened state. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu hung his head, slumping within the gourd like a deflated balloon. But I cannot just sit idly by while they kill my mother. Bai Yu suddenly lifted his head, looking at Su Taiping through the gourd's opening. The proud creature, usually so unruly, appeared utterly helpless at this moment. Su Taiping, is there any way for me to see my mother? I know that rescuing her is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, so I only wish to see her once more. Bai Yu implored Su Taiping earnestly. As long as you can grant me that single meeting, I am willing to forge a soul contract with you, serving your every command for 100 years. His eyes shimmered with resolute determination as he added. Chapter 63. The Broken Hope of Lingwei. Chu Lingwei fights the celestial demon, again a spirit beast with strength comparable to that of a practitioner in the Wangu, is indeed alluring. However, Taiping is not the type to be blinded by immediate gains. What truly swayed him was Bai Yu's determination to forsake her freedom in order to reunite with her mother. He could not bear to trample on such resolve. I will think of a way. Finally, Su Taiping nodded. On this deep night, Sister Lingwei, should I be more resolute and unyielding? In the dim light of a candle in his chamber, Su Taiping self-deprecatingly inquired of the fairy Lingwei before him. Taiping, possessing compassion is not a flaw. Otherwise, what distinguishes humans from demons? Just remember, when you extend your compassion to others, you must never act against your own heart. If you believe that assisting Bai Yu in seeing her mother does not betray your true self, then proceed with confidence and boldness. We as cultivators seek to live by the path, not merely to survive. Cultivation is akin to navigating a ship through a vast, dark sea. That heart of authenticity is the bright moon and stars above. Lose it, and you will surely become lost in the endless ocean. Abandoning one's true self in pursuit of the path means relinquishing everything. Sitting side by side with Su Taiping, the fairy Lingwei spoke with gentle persuasion. Upon hearing this, the previously confused Su Taiping's gaze suddenly cleared. To seek life rather than merely survive, to abandon the true self, is to abandon all. He murmured in a daze. Taiping, throughout my life, I have encountered many cultivators. Some have grown powerful enough to glimpse the secrets of the heavens. Yet, even when they foresee impending dangers and death looming ahead, they still refuse to forsake their path of heart. Instead, they wield their swords and clench their fists, conquering mountains and slaying demons. They do so because they understand that once they choose to abandon their heart, their path of cultivation will come to a halt. What does it matter if one survives for 1,000 years through deceit? The heavenly way still regards you as mere fodder. Only by embracing death can we find a true path in our arduous journey of cultivation. Suddenly, the fairy Lingwei cupped Su Taiping's face and spoke earnestly. I understand now, Sister Lingwei. Su Taiping's eyes regained their determination. Of course, if you agree to help Bai Yu avenge the Peacock King, then consider my words as if they were never spoken. The fairy Lingwei continued with a smile. Killing the Peacock King and helping Bai Yu see her mother one last time are not on the same level of difficulty. Su Taiping replied, Sister Lingwei, I am not foolish enough to engage in such self-destructive acts. Su Taiping was well aware of what the fairy Lingwei meant. All right, let's begin preparing to break through to the Wangu. If you cannot achieve this breakthrough tonight, I will not let you take any risks. The fairy Lingwei's expression turned grave once more. Understood. Su Taiping nodded firmly. His response of I will think of a way rather than a simple agreement was because he awaited the outcome of his efforts to establish a foundation for breaking through to the Wangu that night. If successful, he believed he would at least have a chance of escape in the face of the Peacock King, even under unfavorable conditions. The fairy Lingwei shared this sentiment. Little Taiping, that kind of longevity gained from sitting in a cave for 1,000 years, is the most fragile. For such individuals, the day they ascend is the day they perish. Moreover, Do not think of this Qingxian sect, for it is merely a corner of the vast cultivation world. The road ahead is still long. The fairy Lingyue gazed at Su Taiping, who sat silently with closed eyes, murmuring to herself. Previously, she did not want him to take risks because he had yet to reach the opening realm. But now, as he had become a practitioner on the verge of Wangu, she needed him to understand the perils that lay ahead. Boom! After consuming the foundational elixir, Su Taiping's aura surged dramatically, enveloped in swirling azure energy, emanating an invisible might. Soon, his spirit sensed the true energy within his dantian, which had been floating like mist, beginning to condense into raindrops. Moments latte. He saw torrential rain pouring within his dantian, ultimately coalescing into streams, which then gathered into rivers, transforming his previously parched dantian into a network of waterways. This was precisely the process described in the residual sunset technique, accumulating rain to form streams, gathering streams into rivers, and eventually shaping the sea of energy. The challenge of this step lay in the fact that if the spiritual rain above his head were to cease, the rivers he had gathered in his dantian would rapidly evaporate, reverting to scattered true energy, resulting in a failed breakthrough. As time passed, the spiritual energy surrounding Su Taiping grew denser, enveloping the entire courtyard in a rich aura of heaven and earth. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. However, the fairy Lingyue did not relax in the slightest. In her view, with the foundational elixir and Su Taiping's unwavering confidence, breaking through was merely a matter of time. Even if he failed this time, he would surely succeed next time. What truly concerned the fairy Lingyue was the external celestial demons. A failed breakthrough could be attempted again, but if his soul were devoured by the external celestial demons, then everything would be irrevocably lost. Boom! Just then, Su Taiping's spiritual energy abruptly exploded outward, tearing his clothes to shreds, as foul energy surged from his pores, and vibrant hues began to swirl upon his skin. It was the final step. At that moment, instead of feeling relieved, the fairy Lingyue grew increasingly tense, for she knew that if the external celestial demons were to appear, it would undoubtedly be at this critical juncture. Whoosh! As she had anticipated, a bone-chilling gust of wind blew through the cracks of the window, followed by a furious wind that battered the window with a resounding crash. Yet in the next moment, the world was suddenly enveloped in silence as a pitch-black arm radiating a chilling aura reached through the window. Where the arm passed, both the window and walls began to crystallize with ice. At that moment, the fairy Lingyue formed a seal with her hands and called out, "Divine might breaks the golden armor, yellow turban wielding iron whip. Cloaked in red, green boots on feet, wind carries tiger's gaze. With a dragon's rope bound at the waist. 3 purities pursue the evil. Swiftly bind those who resist, my command cuts like dust. Urgent as the law commands." As her words concluded, the array she had previously set up in the surroundings illuminated, and a phantom of a golden-armored warrior materialized before her. With a voice like thunder, the golden-armored warrior let out a mighty roar, one hand wielding a whip and the other gripping a blade, lunging at the celestial demon's arm with a fierce strike. Chapter 64. Gazing into the abyss, Taiping assists Baiyu in meeting her mother with a resounding bang. The sound of an explosive force shattered the window, causing the figure of the otherworldly demon to dissipate. However, in the next instant, a shadow as swift as lightning surged through the window, and a massive skeletal hand emerged from the darkness, tearing apart the illusion of the golden-armored warrior. The protective array set outside was instantly destroyed, and the skeletal hand, having obliterated the golden warrior, reached directly for the celestial maiden, Lingyue, who was evidently sensed by the demon. Stronger than before, Lingyue scoffed, remaining calm and collected as she began to channel the power of her primordial spirit, preparing to repel the demon as she had done previously. My divine essence is no longer as feeble as before. This time, I shall annihilate you completely. As she spoke, she raised a finger, ready to strike at the demon. At that moment, a piercing cry of a spiritual bird echoed, followed by a flash of blue light, transforming into a massive raptor that swooped down upon the skeletal arm of the demon. With a single claw, the raptor rent the enormous skeletal arm asunder and proceeded to swallow it whole. This, Ling Wei was momentarily stunned. After devouring the demon's arm, the raptor transformed into a petite blue sparrow, circling above Su Taiping's head before returning to the Zhongwan ring in his possession. Could it be that the spirit that just consumed the arm of the otherworldly demon is the essence of the ancient beast, Zhongwan? An astonishing thought flashed through Ling Yue's mind as she beheld the scene before her. Truly remarkable. The Earth Store fruit can even resurrect such a terrifying entity. Ling Wei gazed at the Zhongwan ring in Su Taiping's hand, her eyes filled with astonishment as she murmured to herself. Although the Earth Store fruit belonged to her, she had never truly witnessed its formidable power, having perished before she could plant it. It must have sensed the latent danger surrounding Taiping, thus birthing the Zhongwan ring. At this moment, she felt a tinge of envy towards the young man. Ling Wei smiled wryly to herself. Yet, she quickly reflected that without Su Taiping's diligent cultivation and relentless adventures, the Earth Store fruit would not have had the nourishment to give rise to the Zhongwan ring. In a sense, the Zhongwan ring is a reward from the Earth Store fruit for Su Taiping's arduous efforts and treasure-seeking endeavors. However, given the nature of the otherworldly demon, having lost an arm, it would undoubtedly retaliate with greater ferocity. The Zhongwan ring bestowed by the Earth Store fruit could prove to be either a blessing or a curse for Taiping. With a hint of concern, Ling Wei whispered before retreating into the green gourd. Meanwhile, Su Taiping, having successfully established his foundation, entered a remarkably profound state. He could distinctly perceive the flow of true essence within every meridian of his body and felt his bones strengthening, his meridians expanding, as if he were reborn. What delighted him most was the boundless sea of energy within his dantian. With this energy sea, not only would his true qi transform into pure, true essence, but it would also regenerate automatically, eliminating the need for meditation to recover expended true essence. Most importantly, he could now perform spells without relying on qi-gathering pills, enhancing the potency of techniques like the ice breath technique by at least 30%. 5 days later, in the evening, along the rugged mountain path to Fenglai Valley, Su Taiping, clad in night attire and masked, swiftly navigated through the forest. I never anticipated you could break through to the abyssal gaze realm in such a short time. Baiyu, transformed into a sparrow's size, perched upon Su Taiping's shoulder. Had I not succeeded, I would not have dared to promise you anything. Su Taiping replied, leaping over a ravine. Rest assured, I will only meet my mother briefly. I will not burden you. Baiyu vowed to Su Taiping. Indeed, Su Taiping nodded, though deep down, he was already prepared for the worst, confronting the Peacock King's pursuit. Aside from this route, there exists a secret passage in Fenglai Valley that leads directly to the stargazing cliff. After visiting my mother, we can enter the secret passage and destroy its entrance, ensuring that even if the Peacock King discovers us, he will be unable to catch us. Baiyu added, having calculated this well. He did not wish for Su Taiping to sacrifice himself in vain. I fear the execution ground may be quite distant, which is Su Taiping's only concern. It won't be too far. The only place in Fenglai Valley suitable for a public execution is Danxiaoping, and below the cliff of Danxiaoping lies the entrance to the secret passage. Baiyu was confident in his deduction. Taiping, if possible. Let me speak with my mother for a few more moments. He then softly implored Su Taiping. Do not worry. As long as there is no threat to your life, I will do my utmost to buy you time. Su Taiping assured him with a nod. In truth, there was another thought he had not voiced. If feasible, he wished to attempt rescuing Baiyu's mother. However, he would not guarantee Baiyu anything uncertain. Baiyu, you may enter, while this path is safe. Your presence could still be detected by the Peacock King. Su Taiping patted the green gourd at his waist. Very well. Without hesitation, Baiyu slipped into the gourd. Half an hour later, at the stargazing cliff, Su Taiping, using the moonlight, gazed down from the cliff's edge and indeed spotted a white-headed eagle, bound by thick chains on Danxiaoping, its immense form nearly occupying a third of the area. This must be Baiyu's mother. These scoundrels. How dare they treat my mother so? Baiyu, peering out from the gourd, was enraged, trembling with fury. Calm yourself, Baiyu. Su Taiping covered the gourd's opening and communicated with Baiyu through his thoughts. Is the secret passage you mentioned located beneath the stargazing cliff? Indeed. You only need to leap down from here to reach the entrance. Baiyu confirmed. Understood. Su Taiping nodded silently, then gazed down at Don Xiaoping, continuing to communicate. Remain in the gourd. I will release you only when I reach your mother. After saying this, he produced a shadowy herb taken from Mr. Ishan and infused it with true essence. In an instant, Su Taiping's figure melded with the surrounding rocks. He then leaped down, gracefully climbing the protruding stones of the cliff, swiftly descending towards Don Xiaoping. Chapter 65. Don Xiao Plain, the heart of parents in the world on the Don Xiao Plain. The moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, and the world lay in serene silence. Did you hear footsteps just now? One of the peacock demon guards, alert, glanced towards the locked, white-headed eagle. What footsteps? It was probably just the wind, the other peacock demon dismissed, shaking his head. Perhaps I was mistaken. After confirming that no outsiders were present on the Don Xiao Plain, the first peacock demon nodded and continued to patrol the area with the other guard. Seeing this, Su Taiping, who was hiding under the wing of the white-headed eagle, let out a quiet sigh of relief. Young man, who are you, and what brings you to this perilous place? A gentle voice echoed in Su Taiping's mind. Clearly, the speaker was the white-headed eagle beside him, the mother of Baiyu. She had noticed Su Taiping's arrival when he first landed and had quickly shielded him from the peacock demon guards. Night Sparrow, I am Su Taiping from Qingzhou residence. Uncle Bai Hong must have mentioned me before. Su Taiping communicated mentally. This method of soul transmission was quite simple, having been taught to him by Fairy Lingua long ago. You're the child that Bai Hong spoke of? Night Sparrow's voice was filled with surprise, clearly recognizing Su Taiping. Child, you must leave quickly. The Peacock King patrols every hour. I am bound by 9 soul-sealing nails, my demonic power nearly completely sealed, and with 2 demon-binding ropes as well. You cannot save me. Her tone turned urgent as she conveyed her thoughts to Su Taiping. Hearing this, Su Taiping felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that Night Sparrow, like Uncle Bai Hong, was a kind-hearted demon. He knew his decision to come here tonight was not in vain. Night Sparrow, I have brought Baiyu to see you. As he spoke, Su Taiping opened the gourd lid. Baiyu. Night Sparrow's voice was filled with shock as Baiyu transformed into a lark and landed on Su Taiping's shoulder. Mother. Baiyu's soul voice reached Night Sparrow without reservation. Child, you're alive? Night Sparrow's voice brimmed with joy and disbelief. Mother, it was Taiping who saved me. This time, I begged him to bring me to see you. Baiyu relayed. You foolish child. It would have sufficed for you to come alone. Why drag Taiping into this? Do you not understand that the Peacock King displayed me for 7 days to lure out the remnants of the white-headed eagle clan? Night Sparrow's voice shifted from tenderness to one of reprimand and blame. But mother, how could I not come see you? Baiyu replied, his tone filled with grievance. Night Sparrow, Baiyu and I have already discussed an escape plan. Even if we are discovered, we can retreat safely, Su Taiping explained, pulling Baiyu into the feathers of Night Sparrow. I have troubled you, Taiping. Night Sparrow's tone softened once more, filled with affection. Night Sparrow, you and Baiyu take your time to talk. I will keep watch for you, Su Taiping conveyed, shaking his head. Then I shall rely on you. Night Sparrow expressed her gratitude. Subsequently, Su Taiping directed his gaze towards the patrolling guards, attentively observing the slightest movements around them. Fairy Lingua, is there a way to save Baiyu's mother? Su Taiping inquired in his heart, without extracting the soul-sealing nails or unbinding the demon ropes. It is impossible to take her away. Moreover, any significant disturbance will surely attract the Peacock King, Fairy Lingua stated, expressing her inability to assist. Upon hearing Fairy Lingua's words, Su Taiping reluctantly abandoned his desire to rescue Night Sparrow. Taiping. After a moment, Night Sparrow's gentle voice resonated once more in Su Taiping's mind. What is it? Night Sparrow? Su Taiping inquit mentally. This time, it seems escape is impossible. Therefore, I wish to transfer all my original demon blood and demon core to Baiyu. This will take at least half an incense stick of time. I believe I can complete it before the Peacock King arrives for his patrol. Can you wait for us for half an incense stick of time? Night Sparrow asked, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Certainly. Su Taiping thought for a moment and nodded in his heart. Sigh. At that moment, Fairy Lingwei suddenly sighed deeply. What is it, Fairy Lingwei? Su Taiping asked, puzzled. For the demon clan, forcing out their original demon blood and core is a pain greater than death, Fairy Lingwei explained. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping glanced at Baiyu, who indeed appeared to be resisting. However, in the end, Baiyu could not withstand Annie Night Sparrow's will and was swallowed whole. Then Su Taiping observed Annie Night Sparrow's body trembling incessantly, blood seeping from the pores beneath her feathers. This was a method of bloodline inheritance among demons, allowing a creature of the same lineage to enter the body of another, consuming their original blood and demon core. Noticing Su Taiping's confusion, Fairy Lingwei offered an explanation. No wonder Baiyu was reluctant. Hearing her words, Su Taiping felt a tremor in his heart. Ha ha ha, Baiyu, I anticipated your arrival. A piercing, mocking laughter echoed above Danxiao Plain, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. It is the Peacock King. Su Taiping recognized the aura immediately, growing vigilant. Curse it, we were so close. Upon hearing this sound, Annie Night Sparrow sighed painfully and resolutely told Su Taiping, Taiping, take Baiyu in and flee. I will shatter my demon core and fight it off for a moment. Chapter 66. The War of the Sparrow King. Though the Night Sparrow spoke with unwavering determination, Su Taiping could still perceive the underlying reluctance in her tone. She had failed to transfer the demon blood to Baiyu, and her disappointment was palpable. Su Taiping, too, felt a deep sense of regret. He yearned to assist the Night Sparrow in fulfilling her wish. Yet the terrifying aura emanating from the Peacock King above compelled his reason to triumph over emotion. All right, Taiping. Just as Su Taiping was about to acquiesce, Lingwei, the celestial maiden, suddenly called out to him. What is it, Sister Lingwei? Su Taiping inquit, pulled out. Allow that mother and child to continue. I will devise a means to stall the Peacock King. If I can slay it, that would be even better, Lingwei replied, her voice tinged with a hint of murderous intent. Initially, she had no intention of intervening, but the Night Sparrow's act of using her blood to nurture her offspring had profoundly moved her. Sister Lingwei, do you truly have a plan? Su Taiping saw confirmation, placing his faith in her wisdom, though he remained cautious in matters of life and death. Killing the Peacock King may prove difficult, but delaying it for a moment is certainly within my capabilities, Lingwei asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping hesitated no more and immediately conveyed to the Night Sparrow, Aunt Night Sparrow, I have a way to impede the Peacock King. You and Baiyu should continue with the demon blood transfer. But trust me, the Night Sparrow hesitated, but Su Taiping had already stepped forth, darting out from beneath her wings. This child, seeing Su Taiping charge forth without regard, the Night Sparrow had no choice but to place her trust in him. What audacious fool dares to abduct a prisoner? Come forth and meet your demise. A group of peacock demon guards, having spotted Su Taiping, sprang into action, flapping their feathers and extending their claws as they lunged at him. Swish! Su Taiping activated the Wind Shadow Step, effortlessly evading an attack from one of the peacock demons, and simultaneously inquired mentally to Lingwei, Sister Lingwei, what do you intend to do? As he spoke, he drew his long knife, its blade enveloped in a radiant aura, and struck fiercely at the nearest attacking peacock. Crash! The peacock demon was sent flying by the blow. After breaking through the worrying void realm, such ordinary demons pose no threat to Su Taiping. Engage these peacock guards while I await the Peacock King's descent. When it arrives, lend your body to me, and I shall take control to confront the Peacock King, Lingwei explained. Understood. Although Su Taiping harbored doubts about the feasibility of such a plan, he nodded firmly, deciding to trust Lingwei. As they spoke, he delivered a powerful punch to a peacock demon, being cautious of revealing his identity. He refrained from employing the specific techniques of the Azure Bull Fist. Nevertheless, the force behind his punch was considerable, causing the demon's head to twist at an unnatural angle, nearly rendering it unconscious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, a peacock demon, radiating a greenish glow, flapped its wings, transforming its feathers into lethal blades that rained down upon Su Taiping. Clang! Without hesitation, Su Taiping summoned a golden bell talisman to deflect the onslaught. However, after blocking the attack, the talisman shattered, underscoring the immense power of the Peacock's strike. Whoosh! Just as the talisman fragmented, Su Taiping had already removed his bow and, with an arrow enveloped in true essence, accurately struck the demon's wing. The peacock demon let out a pained cry before crashing to the ground. The power of the penetrating arrow had been fully unleashed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He then dashed around the battlefield, shooting 3 more arrows in rapid succession, each finding its mark in the heads of the peacocks, taking down 3 more. Clang! At that moment, several other peacock demons seized the opportunity to leap toward him. Su Taiping remained composed, seizing the moment to leap into the air, drawing upon his true essence to infuse his blade, and struck down at the nearest demon's neck. Swish! The demon's head was cleanly severed by Su Taiping's strike. Impudent wretch! Observing Su Taiping's repeated eliminations of his kin, the Peacock King roared in fury, swiftly flapping its wings and diving toward Danxiao Plain. Boom! Its talons descended menacingly towards Su Taiping. Rather than retreat, Su Taiping raised 2 fingers and pointed sharply at the attacking talons. This was the gesture for Zhangwan Ring's 2-finger shatter mountain. Boom! As he executed the move, a piercing sound erupted, and a cyclone formed from countless gusts of wind surged forth, resembling a sharp spear that shot directly at the Peacock King. Bang! The Peacock King sensed the imminent danger and quickly retracted its claws, folding its wings, gleaming with a greenish-bronze hue, around itself to block the impending strike. Boom! Nevertheless, the force of the 2 fingers still sent its massive form skidding backward across the air, gliding for several dozen feet before finally halting. The Peacock King's wings managed to withstand the 2 fingers. Su Taiping was momentarily taken aback, then skillfully dodged an attack from a nearby demon while drawing his bow to shoot at an approaching foe. It appears they possess a magical weapon. No wonder it dares to confront the law enforcers alone. At that moment, the Peacock King shook its wings to cease its glide and dove down once more, one wing shielding its body while the other sliced towards Su Taiping like a colossal blade. Taiping, hold your breath and concentrate. I will take control of your body. Suddenly, the previously silent Ling Yue's voice resonated in Su Taiping's mind. Realizing he could not contend with the Peacock King, Su Taiping sheathed his bow and, disregarding the descending talons, began to focus as instructed by Ling Yue. Boom! Just then, the Peacock King's wings struck the ground, cleaving a deep, long chasm into the granite surface of Danxiao Plain. The Peacock King was astonished to find that its seemingly certain strike had been evaded by the individual on the plain. Rumble. Not only had he evaded the blow, but he also executed an oddly graceful maneuver, seemingly gliding effortlessly on the gusts of wind, appearing right before the Peacock King and delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Su Taiping, possessed by Ling Yue, unleashed a seemingly ordinary punch that caused the Peacock King to screech in agony, its body tumbling through the air. Witnessing this scene, Su Taiping was filled with shock, silently pondering. My punch possesses such formidable power? Chapter 67. The Thousandfold Force, the Divine Power of the Spirit Moon Fairy in an instant. Before Su Taiping could comprehend the situation, the Spirit Moon Fairy seized control of his body, swiftly drawing her blade from its sheath. With a single stroke, she aimed at the unsteady Peacock King. Boom! The force of this strike surpassed that of the previous punch as a long blade light, nearly 10 zhong in length, surged forth. This formidable blade light descended directly upon the Peacock King. Bang! Once again, the Peacock King raised its wings to shield its body. Yet the immense power of the blade struck it downwards with great force. Ultimately, its massive form crashed heavily onto the Danxiao Plateau. The same blade, the same body, the same true essence. How could merely altering the method of execution yield such overwhelming power? Su Taiping found it difficult to process. Little Taiping, do not stand there in a daze. Truly feel the timing of my strikes and the flow of true essence. Though this is not a renowned sword technique, it is the insight I have gained from nearly 10,000 battles. The Spirit Moon Fairy's voice echoed in Su Taiping's mind once more. Acknowledging her words with a solemn response, Su Taiping focused his mind, carefully contemplating the combat style of the Spirit Moon Fairy. Meanwhile, the Spirit Moon Fairy, controlling Su Taiping's body, struck again at the Peacock King below. Bang! The Peacock King, barely steadying itself, quickly raised its wings to defend. Although it managed to block the strike, feathers from its wings fell like scattered petals. Get away from me! Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Peacock King roared in anger, spinning its body violently, unleashing a barrage of feathers that shot towards Su Taiping with a piercing sound. Boom! The windshield conjured by the Zhangwan ring around Su Taiping shattered upon impact. However, the Spirit Moon Fairy showed no signs of retreat. Her blade emitted a brilliant glow as she unleashed nearly 100 strikes in an instant, severing the oncoming feathers. In the end, all these strikes coalesced into one, striking down upon the Peacock King's wings with unerring precision. Bang! One must admit, the Peacock King's wings were indeed harder than black iron. Even such a fierce blow could not cleave through them. Nevertheless, the Peacock King was not unscathed, as the blood that oozed from its wings and the feathers scattered in the air bore witness to the damage inflicted. Crack! The Spirit Moon Fairy was poised to strike again, but her steel blade shattered under the immense strain. Seeing this, the Peacock King felt a surge of joy and struggled to rise. Yet, just as it stood, the Spirit Moon Fairy discarded the broken sword and delivered a punch infused with fierce wind. Bang! With a resounding shockwave, the Peacock King's massive body trembled violently, erupting in a cloud of blood mist. Who are you? The Peacock King had never anticipated that a mere cultivator of the Wangu realm could possess such terrifying power in their fists. Bang! In response, the Spirit Moon Fairy unleashed another punch. This strike caused the Peacock King to erupt in another cloud of blood mist, sending the nearby peacock demons reeling from a shockwave. Su Taiping, astonished, began to comprehend the flow of true essence within himself and the mechanics of the Spirit Moon Fairy strikes. This is the thousandfold force. It may appear as one punch, yet rapidly converges the force of hundreds, even thousands, of punches into a single point before unleashing it in an instant. As if sensing Su Taiping's confusion, the Spirit Moon Fairy again pressed her fingertip against the Peacock King's wing, then suddenly clenched her fist and unleashed her power, striking down upon the Peacock King's wing. Bang! The Peacock King erupted once more in a cloud of blood mist. The Peacock King cried out in agony once again. The fact that a king-level beast could emit such a wail spoke volumes of the Spirit Moon Fairy's might. At that moment, Su Taiping finally observed that his fist, controlled by the Spirit Moon Fairy, trembled slightly as it descended upon the Peacock King's wing. Clearly, the Spirit Moon Fairy had intentionally slowed her speed to demonstrate. No matter who you are merely a cultivator of the Wangu realm. The Peacock King suddenly roared, its vitality transforming into flames, resembling a phoenix engulfed in fire. Boom! It raised its wings, launching a powerful strike towards Su Taiping. In the face of this assault, the Spirit Moon Fairy abruptly raised her fingers, forming a seal, and shouted, "Be still." Boom! No sooner had she spoken than a radiant sigil appeared above the Peacock King's head. A semi-transparent golden hand descended from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the Peacock King's body, pinning it beneath its palm. This marked the Spirit Moon Fairy's first use of spell. However, this single act depleted more than half of Su Taiping's previously ample true essence. No wonder my sister has only relied on her sword and fists. It turns out my true essence cannot support the spell she knows, Su Taiping thought with a hint of bitterness. Clearly, if his cultivation level were higher, the Peacock King would have already met its demise. Yet, even so, a mere cultivator of the Wangu realm could render a Peacock King utterly defenseless, demonstrating the Spirit Moon Fairy's martial prowess. Taiping, this is a rare opportunity. Now it is your turn to try. The Spirit Moon Fairy suddenly relinquished control of Su Taiping's body. At that moment, she regarded the Peacock King with complete disdain. All right, Su Taiping replied eagerly. He recalled the sensation of the Spirit Moon Fairy controlling his body to punch and then mirrored her actions, raising his palm towards the Peacock King's wing before suddenly clenching his fist and exerting force. Bang! In a thunderous clash, though the Peacock King's wing quivered violently, It suffered no substantial harm. Not bad. You've managed to converge 3 punches into one right from the start. You've grasped the technique of exerting force. The Spirit Moon Fairy said with satisfaction. It is far too challenging to gather 1,000 punches into one like you do. Su Taiping shook his head. You have clearly employed some form of dark sorcery to enhance your strength. Now that your power has waned, let us see how long you can persist. The Peacock King, sensing the weakened power from the previous punch, let out a derisive snort. Oh, really? The Spirit Moon Fairy replied with a cold laugh, regaining control of Su Taiping's body and delivering another punch. Bang! The force of the 1,000-fold strike once again crashed into the Peacock King, causing it to erupt in a fresh cloud of blood mist. The Peacock King cried out in anguish once more. Chapter 68. The Teleportation Token. A gift from Bai Yunyang Bang. 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 Without further ado, Fairy Lingwei unleashed a flurry of punches upon the Peacock King, rendering it on the brink of demise. It was not out of any sadistic tendencies that Fairy Lingwei acted thus. Rather, the frailty of Su Taiping's body and the scant amount of true essence he possessed rendered him incapable of executing more advanced techniques. Thus, she resorted to gradually exhausting the Peacock King with relentless strikes. Who dares to offend my Qing Xian? At that moment, a voice thundered from the heavens, and Su Taiping turned to behold a colossal dragon, cloaked in lightning, descending from the western skies. Could this be the true form of the Black Dragon Elder? Su Taiping pondered in astonishment. I have awaited your arrival, you slippery little eel. Fairy Lingwei seemed to have anticipated the Black Dragon Elder's intervention, a cold smirk gracing her lips. In full view of the approaching elder, she landed another fierce blow on the Peacock King. Impudent! The Black Dragon Elder roared, his form bursting through the clouds, arriving above Danxia Plain in an instant. He opened his massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, akin to black flames, directed towards Su Taiping below. Boom! The fire-like breath shot straight down, but Fairy Lingwei merely guided Su Taiping's body to raise an arm and swiftly extend 3 fingers. Slicing downwards, tear the sea. As the words fell, a formidable blade of wind erupted from the Zhongwan Ring, resembling a long sword that spanned the entirety of Fenglai Valley, meeting the dragon breath with unparalleled ferocity. Boom! With a resounding crash, the dragon breath conjured by the Black Dragon Elder was extinguished by the 3-fingered strike of the Zhongwan Ring. The Elder, having caught the blade with his claws, was sent sliding backward uncontrollably for thousands of feet, one of his formidable claws severed clean off. Is this the true power of the Zhongwan Ring? Su Taiping stood in stunned silence. To fully harness the power within a magical artifact, one requires not only a sufficient amount of true essence, but also a potent spirit force. My spiritual essence far surpasses yours, hence the greater impact. As Fairy Lingwei soared towards the stargazing cliff, she explained to Su Taiping, Is it merely greater? Su Taiping nodded, a bitter smile forming in his heart. The Zhongwan Ring in his possession felt entirely different compared to how it was in Fairy Lingwei's hands. Ask about that mother and child. The 3 fingers only momentarily halted the Black Dragon Elder. Your true essence is now depleted, and you can no longer withstand another assault from him. Moreover, my time possessing this body is drawing to a close. Fairy Lingwei addressed Su Taiping. All right, I shall inquire. Su Taiping regained control of his body and landed before the Night Sparrow. However, as his feet touched the ground, the Night Sparrow's head remained bowed, devoid of life, while Bai Yu stood motionless beside her. Bai Yu, we must leave. Su Taiping called out to Bai Yu, already sensing the grim reality. Su Taiping. Bai Yu suddenly turned, tears brimming in her eyes as she spoke. I no longer have a mother. Su Taiping's heart trembled. Yet, almost immediately, his gaze hardened with resolve. He grasped Bai Yu firmly and declared to Fairy Lingwei, Sister, we must depart. Fairy Lingwei once again took control of Su Taiping's body, and in an instant, they vanished from Danxia Plain. Seal the mountain. Seal the mountain. Do not let him escape. The furious roars of the Black Dragon Elder echoed throughout Fenglai Valley. However, by this time, Su Taiping had already led Bai Yu into the hidden passage. That night, amidst the tempest, countless spirit beasts and cultivators scoured the land, searching for the fugitive. They inevitably arrived at Qingzhou residence, but Su Taiping had already changed his attire and concealed the green gourd, leaving them with nothing to find. Creek. After bidding farewell to yet another group of searching cultivators, Su Taiping closed the courtyard gate and returned to his chamber. Su Taiping, my mother entrusted me with something to give you. Within the green gourd, Baiyu's voice, tinged with fatigue, reached Su Taiping. What is it? Su Taiping opened the gourd, releasing Baiyu. My mother said that your skills and the techniques you wield do not resemble those of cultivators from this continent. Perhaps this half of a teleportation token from another realm will be of use to you. Baiyu emerged from the gourd, clutching a fragment of a golden token in her mouth. A teleportation token? Su Taiping received the golden token, puzzled as he observed the strange inscriptions and symbols etched upon it, which indeed did not belong to this land. Is this a token leading to the Yuyan continent? Just as Su Taiping contemplated the significance of this revelation, Fairy Ling Yue's voice resonated within his mind. What is a teleportation token? Su Taiping inquired inwardly. A teleportation token is a relic that activates ancient teleportation arrays, allowing one to traverse instantaneously to another cultivation continent. It is exceedingly precious in your realm. Fairy Lingwei responded, her tone imbued with excitement. The Yuyan continent. What sort of place is that? Su Taiping asked. His curiosity piqued. Chapter 69. Reminiscing about the cloud of ghosts. The martial artist is not inferior to the cultivator on the continent of cloudy mist. I once ventured forth in my youth for training. Here, the distinction between the realms of cultivation and the secular world has vanished. The populace is fierce and bold, and even those unable to cultivate will practice martial arts. The mountains are rife with malevolent spirits, often giving rise to entities that defy common reasoning. The spiritual energy permeating this land, even in the most unremarkable countryside, is tenfold more abundant than that of your continent, and the cultivation sects here are far more powerful, with sects like the Qingxian sect merely scraping the surface of significance. Though the continent of cloudy mist is fraught with peril, it is rich in rare treasures, with many ancient immortal estates concealed within its wilderness, presenting great opportunities for those seeking the path of immortality. This indeed serves as an excellent training ground, much like my own experience, which elevated my cultivation by an entire realm. The fairy Lingwei reflected wistfully. In this vast expanse, such a place exists. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping could not suppress a sense of yearning. However, after examining the half of the teleportation order in his hand, he remarked with a hint of regret, "Yet, this order is but a fragment. Acquiring the other half may prove quite challenging. You need not concern yourself with that. The teleportation order is itself a magical artifact. Even when fragmented into numerous pieces, they retain a sense of connection. I can teach you how to locate it," Fairy Lingyue confidently assured him. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping's heart leaped with joy, and he expressed his gratitude to Fairy Lingyue before addressing Baiyu. "Baiyu, I shall accept this item. It is indeed beneficial to me." Baiyu nodded, his gaze melancholic. At that moment, he remained immersed in the sorrow of losing his mother, unable to contemplate anything else, even the reason behind Su Taiping's capability to contend with the Peacock King. Witnessing this, Su Taiping felt a pang of empathy. Having also lost loved ones early on, he could relate to Baiyu's current state of mind. "I apologize for not being able to slay the Peacock King today," Su Taiping expressed with a tinge of regret. Upon hearing the name of the Peacock King, Baiyu's previously dull eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed vigor. "No, I am grateful that you spared it, Taiping. This way, I shall have the opportunity to avenge my mother and my kin." After saying this, his expression softened slightly, and he raised a wing to present a drop of primordial demon blood, imbued with profound spiritual energy, before Su Taiping, stating, "Taiping, I owe you my gratitude. Not only have I seen my mother, but I have also inherited her primordial blood and demon core. You must accept this drop of blood." Su Taiping pondered for a moment, but refrained from taking the drop intended for the soul contract. Instead, he solemnly asked Baiyu, "Have you made your decision? I shall not compel you to forge a soul contract with me. I have made up my mind. If I cannot uphold this promise, I will have failed my mother-s spirit, Bai Yu replied with unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping no longer hesitated. He nodded and extended his hand to accept the drop of primordial demon blood. From this day forth, I, Bai Yu, willingly pledge myself as Su Taiping's spirit companion for a century. From now on, Su Taiping shall be my master, Bai Yu vowed. Bai Yu, we are not master and servant. There is no need for such titles. This soul contract is merely a promise, Su Taiping replied, shaking his head. Bai Yu gazed deeply into Su Taiping's eyes and solemnly nodded. Then from this day forth, you, Su Taiping, shall be my brother, sharing trials and tribulations. Brother? Su Taiping recalled his childhood envy for those with siblings in the village and smiled, nodding in agreement. Very well. After settling Bai Yu into the gourd for rest, Su Taiping practiced his punches in the backyard for a while, then attempted the thousand-fold strength that Fairy Lingwei had taught him earlier. This thousand-fold strength is a martial arts technique that you may combine with the Qingyo fist. Do not worry about it being detected as an external school technique. Fairy Lingwei remarked, pleased to see Su Taiping mastering the form. Su Taiping nodded and, curious, inquired, Sister Lingwei, I recall the last time when Ziyang Jinjuan spoke of how martial artists have no power against cultivators. Yet today, I witnessed your thousand-fold strength subduing the Peacock King, suggesting that martial arts are not as ineffectual as portrayed. It is commendable that you have observed this. Fairy Lingwei smiled warmly. Once cultivation and physical refinement reach a certain level, there is no distinction in strength. However, the spiritual energy in your world is too sparse, and the rare treasures too few, preventing the emergence of a formidable martial body. In our realm, the indestructible physiques of the demon race's great sages and the unyielding bodies of the human race are among the most powerful entities in existence. There was once a martial fanatic from the demon race who, relying solely on his indestructible body, dominated much of the cultivation world. Even high-level cultivators could not withstand his fist. She spoke with a tone akin to casual conversation, introducing Su Taiping to these concepts. Martial cultivators can actually dominate much of the cultivation world. Su Taiping found this difficult to believe. This is not surprising, Fairy Lingwei affirmed. Do you remember the body tempering technique I taught you 2 years ago, as well as the items you wear? She suddenly smiled at Su Taiping. Of course I remember, Su Taiping replied, patting his abdomen and thigh, producing a clear metallic sound. I have not removed those items except when bathing. I have also practiced the body tempering technique daily, though it was painful at first, especially with the discomfort of wearing those items. I have grown accustomed to it over the past 2 years. After Su Taiping began consuming Longdan wine, enhancing his physique, Fairy Lingwei had imparted to him a body tempering method. According to her, it was quite rudimentary but well suited for beginners to strengthen their bones and muscles. Thus, he had diligently practiced it for 2 full years. I did not expect you to persevere, but after 2 years, your bones and muscles have been sufficiently tempered. Once we ascend the mountain, I will teach you a body tempering technique that has been passed down from the ancient human emperors, Fairy Lingwei said with evident satisfaction. Chapter 70. The art of mist borrowing as the selection day for the 7 peaks approaches, Su Taiping expresses his gratitude to Sister Lingwei. He has long anticipated the method of body refinement known as the human emperor's technique that Lingwei had previously mentioned. By the way, I heard that once you become a disciple of the 7 peaks, you will have the opportunity to select techniques from the Tiangong Pavilion, he adds. Selecting techniques? That task is best left to me, for in terms of vision, your sect leaders may not compare to me, Lingwei replies confidently. Indeed, Su Taiping acknowledges, realizing more and more the profound depths of Lingwei's past cultivation as they spend time together. However, before the grand competition of the 7 peaks, I wish to learn another technique for precaution. At that moment, he produces a bronze mirror, retrieving a catalog of techniques available to the outer disciples. He then turns to Lingwei and says, Sister Lingwei, please help me take a look. During the 7 peak selection, he cannot use the ice breath technique or the Zhangwan ring. For doing so would easily reveal the secrets of the earth fruit. Very well, let me see, Lingwei responds, leaning closer to sit beside him at the stone table. It seems the techniques available to you outer disciples are rather limited, predominantly those of the wood and water elements, which possess the weakest lethality among the 5 elements. Nevertheless, the power of the Qing Nyo Fist combined with the 1,000-fold strength is sufficient for a cultivator at your stage. You merely need to select a supportive technique. As Ling Yue quietly contemplates, she begins to make her selection. Which technique are you considering, Taiping? After a while, it appears she has made up her mind, but she wishes to hear Su Taiping's choice first. If I were to choose, it would be mist borrowing technique. Su Taiping reflects before responding. Ling Yue's lips curl into a slight smile. Why this mist borrowing technique? She inquires playfully, clearly eager to test Su Taiping's reasoning. According to the description within the bronze mirror, the mist borrowing technique requires one to hold a mouthful of clear water, using spiritual energy to invoke mist, enveloping an area of 10 zhang in an instant, disorienting one's opponent. While it may seem trivial, it offers a tactical advantage in combat, aligning perfectly with Su Taiping's current strategy of swift engagements. Furthermore, should he find himself at a disadvantage in battle, he could utilize this technique in conjunction with Ice Breath to escape. Su Taiping explains his rationale to Ling Yue. Currently, the martial skills he practices, the Qing Nyo Fist and the 7 Kills Blade, are aggressive techniques. Should he fail to swiftly defeat his opponent, he risks falling into a passive position when countered. The mist borrowing technique would effectively cover this shortcoming, especially since he cannot employ the Ice Breath technique or the Tsangwan Ring in the upcoming 7-peak selection. Excellent. Ling Yue expresses her satisfaction with Su Taiping's explanation. Is it possible that you two have chosen the mist borrowing technique? Su Taiping, visibly pleased, asks, indeed? Ling Yue nods and elaborates. Beyond the points you mentioned, I chose this technique because, while it may appear inconsequential, it is actually derived from a prestigious ancient art. What ancient art? Su Taiping in Gui, Su De Li in Ji. The 5 elemental escape technique, Ling Yue reveals. The 5 elemental escape technique? Su Taiping Mu Se. Having never encountered this name in the catalog of techniques at Qingshin sect, the 5 elemental escape technique is divided into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with the mist borrowing technique emerging from the water element's fog escape method. The true fog escape method is not merely about obscuring sight with mist. It entails completely concealing one's form and aura within the fog, rendering even high-level cultivators incapable of sensing one's presence, allowing one to move freely and strike invisibly. Ling Yue shares this knowledge with Su Taiping, who is astonished to learn of the formidable origins of the mist borrowing technique. I happen to know this technique as well. Once you master the mist borrowing technique, I can guide you step by step to refine it into the authentic fog escape method, Ling Yue says, her eyes filled with anticipation. Now hindered by her soul's impairment, she delights in witnessing Su Taiping's gradual growth under her mentorship. Then I shall choose the mist borrowing technique. Su Taiping responds, equally elated. With only a month or 2 remaining before the 7-peak selection, mastering a fundamental technique poses no issue. I wonder how Sister Ling Long and Brother Qing Xiao have fared these past 3 years, and if they still remember me. Su Taiping muses while gazing at the bright moon above, recalling the moments when Ling Long and Qing Xiao brought him to Yunlu Mountain and later settled him in the Qingzhou residence. Rest assured, it won't be long before you can all practice together at the 7 peaks. Ling Yue softly reassures Su Taiping, gently patting his shoulder. Indeed, Su Taiping nods, feeling compelled to fulfill the promise he made 3 years ago to Ling Long and Qing Xiao, to triumph in the selection and ascend to the 7 peaks. He then shakes his head, rises, and heads to the backyard to commence his daily training. Over the past 2 years, with the aid of the Longdian wine, he has nearly managed to train without rest. This extraordinary endurance has afforded him more time for cultivation than the average person. However, even with the Longdian wine, he cannot completely alleviate the fatigue and pain from his training. Thus, the time he spends enduring these sensations is twice, even thrice or 4 times that of ordinary practitioners. Yet, despite this, Su Taiping has not missed a single day of training. Those who toil earn the favor of the heavens. Ling Yue murmurs to herself as she observes Su Taiping tirelessly practicing his blade techniques in the backyard. 2 months later, at the seventh peak of Yunlu Mountain, senior brother, senior brother, a girl clad in a flowing red dress appears like a wisp of crimson cloud, darting across the ethereal Hongyu Bridge, heading straight toward a floating trial grounds at the other end of the bridge. Linglong, how many times must I tell you? The Chen hour is when I cultivate my sword. Do not disturb me. A handsome youth in azure robes, awakening from his meditation, rises to his feet as a flying sword that had been circling above him darts swiftly into his chest. These two are none other than Zhao Linglong and Duga Qingxiao, who had led Su Taiping into the sect. Senior brother, he is still alive, Linglong exclaims excitedly, raising a scroll in her hand. He? Who? Qingxiao asks, bewildered. Su Taiping. Linglong finally shouts the name she had been holding back for so long. Is it that Su Taiping from Qingyou village? Qingxiao is equally taken aback. Chapter 71. The seventh peak. Linglong Qingxiao contemplates Taiping in recent years. Duga Qingxiao and his companions had attempted to gather information regarding Su Taiping. Yet the responses they received were invariably vague. On one occasion, they even heard unsettling news that there were malevolent spirits and demon wolves prowling near Qingzhou residence. And the spring used as a formation I had been destroyed. Had it not been for Qingxiao's intervention, Zhao Linglong would have almost defied the sect's orders and descended the mountain. From that moment, both began to suspect that Su Taiping's fate might be dire. After all, it was quite common for outer disciples to perish within 3 years amidst the rampant monsters below the mountain. Yes, it is he. Brother, look. Zhao Linglong nodded vigorously, tossing a scroll before Qingxiao. Not only is Taiping alive, but he has also registered for this year's 7-peak selection. Upon hearing this, Qingxiao unfurled the scroll and indeed found Su Taiping's name listed among the candidates. The little fellow was quite impressive. A smile graced Qingxiao's lips, filled with pride. 3 years have passed. I dare say he is likely taller than I am now. Zhao Linglong beamed, gesturing with her hands to illustrate her point. Indeed, it has been 3 years. Qingxiao nodded with a smile as he stored the scroll away. Brother, for this 7-peak selection, even if Taiping does not succeed, I wish to ask my father to bring him up the mountain, even if he cannot become a formal disciple. Assisting in the management of the medicinal garden and spirit beasts would still be beneficial. Zhao Linglong suddenly turned serious, fixing her gaze on Qingxiao. She felt compelled to do something for the boy she had personally guided to the mountain, severing his ties to the mundane world. After contemplating her words, Qingxiao nodded earnestly. Taiping ascended the mountain with us. We cannot neglect him. I will accompany you to plead with our master. To him, Su Taiping had already earned the right to remain in Qingxian sect after surviving 3 years in the outer mountain. Even if he could not become a disciple, serving as a servant was still acceptable. Wonderful. With you by my side, I am certain father will agree. Zhao Linglong exclaimed joyfully. The two were not underestimating Su Taiping. Rather, they were acutely aware that with his white spirit bone aptitude, he would likely only break through to the opening door stage within 3 years. Among the outer disciples, many had spent over 10, even 20 or 30 years on the mountain without achieving that breakthrough. One disciple from the 7 peaks had passed the selection at the age of 50, ultimately becoming their junior brother. To stand out among the thousands of outer disciples and be among the final 7 was no small feat moreover. Some of the candidates had previously been expelled from the sect for violating its rules. This was why they were already considering contingency plans for Su Taiping. By the way, brother, the 7-peak selection will be held at the sword-suppressing platform at the first peak, right? Should we sneak down the mountain to take a look? Zhao Linglong gazed at Qingxiao with eager anticipation. It is still too early, Qingxiao replied, shaking his head. He then explained to Zhao Linglong. Due to the large number of participants, the selection is divided into 4 regions: South Mountain, West Mountain, East Mountain, and North Mountain. Each region will select 28 from hundreds of contestants, forming what is known as the 4-Mountain Assembly. Afterward, 112 chosen individuals will be sent to Longmen Hall for the second round of competition, from which 28 will be selected. This is termed the Longmen Assembly. Finally, the last 28 will ascend to the sword-suppressing platform on the main peak, where the sect master and the 7 peaks leaders will witness the final round. ultimately selecting the 7 strongest disciples for the 7 peaks, also known as the 7 Peaks Assembly. Having previously been involved in the organization of the selection, Qing Xiao was quite familiar with the process, which would span at least a month. Zhao Linglong, who typically paid little attention to such matters, had only thought of attending the final round for spectacle and was taken aback by the complexity of the selection process. It takes that long? She mused, feeling a touch melancholic at the thought of not seeing Su Taiping soon. Wait, does that mean we will only be able to plead with Father for Taiping once the 7 Peaks Assembly is upon us? Zhao Linglong's expression shifted to one of concern. No need for that, Qing Xiao reassured her, shaking his head. As long as he can endure until the Longmen Assembly, even if he falters there, I will find a way to persuade our master to keep him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong felt a wave of relief wash over her. Taiping, you must hold your ground. If you can prevail in the 4 Mountain Assembly, we will be reunited. During this time, do not cause any trouble. If our master confines you, we will be unable to witness Taiping's competition, Qing Xiao cautioned, concerned that Zhao Linglong would attempt to sneak down the mountain. But, brother, I truly wish to see Taiping compete. Can you devise a plan? Zhao Linglong implored, tugging at Qing Xiao's sleeve. Sighing, Qing Xiao pondered for a moment. I will see if I can borrow the mountain patrol mirror from our master. It should be able to reveal the competition during the Longmen Assembly. As for the 4 Mountain Assembly, we will have to wait for the reports from the supervising brothers after the matches. You are truly the best, brother, Zhao Linglong exclaimed, embracing him tightly. Do not disturb me while I tend to my sword, Qing Xiao retorted, pushing her away with an exaggerated grimace. January 9th, West Wind Pavilion. Today marked the first day of the 4 Mountain Assembly. As Su Taiping arrived at the martial arts arena in West Wind Pavilion, he felt somewhat out of place among the crowd, which consisted predominantly of towering youths, middle-aged men, and venerable elders, leaving him as the sole boy among them. Qingzhou residence. Su Taiping. He approached the desk of the official in charge of registration, holding a bronze mirror. Qingzhou residence. Su Taiping, signed and prepared, Bing 27. The official glanced at Su Taiping's bronze mirror before handing him a bamboo sign inscribed with Bing 27. Locate your sign number on the announcement board ahead, and you will find the corresponding arena for your match, along with your opponent's sign number, the official instructed, pointing towards a massive notice board at the entrance of the martial arts arena without raising his eyes. Thank you, Su Taiping acknowledged with a nod, then headed towards the notice board with a bamboo sign in hand. Hey, little lad, are you here to participate in the 7 Peaks selection too? A burly man with a bald head and a bushy beard suddenly clasped Su Taiping in a friendly embrace before he could reach the announcement board. Chapter 72. The 4 Mountains Gathering. Su Taiping's initial encounter with adversary's brother, who, this little brat has legs thinner than my arms. Is he seeking death? Could he be brought here by some esteemed elder? Little one, this is not a place for you. Hurry and find your mother. A group of burly men surrounding the muscular man began to jest at Su Taiping. Despite some being of shorter stature, each possessed a robust physique, indicative of their martial training. In contrast, though Su Taiping was not short, his frame appeared considerably leaner, coupled with his slightly delicate features, rendering him even more juvenile. Brothers, make way. Su Taiping disregarded their taunts and merely gestured for them to clear the path. Ah, so you truly came to participate in the competition, the bald, bearded man. Brother Hu rubbed his shiny head and curiously eyed the sign Su Taiping held. Indeed, Su Taiping nodded, then swiftly bypassed him, making his way toward the announcement board. Interesting. Indeed, I shall see whom this little lad faces next. Brother Hu cheerfully followed Su Taiping toward the board. I too wish to see which fortunate soul encounters this little one. The others chimed in, joining the pursuit. His opponent for the 27th match seems to be. Before Su Taiping could search himself, the crowd eagerly assisted in finding the information. It is the Xian platform, B23. Someone finally discovered Su Taiping's opponent's designation on the announcement. B23? Isn't that Brother Hu? The crowd erupted in surprise. Curious, Su Taiping glanced towards the bald man. Good heavens, it truly is me. Brother Hu, upon checking his sign, realized it was indeed B23 and burst into hearty laughter. Su Taiping remained largely unfazed, His purpose at the announcement board was merely to confirm the venue and the opponent's designation. The identity of his adversary mattered little, for he had prepared for this competition for 3 years. Little one, are you not frightened? The crowd, noticing Su Taiping's silence, began to jeer again. With such slender arms and legs, you might not withstand even a single kick from me. I advise you to concede beforehand. It wouldn't be embarrassing. Brother Hu, now visibly relaxed upon discovering his first-round opponent, was Su Taiping, chuckled at him. See you on the platform, Su Taiping replied earnestly. Brother Hu was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter again, pointing at Su Taiping, who was already making his way toward the platform. Did you hear that? The little one said we'll meet on the platform. Come, let's head to the Xian platform together. Brother Hu, do not go easy on him. If you do, there will be no entertainment for us. The crowd erupted into laughter at this remark. Most of these men, being martial artists, had developed a tendency to bully the weak and shy away from the strong. Encountering someone they could ridicule, they would not easily let the opportunity slip away. Thus, they gathered around Brother Hu and proceeded toward the Xian platform. Beside the Xian platform, Su Taiping from Qingzhou residence, Sun Hu from Qian Manor. You two wait here. The next match is yours. The examiner from Shifeng Pavilion, after taking the signboards from Su Taiping and Sun Hu, marked their entries in the ledger and instructed them to wait aside. Due to the numerous competitors, many of whom were relatively unknown cultivators, the crowd gathered around the platforms was sparse, primarily consisting of those preparing for their upcoming matches. Little one, remember that fists and feet have no eyes. If you do not concede now and get hurt, do not blame me, Brother Hu laughed, directing his words at Su Taiping. Su Taiping, however, paid him no mind, his serious gaze fixed on the platform. At that moment, a white-haired elder and a middle-aged man wielding a broadsword were engaged in combat on the platform. Is that old Qin and Manor Master Zhao? What a pity. Both are vying for the Dragon Gate qualification and have encountered each other in the first round. Sun Hu and the few men beside him, initially intending to tease Su Taiping, were instantly captivated by the duel unfolding before them. Clang! At that moment, after a series of probing exchanges, Manor Master Zhao finally gripped the hilt with both hands and unleashed a powerful strike at Old Qin. Unfazed by the ferocity of Zhao's attack, Old Qin nonchalantly tapped the ground with his toes, gracefully retreating. Bang! Zhao's broadsword struck the granite floor, sending sparks flying. Swish! Undeterred by his initial failure, Zhao swiftly redirected his blade for another diagonal strike at Old Qin. This transition was seamless, and the speed of his attack surpassed the previous one. Old Qin found it unlikely to evade so effortlessly again. Smack! Just as it appeared Old Qin would be cleaved in half by the strike, he suddenly floated as lightly as a feather, his toes landing deftly on Zhao's broadsword. However, at that instant, his body seemed to gain a weight of 1,000 pounds, forcefully pressing Zhao's weapon down to the ground. Despite having his weapon pinned, Zhao did not relent. He abandoned the sword and swung a fist, roaring like a fierce tiger as he aimed a brutal punch at Old Qin's face. To Su Taiping's surprise, instead of dodging the ferocious blow, Old Qin advanced, using his forearm to deflect Zhao's wrist upward, then ensnaring Zhao's forearm with his palm. Utilizing Zhao's momentum, he yanked him backward, and as Zhao lost his balance, Old Qin's body tensed, and he drove his shoulder heavily into Zhao's chest. Boom! With a resounding crash, Zhao was propelled like a cannonball, sent tumbling off the platform. Bravo! Witnessing this scene, the men, including Sun Hu, couldn't help but cheer in unison. It seems Old Qin will surely qualify for the Dragon Gate gathering, as long as he avoids the likes of Wang Yu Jing or those skilled in mystical arts. He might even have a chance at the Seven Peaks Assembly. The previous 2 rounds were all outer disciples. There aren't many who can rival him in that regard. The crowd buzzed with excitement, discussing the fascinating martial technique that appeared light yet could deliver tremendous force, propelling a person so far away. Su Taiping, equally astonished, murmured to himself in wonder. Little one, this technique is known as transformation force. Old Qin has practiced it for at least 50 years, and he has now reached a remarkable level. Anyone who faces him is bound to suffer misfortune. Sun Hu chuckled, merely scratching the surface. The slumbering Lingwei fairy suddenly interjected lazily. Fairy Lingwei, You are familiar with Transformation Force? Su Taiping inquired, curious to connect with her through his spirit. This is a technique within martial arts known as using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, a mere skill of neutralizing force and generating power. However, this old man has only practiced the superficial aspects. Otherwise, dealing with someone wielding a knife would not be such a troublesome affair. The fairy Lingwei remarked with a yawn. If you ever encounter him, just remember my sister's words. In the realm of martial arts, speed is invincible. She then added, with a hint of profundity, to Su Taiping. Speed is invincible. Su Taiping pondered deeply. Su Taiping of Qingzhou residence, son Hu of Qiyin Manor, please ascend the stage for a contest. At that moment, the examiner by the ring called out the names of Su Taiping and Sun Hu. Chapter 73. Confronting Sun Hu, what shall we call him? I am Sun Hu. Upon hearing this, Sun Hu bellowed with vigor and leapt into the air like a ferocious tiger, landing on the platform that was at least 10 feet high. This leap was filled with formidable energy. Bravo, Brother Hu, set a good precedent for us. Sun Hu's companions erupted in cheers, convinced that his victory in this round was a foregone conclusion. Su Taiping, where are you? The examiner called out again for Su Taiping. Here, Su Taiping zet ponde, raising his hand as he was about to ascend the steps of the stage. Why are you going that way? The examiner was taken aback. Is that not permissible? Su Taiping asked, puzzled. If it isn't allowed, then why arrange the steps? Go ahead, go ahead. The examiner waved his hand impatiently. The steps were indeed walkable. It was just that no one had properly walked up them since the competition began, and now, encountering such an earnest individual, the examiner felt somewhat unaccustomed. Meanwhile, Sun Hu's brothers below erupted in laughter. Young lad, be careful on the steps. Don't trip. Shall we lend you a hand? The environment of the outer disciples had fostered a personality that feared the strong and bullied the weak. Seeing Su Taiping ascend the platform in such a mundane manner, they could hardly contain their amusement. Why the fuss over simply ascending the stage? Su Taiping pondered, finding it perplexing. To him, those who leapt onto the stage were akin to eating without chopsticks and using their feet instead. Are you tired, young one? Should we take a break? Sun Hu asked with a grin, arms crossed, although there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Though his tone was light, the contempt and arrogance in his gaze were unmistakable. No need, Su Taiping replied solemnly, shaking his head. He was neither angered by Sun Hu's disdain, nor did he look down upon him. He had already warned himself that until he ascended to the 7 peaks and became an official disciple, each competition was a matter of life and death, requiring his utmost effort. With that, Su Taiping, amid Sun Hu's derisive smile and the laughter from the audience, earnestly assumed the stance of the Qingyo fist. Oh, is the little fellow serious now? Sun Hu, while maintaining a playful demeanor, felt an inexplicable pressure as Su Taiping took his stance. Pressure? A mere child can instill pressure upon me? Sun Hu chuckled inwardly, dismissing it as mere illusion. Little did he know, this youth had once vanquished a demon with his bare hands. Are both parties ready? The examiner inquired loudly. I am ready, Su Taiping affirmed, his gaze fixed firmly on Sun Hu. I'm also prepared. Sun Hu flexed his arms, thicker than Su Taiping's thigh, and grinned at the examiner. Then let the contest begin. The examiner struck the gong beside him with a resounding clang. Come, young one, I shall allow you a punch. Sun Hu stepped forward, standing firmly in the arena, beckoning Su Taiping with a wave. That would be an offense, Su Taiping nodded. Boom. In the instant the words left his mouth, Su Taiping stepped forward, unleashing the wind shadow step. His body surged forth like a whirlwind, racing across the stage towards Sun Hu. Whoosh! Before Sun Hu could react, Su Taiping's fist was already upon him. Boom! Despite Sun Hu's protective aura being activated, it was utterly powerless against Su Taiping's formidable hornbull strike. With a resounding crash, Sun Hu's defenses shattered. Su Taiping's fist descended heavily upon Sun Hu's arms, which he instinctively raised to block. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed as Sun Hu's robust figure was sent flying backward. He soared over 10 feet before crashing heavily to the ground. Silence enveloped the arena. No one paid heed to the fallen Sun Hu. All eyes were fixed on the young man atop the platform. With a single punch, he had defeated the somewhat renowned Sun Hu, leaving the audience in a state of disbelief. Thank you for your teaching, Su Taiping said calmly, bowing toward the direction where Sun Hu had fallen before striding over to the examiner. Sir, my opponent has fallen from the stage. I have won this round, correct? Su Taiping inquired politely. Yes, indeed. The examiner, momentarily stunned, nodded and then announced loudly. In this match, Su Taiping has triumphed over Sun Hu, advancing to rank 112. At this proclamation, an uproar erupted among the spectators below. Those close to Sun Hu exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Brother Hu? Defeated just like that? Meanwhile, the commotion on the stage caught the attention of the West Wind Pavilion. What's happening over there? Why is it so noisy? The patrolling guards, Zhuju and Zhou Gu, were perplexed as they gazed toward the Xian platform. Having been removed from their previous posts due to a conflict with Jiu Shu, they had returned to serve as ordinary guards at the West Wind Pavilion, finally securing positions to oversee the Four Mountains Conference after much pleading with the pavilion master. Brother Zhua, Brother Zhou, you might not be aware, a familiar patroller approached them. A dark horse has emerged on the Xian platform. A mere 15-year-old boy who knocked Sun Hu of Qi Yin Zhuang out of the arena with a single punch, injuring him severely. A single punch to severely injure Sun Hu? Zhuju and Zhou Gu exchanged astonished glances. They had heard of Sun Hu's reputation among the outer disciples, and the idea that a 15-year-old could incapacitate him with one blow was simply unfathomable. Didn't T-Sun Hu break through to the opening realm last year? Zhuju asked Zhou Gu. Indeed, Zhou Gu frowned. Though Sun Hu possesses only a white spirit bone, his martial prowess is formidable, having reached the copper skin, iron bone stage. How could he have been defeated by this youth? Is there a genius among our outer disciples? Lu, what's the name of that boy? Zhuju quickly inquired of the patroller. His name seems to be Su Taiping, the patroller recalled thoughtfully before responding. Chapter 74. Conspiracy Unveiled. Su Taiping faces Qin Yuan. What did you say his name is? Zhou Gu seemed unable to believe his ears, and he repeated the question to the examiner. His name is Su Taiping. What of it? The examiner looked at Zhou Gu with some confusion. Zhuju and Zhou Gu exchanged astonished glances. Brother Zhua, do you happen to know this young man? The examiner inquired with curiosity. And no, not really. We just saw him in the area we were patrolling earlier, Zhou Gu replied, smiling to mask his unease. That counts as a bit of an acquaintance. Brother Zhou, you two might consider associating more with this young man. If he wins again in the next round, he could very well become the youngest cultivator from our West Wind Pavilion to attend the Longmen Conference in a century. At that time, he would surely be favored. The examiner remarked with a smile towards them. Brother Lu speaks wisely. Zhou Gu and Zhuju nodded, though their eyes betrayed a hint of malice. A moment later, at the Qingxin courtyard of the West Wind Pavilion, temporarily designated as a resting area for the outer disciples participating in the competition. It is him. He has grown taller. But it is indeed him. Zhuju confidently pointed across the pond to a young man sitting in a pavilion, sipping tea. The young man was none other than Su Taiping. Brother, it was he who caused us to lose our lucrative positions in the Lifeng Hall, leading us to this plight. We cannot let this grudge go unavenged. Zhou Gu said, somewhat agitatedly, to Zhuju. Do not act rashly. Although the Four Mountains Conference is hosted by the West Wind Pavilion, there are mountain watchers observing from above. If we are seen, we may never set foot on Yunlu Mountain again, Zhuju warned, glaring at Zhou Gu. But, brother, if this brat wins in the Four Mountains Conference, he will surely enter the West Wind Pavilion. How shall we coexist with him then? Zhou Gu lamented. Winning in the Four Mountains Conference is not so easy. Zhuju shook his head. If he tries to sabotage others in the Seven Peaks election and gets caught, he will be expelled from the mountain. He wouldn't dare take that risk. That lad was able to defeat Sun Hu. Perhaps he received guidance from Uncle Gio. With Uncle Gio's counsel, victory would not be difficult. Hearing this, the usually composed Zhuju wavered. Brother, I have a plan. Sensing Zhuo Yui's hesitation, Zhou Gu stepped forward and whispered in his ear, in the next round, the opponents will be determined by lot. I know the lad in charge of drawing lots. We could manipulate the draw to assign him an unbeatable opponent. This way, he would be eliminated in this round and have to remain down the mountain for 3 more years. By then, he would be at our mercy. Upon hearing this, Zhuju's brows furrowed slightly, clearly intrigued. Who do you think would be a suitable opponent for him? He inquired. Qin Yuan. Zhou Gu replied with a sly smile. Upon hearing this name, Zhu's eyes lit up. Brother, rest assured, the people on the mountain hardly pay attention to the Longmen Conference, let alone a minor event like the Four Mountains Conference. Zhou Gu continued, trying to persuade him further. What you say is true. The people up there seldom focus on the earlier matches unless it is the final Seven Peaks competition. This is due to the sheer number of participants, making it difficult to keep up, not to mention the lack of spectacle. Merely a bunch of fighters exchanging blows, which they disregard. If you're worried about his connections to Uncle Gio and Bai Hong, there's no need. The pavilion master investigated last time. This lad has no background. Uncle Gio's visit to Qingzhou residence was purely coincidental. Besides, both Uncle Gio and Bai Hong are in dire straits themselves. It is uncertain if they can even return from the north. Zhou Gu added. After hearing these final words, Zhuju made up his mind, nodding slightly. Very well. Our luck cannot possibly be so poor. He believed that with thousands of matches in the Four Mountains Conference, it would be unlikely for anyone to notice their manipulation. After finalizing their plan, the two departed from the Qingxin courtyard to find the disciple responsible for assigning opponents. Little did they know, although they were separated from Su Taiping by a small pond, their conversation was overheard in its entirety by the celestial maiden Lingwei. She relayed their words verbatim to Su Taiping. Should we devise a way to expose their scheme? The celestial maiden Lingwei was curious about Su Taiping's current thoughts. No need. Sister Lingwei, Su Taiping shook his head. He finished his tea and stood up, saying, My goal is the Seven Peaks Conference. If I cannot even defeat Old Qin, revealing their plot would serve no purpose. Moreover, Su Taiping, having spent 3 years at the foot of the mountain, understood that as a cultivator with no background, even if he reported to the West Wind Pavilion, he would likely be ignored, if not accused of slander. Thus, it would be wiser to silence them with his fists on the arena. After a brief interval, the short respite concluded. The group of cultivators who had advanced reconvened at the martial arts arena. Many who had been eliminated remained to witness the spectacle, resulting in a crowded arena once more. Su Taiping's opponent is Old Qin. That young lad certainly has unfortunate luck, murmured the crowd. Observers noted that given Su Taiping's prowess, he would likely have advanced to the Longmen Conference had he not encountered Old Qin. Following the assignment of opponents, a wave of chatter erupted in the arena. Due to Su Taiping's remarkable prior performance, many had gathered around his platform well in advance. Upon hearing the examiner announce that Su Taiping's opponent was Old Qin, the crowd relished the misfortune, lamenting his predicament. I can't believe those two actually succeeded. Su Taiping remained remarkably calm, though curiosity stirred within him about how they had orchestrated this outcome. Chapter 75. Indomitable skill, young man. Your punches are too slow. It seems that after anticipating the matchups, one could devise a method to ensure you draw the corresponding number against Elder Qin. If prepared in advance, it would not be a difficult task. The fairy Lingwei conveyed this through a telepathic message to Su Taiping. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping nodded slightly in understanding. Young friend Taiping, please. At that moment, the white-haired Qin Yuan approached Su Taiping, gesturing for him to ascend the stage. I wouldn't dare. Elder Qin, please go ahead. Su Taiping hamba difa. Very well. I shall take the stage first and await you, young friend Taiping. Elder Qin responded with a hearty laugh and lightly tapped his toes against the ground, his form floating gracefully onto the arena like a feather. This action elicited a round of applause from the spectators below, who then turned their attention to Su Taiping. Why is everyone reluctant to take the stairs? Su Taiping remained perplexed. Taiping, this time, do not take the stairs. We must not lose our momentum. To his surprise, the competitive spirit of Fairy Lingwei seemed to have been ignited. All right then. Su Taiping retracted his foot from the steps. While he could disregard others' opinions, he felt compelled to heed Ling Yue's words. In an instant, Su Taiping's sleeves billowed as he transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing from his position and reappearing on the arena. This was the result of the second stage mastery of the Wind Shadow Step. What profound, true energy! Some cultivators, who had previously doubted Su Taiping's prowess and believed he had merely relied on luck to defeat Sun Hu, now fell into silence. Such deep, true energy at such a young age, Formidable indeed, Elder Qin remarked, a smile gracing his face as he nodded at Su Taiping. However, the keen-eyed Su Taiping noticed that despite Elder Qin's attempts to conceal it, traces of animosity occasionally flickered in his gaze. Elder Qin, your praise is unwarranted. It is merely a trivial skill, Su Taiping replied nonchalantly to the compliment. At such an age, still competing for the position of an official disciple, he must possess a resolute and ruthless disposition. Taiping, do not be deceived by his smiling face, Fairy Lingue cautioned. I will not, Sister Lingue, Su Taiping reassured her inwardly. He had already given his all against an opponent like Sun Hu, let alone the elder before him. Gentlemen, are you both prepared? The supervisor on the stage inquired as customary. I am ready, both replied in unison, taking their respective stances. The supervisor nodded and struck the copper gong on the arena, signaling the commencement of the match. Please, Elder Qin, enlighten me, Su Taiping politely gestured toward Qin Yuan. Too kind, too kind. Elder Qin shook his head with a broad grin. Yet, the moment his words fell, his figure suddenly vanished with a thunderous sound, as if teleporting right in front of Su Taiping. Boom! His robes billowed as a massive palm strike, accompanied by a formidable shadow, surged towards Su Taiping. No one expected that the seemingly ethereal Elder Qin would launch a surprise attack on a young boy, except for the boy himself. From the very start, Su Taiping had sensed the hostility in Elder Qin's gaze, augmented by Ling Yue's warning, rendering him vigilant. With a swift movement, Su Taiping sidestepped, narrowly evading Elder Qin's fierce palm strike. Boom! In the midst of Elder Qin's astonished expression, Su Taiping unleashed a powerful ox horn shatter aimed squarely at him. Boom! At the critical moment, Elder Qin summoned his robust, true energy, manifesting a thick protective aura around him that absorbed Su Taiping's punch. Bang! Nonetheless, the force of Su Taiping's blow still sent Elder Qin sliding back over 10 feet. With his stance unwavering, Su Taiping again executed the wind shadow step, rushing forward. Before Elder Qin could regain his footing, Su Taiping delivered another ox horn shatter. Just as his fist was about to connect, Elder Qin deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike. Boom! Although Su Taiping's punch failed to strike Elder Qin, the shockwave emanating from his fist surged toward the audience, raising clouds of dust and prompting the spectators to retreat in alarm. At that moment, they finally comprehended why Su Taiping had effortlessly defeated Sun Hu in the previous match. Back on the arena, despite the missed punch, Su Taiping did not relent. He withdrew his fist and drew his sword, slicing toward Elder Qin. The length of the sword compensated for his earlier punch's shortcomings. However, to Su Taiping's astonishment, Elder Qin, standing on one leg like a weeble, managed to evade each of Su Taiping's swift strikes, remaining upright. Is the indomitable skill. Someone gasped from below. To force Elder Qin to employ the indomitable skill. This young man truly possesses some capability. Indeed, but if he cannot break through Elder Qin's indomitable skill, all is in vain. As the crowd murmured, Su Taiping maintained an impassive expression, delivering several more strikes that Elder Qin deftly dodged. As Su Taiping executed his final slash, the speed was noticeably diminished. Whoosh! Suddenly, Elder Qin leaned forward sharply, his seemingly boneless hand gripping Su Taiping's wrist, effortlessly dissipating his force. Following this, he rammed his shoulder into Su Taiping's chest. Bang! With a thunderous impact, Su Taiping stumbled back several steps before regaining his balance. Young man, your sword is too slow, your punch is too soft. You cannot win against me. Elder Qin taunted with a smirk. Chapter 76. Searching for flaws, is it truly the Green Ox Fist? Indeed, Old Qin is formidable. The young lad is still too naive, possessing mere brute strength. He cannot hope to prevail against Old Qin. As these words were uttered, the crowd below the arena erupted once more into cheers, oblivious to any impropriety in Old Qin's earlier sneak attack or current provocation. After all, in this realm, fists hold greater sway than mere appearances. Thank you for your guidance. Amidst the jeers, Su Taiping rubbed his chest and steadied himself once again. Qin Yuan, your posture now is also a form of utilizing transformation energy, is it not? However, Instead of using your hands to deflect, it is the invisible aura surrounding you that is doing the work. As he spoke, he sheathed his blade, his expression impassive. Though he had suffered a minor setback earlier, he had not emerged empty-handed. After several exchanges, he realized that it was not Qin Yuan actively evading his strikes, but rather the intangible aura enveloping him that was compelling him to dodge. Consequently, no matter how cunning the angles of his attacks, Qin Yuan remained unscathed. Youngster, do not overestimate your own cleverness. My indomitable skill is not something you can easily unravel. Qin Yuan scoffed, an undercurrent of menace lacing his words. Gulme, if you possess the ability, try to break my indomitable skill. With that, he provocatively beckoned Su Taiping forward. Little one, do not fall for his taunts. He aims to bait you into exhausting your energy, so he can strike you down at once. Indeed, do not rush. Take your time to wear him down. As the saying goes, the young fear, not the old. This old man is merely a fa-ade, unable to endure prolonged conflict. Several of Qin Yuan's opponents yelled out, eager for Su Taiping to engage in a mutually destructive battle with the elder. At that moment, Su Taiping was intensely focused, ignoring the surrounding clamor. He merely flexed his wrist and stepped closer to Qin Yuan. Well done, young one. To dare face me head-on shows your spirit, Qin Yuan remarked, a genial smile returning to his face. Should Su Taiping choose to drag out the battle, Qin Yuan believed he still had the upper hand. But with Su Taiping's resolve to challenge his indomitable skill, he felt a flicker of joy. Once I exhaust your true essence, I shall strike you down. Qin Yuan's lips curled upward, his eyes momentarily flashing with cunning. Su Taiping was aware of Qin Yuan's intentions, yet his mind was preoccupied with the words previously imparted by the immortal Lingwei. In the world of martial arts, only speed can overcome. Just how rapid must he be to render Qin Yuan's transformation energy ineffective? With anticipation swelling within, Su Taiping activated his true essence. Leaning slightly forward and employing the wind shadow step, taking a decisive step forward. Boom! In a gust of wind, Su Taiping suddenly appeared behind Qin Yuan, his fist roaring like a bull as it descended upon him. Bang! As before, Qin Yuan deftly evaded Su Taiping's punch, the force of the strike whooshing past him. However, unlike before, Su Taiping followed up immediately with another punch, unleashing the Green Ox Fist's ultimate technique, the rushing bull breakthrough. Boom! Alas, Qin Yuan, like a weeble that wobbles but doesn't fall down, still managed to evade this strike. The ferocity of these two punches was astonishing, even causing the onlookers below to feel a tightness in their chest from the force of the air displaced by the blows. In that moment, the spectators gasped and lamented, feeling that the young lad's misfortune lay in encountering Qin Yuan so early. Otherwise, he might have made it to the Dragon Gate assembly. Among the crowd, Zhou Gu and Zhuiju exchanged glances, smirking in unison. You wish to attend the Dragon Gate assembly? To become a disciple on the mountain? Dream on. Zhou Gu sneered through gritted teeth. However, the expressions of Zhou Gu, Zhuiju, and the surrounding spectators soon morphed again as the noise around the arena gradually subsided, leaving only the thunderous sound of Su Taiping's punches akin to cannon fire. Su Taiping continued to unleash his fists with unrelenting vigor, resembling a tireless bull charging relentlessly toward Qin Yuan. How is this possible? This must be the 16th punch already, yet the youth's momentum shows no sign of waning. In fact, it appears to be escalating. Finally, amidst the silence, someone voiced the collective confusion of the crowd. Is this truly the Green Ox Fist? A murmur of doubt arose, for the Green Ox Fist was merely a common martial art. Many present had practiced it, and several could execute the rushing bull breakthrough. The issue lay in the fact that this technique required profound, true essence as support, with most practitioners able to deliver only 4 or 5 consecutive strikes at most, unlike Su Taiping, who unleashed them like a tempest. Boom, boom, boom. With each successive strike, the bewilderment and disbelief on the faces of the spectators transformed into sheer astonishment. They realized that Su Taiping's rushing bull breakthrough not only exhibited the force of a storm, but also increased in intensity with each punch. Bang! Just then the crowd, faces marked with astonishment, observed that Qin Yuan's body had indeed been grazed by Su Taiping's fist. The indomitable Qin Yuan had failed to completely evade the young man's attack. Even a mere graze resulted in a gash on Qin Yuan's shoulder, illustrating the tremendous power behind that punch. What was even more terrifying was that Su Taiping's momentum showed no signs of diminishing. His speed of strikes had escalated to the point where some spectators could scarcely keep up. Boom! In an instant, as the spectators struggled to track Su Taiping's fists, they witnessed Qin Yuan's seemingly drifting form being struck by an overwhelming force, sending him flying backward. Even with a protective layer of aura surrounding him, Su Taiping's punch had undeniably landed solidly on Qin Yuan, evading his defenses. At last, his speed had surpassed the reaction time of Qin Yuan's surrounding true essence. How is this possible? At this sight, many onlookers below the arena could not help but exclaim. Qin Yuan's indomitable skill had been shattered. Chapter 77, The Essence of the Blue Ox Fist Bang. Although Qin Yuan was struck by Su Taiping's punch, his unique internal energy technique managed to dissipate much of the force behind the blow. Just as he was about to be flung off the stage, he executed a skillful maneuver, driving his body downwards with a force akin to 1,000 pounds, firmly anchoring himself to the ground. Boom! However, as soon as Qin Yuan's feet touched the ground, Su Taiping's fist was upon him again. At that moment, Su Taiping's fist surged with even greater might than before. The sounds of roaring bulls emanating from his punch made it appear as though he were leading an entire herd into battle. Bang! A flurry of punches followed, and Qin Yuan was no longer as composed as he had been earlier, having been hit several times. Just when the onlookers believed that Su Taiping's next blow would completely shatter Qin Yuan, he suddenly let out a furious roar, and his aura surged dramatically. Streams of energy, reminiscent of flowing water, coiled around him, forming a massive water sphere that enveloped him. Bang! Su Taiping's fist collided with the watery energy. Unlike before, this time his punch sank into the sphere, and most of its power was swiftly neutralized. It merely created a slight indentation in the water-like energy, failing to inflict any damage on Qin Yuan. Old Qin still has his trump card. Could this be the water-flowing technique? Old Qin has actually mastered the water flow technique. The spectators erupted in astonishment, realizing the tide of battle could still turn. This was a secret technique intended for the Seven Peaks Conference. How fortuitous for you, young man. With a cold snort, Qin Yuan pressed his palms together and recited an incantation, causing the water-like energy to coalesce once more into a protective sphere around him. Bang! Meanwhile, Su Taiping seemed oblivious to Qin Yuan's transformation, continuing his relentless assault with unyielding vigor. Bang! 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 The atmosphere grew heavy with the sound of thunderous collisions, plunging both Qin Yuan and the spectators into silence. They had initially thought Su Taiping's earlier blow had reached the peak of his strength, only to discover that was merely the beginning. 69 punches, 70 punches. Could it be that he truly intends to unleash all 108 punches? One cultivator, who had been silently counting, shouted in bewilderment. Impossible. Under such force, the Blue Ox Fist cannot possibly deliver 108 punches. Someone vehemently retorted. Yet, these voices of dissent gradually diminished against the backdrop of Su Taiping's earth-shattering strikes. Bang! When Su Taiping unleashed his 100th punch, the water-like energy surrounding Qin Yuan was suddenly shattered by the force of the blow, exploding into a mist of crimson as he was sent hurtling off the stage. Old Qin has been defeated. His indomitable technique and the water-flowing technique have both succumbed to the Blue Ox Fist. Is this truly the Blue Ox Fist? The audience gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief as they gazed upon Su Taiping. At that moment, Su Taiping's gaze remained fixed upon the fallen Qin Yuan. His heart brimmed with newfound insights, particularly regarding the puzzling question he had pondered when first practicing the Blue Ox charge. Why were there 108 punches? Now he understood. The first 107 punches merely served to accumulate power for the final blow, akin to a herd of oxen charging into battle. To achieve this, one must elevate the speed and force of the preceding punches to their utmost limits. Congratulations, young Taiping. Not only have you won this contest, But you have also grasped the true essence of the Blue Ox Fist. Lingue's voice echoed in his mind, laced with pride. Furthermore, for the upcoming contests, it would be prudent to keep your cultivation level suppressed below the great completion of the opening door realm. Although you currently possess the cultivation of the ethereal realm, your martial skills and techniques do not match. Relying solely on your cultivation to confront your foes will not sustain you in the long run, she added. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Lingue. Su Taiping silently expressed his gratitude. As Lingue had pointed out, defeating Qin Yuan could have been effortlessly achieved, such as by directly suppressing him with ethereal realm cultivation. However, that would have been a short-sighted approach, especially with numerous battles ahead. Revealing all his cards would undoubtedly make him a target. Following the plan, all the contests leading up to the Seven Peaks Conference would serve as a sharpening stone for his martial skills. He must hone his weapons to their sharpest edge before facing true masters. As he descended from the stage, he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, below the stage, disbelief lingered. Can this really be a victory? That was Qin Yuan. Zhou Gu continued to express his incredulity even after the examiner announced Su Taiping's triumph. I recall that at last year's Longmen Conference, Qin Yuan's defeat was due to being overwhelmed by his opponent's cultivation. How is it that today he has fallen to martial skills? Left Ju found it equally hard to accept. Brother, stop pondering how he won and focus on how we shall deal with this young man next. Zhou Gu interrupted Left Ju's contemplations. What else can we do? Qin Yuan was already the strongest among us. Left Ju shot Zhou Gu a frustrated glance. Chapter 78. The Ravens curse you, two fools. But we cannot simply let that lad go. Zhou Gu remained somewhat reluctant. What do you propose we do? Eliminate him? If he were still the obscure nobody he once was, that might be feasible. However, after his astounding performance today, he will undoubtedly attract attention from above. To target him now would be a fool's errand. Zhuju scoffed at Zhou Gu. If I had known, I should have sought an opportunity to eliminate him back then. Zhou Gu exclaimed, tugging at his hair in frustration. Can you trust the person who helped you change the sign? Zhuju suddenly asked. Of course I trust him. Zhou Gu assured Zhuju confidently. That is good. Today's competition was too remarkable. The people on the mountain will certainly take notice. We must leave no traces. Zhuju nodded, furrowing his brow. Brother, surely it can't come to that. If they investigate, they will only look into whether that lad used any elixirs to cheat. They wouldn't delve into the matter of the sign change. We can't be that unfortunate. Zhou Gu chuckled, patting Zhuju on the shoulder. Shut your raven's mouth. Zhuju shook off Zhou Gu's hand, shooting him an exasperated glare. The following day, Senior brother, how did the Battle of Little Taiping fare yesterday? Zhao Linglong hurriedly arrived at the Seven Peak Sword testing grounds early in the morning, inquiring about the previous day's four-mountain assembly from Duga Qingxiao. Your timing is impeccable. Qingxiao smiled, raising a letter in his hand. I just received this. Let me see, Zhao Linglong exclaimed, leaping forward to snatch the letter from Qingxiao. Qingxiao deftly stepped aside, playfully flicking her forehead. We shall read it together. Together we shall, but there's no need to hit me. Zhao Linglong pouted, covering her forehead. Ignoring her, Qingxiao opened the envelope. This handwriting, it seems so familiar, Zhao Linglong remarked, her eyes wide with surprise. It was sent by your sister Xian from the Six Peaks. One of her junior brothers was assigned to oversee this four-mountain assembly at the West Wind Pavilion. Qingxiao explained as he unfolded the letter. What do you mean, my sister Xian? She is clearly your sister, Zhao Linglong teased with a grin. If you continue with this frivolity, I'll borrow the mountain patrol mirror in a few days, and you shall not accompany me to the Longmen Assembly. Qingxiao warned sternly. Second brother, I was wrong. Zhao Linglong quickly conceded. However, Qingxiao seemed entirely absorbed by the letter, showing no reaction to her apology. Could it be that little Taiping lost? Zhao Linglong's heart sank, and she leaned closer to read the letter. Senior brother Qingxiao, the individual you asked about, Su Taiping, made quite an impression at the West Wind Pavilion during yesterday's four-mountain assembly. He first defeated a martial artist of the opening door realm with a single punch, then overcame the elder Qin Yuan's invulnerable technique and the true Qi of Ruoshui. He continued to win effortlessly in subsequent matches, securing his qualification for the Longmen Hall. Zhao Linglong's expression transformed from surprise to elation as she leaped up. Wonderful! Little Tai Ping won, and it was a resounding victory. It is not merely a matter of victory, Qin Shao replied, shaking his head, having read through the entire letter. What do you mean, second brother? Zhao Linglong asked, her excitement dimming slightly as she looked at Qin Shao, puzzled. According to the description from Xian's junior brother, when Taiping broke through Qin Yuan's technique and the Roshui True Qi, he employed only the Green Ox Fist. Moreover, when he shattered the Roshui True Qi, an illusion of a bull demon appeared. Thus, he deduces that Taiping has grasped the true essence of the Green Ox Fist. Qin Shao answered with a serious expression. The essence of fist? How could Taiping, at his age, possibly comprehend the true meaning of a martial art? Zhao Linglong responded incredulously. That is merely the speculation of Xian's junior brother. After all, he was not responsible for the arena where Taiping fought. One must see to believe. We shall wait until the Longmen assembly to witness Taiping's true strength. Qin Shao concluded, shaking his head. Indeed, indeed. Zhao Linglong nodded repeatedly, eagerly anticipating the Longmen assembly. However, isn't it rather unfortunate for little Taiping to face two formidable opponents in succession? I see that Sister Xian mentioned in the letter that both individuals possess the strength to participate in the Longmen assembly. She remarked, glancing at the letter again. Fortune? Qin Shao frowned at her words. Yes, it seems rather unfortunate. I should make a pilgrimage to the statue of the 5 ancestors at the peak and ask for blessings for little Taiping, Zhao Linglong said earnestly. This does not seem like mere fortune, Qin Shao stated, shaking his head. Zhao Linglong's comment had inadvertently triggered Qin Xiao's keen intuition as a high-level cultivator. Not fortune? Second brother, do you suggest that this is intentional? Zhao Linglong began to realize the implications. Though she was usually carefree, her years of experience had endowed her with a certain degree of caution. Sister, do not worry. I will handle this matter, Qin Shao said, taking the letter from Zhao Linglong and sealing it back in its envelope. While the selection at the 7 Peaks ultimately relied on little Tai Ping himself, those who believed they could manipulate him without consequence were gravely mistaken. Qin Xiao's tone turned cold as he spoke. He was a person of a reserved exterior but warm heart. Having resolved to assist Su Taiping, he would see it through to the end. Some matters, if the authorities wish to investigate, no one can conceal. Bang! At the West Wind Pavilion, the pavilion master Lu Songshan first kicked Zhou Gu, sending him sprawling, then slapped Zhuju across the face. You two fools. Lu Songshan, veins bulging on his forehead, pointed angrily at Zhou Gu and Zhuju. Do you dare treat such a crucial event as a joke? How could you even think to swap the signs? You have some audacity. Lu Songshan nearly shouted those last words. Pavilion master, this was all my planning. It has nothing to do with Brothers Hua. I implore you to plead for leniency from above and only cast me out. Zhou Gu pleaded as he struggled to his feet, addressing Lu Songshan with desperation. Chapter 79. The Dragon Gate Association. Is Uncle Jiao Baihong still alive? At this moment, you suddenly choose to uphold loyalty. Why did you not engage your mind before taking action? Did you not notice that Uncle Jiao has been favoring that young man? How dare you plot against him? Lu Songshan scolded in frustration. But Uncle Jiao has already. Silence. Zhou Gu's words were abruptly cut off by Lu Songshan. Can you even address Uncle Jiao in such a manner? He is the esteemed Master Daoxian. Lu Songshan's voice dropped, his eyes filled with alarm. Yes, yes. Zhou Gu nodded vigorously, intimidated. Master, my brother and I have indeed erred in this matter. We accept any punishment that may come. Zhou Gu added, his tone earnest. At this moment, Zhuju, who had remained silent until now, also knelt beside Zhou Gu. Brother, this matter does not concern you. Let me bear the responsibility alone. Zhou Gu urged anxiously, glancing at Zhuju. Can you truly shoulder this? Lu Songshan shot Zhou Gu a disdainful look. There are already those from the 7 Peaks investigating this. If you two manage to leave the mountain alive, consider yourselves fortunate. He then glared at the two. Upon hearing this, Zhou Gu immediately deflated, ceasing further argument. If someone from mountain were to personally inquire about the situation, even Lu Songshan would have no means to protect them. Master, given the years of loyalty I have shown you, Could you tell me who exactly is Shui Taiping's backing before we depart? Zhuju could no longer suppress his curiosity. In his view, if Shui Taiping had no connections, those from the mountain would not be investigating the matter. Indeed, I too am puzzled. Despite Uncle Gio and Baihong being absent, why is there still someone supporting him? Zhou Gu chimed in. Do you think I do not wish to know? Lu Songzhan glared at the two. Moreover, who told you that Uncle Gio is not here? He lowered his voice further. Uncle Gio and Baihong are still alive. Wasn't it said that the demon lord of the greedy wolf kingdom has emerged? Zhou Gu and Zhuju were both taken aback. Forget it. You two are about to leave the mountain. It does not harm to inform you. Lu Songzhan shook his head. Then with a grave expression, he continued. I have just received confidential intelligence from the Yunlu Association. Uncle Gio not only returned alive from the northern frontier, but he also defeated the demon lord, severing the roots of the greedy wolf kingdom. Upon hearing this, Zhou Gu and Zhuju exchanged incredulous glances, as if they could hardly believe their ears. Thus, seizing this opportunity to leave the mountain may indeed be a fortuitous event for you two. Additionally, you can assist me in managing affairs at the Seven Swords Villa. Should the situation at Finglegu not be handled well, I might find myself needing to return to the Seven Swords Villa as well. Lu Songzhan crouched down and whispered to the two. Yes. Both responded in unison, still in shock. A few days later, at Qingzhou residence. With a quiver of arrows on his back and a long sword hanging at his waist, Su Taiping closed the courtyard gate of Qingzhou residence and added a lock. Tomorrow marks the first round of the Dragon Gate meeting for the Seven Peaks election, and he must arrive at Dragon Gate Hall in advance. Suddenly, a small monkey peeked out from the hood of his cloak. This time, when we go out, be good. In crowded places, you must stay in the gourd, understood? Su Taiping affectionately patted the little monkey's head. Although spirit pets are not rare in Yunlu Mountain, he still worried about those with ulterior motives. Hence he chose to bring the monkey along. Understood. The little monkey nodded obediently. Just then, a celestial crane descended from the sky, creating a gust of wind at the entrance of the courtyard as it flapped its wings. Su Taiping of Qingzhou residence. The day of the Dragon Gate competition is approaching. Hasten, follow me to Dragon Gate Hall, the crane proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Thank you for your trouble. Su Taiping clasped his hands in gratitude and, with a light leap, gracefully landed on the crane's back. It has been 3 years. 3 years ago, when I first arrived at Yunlu Mountain, the first significant place I visited was Dragon Gate Hall, where I was deemed to possess the white spirit bone and thus could not become a disciple of the mountain. Gazing at the sunlit sea of clouds shimmering with golden light, Su Taiping suddenly felt a surge of emotions. This time, the qualification to ascend the mountain will be earned by my own efforts. He clenched his fist and murmured softly to himself. The next day, at the 7th peak of Qingxian sect in Yuxian residence. This residence, situated on a floating mountain on the western side of the 7th peak, serves as the retreat of Zhao Linglong's second senior brother, Duge Qingxiao. Compared to the humble living conditions of outside disciples, this place is nothing short of a paradise. Second brother, why is there still nothing in the mountain patrol mirror? The competition for Little Taiping and the others is about to begin. In the bamboo grove of the back courtyard, Zhao Linglong, now clad in a verdant dress, exclaimed, her delicate face reflected in the bronze mirror, her brows furrowed. Were you not told to wait until I arrived before speaking? Qingxiao replied as he entered the courtyard. Behind him followed a graceful woman and a stunningly beautiful young girl. Sister Zian, Sister Buyu. Upon seeing the two, Zhao Linglong instantly perked up, setting down the bronze mirror and flying over the bamboo grove to greet them. Linglong, it has been a year. How have you been? Zian smiled at Zhao Linglong. How could I be well? After parting from you last year, I was first confined by my father in the heart-nurturing pavilion for half a year, and then due to a trivial matter, I was grounded for another half year. In the blink of an eye, a whole year has slipped away, Zhao Linglong lamented, holding Zian's hand as they walked. Losing a fire spirit sparrow can hardly be termed a trivial matter. Duge Qingxiao shot Zhao Linglong a disapproving glance. Sister Zian, please take charge of my second brother. He is always scolding me for no reason, Zhao Linglong said, shaking Zian's arm. The matter is already past. Linglong has learned her lesson. There is no need to keep bringing it up. Zian turned to smile gently at Duge Qingxiao, her gaze warm enough to melt hearts. Understood, understood, Dugu Qingxiao replied, momentarily taken aback before swiftly turning away. Seeing this, Xian's lips curled into a smirk, revealing a hint of mischief. I feel that Sister Buyu and I are somewhat superfluous here. Zhao Linglong released Xian's hand and instead took Lin Buyu's arm. At this, Qingxiao shot Zhao Linglong a fierce glare, while Xian stifled a giggle, then shifted the subject to the silent Lin Buyu. By the way, Buyu, do you still remember Su Taiping, who entered the mountain with you? Chapter 80, The Mountain Patrol Mirror. Old friends gather at the mysterious abode. Lin Buyu turned upon hearing the words, casting a glance at Zhang before turning away, expressionless, shaking her head and saying, I don't remember. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward among the onlookers. After all, 3 years had passed, and it was quite normal to forget. Zhang, wearing a smile, sought to ease the tension. Indeed, it's been 3 years. Forgetting is perfectly understandable. Just look at how tall Buyu has grown, now almost as tall as I am. Zhao Linglong chimed in with a playful gesture. If it weren't for Su Taiping being her first disciple she had guided down the mountain, and their shared childhood circumstances, she might have completely forgotten that young man. Although Zhao Linglong was the daughter of the Seven Peaks Master, she had been born of a union between him and a worldly woman. She spent her early years in the mundane world, where her mother made a living through laundry. Tragically, after her mother fell gravely ill, the young Zhao Linglong had learned to wash clothes, cook, and even brew medicine. Had her mother not passed away and the master not found her, she might have perished alongside her mother that winter. By the way, Sister Zhen, did you come today to watch the Longmen Conference as well? Zhao Linglong, shifting her focus from the past, inquired curiously. I learned from a letter with Qingxiao yesterday that you borrowed the Mountain Patrol Mirror. I thought it would be wonderful to bring Buyu along to see it. Even though it's a competition among outer disciples, it occurs once every 3 years, and missing it would mean waiting another 3. Zhang nodded in agreement. Perfect timing. Su Taiping is also here at the Longmen Conference, and you can get to know him better. Zhao Linglong teased Lin Buyu with a smile. To their surprise, Lin Buyu neither ignored nor rebuffed her this time. Moments later, at the stone table in the bamboo grove. Now, what is reflected in the bronze mirror is the martial arts arena before the Longmen Hall, where today's competition will take place on the 4 platforms in the center. Qingxiao, having activated the bronze mirror with his magical energy, returned it to the table. Let me see. Zhao Linglong leaned forward, resting her arms on the table's edge, and was pleased to see, as Qingxiao had said, the scene of the martial arts arena displayed within the bronze mirror. The 4 platforms, neatly arranged in the center, were the most eye-catching, with the crowd gathering around them. Second senior brother, do you know which platform Taiping is on? Zhao Linglong suddenly raised her gaze toward Qingxiao. Little Linglong, the Longmen Conference involves drawing lots on the spot, so no one knows which platform they will be on until today. Before Qingxiao could respond, Xing interjected with a smile to clarify. I see. Then we'll have to search slowly, Zhao Linglong nodded, realizing she had never paid attention to the 7 peak selection before and was thus unaware of this detail. I'll look, Qingxiao said, channeling a bit of spiritual energy to his fingertips, sketching a rune on the surface of the bronze mirror. Following the image in the mirror, he began to magnify it gradually. Let's start from the eastern platform. You all keep an eye out. As he spoke, he gestured to the bronze mirror, and the image began to enlarge, as if a bird soaring through the sky was gliding over the heads of the cultivators in the arena. No. This eastern platform is filled with old men. Taiping isn't here. Zhao Linglong glanced briefly and waved her hand, urging Qingxiao to check another platform. Since she wasn't familiar with Su Taiping's current appearance, she could only use age as a reference, and fortunately, most outer disciples capable of participating in the Longmen Conference were older and predominantly martial artists, making the search not overly difficult. Wait, there's a young one here. Zhao Linglong suddenly called out to Qingxiao. That person is not Su Taiping. Zhang, who had also been watching the mirror, shook her head. As the image rapidly enlarged, the young man's face became visible in the bronze mirror. Although he was indeed young, his features were distinctly different from Su Taiping's. The shape of his face and his eyes bore no resemblance. How do you know this isn't Su Taiping? After confirming the individual was not Su Taiping, Zhao Linglong curiously looked at Ziang. This person is named Lu Yuan. He arrived at Yunlu Mountain 7 years ago. Despite being a white spirit bone, his martial arts talent is exceptional, particularly skilled with the sword, and he has long been under observation as an outer disciple by various peaks, Zhang explained. Yes. Master has also mentioned keeping an eye on this individual. Qing Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Outer disciples can be quite formidable. I hope Taiping doesn't encounter him. Zhao Linglong muttered worriedly as she continued to search for Su Taiping in the bronze mirror. All outer disciples who make it to the Longmen Hall are no ordinary folk. Even if he doesn't meet Lu Yuan, he will surely face others. Qing Xiao countered Zhao Linglong. Could you say something more reassuring? Hold still. Zhao Linglong's words were cut short by Lin Buyu, who had remained silent until now. What is it? The three turned to Lin Buyu in unison. That person resembles him a bit. Lin Buyu pointed at the bronze mirror. The three looked down and saw that the youth Lin Buyu was indicating indeed bore a slight resemblance to the Su Taiping they remembered. Second senior brother, enlarge it more. Quickly, quickly, Zhao Linglong urged repeatedly. Don't rush. Qing Xiao shot her a warning glance. Then, with a gentle motion of his fingers, the image in the bronze mirror continued to magnify until only the silhouette of the young man remained. However, due to the downward perspective of the mirror and the young man focusing intently on writing something, they were unable to discern his features. Just as Zhao Linglong was about to urge Qing Xiao for another solution, the young man suddenly paused, seemingly sensing something, and looked up toward the sky. At that moment, his face became clear in the bronze mirror. It was a youthful visage, slightly naive yet already showing signs of maturity, particularly the eyes beneath the slightly furrowed brows, exuding a determination and sharpness not typical of youth, coupled with a hint of stubbornness. It's him. He is little Taiping. After a moment of daze, Zhao Linglong suddenly exclaimed joyfully. Though he had grown considerably taller and more robust, his eyes and brows remained unchanged. Indeed, it was him. She excitedly added, what impressed me most about Su Taiping was that wary yet stubborn gaze when we first met. It must be him. Look at the signboard on the table in front of him. Qing Xiao pointed to the sign in front of Su Taiping in the bronze mirror. Upon hearing this, everyone focused intently, and soon they discovered that the signboard prominently displayed the words King's Wuju, Su Taiping. King's Wuju, yes, that's right. I personally brought him there back then, Zhao Linglong said, her face filled with nostalgia. Wait. Suddenly, she thought of something, turning to Lin Buyu with curiosity. Buyu, didn't you say you didn't remember Taiping? How is it that you recognized him at first glance? Lin Buyu met Zhao Linglong's gaze without expression, then turned away and replied coolly, a guess. Chapter 81. The heaviness of killing intent in front of the Dragon Gate Hall. Sister Lingwei, do you see those lights above? It feels as if they are fixated on me, Su Taiping inquired, casting his gaze skyward while internally communicating with the fairy Lingwei. At this moment, he had already drawn his lot and held his signboard firmly. It must be some sort of magical artifact, akin to a reflection of flowers and water, capable of transmitting the events here to distant places, much like that mysterious mirror in your hand, Lingwei speculated. It seems that there are cultivators on the mountain observing this contest, she added. Su Taiping nodded subtly, then withdrew his gaze, pondering whether Linglong and brother Qing Xiao could see him. Perhaps they have forgotten about me. Lost in thought, he approached the Earth Character Arena. Who is Earth Character 11? Before Su Taiping could reach the arena, a somewhat impatient voice rang out from below. Earth Character 11? Su Taiping found the name familiar and glanced at his signboard, confirming it was indeed Earth Character 11. It's me, he responded calmly, hastening his steps towards the arena. Which little brat is this? So fussy. Do you still want to compete? A stout man clad in green, robust yet short, pushed through the crowd to glare at Su Taiping. Is it time yet? Su Taiping inquired, turning to the examiner beside him. Not yet, the examiner replied nonchalantly, returning to his tasks. You and I are first. Can't you arrive a bit earlier? You're dawdling like a woman, the burly man shot back with a glare. Su Taiping ignored him, placing his bundle on a seat and retrieving a long strip of white cloth, carefully wrapping it around his hands. The cloth, woven from silver silk, was impervious to blades. providing protection to his fists while ensuring their agility, an item he had fortuitously discovered in the West Wind Pavilion storeroom. Isn't that the young man who recently defeated Qin Yuan and Sun Hu? Suddenly, a cultivator by the arena recognized Su Taiping. Qin Yuan's reputation was significant among the outer disciples, so news of his defeat quickly spread. Some had even procured Su Taiping's likeness. Indeed, it is he, Su Taiping from the Qingzhou residence. As confirmation spread, the crowd began to gather around him. You brat. I heard you broke Qin's invincible technique with your set of green bull fist? The green-clad man, though subdued in his disdain, still spoke with a confrontational tone. I merely had a stroke of luck against the old man, Su Taiping replied, having secured his cloth wrapping and meeting the man's gaze calmly. You have some self-awareness. The burly man sneered, pointing to his chest with a thumbs up. Since you know about that old fellow Qin, you must have heard of my name, Tianqi, the Shadowfoot. Upon uttering his name, the crowd erupted in murmurs, clearly familiar with Tianqi. Tianqi. Didn't he kick one person to death during the last 7 Peaks election? Yes. Although he fell short at the Dragon Gate conference, every opponent he defeated was either dead or severely injured. He killed 4 in total during that selection. Through the whispers around him, Su Taiping began to understand the man before him a bit better. Yet, he had never heard of him before. Apologies. I have not been in the mountains long, so this is the first time I have heard of your esteemed name, Mr. Tianqi. Despite the murmurs, Su Taiping chose to speak honestly. Upon hearing this, Tianqi's expression darkened instantly, his already rough visage becoming suffused with a chilling, killing intent. The sudden aura made nearby cultivators retreat in alarm, silencing them. Why is he emanating such a heavy, killing intent? Su Taiping furrowed his brow, his fists clenching as he pondered. However, those familiar with Tianqi's temperament would not be surprised by his display of murderous intent. Tianqi was known for his jealousy, quick temper, and fragile pride, often belittling others while being unable to tolerate any slight against himself. This warped personality had led to numerous murders over trivial disputes. Nevertheless, Su Taiping maintained his composure, continuing to meet Tianqi's gaze. No matter how fierce Tianqi's killing intent was, it could not compare to the ferocity of the beastly tiger in Qingfeng Gorge or the fiery python in Jushi Valley. Su Taiping from Qingzhou residence. Tianqi from Liuya Manor. The time has come. Both of you, ascend the stage. Just as the tension between Su Taiping and Tianqi peaked, the examiner's voice interrupted, shattering the standoff. Taiping, this man carries the ferocity of a beast in his killing intent, likely practicing some sinister technique that nourishes his power through slaughter. Be cautious. Ling Yue's voice echoed in Su Taiping's mind. Su Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. He had sensed something unusual about Tianqi and now felt assured of his instincts. In the bamboo grove behind the Yushin residence at the 7th Peak, Zhao Linglong observed the scene in the bronze mirror. What is going on? Why are they surrounding little Taiping, bullying him for his youth? And that little green-clad, chubby one, why does he harbor such hostility towards him? What has little Taiping done to deserve this? Filled with indignation, she felt compelled to rush to the Dragon Gate Hall to stand up for Su Taiping, incensed that he was left alone amidst such hostility. Chapter 82. Tianqi in Battle. No wonder he can defeat Qin Yuan. Xu chuckled at Zichao Linglong's indignant expression. However, she understood that this was merely Zhao Linglong's nature, as she often stood up for the disciples of Qifeng. Do not be overly excited, dear Linglong. These individuals must have recognized Xiao Taiping as the one who recently triumphed over Qin Yuan, hence their gathering to witness the spectacle. She gently reassured, patting Zhao Linglong's hand. Tasked with selecting disciples by the Peak Master, Xian had a fair understanding of the external disciples' affairs. The man in green was named Tianqi, who had arrived at Yunlu Mountain 7 years ago. Before that, he was the leader of a gang, having ruthlessly slaughtered over 100 members of a rival faction in a fit of rage. Fearing retaliation from vengeful foes, he sought refuge in Yunlu Mountain. At this moment, Duguqing Xiao also spoke up. Like Xian, he possessed insights into these noteworthy external disciples. Why would the Qingxian sect recruit such a notorious criminal? Zhao Linglong inquired, puzzled. Glancing at Duguqing Xiao, It is said that he is willing to offer all his accumulated wealth over the years to the Qingxian sect in exchange for a chance to enter the mountain and escape his enemies. Along with his family's prized martial skill, the ghost shadow kick, Xian elaborated. This man is not only ruthless, but also possesses remarkable resolve. He seems far more formidable than the aforementioned Lu Yuan. Zhao Linglong's tone shifted to seriousness. She did not allow her biases to cloud her judgment regarding Tian Qi's strength. His greatest asset lay in his family's ghost shadow kick, which, in terms of lethality, rivaled any superior martial art. Otherwise, he would not have garnered such a notorious reputation during the last chiefing selection, where numerous external disciples fell victim to his ghost shadow kick, even under careful scrutiny. Qingxiao nodded gravely. The competition is about to commence, he reminded, as Xian drew their attention back to the scene within the bronze mirror. Within the mirror, Tian Qi and Su Taiping ascended the stage, neither wasting words. Su Taiping assumed the stance of the Qingyo fist, while Tian Qi provocatively lifted his left foot. Crimson energy swirling around his robust thigh like flames. Observing this, those in the bamboo grove held their breath, eyes wide in anticipation. On the Longmen Hall stage, a loud clang echoed as the referee struck a bronze gong. Almost instantaneously, Su Taiping and Tian Qi vanished from the stage, reappearing in the center. Exchanging a flurry of strikes, punches and kicks colliding with a thunderous rhythm. Tian Qi's legs moved as swiftly as Su Taiping's fists, creating a tempest of wind that surged from the stage like crashing waves. Su Taiping can withstand Tian Qi's ghost shadow kick. No wonder he triumphed over Qin Yuan. The spectators murmured in astonishment. It was hard to believe that a mere youth, relying solely on the Qingyo fist, could hold his own against the renowned Tian Qi. With a resounding crash, Su Taiping's bullhorn-shattering mountain collided with Tian Qi's leg strike, creating a stalemate. Despite their apparent inaction, the clash of their energies continued unabated, sending ripples of pressure through the crowd below. "Give way!" Tian Qi bellowed, his leg muscles swelling with newfound power, shattering the rocky ground beneath him. He pivoted, channeling all his strength into a kick aimed at Su Taiping. Boom! The explosive sound shattered Su Taiping's protective aura as a colossal force bore down on him, causing him to sink slightly, cracking the ground beneath his feet. "You little brat, my kicks are not only swift, but also heavy. Let us see if I can crush you." Tian Qi sneered, his leg muscles bulging once again, intensifying his assault. Yet, Su Taiping remained immovable, his previously subdued energy surging forth with renewed vigor. A thunderous explosion echoed as he unleashed a torrent of energy, countering Tian Qi's overwhelming pressure and thrusting his arm upward, forcing Tian Qi's hefty leg aside. Small success in the opening door realm, Su Taiping's aura erupted, sending a shiver through the onlookers. Most external cultivators at Longmen Hall had already broken through to the opening door realm, but few exhibited the small success that Su Taiping displayed. However, what they did not realize was that even this aura was a result of Su Taiping's deliberate suppression to refine his martial skills. Just as he lifted Tian Qi's thigh, his left fist came crashing down like thunder upon Tian Qi's groin. Swiftly, Tian Qi withdrew his leg, attempting to evade. Yet, Su Taiping anticipated this move, unleashing his right fist towards Tian Qi's evasion path. Bang! The impact shattered Tian Qi's protective energy, landing a solid blow on his waist, causing him to stagger back several steps. Before he could regain his footing, Su Taiping was upon him once more, fist poised for another strike. "Get away from me!" Tian Qi roared in rage, channeling his energy into a powerful kick towards Su Taiping's incoming fist. Bang! The collision sent Tian Qi reeling back, while Su Taiping remained steady. This moment of retreat offered Su Taiping the opportunity to exploit a weakness and unleash his bull-charging formation. In that fleeting moment, before Tian Qi could stabilize himself, Su Taiping's fist struck fiercely against his chest, followed by a second, a third, and a fourth. He charged forward like a relentless bull, his fists replacing the horns as he relentlessly battered Tian Qi. Chapter 83. The Battle with Tian Qi. Is it truly the rushing bull formation? How can a mere child, be so audacious? Under the overwhelming pressure of Su Taiping's formidable punches, Tianqi felt an unprecedented humiliation that drove him into a state of frenzy. With a swift motion, he disregarded the onslaught of Su Taiping's fists, unleashing his powerful legs like whips, striking relentlessly towards Su Taiping. Boom, boom, boom. The arena was a cacophony of flying fists and legs, a chaotic display of martial prowess. However, it soon became evident to the onlookers that, initially, Tianqi's ghostly legs could keep pace with Su Taiping's punches. Yet after over 30 strikes, he was reduced to mere defense. In stark contrast, Su Taiping's punches continued to grow in intensity, each blow more powerful than the last, his speed so rapid that only afterimages remained. Bang! As Su Taiping unleashed his 90th punch, Tianqi's legs faltered, allowing Su's fist to slip past him and land heavily on his abdomen. The force of the blow lifted Tianqi's robust frame off the ground, propelling him back several feet before he barely regained his footing. Is this truly the Qing Yo fist, the rushing bull formation? Witnessing this scene, the spectators below the arena gasped in astonishment and confusion. Yet Tianqi showed no sign of surrender. As soon as he regained his balance, his muscles swelled once more. Ripping his garments apart as he let out a fierce roar and spun to deliver a powerful kick towards Su Taiping. Bang! The kick carried significant force, causing Su Taiping to hesitate for a brief moment due to the recoil before he resumed his assault. But that was merely a pause, as Su Taiping's next punch surged with renewed vigor. Bang! This punch sent Tianqi reeling backward once again. With only a few strikes left in the rushing bull formation, Su Taiping's power reached its zenith. Each subsequent punch caused the spectators' hearts to race, while inflicting grievous wounds upon Tianqi's legs. At this moment, there was no doubt among the crowd that the youth could triumph over Qin Yuan. Not only did he possess a commendable mastery of the martial arts, but his profound understanding of the essence of the Qing Yo fist was sufficient to outshine many outer sect disciples. Boom! At last, Su Taiping prepared to deliver his final blow, consolidating the power of countless punches into this singular strike. As he swung his fist toward Tianqi, the audience felt as though a mountain was crashing down upon him. However, just then, a surge of crimson energy erupted from Tianqi, causing his previously diminutive form to swell to an imposing height, his muscles resembling those of a ferocious beast. "You have forced my hand." With a furious roar, the nearly monstrous Tianqi suddenly steadied himself on one foot, raising the other like a massive axe, hurtling towards Su Taiping with a thunderous sound. Bang! The fists and feet collided once more, and this time, Su Taiping's long-prepared final strike of the rushing bull formation met Tianqi's kick with equal force. The spectators were left in stunned silence. Is this demonic power? Tianqi has cultivated malevolent arts. Some could not help but exclaim, I shall make you perish. Yet, in this moment, Tianqi appeared utterly unhinged, disregarding the potential exposure of his dark techniques. Unleashing a flurry of leg strikes towards Su Taiping, the entire arena trembled under the relentless assault of Tianqi's legs. The audience gasped in shock, while the overseers drew their weapons, ready to intervene. Meanwhile, Zhao Linglong and her companions watched anxiously from the copper mirror. Senior brother, this Tianqi is clearly violating sect regulations. Why aren't the overseers stepping in? Zhao Linglong, who had just been cheering for Su Taiping, was taken aback by Tianqi's sudden use of dark arts. Taiping is still choosing to engage him. If he does not withdraw from the arena, it will be difficult for us to intervene. Qin Shao shook his head. Do not worry. Taiping appears unflustered. He likely has a contingency plan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong and the others turned their gaze back to Su Taiping in the copper mirror, and soon realized that Qin Shao was indeed correct. Su Taiping exhibited no signs of fear, remaining composed as if he had anticipated this very assault. Boom! After deftly evading several of Tianqi's leg strikes, Su Taiping suddenly executed the wind shadow step, propelling himself swiftly toward Tianqi. Bang! He delivered another powerful blow to Tianqi's abdomen. But at this moment, Tianqi's body was as resilient as that of a mythical beast. only stumbling back a couple of steps under the impact. You, Tianqi, shall not leave this arena alive. He laughed maniacally, launching another strike with his massive legs. Bang! Su Taiping stood firm, continuing to engage him in a battle of fists. Ignoring the pain from the recoil, he began to alternate his punches, once again employing the rushing bull formation. Bang! 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 The arena reverberated with the rhythmic sound of their collision. Can he truly execute a second rushing bull formation? The crowd was astounded. Although the technique consumes little energy, it is immensely taxing on physical stamina, often leaving practitioners unable to complete even one full set, let alone a second. Yet soon enough, the onlookers were astonished to witness Su Taiping not only maintaining his stability, but also gradually matching the speed and power of Tianqi's ghostly legs. Their exchange of strikes resumed with vigor. At this moment, it was critical to note that Tianqi was employing malevolent techniques. How could his speed and strength increase? Despite having already exerted his full effort, Xian looked at Su Taiping in the copper mirror, her face a portrait of confusion. Taiping's increase is not merely in speed and strength. It is his comprehension of the Qing Yo fist, coupled with his mastery over the timing of his strikes and his opponent's habits. Observe closely. His execution of the rushing bull formation is devoid of any superfluous motions, with each punch timed perfectly to coincide with Tianqi's wind-up and release. Qing Shao's eyes were fixated on Su Taiping in the copper mirror as he murmured. At his prompting, the others began to notice the subtle changes in Su Taiping, their expressions shifting from worry to astonishment. Chapter 84. Defeating Tianqi. The most perfect Qing Yo fist bang. At that moment, Su Taiping, within the copper mirror, landed a powerful punch on Tianqi's knee, which was aimed at his thigh. Following this, he swiftly turned and delivered another heavy blow beneath Tianqi's hips, causing the latter to furrow his brow. This was the first time Tianqi had displayed such an expression since employing this malevolent technique. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Su Taiping's second set of the charging bull formation surged forth following this strike. Bang, 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 accompanied by the roaring sound of the charging bull. Tianqi's ghostly footwork was gradually suppressed, forcing him into a defensive stance once again. Witnessing this scene, a few examiners who had initially prepared to intervene lowered their weapons, realizing that this was not the opportune moment for them to act. Moreover, encountering disciples practicing malevolent techniques was not uncommon for them. Several such incidents occurred annually, which prevented them from losing their composure. No, it's impossible. How could I possibly lose to you, this impudent brat? Realizing he was on the verge of defeat once more, Tianqi was consumed by both shock and fury. He recklessly unleashed his malevolent powers, his crimson true energy surging anew, and his physique grew even more robust. Bang! Yet, what filled him with despair was that Su Taiping's charging bull formation was also intensifying. Its escalation outpaced his malevolent powers. The 100th punch. Elated from the gains of this contest, Su Taiping suddenly let out a jubilant roar. He then launched his fist like a cannonball once more, striking Tianqi's sturdy thigh. Bang! With a resounding crash, Tianqi stumbled, nearly toppling over. At that moment, Su Taiping's 101st punch followed closely behind. Bang! This blow landed heavily upon Tianqi's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Roar! Unwilling to accept defeat, Tianqi opened his mouth and let out a roar, his blood-colored true energy erupting violently, as if he were forcefully activating some secret technique. 103rd. In response, Su Taiping unleashed a punch imbued with the momentum of a stampede of cattle. Bang! The impact reverberated, shaking the arena, and Tianqi's surrounding blood energy was violently dispersed. No! Tianqi's distorted face reflected his deep unwillingness. Bang! 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 He attempted to continue his desperate counterattack. But each time his energy surged, Su Taiping retaliated with relentless punches that shattered it. 108th punch. At last, the second set of the charging bull formation reached its 108th strike. Su Taiping deemed this to be his most exceptional punch since practicing the Qing Yo fist. Not yet finished, Tianqi, realizing his path was a dead end, suddenly bit down on his own tongue, recklessly igniting his blood energy with his malevolent powers. Roar! With a howl that was anything but human, Tianqi's flesh swelled dramatically, transforming him into a half-man, half-wolf monstrosity, lunging towards Su Taiping. Faced with this creature, Su Taiping did not retract his fist. At this moment, he was filled with unwavering confidence in his abilities, feeling as if he could shatter even the mightiest of beasts before him. Su Taiping's gaze was resolute as he met the beast's head, delivering a thunderous punch. Bang! With a tremendous shockwave, the creature's head was obliterated, and the arena beneath them crumbled into ruins. Boom! Dust and debris filled the air. As the haze cleared, the copper mirror revealed Su Taiping's face. Despite the aerial perspective, his focused and vigilant expression, coupled with his taut physique, emanated an indescribable sense of pressure. Could this truly be the Su Taiping from 3 years ago? Ziyin gazed at the reflection in the copper mirror, her expression one of astonishment. It was difficult for her to reconcile the Su Taiping, who had just slain a malevolent cultivator with his fists, with the boy who had been sheltered by Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong 3 years earlier. It is he. Qing Xiao, meanwhile, began to smile knowingly. Although his physique had grown considerably and his appearance had altered slightly, the unwavering determination in his eyes was unmistakable. He murmured to himself, recalling how Su Taiping had resolutely chosen to descend the mountain to train for 3 years after being identified as possessing the white spirit bone. Indeed, it is he. Zhao Linglong then leaned in slightly, her heart aching. However, over these 3 years, little Taiping must have endured considerable hardship. Though she appeared carefree, her sensitivity allowed her to notice the scars adorning Su Taiping's arms and the blood seeping from the bandaged fists. Do not worry. Once we return to the mountain, I shall protect you. Feeling a surge of emotion, Zhao Linglong quickly resumed her optimistic demeanor, placing a reassuring hand on Du Guqing Xiao's shoulder and vowing from afar. It is too early to discuss this. Just as Du Guqing Xiao had relaxed, his brow furrowed once more, his gaze fixed intently on the copper mirror. Didn't Ti Taiping just secure a victory? Zhao Linglong questioned, her confusion evident as she looked at Du Guqing Xiao. He offered no explanation, merely gesturing towards the copper mirror, saying, "You should observe for yourself." At his words, both Zhao Linglong and Ziyin returned their attention to the copper mirror. The image within was now focused on a large notice board. As Du Guqing Xiao magnified the image, they soon discerned 2 familiar names listed together, Su Taiping and Lu Yuan. Little Taiping's next opponent is indeed Lu Yuan. Zhao Linglong gasped in disbelief. The Dragon Gate Association's matchups were managed by Elder Black Dragon, ensuring no tampering. It can only be said that Taiping's luck was rather unfortunate. Du Guqing Xiao chuckled wryly. Senior brother, what is Lu Yuan's level of strength? Zhao Linglong, after a moment of stunned silence, suddenly inquired with concern. Chapter 85. The battle with Lu Yuan. Although King Xiao and Ziyin had previously indicated that Lu Yuan was the focal point of attention for all the peaks, Zhao Linglong remained unconvinced and sought further confirmation. From the current perspective, had it not been for the previous match against Tianqi, Taiping might have had a decent chance of 3 to 4 out of 10. However, in light of recent events, it seemed he barely had a 2 out of 10 chance. Du Guqing Xiao spoke gravely, forming his assessment based on Taiping's last performance and his understanding of Lu Yuan's formidable cultivation. Taiping's misfortune was indeed palpable. Ziyin nodded in agreement, letting out a soft sigh. We have observed Lu Yuan closely from the 6 peaks. Although he possesses a white spirit bone, his family's wealth has ensured he has never lacked for spiritual herbs and elixirs throughout his life. His cultivation has now reached the intermediate opening door stage. Moreover, the fierce sun blade he practices is a rare and exceptional martial art passed down through his family. It is worth noting that Tianqi's ghost shadow steps can only be considered superior martial arts, she elaborated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong's expression darkened with increased concern. Do not dwell too much on this. Given Taiping's recent performance, I could persuade the master to admit him into the 7 peaks, King Xiao reassured her. Has Taiping's effort over the past 3 years been for naught? Zhao Linglong's gaze shifted to the reflection in the bronze mirror, where a youthful figure stood before a notice board, her eyes filled with regret. Senior brother, did you notice the scars on his arm? Look closely. New injuries overlay the old ones, undoubtedly from the trials he has faced during his training. For an ordinary technique like the Green Ox Fist, he has cultivated it to such a remarkable degree, which must have required an immense amount of dedication. Yet, all he seeks is to become a formal disciple. It seems excessively unfair that his 3 years of hard work should amount to nothing simply because he is of humble origin and lacks any family background. As she spoke, Zhao Linglong bit her lip and turned to Dugu Qingxiu. Had she not witnessed Su Taiping's match, she might have believed that bringing him to the Seven Peaks was the best choice. Yet now, the thought of all the effort he had expended over the past 3 years, potentially going to waste, filled her heart with profound dissatisfaction. If she felt this way, how much more so would Su Taiping himself? However, Zhao Linglong was unaware that what she perceived in Su Taiping was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the struggles he had endured over the past 3 years. I do not believe you will lose. Lin Biyu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. The others turned to her in surprise. Why do you say that? Zian asked, perplexed by Lin Biyu's sudden assertion. Sometimes, she found it difficult to comprehend what was going on in her younger sister's mind. Intuition, Lin Biyu replied calmly, exchanging glances with the three before refocusing on the bronze mirror. She vividly recalled the scene of a young man descending from the maple trees and striking the demonic tiger with a single punch. In her view, the courage to face such a beast alone indicated that the young man would not falter here. However, when Zian and the others pressed her for more, Lin Biyu lapsed into silence once more, refusing to elaborate despite their inquiries. The match is about to begin, Qingxiu announced. As the group's attention was drawn back to the sight of Su Taiping and Lu Yuan stepping onto the stage within the bronze mirror. Wait, is Taiping going to use a knife this time? He still wields a knife? The moment they saw Su Taiping unfasten the cloth from his hand and place it on the hilt of the knife at his waist, astonishment swept across their faces, including Lin Buyu's. Before the Dragon Gate Hall, atop the Tianzi Arena, a young gentleman clad in white smiled and clasped his hands towards Su Taiping. Junior brother Su, your previous match was indeed a spectacle. Please do not mock senior brother Lu. Su Taiping replied with a smile. It is a pity that I wish to get acquainted with you, but fate has made us opponents in this round. How wonderful it would have been to ascend the stage of the Seven Peaks together. Lu Yuan expressed his regret. Su Taiping discerned that, at least from Lu Yuan's demeanor. His words did not seem disingenuous. However, he was not naive enough to lower his guard simply because of this compliment. To him, once he stepped onto the arena, there would be no friends, only rivals. If you two are ready, the match may commence, the referee on the stage interjected. Junior brother Su, your Green Ox Fist was magnificent in the last match, and I am eager to exchange a few techniques with you this time, Lu Yuan said, stepping back and preparing to draw his blade. Perhaps I shall disappoint you, senior brother Lu. Su Taiping retreated a few steps as well, placing his hand firmly on the hilt of his long knife. This time, I shall use a knife. You with a knife? Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Although Su Taiping had indeed been carrying a knife, he had rarely employed it, abandoning his most proficient fist technique in favor of a blade. Not only Lu Yuan, but the spectators surrounding the arena were also in uproar, utterly baffled by Su Taiping's decision to forsake his renowned Green Ox Fist. After several matches, Su Taiping's astonishing performance with the Green Ox Fist had led everyone to almost unanimously accept it as his unique skill, with some even speculating that his martial arts manual differed from theirs. Additionally, it was crucial to note that Lu Yuan stood before him, a practitioner of the exceptional fierce Sunblade. Wasn't this akin to striking a rock with an egg? Many spectators believed Su Taiping was merely posturing, confident that he would revert to using the Green Ox Fist once the match commenced. Chapter 86, The Battle of Lu Yuan. The lethal strike of the 7 kills my Lord Supervisor. I am fully prepared. At this moment, Su Taiping turned his gaze towards the supervisor who stood not far away. I am also ready. Lu Yuan chimed in, his expression now devoid of confusion, replaced instead by curiosity and excitement. He thought to himself, how intriguing. After 7 years at Yunlu Mountain, hardly anyone dares to confront me with a blade. Since we are all prepared, let the competition commence. The supervisor declared in a booming voice, followed by a sweeping motion of his arm that struck the nearby gong with a resounding clang. With the sound resonating through the air, Su Taiping and Lu Yuan simultaneously drew their long swords. The two blades unleashed a fierce energy, akin to two gusts of wind that suddenly swept across the arena from either side, culminating in a resounding clash. Boom! At the moment of collision, both Su Taiping and Lu Yuan swiftly separated, retreating to their original positions. This initial strike was clearly intended to gauge each other's capabilities, neither exerting their full strength. Yet, even this brief exchange ignited fervor among the onlookers. This young man truly wields a sword, they murmured. Though it was but a single strike, it bore a certain gravitas that belied his novice status. Su Taiping was not unfamiliar with the sword. Over the past 2 years, in pursuit of greater advantages in the 7-peak selection, he had devoted substantial effort to mastering the 7-kill sword. With Ling Yue's guidance, his progress was commendable. We have underestimated Taiping, Qing Xiao mused, a smile breaking across his face as he relaxed from his earlier tension upon witnessing the display. In addition to practicing martial arts, has he not taken a break from sword training throughout these 3 years? Zhao Linglong looked on in astonishment. The situation remained bleak. After all, Taiping had only trained for 3 years, while Lu Yuan had dedicated at least 20 years to his craft, accompanied by esteemed mentors. Ziyuan remained skeptical of Su Taiping's chances. Boom! As if to refute her doubts, Su Taiping, who had been circling Lu Yuan for an extended period, suddenly pivoted and charged like a gale. His steel blade, slicing upward in a diagonal arc, Lu Yuan was prepared for this assault. As he swung his treasured sword, its blade shimmered like a raging flame, crashing down to meet Su Taiping's strike. However, the ferocity of Lu Yuan's attack far surpassed that of Su Taiping, the golden arc of his blade extending several feet, capable of inflicting lethal harm. Just as Zhao Linglong and the others felt their hearts clench, Su Taiping's blade abruptly shifted, merging with his body to form a blinding flash of light. With a thunderous roar, he soared past Lu Yuan's blade, evading the strike and appearing behind him. From the perspective of the observing mirror, the golden aura around Lu Yuan had yet to dissipate, resembling a full moon. In that fleeting moment when the moon was drawn, Su Taiping seized the opportunity, gripping the hilt with both hands, and unleashed a powerful downward strike from behind Lu Yuan. Bang! Although Lu Yuan reacted just in time to deflect the blow, he was still forced back several steps by the tremendous force of Su Taiping's strike before regaining his footing. This is the 6th kill of the 7 kills, the full moon, Ziyuan exclaimed, astonished. In just 2 years, he has mastered the full moon technique? Her disbelief was palpable. The 7-kill sword, a premier martial art of the Qingxian sect, possessed formidable power but was notoriously difficult to master. Many outer disciples who trained for 2 or 3 years often struggled to learn beyond the 3rd or 4th kill, let alone the challenging full moon. Su Taiping is indeed well prepared. Zhao Linglong cheered, her excitement palpable. The full moon technique, enticing the enemy, evading their strikes, and delivering a fatal blow, required seamless execution, demanding countless hours of practice. It was evident that Su Taiping had dedicated himself rigorously for the upcoming 7-peak selection. Qing Xiao's expression grew serious as he regarded Su Taiping in the mirror. Yet, relying solely on his full moon will not suffice to defeat Lu Yuan's fierce sunblade. He remarked, as Qing Xiao had predicted. After experiencing the full moon technique, Lu Yuan became invigorated and unleashed a relentless assault. Boom! The golden flames of the fierce sun blade began to dance across the arena, forcing Taiping to retreat defensively, relying solely on his defensive skills. The tides of battle shifted in an instant. While the 7-kill sword was indeed a superior martial art, it paled in comparison to the fierce sunblade. Unless Su Taiping could master the complete 7 kills and its 2 ultimate techniques, his chances of victory were slim. Ziyuan frowned. Perhaps Su Taiping will surprise us once more. Zhao Linglong declared, her gaze fixed intently on the mirror, suddenly filled with confidence in Su Taiping's abilities. This time, neither Qing Xiao nor Ziyuan offered a counterargument. Instead, they too began to feel a sense of anticipation, their eyes glued to the mirror before them. Boom! In the mirror, on the arena marked Tian, Su Taiping merged with the light of his blade, narrowly evading Lu Yuan's sweeping strike, and once again circled behind him utilizing the full moon technique. Junior brother Su, the same move will not work against me, Lu Yuan bellowed, turning his back to Su Taiping. At that moment, he spun like a whirlwind. Boom! Instantly, golden blade shadows erupted like 1,000 rays of sunlight, cascading outward in a brilliant display. Bang! Su Taiping's full moon technique was shattered by the onslaught of blade shadows. Whoosh! Just as the full moon was dismantled, Su Taiping's figure vanished from sight. Swish! In an instant, 7 afterimages of Su Taiping emerged from all directions, surrounding Lu Yuan. It was none other than the lethal strike of the 7 kills. Witnessing the spectacle, Ziyuan sprang to her feet in astonishment. I can hardly believe my eyes, she exclaimed. Chapter 87. The Battle of Lu Yuan. A Fool's Blade Technique. As soon as Xian's voice fell, Su Taiping's 7 remnants suddenly transformed into 7 dazzling rays of blade light. These 7 blinding blade lights struck Lu Yuan with a relentless force, extinguishing the aura surrounding him. In an instant, the 7 shadows converged into one. Su Taiping, gripping his longsword, appeared above Lu Yuan. Without hesitation, he brought his sword down with tremendous force. Despite Lu Yuan's utmost effort to defend himself, he could not withstand the lethal strike, and his body was sent flying from his original position. As he soared through the air, his protective aura was severed, and a deep gash appeared on his chest. What a thrill! Yet, just before he plummeted off the arena, he managed to stabilize himself, letting out a fierce roar. Flames erupted around him as he grasped the hilt of his treasured sword, shouting, "Fiery slash!" With his words barely spoken, his aura surged like a tidal wave. Fiery energy expanded around him, only to be absorbed into his sword. With a piercing metallic resonance, Lu Yuan, now one with his blade, transformed into a formidable blade shadow over 10 feet long, slicing horizontally towards Su Taiping. The terrifying blade shadow swept across the arena. But at that very moment, Su Taiping, along with his longsword, morphed into a spiraling silver light, resembling a flying dagger that traversed the entire arena, slicing through Lu Yuan's fiery blade aura and striking him directly. Caught off guard, Lu Yuan was hit squarely in the chest. The protective mirror he relied on for his life shattered with a crack. A mist of blood enveloped him as he was propelled backward with the immense force of Su Taiping's strike, hurtling straight off the arena. This stroke, originating from the 7-kill blade, was its second ultimate move, Pursuit of Souls, capable of launching a lethal attack on a fleeing opponent in the blink of an eye. The examiners on the scene, along with the spectators, were rendered speechless. Lu Yuan had lost. Not only had he lost, but he had also been defeated in the art of the blade. The young man had triumphed, and in doing so, he had bested his opponent using the very techniques Lu Yuan excelled in. Before the copper mirror, Xian stared in astonishment for a moment before murmuring in disbelief. Is it truly possible for someone to master these 2 techniques in just 3 years? She turned to the equally astonished Qing Xiao beside her. Senior brother, is the 7-kill blade truly that difficult? After Su Taiping's victory, Zhao Linglong, beaming with joy, also looked curiously at Qing Xiao. Is it really that difficult? Rather than being difficult, it is more about being unyieldingly diligent, Qing Xiao pondered before responding. Unyieldingly diligent? Zhao Linglong questioned, perplexed. The techniques and mental methods of the 7-kill blade are not inherently complex. In fact, they can be understood even more easily than the Qingyo fist. The challenge lies in mastering each technique to an exquisite degree. You must practice until the movements become instinctive, allowing your muscles and bones to memorize these forms rather than relying solely on your mind. Thus, to master the 7-kill blade, one must employ a rather foolish method. Relentless practice day after day, year after year, without interruption until the techniques are perfected. Moreover, The ultimate moves pursuit of souls and life seizing can only be trained after the body has memorized all the techniques, making their difficulty akin to that of the fool who moves mountains. Qing Xiao earnestly explained to Zhao Linglong. This method of practice is exceedingly tedious. To master the ultimate moves within 3 years requires immense perseverance. At this moment, Zian nodded in agreement. After hearing their explanation, Zhao Linglong fell silent for a moment before gazing once more at the somewhat slender figure in the copper mirror. What has Su Taiping truly sacrificed over these 3 years? She suddenly found it hard to imagine. Just then, a snow-white lark appeared in the sky above the bamboo grove. It seems this is the messenger bird of the Six Peaks leader, Qing Xiao remarked, glancing at the lark and then at Zian. Yes, it must be that the leader has matters to discuss with me. Zian nodded in acknowledgement. As she reached out to the lark, she retrieved the message from its leg. Zian, what does your leader want with you? Zhao Linglong asked with curiosity. At this point, having witnessed Su Taiping's success in the Dragon Gate Conference, her previously anxious heart felt at ease. Zian scanned the contents of the letter before smiling and saying, the leader wishes to inquire about Su Taiping's whereabouts, and if possible, to facilitate his visit to our Six Peaks. It was evident that the leader of the Six Peaks had learned some details about Su Taiping's past with the Seven Peaks. Impossible. Zhao Linglong flatly rejected the notion, grasping Zian's hand. Tell that wicked woman that Su Taiping is a disciple of the Seven Peaks, and she should abandon her hopes. Upon hearing Zhao Linglong refer to her own leader as a wicked woman, Zian burst into laughter. She then patted Zhao Linglong's shoulder and said, all right, I will relay this to the leader. However, as she spoke, she suddenly turned to Qing Xiao, a smile gracing her lips once more. Given Taiping's performance today, I fear it will not only be our Six Peaks vying for him. The other 5 peaks will likely also send representatives to negotiate, offering conditions that may surpass those of our Six Peaks. What do you think he will choose? Upon hearing this, Qing Xiao furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Zhao Linglong, realizing the implications of these words, suddenly understood the gravity of the situation. If Taiping truly stands out from the selection, he will likely be pursued by all peaks. Our 7th peak ranks the lowest among them. Will Taiping truly choose us? Rest assured, at least until the final conference of the 7th peak, Taiping will not make any decisions, Qing Xiao replied, casting a calm glance at the worried Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong contemplated this for a moment and then shrugged with nonchalance. If Taiping does not choose the 7th peak, I can understand. After all, my father, that lazybones, has consistently dragged us to the bottom of the rankings in the annual 7th peak competition, all while claiming to be indifferent to fame and fortune, resulting in our best medicinal gardens and spirit beasts being seized by the other 6 peaks. If your master hears you say that, you might find yourself in confinement for half a year. Qing Xiao chuckled, bemused. Just don't mention it to him, Zhao Linglong quickly advised, realizing her slip of the tongue. It is still too early for us to discuss this, Qing Xiao replied, shaking his head. He then produced a scroll from his robes and unfurled it on the table. This list was given to me this morning by a senior examiner. The 7 individuals listed were my predictions for those who would ultimately become formal disciples. But now we must remove Lu Yuan from the list. He gestured to erase Lu Yuan's image from the scroll, continuing, as for the remaining 6, should Taiping encounter them, his chances of victory would be less than 30%. Chapter 88. A fortnight of physical conditioning previously. When Taiping encountered Liu Yuan, you all said the same. Zhao Linglong cast a sidelong glance at Qing Xiao. Upon hearing this, Qing Xiao's lips twitched slightly, and, after clearing his throat twice, he remarked, these 6 individuals are quite different. They are not of the Bailing bone. Among them, 2 have likely already transcended the Wanyu realm and can utilize some low-tier spells. The other 4 have all achieved great mastery in the Kai-Men realm, each having their own martial arts techniques and skills. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong furrowed her brows, perplexed, and inquired, if these individuals possess such formidable cultivation and commendable roots, why are they still relegated to the outer sect? At this moment, Lin Biu also turned to observe, clearly intrigued. They are either disciples who have violated the rules of the mountain, or they carry a tainted reputation. Some have even chosen to venture into the outer sect for the sake of breakthroughs, Xian explained on behalf of Qing Xiao. Isn't that rather unfair? Zhao Linglong expressed her astonishment. Unfair? Qing Xiao chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. The Seven Peaks selection orchestrated by the sect leader was merely a means to placate some outer sect disciples, allowing them to tend to the medicinal fields and spirit fields below the mountain with peace of mind. Linglong, reflect on this. How many Bailing bones have ultimately triumphed in the Seven Peaks elections over the years? Xian reminded Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong pondered carefully and indeed realized that among the disciples who transitioned from the outer sect to the inner sect, very few were of Bailing bone. The path of cultivation is exceedingly harsh. Innate talent supersedes all, and those who refine their qi surpass mere physical cultivators. Even Taiping, having honed the Seven Kills blade and the Qing Yo fist to mastery, would likely struggle against a cultivator's spell. Even after witnessing today's competition, Qing Xiao remained skeptical about Su Taiping becoming an official disciple. However, he reassured Zhao Linglong, you need not worry about his remaining on the mountain. Allowing Su Taiping to stay here is already a commendable outcome. Yet, for some unknown reason, Zhao Linglong could not muster any joy. Senior brother, the final Seven Peaks competition should be in a fortnight, correct? Zhao Linglong inquired of Qing Xiao. Indeed, Qing Xiao replied, nodding as he turned to face her while conversing with Xian. Could you please reserve a spot for me to observe the competition? I wish to retreat in the Yangxin Pavilion for half a month, Zhao Linglong said earnestly. You wish to retreat? Qing Xiao expressed disbelief. A fortnight of seclusion, do not disturb. A few days later, Su Taiping, having returned to Qingzhou residence, hung a wooden plaque on the courtyard gate. Due to his performance at the Longmen Conference, many cultivators had been visiting frequently, and Su Taiping found it quite overwhelming. Thus resorting to this sign, Su Taiping, I just glanced at the list of participants for the Seven Peaks competition on your table. A little sparrow, transformed from Baiyu, alighted on Su Taiping's shoulder. Do you recognize anyone? Su Taiping asked curiously. This list was delivered by the West Wind Pavilion 2 days ago, providing a brief introduction to the 28 outer sect disciples participating in the Seven Peaks competition. There are a few names I have heard my father mention. They were once disciples of the mountain, but were expelled for their transgressions. Their innate talent and cultivation levels are not comparable to ordinary outer sect disciples. Baiyu expressed with concern. Having formed a soul contract with Su Taiping, it shared in his fortunes and misfortunes. In terms of cultivation, I have already reached the Wangyu realm, Su Taiping stated as he walked. Not the same. At the Seven Peaks competition, you cannot use the Zhangwan ring or the Bingshi technique, while they each possess their own proficient spells, relying solely on martial skills. It will be difficult for you to contend with them, Baiyu continued. Regarding Su Taiping's strength, Baiyu had already witnessed it at Danxiaoping, but through their time together, it had come to understand that Su Taiping's Bingshi technique and Zhangwan ring involve certain secrets that could not be employed in the Seven Peaks competition. Under such circumstances, he would undoubtedly be bound in his confrontations. That little fellow observes with remarkable acuity. A voice suddenly echoed in Su Taiping's mind. It was Lingwei Xianzi, whose presence Baiyu remained unaware of until now. Thus, Baiyu's keen intuition led it to regard her as a secret of Su Taiping. I contemplated this 2 years ago, Su Taiping continued as he walked. Are you suggesting that you have already made some preparations? Baiyu asked, astonished. Indeed, Su Taiping nodded. Could it be that you have secretly practiced the technique? Baiyu pondered, but quickly dismissed the thought. That cannot be. The techniques provided to outer sect disciples by Qingxian sect are mostly superficial and of no use. Su Taiping's words only deepened Baiyu's confusion. I have indeed practiced another technique, but it is not what I have prepared for the Seven Peaks election over these past 2 years. Su Taiping made his way through the back door towards the medicinal garden in the rear courtyard. What exactly is your preparation? Baiyu grew increasingly curious, flying directly in front of Su Taiping to block his path. Physical conditioning. Su Taiping paused for a moment before responding. He had not intended to conceal this. Physical conditioning? You spent 2 years preparing solely for that. Baiyu found this rather absurd. In this world, both cultivators and spirit beasts, like itself, prioritized refining qi over honing the body, with some cultivators even believing that strengthening the body would hinder their cultivation speed. Thus, Baiyu's reaction was quite pronounced. Forgive my candor, but if you wish to rely on martial skills to earn your place among the 7 peaks, it is impossible. Bai Yu expressed its disappointment. A martial artist undergoes physical conditioning primarily to enhance their martial skills. So, in its view, Su Taiping was indeed treading a misguided path. Su Taiping had not intended to elaborate further to Bai Yu, reasoning that the upcoming 7 Peaks competition would reveal everything. Yet at that moment, Lingyue Xianzi called out to him, "Little Taiping, you have worn that item for 2 years now. It would not hurt to remove it occasionally." Upon hearing this, Su Taiping contemplated briefly and then nonchalantly nodded. He himself wished to verify the results of his 2 years of conditioning, especially since it was a method imparted by Lingyue Xianzi. Moments later, boom! A resounding crash echoed through the rear courtyard of Qingzhou residence, causing the building to tremble slightly. Following this, Bai Yu exclaimed in disbelief, "You madman! You have been practicing for physical conditioning while wearing this for 2 years. Aren't you exhausted? Doesn't it hurt?" Then Su Taiping's calm voice drifted with the mountain breeze. "I have grown accustomed to it." Chapter 89. The 7 Peaks Conference. New friends and old friends fill the seats half a month later at the Qianglu Peak of the Qingxian sect on the sword-settling plateau. A colossal sword towering several dozen zhang stood thrust into the ground, exuding an inexplicable aura of oppression. Directly opposite this giant sword lay the arena designated for the final contest of the 7 Peak selection. Today, 28 outer disciples would compete for 7 coveted spots to ascend the mountain. Surrounding the vast sword-settling plateau were rows of cloud towers, strategically built against the mountains and clouds. Typically, these towers served as a serene space for the disciples of the first peak to appreciate the clouds and cultivate their minds. But on such occasions as the 7 Peaks Conference, they naturally transformed into grandstands for spectators. Although the hour was still early, disciples from the 7 Peaks had begun to take their seats around the periphery. Laughter and lively discussions echoed from atop the cloud towers. "Brother, it seems we have arrived late," sighed Zhao Linglong, her countenance tinged with disappointment after searching several cloud towers without finding a seat. "It is precisely because of you," Qing Xiao retorted, casting an irritable glance at Zhao Linglong. "You insisted on retreating for half a month, yet you ended up sleeping for 15 days straight. And I had to wake you. Brother, you cannot blame me. The heart-nurturing pavilion is simply too dull. Once I entered, my father locked the door. What else could I do but sleep?" Zhao Linglong replied, her expression one of grievance. "Brother Qing Xiao, Sister Linglong, there's a spot available here." A melodious voice emerged from a nearby seat, belonging to Sister Ziyuan of the 6th Peak. Lin Biyu was also seated beside her. "Ah, so you had this arranged all along," Zhao Linglong remarked with a cheerful smile directed at Qing Xiao. Qing Xiao shot her a fierce glare in response. "Sister Ziyuan." Without hesitation, Zhao Linglong leaped forward, landing directly in Ziyuan's embrace. "Brother Qing Xiao, I saved a seat for you as well," Ziyuan called out. "Thank you, Sister Ziyuan," Qing Xiao replied, a rare smile gracing his face. "Buyu, why are you still engrossed in that storybook?" After settling down, the restless Zhao Linglong leaned closer to Lin Buyu, who was thoroughly absorbed in a book entitled Fateful Encounters. "Because it is boring," Lin Buyu replied, glancing up briefly before returning her attention to the book. "It's not just that. It's because our master thinks you only focus on cultivation and know nothing of worldly affairs. Therefore, she provided you with quite a few storybooks to help you learn about human interactions while reading," Ziyuan explained, bemused. "That troublesome woman only knows how to meddle all day." Zhao Linglong scoffed, before forcefully leaning closer to Lin Buyu to read along with her. "Why does Sister Linglong always refer to our master as a troublesome woman?" Ziyuan asked curiously of Qing Xiao, who stood nearby. "When she was about 7 or 8 years old, our master came to the 7th Peak to visit ours. They coincidentally met, and our master, finding her adorable, insisted on taking her back to the 6th Peak for a few days of fun. She thought she had encountered a villain and hid beneath the rainbow bridge of the 7th Peak, too frightened to come out all day. She has held a grudge ever since," Qing Xiao explained with a hint of exasperation. Ziyuan burst into laughter at this revelation. Suddenly, a cry of a crane echoed across the sword-settling plateau. Everyone looked up to see a spiritual bird soaring through the sky, carrying a disciple, descending directly onto the arena. Shortly thereafter, the voice of the overseer rang out. Beishan, Tingyue Pavilion's Gong Sun Sheng has arrived. Clearly, this was the introduction of a contestant for the Seven Peaks Conference. It was uncertain when this ceremonial introduction began, but it had evolved into a tradition in the selection process. Gong Sun Sheng. Isnt, he one of the individuals you mentioned previously, brother? Zhao Linglong straightened up and turned to Qing Xiao, her demeanor suddenly serious. Qing Xiao nodded in affirmation. Just then, several figures descended from the cloud towers, followed by hearty laughter resonating from the sword-settling plateau, seemingly welcoming Gong Sun Sheng. The group appeared to be disciples from the Fifth Peak. Those should be Lu Chun and his junior brothers from the Fifth Peak. Gong Sun Sheng was once Lu Chen Sr., but he was stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the mountain for violating sect rules. However, he possesses extraordinary talent and has a Xianling bone. Now, after 7 or 8 years, he is expected to return to the Fifth Peak, Ziyuan remarked, quickly recognizing Lu Chun. Upon hearing Lu Chen's name, Lin Biyu abruptly raised her head and coldly remarked, "Traitor." After uttering those words, she resumed reading her book. Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong exchanged glances, surprised, and then turned to Ziyuan. Ziyuan initially placed a hand on her forehead, then chuckled as she explained, "Last time we were ambushed by the tiger demon. Lu Chen left her behind with another female disciple to seek help. The little girl has held a grudge ever since." Understanding dawned on both of them. "I also believe Lu Chen is no good. Every time I encounter him, he leers at me with those shifty eyes," Zhao Linglong huffed. "If he dares to act like that again, inform me, and I shall have his eyes." Qing Xiao's expression turned icy, a murderous intent emanating from him. "Brother, that may not be necessary." Zhao Linglong chuckled awkwardly, motioning for Qing Xiao to calm down. Sister Ziyuan, just as they were discussing the next few outer disciples entering the arena, a strikingly handsome man with a hint of mischief in his eyes approached their seating area, accompanied by a tall and proud young man. "Brother Jean, are not the disciples of the First Peak situated in the cloud towers over there?" Ziyuan remarked, glancing at the opposite cloud tower with a slight frown. This individual was none other than Jin Haji, the second disciple of the First Peak, while the young man trailing him was Yi Xian, a new disciple recently gaining fame within the Qingxian sect. Chapter 90, Battle with Gongsun. Are you Su Taiping? Upon learning that his junior sister was present, Jin Haji decided to pay a visit. A frivolous smile graced his lips as he spoke. "There are no seats available here. I advise you and your little junior brother to seek accommodations elsewhere." Zhao Linglong shot him an exasperated glance. "Really?" Jin Haji chuckled lightly. He then patted the shoulder of a stranger seated in front of Zhao Linglong, flashing a grin. "Esteemed junior brother, might I kindly request that you and your companion make some room for me and my little junior brother? Why should I have to move?" The disciple, who had been intently focused on the arena, was clearly displeased at being interrupted. "I am Jin Haji from the First Peak." Jin Haji leaned closer, his expression turning icy. As soon as the disciple heard this, he shivered involuntarily and hastily pulled his companion up. "I must be blind. Please, senior brother Jin, take a seat. We shall go elsewhere." "Why must we go elsewhere?" protested the forcibly pulled disciple, only to be abruptly kicked away by the impatient Yi Xian. "Scram!" Yi Xian's voice was cold and commanding. "You!" The kicked disciple was about to retort when his companion dragged him away. "Are you out of your mind? Do you dare offend those two? What of it? Aren't they disciples of Qingxian sect? Can they be compared? One is the son of the First Peak's master. The other is a direct disciple of the master. What do you have to contend with them?" Their whispers echoed from a distance. Jin Haji and Yi Xian, however, remained unfazed, treating the incident as if it had never occurred, and seated themselves in the now vacant spots. "Junior sister Ziyuan, when shall you visit my dojo? The snow tea flowers in my garden have recently blossomed. We could enjoy the flowers while exchanging insights on our cultivation." Jin Haji fanned himself and turned to Su Ziyuan with a charming smile. "There's no need. I must enter seclusion for cultivation and lack the leisure." Su Ziyuan flatly refused. "One can practice diligently, but flowers that wilt must be awaited for another year." Jin Haji continued to press. Why do you persist? Sister Ziyun has already stated she is unavailable. Zhao Linglong grasped Ziyun's hand and shot Jin Haji a fierce glare. You little girl, has your mother taught you not to interrupt others when they are speaking? Jin Haji shot a cold glance at Zhao Linglong. Senior brother, Sister Linglong's mother has long departed. Your words may upset her. Yi Xian interjected with a sardonic tone. You, Zhao Linglong, was momentarily speechless with anger. Jin Haji, Yi Xian, are you two here to stir trouble? Qing Xiao rose abruptly, his overwhelming aura sweeping across the cloud tower, causing both Jin Haji and Yi Xian to feel a violent reaction from within. Yi Xian even felt blood seeping from the corners of his eyes. On the brink of collapse, senior brother Qing Xiao, Su Ziyun tugged at Qing Xiao's sleeve. She feared that if Jin Haji and Yi Xian were injured, Qing Xiao would face severe penalties from the sect, which she wished to avoid. Simply come to observe the Seven Peaks Conference. Do not buzz around like a fly. Qing Xiao gave a cold humph before gradually retracting his aura and sitting down. Jin Haji and Yi Xian felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, yet their gazes toward Qing Xiao were filled with resentment. Shishan, Su Taiping, take your seat. At that moment, a name familiar to Zhao Linglong and the others echoed over the Xinjiang platform. Su Taiping is here, Zhao Linglong exclaimed with excitement as she stood up. Lin Buyu, who had been engrossed in a book, also lifted his gaze toward the platform. A celestial crane descended from the sky, bearing a somewhat slender youth, who gracefully landed on the ground. Is that Brat? Zinhezi Zikogin Su Taiping. Although Su Taiping had performed splendidly in recent matches, Jin Haji had scarcely paid attention to the previous contests. His presence today was solely due to Su Ziyun. Is that the lad chosen by the Spirit Bone Monument, who ultimately turned out to be merely a skeleton? Yi Xian remarked coldly with curiosity. Despite having been in the sect for 3 years, his arrogance had only intensified. Surely you are not waiting for this boy to win the Seven Peaks Conference and become an official disciple. Jin Haji turned back to Zhao Linglong and the others, his lips curling with derision. What of it? Zhao Linglong glared at Jin Haji. While she understood that Su Taiping's chances were slim, she would never concede this point in front of him. Perhaps Sister Linglong is unaware. Among the 28 participants, several are former disciples who were expelled from the mountain. With them present, how could that Su Taiping secure one of the final 7 spots? Jin Haji cast a disdainful glance at Su Taiping on the Xinjiang platform. Although he had not closely followed the prior matches, he was somewhat familiar with the candidates vying for a chance to return to the mountain. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong frowned, momentarily at a loss for words. Senior brother, Sister Ziyun, let us go meet Su Taiping. Zhao Linglong decisively ignored Jin Haji and took Su Ziyun and Lin Buyu by the hand, heading toward the Xinjiang platform to find Su Taiping. On the Xinjiang platform, no wonder so many outer disciples stop at the Seven Peaks Conference each year, observing that many participants were surrounded by welcoming disciples from the mountain. Su Taiping felt a sudden pang of realization as he stood alone in stark contrast to the bustling scene around him. You're Su Taiping? At that moment, a tall middle-aged man approached Su Taiping directly. And you are? Su Taiping did not recognize the man. I am Gongsun Sheng, a fellow disciple participating in this Seven Peaks Conference. Gongsun Sheng regarded Su Taiping coldly. What business do you have with me? Su Taiping asked, recalling having seen Gongsun Sheng's name on the roster. However, he was puzzled as to why the other party sought him out. The battle roster has been released. You are to face me in the first match. Gongsun Sheng pointed toward the large notice board beside the arena. Chapter 91. The Battle with Gongsun. Su Taiping confronts Gongsun Sheng upon glancing towards the board. Su Taiping discovered that the match roster had already been posted. I hope Brother Gongsun will offer me guidance during the match, he said, maintaining a calm demeanor as he cupped his hands in respect towards Gongsun Sheng, assuming the latter was merely greeting his opponent in advance. Guidance? You think you're worthy? Gongsun Sheng replied with a smile that dripped with sarcasm. Su Taiping furrowed his brow, perplexed by the intense hostility emanating from Gongsun Sheng. Are you acquainted with Lu Chen of the Five Peaks? Gongsun Sheng inquired. At the mention of Lu Chen's name, Su Taiping's expression turned grave. I have heard of him, but I do not know him personally, he responded. To be frank, My former junior brother harbors a strong dislike for you. Upon seeing the match roster, he specifically asked me to ensure you were severely dealt with during the contest. Gong Sun Sheng stated, his smile widening as he gazed at Su Taiping. Upon hearing that Lu Chun held animosity towards him, Su Taiping's mind immediately drifted to the sisters Lu Qingmei and Lu Zijing. However, upon further reflection, he realized Lu Chun could not possibly know that he was the one from the day in the Red Maple Forest. Could it be that he has held a grudge simply because of a few words exchanged that morning? Su Taiping pondered. If that were the case, then Lu Chen's pettiness was indeed unprecedented. Are you suggesting I withdraw from the match? Su Taiping met Gong Sun Sheng's gaze defiantly. If you know what that's good for you. That would be best, Gong Sun Sheng retorted with a cold laugh. His intentions were clear. The earlier provocation was a ruse, while the threat was genuine. Having witnessed Su Taiping's 2 previous matches at the Longmen Conference, Gong Sun Sheng felt confident yet wary. He recognized that Su Taiping's fighting style was particularly depleting to an opponent's true essence, and he did not wish for his own performance in the subsequent match to be affected by Su Taiping, thus the preemptive intimidation. See you on the arena. Su Taiping replied curtly before turning to stride towards the edge of the stage, leaving Gong Sun Sheng momentarily taken aback. Kid, don't be foolish. Just as Gong Sun Sheng attempted to intercept Su Taiping, a series of whooshing sounds erupted above as several figures descended before Su Taiping. Little Taiping. Among the figures was a girl clad in red, swiftly rushing towards him. Su Taiping was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes sparkled with joy. Sister Linglong. Taiping. It's been a while, the girl exclaimed. At that moment, Qing Xiao and Ziang also approached Su Taiping. Brother Qing Xiao, Sister Ziang. Su Taiping greeted them warmly, pleasantly surprised that Linglong and the others had not forgotten him and had come to welcome him. Taiping, do not lose to these fools, Lin Buyu remarked, casting a glance at Gong Sun Sheng. What do you mean by that? Gong Sun Sheng was about to retort when he found himself confronted by Duga Qing Xiao. Gong Sun Sheng, has your worth diminished to the point where you must rely on threatening an outer disciple to secure victory? Qing Xiao's icy gaze bore into Gong Sun Sheng. His imposing presence felt like a heavy fist striking against the latter's chest. Humph. Gong Sun Sheng snorted, shooting Su Taiping a vicious glare. We shall meet on the arena. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Brother Qing Xiao, you should not provoke Gong Sun Sheng at this moment. It could adversely affect Taiping. Ziang expressed her concern. Su Taiping was taken aback by the fact that Ziang and the others not only came to greet him, but also expressed care for his match. This long-lost feeling of being thought of warmed his heart. Sister Zhang, you needn't worry. He smiled and shook his head reassuringly. I will not lose to Gong Sun Sheng. The match is about to commence. All unrelated individuals, please vacate the area. The voice of the supervisor echoed through the air, amplified by a sound transmission talisman. Little Taiping, remember not to overexert yourself during the match. Even if you cannot prevail at the 7 Peaks Conference, we will find a way to bring you to the 7th peak. Zhao Linglong hurriedly advised as the supervisor approached. Su Taiping was momentarily stunned. In truth, he had received numerous overtures from various peaks through the Shifeng Pavilion during this time, but none of their offers compared to Zhao Linglong's promise today. No, he replied with a smile, shaking his head, surprising Zhao Linglong and the others. What do you mean no? They were all taken aback. I will fulfill my promise to Sister Linglong and win the 7 Peaks election to become an official disciple of the 7th Peak, Su Taiping declared earnestly, locking eyes with Zhao Linglong. At his words, Zhao Linglong and her companions stood dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. All of you leave at once. The match is about to begin. A supervisor arrived behind them, sternly reprimanding the group. I'll be waiting for you, little junior brother, Qing Xiao said with a smile, giving Su Taiping a reassuring pat on the shoulder before taking Zhao Linglong's hand and soaring into the sky on their swords. Years ago, I merely mentioned he should train diligently and participate in the 7 Peaks election after 3 years, and I never expected he would remember it to this day. Zhao Linglong mused aloud, glancing back at the young man. With such determination, even if he does not become a cultivator, he will surely achieve something remarkable in the future. Ziang solemnly remarked about Su Taiping, who had only recently caught her attention. Moments later, as Su Taiping and Gong Sun Sheng ascended the arena, the supervisor once again announced their names through the sound transmission talisman. Do not think that just because you have Dugu Qingxiao as your backing, I will hesitate to eliminate you. You will regret not withdrawing in advance, Gong Sun Sheng warned, flexing his fists and glaring coldly at Su Taiping. The humiliation he felt from his failed intimidation was palpable, and he was deeply displeased. Chapter 92, Battling Gong Sun, the Green Ox Fist against the Golden Bell Shield Director. I am fully prepared. To Gong Sun Sheng's surprise, Su Taiping exhibited not a trace of fear in response to his threats. Instead, a fierce battle intent surged within his eyes, as if he were eager to engage him in combat. Gong Sun Sheng, are you ready? The director nodded slightly at Su Taiping before turning to Gong Sun Sheng on the opposite side. I am ready. Gong Sun Sheng donned a pair of gloves crafted from the hide of a mystical beast, squinting his eyes as he assumed his fighting stance. With both parties prepared, the contest commenced. The director's voice resonated throughout the entire Giant Pain town via a communication talisman. Boom, boom. Almost simultaneously with his announcement, two intense waves of energy erupted on the arena, sending ripples of force cascading outward, followed by a lion's roar that echoed across the platform. Gong Sun Sheng unleashed a punch, conjuring a furious lion phantom formed from his energy, striking towards Su Taiping. This was Gong Sun Sheng's ultimate technique, the Lion Slayer Fist. This set of punches required the integration of true energy and incantations, rendering it more of a sorcery than mere martial skill. Boom! Before the punch even reached its target, the lion phantom opened its gaping maw and lunged at Su Taiping. This energy-formed illusion was no mere mirage. Its power was nearly equivalent to a physical assault. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, the energy lion phantom was shattered by Su Taiping's devastating Bullhorn Mountain Smash. Immediately thereafter, Su Taiping's figure vanished from his original position. In the blink of an eye, he surrounded Gong Sun Sheng with a flurry of fist shadows. Just an illusion. Gong Sun Sheng snorted disdainfully, disregarding the phantom punches and focusing all his strength on delivering a blow to Su Taiping's body. Bang! 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 Yet before his fist could connect with Su Taiping, the phantom punches swiftly transformed from illusion to reality. Heavy fists struck relentlessly against Gong Sun Sheng, causing his protective energy barrier to shatter, sending him flying backward. Excellent. On the sidelines, Zhao Linglong cheered loudly for Su Taiping, undeterred by the gazes of those around her. Meanwhile, Jin Heji's expression soured. What appeared to be an illusion was, in fact, a testament to Su Taiping's astonishing speed, too swift for ordinary eyes to track. Qingxiao nodded in satisfaction. Martial arts were, after all, about skill. Although Gong Sun Sheng had lost access to advanced techniques upon expulsion, even basic sorcery was beyond the prowess of a mere martial artist. Jin Heji scoffed coldly. His skepticism toward Su Taiping was not solely rooted in bias. Just then, a golden light suddenly illuminated the arena, revealing Gong Sun Sheng enveloped in a radiant golden shield. Had he reformed the Golden Bell Shield while on the mountain? Sister Xiang furrowed her brow. The protective power of the Golden Bell Shield was far superior to that of the Golden Bell Talisman. It was not easily breached. Bang! At that moment, Su Taiping's Bullhorn Mountain Smash struck Gong Sun Sheng with tremendous force. Yet, not only did Gong Sun Sheng remain unscathed, but the energy surrounding Su Taiping's fist was also dissipated. The Green Ox Fist could not penetrate the Golden Bell Shield. Qingxiao's brow also furrowed. If even the Golden Bell Shield could not be broken, the outcome of this contest was all but decided. Jin Heji opened his folding fan with a snap and began to fan himself with a smile. Roar! As if to affirm Jin Heji's assessment, the moment Su Taiping's punches were halted by the Golden Bell Shield, Gong Sun Sheng unleashed a long-prepared Lion Slayer fist, accompanied by a roar akin to that of a lion, and the energy lion phantom surged towards Su Taiping's torso. Bang! The punch landed heavily on Su Taiping's abdomen. Crack! Just as Zhao Linglong's breath quickened in anticipation of Su Taiping being grievously injured, a sound akin to shattering ice resonated from his body. Upon closer inspection, Large chunks of ice crystals fell from Su Taiping, reminiscent of plaster molds shedding from a sword's core. The mysterious ice armor of the residual twilight technique? Su Ziyang sprang to her feet. The ability to manifest ice armor indicated that he had fully comprehended the second layer of the technique's profound meaning. Qingxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mastering the second layer of the residual twilight technique was a far cry from merely understanding its principles. One must fully grasp the first layer's essence to condense energy into ice, and only by mastering the second layer could one manifest the mysterious ice armor. Though not exceptionally durable, the ice armor could provide crucial defense against a single attack in a moment of peril, just as Su Taiping had just demonstrated. Boom! Almost as the ice armor shattered, Su Taiping's fist swung out with sudden ferocity. A resounding thud echoed as his fist struck Gong Sun Sheng. Despite the protection of the Golden Bell shield, Gong Sun Sheng was forced to retreat several steps under the immense force of Su Taiping's Bullhorn Mountain Smash. Boom! At the moment he lost his footing, Su Taiping's aura surged dramatically. Then, in a flash, the phantom of the green ox materialized around him, and he began to alternate his punches rapidly, each strike landing heavily upon Gong Sun Sheng. Bang! 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 Amidst the cacophony of thunderous impacts, Su Taiping resembled a ferocious green bull, relentlessly charging forward. Gong Sun Sheng had no opportunity to counterattack, relying solely on the Golden Bell shield for defense. This is the first time I've seen someone train the Bullhorn Smash to such an extent. Though Su Taiping had yet to breach Gong Sun Sheng's Golden Bell shield, Su Ziyang was nonetheless astonished by the ferocity of his punches. How had he discovered such power within the Green Ox fist? She turned to glance at the aloof Dugu Qingxiao. Perhaps it was simply because the Green Ox fist was the only martial art he could afford. Dugu Qingxiao gazed intently at Su Taiping on the arena, murmuring to himself. Upon hearing this, Su Ziyang and Zhao Linglong exchanged bewildered glances. Indeed, a solitary youth, living in seclusion within the mountains, relying solely on a few acres of medicinal land. What could he possibly earn in merit coins throughout the year? It was likely that even the Green Ox fist was a result of his frugality and hard work. Little Taiping, all of this is what you deserve. Do not give up, Zhao Linglong murmured, watching Su Taiping as he continued to unleash his relentless punches. Bang! At that moment, Gong Sun Sheng suddenly took a step to the side, his feet anchoring to the ground like iron nails. With palms pressed together, he shouted, unmoving as a mountain. As soon as the words left his mouth, a golden light enveloped him, and his body became as immovable as a stone statue, impervious to Su Taiping's ferocious assault. This fellow had actually reformed the Golden Bell shield to the unmoving as a mountain realm. Zhao Linglong and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Could the Green Ox fist break through Gong Sun Sheng's unmoving as a mountain? Dugu Qingxiao's face clouded with concern. Chapter 93, Defeating Gong Sun. Did the Qingyo fist break the Golden Bell shield? Indeed, he was once a formal disciple of Wufeng. Observing the scene, Jin Haji on the cloud tower could not help but smile slightly. To achieve an immovable state with the Golden Bell shield at the foot of the mountain, even if the Qingyo fist were honed to perfection, what would it matter? In the end, the power of his punches would only diminish, while Gong Sun Sheng remained unscathed. He gently waved the folding fan in his hand. This statement left Zhao Linglong and the others with no room for rebuttal. Boom! However, Su Taiping on the stage seemed to have heard his mockery. After delivering a full 100 punches with the bouncing bull fist, his momentum surged rather than waned, ascending dramatically once more. Bang! When the 101st punch landed, Gong Sun Sheng, who had remained steadfast, exhibited a slight tremor. The onlookers were suddenly intrigued, astonished by the rapid shift in the situation. Following the 101st punch, Su Taiping's aura intensified further, and his punch force began to rise again. Boom! With the 102nd punch unleashed, bang! This strike caused Gong Sun Sheng's body to sway noticeably. Before Gong Sun Sheng could regain his balance, Su Taiping's punch force surged again. Bang! The 103rd punch struck, making Gong Sun Sheng stumble and retreat several steps. The disciples of the Qingxian sect on the Cloud Tower erupted in a clamor. No one had anticipated that the Qingyo fist, which they typically dismissed, could actually break the immovable stance. Impossible. How could the mere Qingyo fist cause such a rapid increase in punch momentum? At this moment, Jin Haji furrowed his brow. In contrast, Zhao Linglong and the others relaxed their expressions. How could it be impossible? Wasn't he the evidence before their very eyes? After enduring for so long, Zhao Linglong boldly argued back. This time, it was Jin Haji's turn to fall silent. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the uproar and discussions, Su Taiping's punches came down heavier and faster, forcing Gong Sun Sheng to stagger backward towards the edge of the arena. You think you can force me off the stage? Not a chance. As Su Taiping nearly cornered him, Gong Sun Sheng suddenly bellowed. He then slammed both fists into the ground, embedding his arms deep into the arena, grinning savagely. Come on. In his view, Su Taiping had no means to counter his golden bell shield apart from brute force. Bang! Su Taiping disregarded his words, continuing to strike with rhythmic punches. Each blow fell like a colossal hammer upon Gong Sun Sheng. Although, just like before, the moment his fist connected, it was immediately absorbed by the golden aura of runes that enveloped Gong Sun Sheng. Yet this time, the residual force of the punch penetrated the golden bell shield, impacting Gong Sun Sheng directly. The immense power surged through him, making Gong Sun Sheng feel as if he were being struck by countless heavy blows. Though not grievously injured or fatally harmed, it was enough to raise the hairs on his body in fright. What kind of punch is this? How can its power penetrate my golden bell shield? Little did he realize, Su Taiping had employed an otherworldly force, the thousand-fold power. No, it must be because my golden bell shield is not yet fully formed. He continued to channel all his energy into the golden bell shield, reassuring himself. He thought that if it weren't for the relentless bouncing bull fist, delivering punch after punch with scarcely a pause, he would surely have been able to counterattack after defending against this one. Boom! At that moment, Su Taiping unleashed his 107th punch. The overwhelming force, akin to a mountain pressing down, caused Gong Sun Sheng's heart to tremble. Yet, he remained confident in his golden bell shield. Just 2 more punches left. Once your force diminishes, I will surely shatter your skull. Gong Sun Sheng gazed at Su Taiping's descending fist, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips as he began to envision how he would torment Su Taiping afterward. Bang! As before, Su Taiping's fist struck the top of Gong Sun Sheng's head. However, this time, when Gong Sun Sheng was once again enveloped in a layer of golden light, Su Taiping's fist quivered visibly as it descended, and with that slight tremor, the power of his punch multiplied exponentially. The tremendous force pierced through the protective golden bell shield, directly impacting Gong Sun Sheng's body. Boom! As an explosive sound erupted, Gong Sun Sheng suddenly fell to his knees, a terrifying gash splitting open on his forehead. The scene bore a striking resemblance to that night when the Moon Spirit Princess crushed the peacock, sending blood mist flying. As Su Taiping now shattered Gong Sun Sheng's flesh through the golden bell shield. The onlookers, witnessing this, stood in shock. Some perceptive cultivators like Qing Xiao and Jin Haji rising from their seats in disbelief. The Qingyo fist broke the golden bell shield. Many stood, faces filled with incredulity. Unlike earlier, when Su Taiping's punches merely forced Gong Sun Sheng to retreat, this time his blows had genuinely inflicted grave injury upon Gong Sun Sheng. No, it's not broken. The golden bell shield is still intact. Someone quickly countered, realizing that despite Gong Sun Sheng's suffering from Su Taiping's punch, the golden bell shield still surrounded him. Boom! At that moment, Su Taiping delivered his final 108th punch. This punch still aimed at Gong Sun Sheng's head. No! After a brief moment of shock, Gong Sun Sheng's eyes widened in terror. Due to the peculiar force of the previous punch, an ominous premonition gripped him. He felt that even with his golden bell shield intact, Su Taiping's blow could still shatter him. I admit, bang! Before Gong Sun Sheng could utter the word lose, Su Taiping's fist crashed down heavily upon his head. Boom! In a thunderous explosion, the ground beneath Gong Sun Sheng's kneeling form shattered completely, a thick mist of blood spreading from his body. Even so, the golden radiance of his golden bell shield did not dissipate immediately. Bang! Only after several breaths did the golden bell shield shatter alongside his flesh. Gongsun Sheng was dead, crushed to death by Su Taiping's fist, and his form was utterly unrecognizable. A profound silence enveloped the arena. A stillness blanketed the cloud tower. Chapter 94. Ji Wuyo and the Art of Controlling the Sword with Qi, a mere outer sect disciple, a youth endowed only with the white spirit bone, managed to vanquish Gongsun Sheng, a former formal disciple with commendable innate talent and mastery of magical arts, using a martial skill that barely qualified as superior. This astonishing feat left many of the upper sect disciples present momentarily in disbelief. It was akin to a child wielding a twig to slay an adult. Brother, how much effort must have been exerted to deliver such a formidable punch? Zhao Linglong stood frozen atop the Yun Tower, murmuring to herself in a daze. Certainly tenfold, perhaps 100-fold more than that of an ordinary person, responded Dugu Qingxiao, furrowing his brow. After all, the path of the martial artist offers no shortcuts. Regardless of one's innate gifts, it demands relentless dedication, practicing punch after punch day and night. While the others were awestruck by Su Taiping's powerful blow, what occupied the minds of these two was the immense toil behind that punch. Seated before them, Jin Heji's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. In this match, Su Taiping is the victor. At that moment, the referee confirmed Su Taiping's triumph. Brother, Taiping only has one match left, Zhao Linglong exclaimed excitedly, turning to Dugu Qingxiao. Besides this final match, he must also engage in a sword duel with the Seven Peaks disciples. Qingxiao corrected her. Engaging the Seven Peaks is merely a formality. At that time, brother, you could just guide Su Taiping, Zhao Linglong optimistically mused. The sword duel follows the order of the peaks. Qingxiao shook his head. It is premature to discuss this now. We must first see who Taiping's next opponent will be, Ji Wuyo or Qi Bailey. According to the announcement board, Su Taiping's next adversary would emerge from among this group. I hope it is not Ji Wuyo, he silently wished. Based on his prior investigation, Ji Wuyo, while not the strongest among them, was undoubtedly the most perilous. On the arena, Su Taiping exhaled deeply. His victory was hard-won. During his clash with Gongsun Sheng, he could distinctly sense that his opponent was holding back. Had he not seized the initiative with his bull charge technique from the outset, forcing Gongsun Sheng to endure with the Golden Bell shield, and had he not mastered a portion of the 1,000-fold strength to ultimately breach that shield, it was highly likely that he would now be the one lying on the ground. After this match, it will be challenging for Taiping to seize the initiative again. Once the contest commences, they will likely seal your punch routes immediately, denying you the chance to employ the bull charge technique. The voice of Lingyue Fairy resonated within Su Taiping's mind. He glanced at the disciples set to compete next, all of whom were watching him with vigilant eyes. He nodded inwardly. This closely resembles what we had anticipated in our preparations. Should the situation arise, you might consider removing your possessions beforehand, Lingyue Fairy advised. In the previous match, aside from refraining from utilizing the power of the Wangguo realm, Su Taiping had almost exhausted the full potential of the Qingyo fist, even employing a fraction of the 1,000-fold strength. This was nearly all he had to offer. I wish to further explore the ultimate realm you spoke of, Sister Lingyue. Su Taiping shook his head. In their training sessions, Lingyue Fairy had once alluded to this ultimate realm, which, by definition, signifies maximizing one's capabilities to the fullest extent currently achievable. According to her, it is crucial for those of ordinary bone to pursue this ultimate realm, even if only to experience it once, as it would yield boundless benefits for future cultivation. Thus far, my victories have largely relied on my opponent's underestimation and the element of surprise offered by the Qingyo fist and the 7-kill sword, allowing me to seize the initiative. In the next match, I wish to set aside these advantages and see if I can discover a way to gain the upper hand through the contest while also pushing myself to the ultimate realm. He explained earnestly to Lingyue Fairy. Very well, she replied, pleased that Su Taiping had not been blinded by his recent success. This selection from the 7 Peaks is indeed a rare opportunity for you to hone your skills. In the future, finding an equally matched opponent like today may prove to be quite challenging. Taiping. Just as Su Taiping prepared to leave the stage, he suddenly heard a distant call. Turning towards the sound, he noticed Zhao Linglong on the Yun Tower, exuberantly waving at him. With a broad smile, Su Taiping energetically waved back in her direction. At that moment, a white-clad youth with a sword slung over his back brushed past him. "You little brat, daring to kill those from the Yun Tower? Clean your neck and wait for me patiently down below," he said coldly without sparing Su Taiping a glance, before drawing his sword with a sharp sound and launching himself onto the stage. Immediately following, the referee announced, "In this match, Ji Wuyo faces Qi Bailey. Yun Tower, Yi Wuyo." Su Taiping glanced at the arena and then at the large announcement board, realizing that his next opponent would indeed be determined between Ji Wuyo and Qi Bailey. Both Ji Wuyo and the earlier Gongsun Sheng are likely from the Yun Tower. It is no wonder one possesses the Golden Bell shield technique while the other commands a sword. He observed the sword whirling around Ji Wuyo, murmuring, "This cannot be considered true sword mastery. It is merely the ordinary technique of controlling the sword with qi, lying somewhere between martial arts and magical arts. Far less potent than genuine sword mastery." Lingwei Fairy corrected Su Taiping. Upon closer inspection, you can see the swirling true qi around Ji Wuyo. That long sword is being guided by the currents of true qi, continuously revolving around him. Yet, even so, one should not underestimate the technique. The lethality of controlling a sword with qi far exceeds that of ordinary magical arts. Lingwei Fairy reminded him once more. Indeed, Su Taiping nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, "I must closely observe this match." Chapter 95. The unfettered battle on the observation deck of the Cloud Tower. Zhao Linglong expressed her concerns, glancing anxiously at Qing Xiao. "Senior brother, is that Ji Wuyo once a disciple from the mountain?" Indeed, Ji Wuyo was a disciple of the fourth peak, but due to a fierce competition over a spiritual herb, he ruthlessly slaughtered his peers and ultimately had most of his cultivation stripped away, leading to his expulsion from the fourth peak. Qing Xiao replied gravely, nodding. There was something he withheld. However, Ji Wuyo was, in fact, one of the most closely watched disciples in this selection process among the seven peaks. Yet, to spare Zhao Linglong further distress, he chose to remain silent. Isn't it stated that the selection prohibits the use of techniques above the level? Why is Ji Wuyo employing sword control without any interference? Zhao Linglong inquired further. That is not true sword control. The technique of wielding a sword with qi is fundamentally different from controlling it with one's soul. Ji Wuyo's exceptional talent merely makes it appear as though he is employing sword control, replied Xian, seated beside her. Senior brother, isn't Ji Wuyo the disciple we aim to recruit for our first peak? Suddenly, Yi Xian, sitting in front, interjected. Upon hearing this, Jin Heji chuckled and nodded, then turned to Zhao Linglong with a grin. Sister Linglong, this little fellow you know isn't particularly fortunate, is he? You said the same during the last contest. Zhao Linglong shot a glance at Jin Heji. Jin Heji's lips twitched, then he scoffed, if you don't believe me, just watch closely. In the next match, Su Taiping is in for a greater deal. Let the contest begin. At that moment, the voice of a supervisor echoed across the Sword Town Square through a sound transmission talisman, as Ji Wuyo and Qi Bailey's auras erupted in a dramatic clash. With a sudden clang, a sword cry resonated as the flying sword, which had been circling Ji Wuyo, shot forth, piercing straight towards Qi Bailey. Qi Bailey wielded two massive copper hammers. Upon seeing the flying sword approach, he swung one of the hammers down with force. Perhaps due to the nature of wielding the sword with qi, the flying sword speed was not particularly swift, making it likely that Qi Bailey would succeed in striking it down. Yet, just as the copper hammer was about to connect, Ji Wuyo swiftly formed a hand seal, shouting, "Wind, arise!" As his words fell, a fierce gust swept past Qi Bailey, causing him to stagger, and his hammer missed its target entirely. In that fleeting moment of imbalance, Ji Wuyo's controlled flying sword sliced through Qi Bailey's arm, severing it. "Ah!" Qi Bailey screamed in agony. Ji Wuyo smirked, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he remarked, "I had already warned you to concede. Since you refused to take the hint, I shall now claim another arm." As he spoke, he pressed down with his fingers, and another sword cry erupted. The sword hovering above Qi Bailey descended like a streak of light, severing his other arm. "Ah!" Chi Bailey cried out once more, now kneeling in terror, pleading, I concede, I concede. His plea was abruptly silenced as Ji Wuyo's sword pierced through his throat. With a thud, Chi Bailey fell lifelessly to the ground. Gasps filled the arena. Whispers erupted about Ji Wuyo's swordsmanship and his ruthless methods. After all, with his opponent rendered helpless, there was no need for such lethal force. Unperturbed by the murmurs, Ji Wuyo approached the edge of the arena, casting a condescending glance at Su Taiping, declaring, Your turn now. Not only proficient in wielding qi to control swords, but also possessing a formidable talent in spellcasting and demonstrating a merciless nature. Such a person is indeed born for cultivation. On the cloud tower, Jin Haji leisurely waved his folding fan, speaking in a languid tone. Zhao Linglong bit her lip in silence, while Qing Xiao and Xian fell into deep contemplation. You should advise that lad to withdraw while he still can. Preserving the Green Mountains means one need not fear a lack of firewood. He could train for another 3 years and return, Jin Haji suggested, turning to Zhao Linglong and her companions. To be truthful, both Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao had entertained this thought, especially Qing Xiao, who understood Ji Wuyo's past prowess far better than Zhao Linglong, even stripped of his cultivation and starting anew. Ji Wuyo's skills would be beyond what an ordinary outer disciple could contend with. Junior sister, Qing Xiao looked at Zhao Linglong, seemingly seeking her opinion. Senior brother, just one more match, and with a victory, Su Taiping will secure his position as a formal disciple. Zhao Linglong expressed her discontent for Su Taiping. He would never agree to that. Lin Buyu, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. At this, all eyes turned to him. Even Yi Xian, who had been brimming with pride, shifted his gaze. Lin Buyu, seemingly oblivious to their attention, closed his book and gazed down at the arena, muttering to himself, If he truly fears death, he has no place here. Upon hearing this, Qing Xiao was momentarily stunned before nodding in agreement. Indeed, as the saying goes, concern breeds chaos. Had Lin Buyu not reminded him, he might have forgotten that Su Taiping was now a cultivator, and facing life and death was the first step on the path of cultivation. Yes, Buyu is right. Since Taiping has embarked on the path of cultivation, every subsequent step must be his own choice, Zhao Linglong declared, suddenly slapping her palms against her cheeks to suppress her worries, redirecting her gaze back to the arena below. Though their words sounded noble, a person's life is ultimately singular. Once lost, nothing remains. Jin Haji scoffed softly, then turned away, leisurely waving his fan. Meanwhile, Yi Xian cast a deep look at Lin Buyu before shifting his focus to Su Taiping on the stage, muttering softly, Su Taiping, what a dreadful name. After a brief incense sticks time, at the Sword Town Square, this match would pit Su Taiping against Ji Wuyo, with the victor claiming the first slot in the Seven Peaks election and earning the right to join the Seven Peaks as a formal disciple. As the supervisor's voice rang out, Su Taiping and Ji Wuyo stepped onto the arena from opposite sides. Given that this contest would determine the first slot, the Seven Peaks disciples in the Cloud Tower ceased their jesting, focusing intently on the stage. In the southern part of the Sword Town, atop the towering 9-story Cloud Tower, imposing auras radiated outward, signaling that the peak masters of the Seven Peaks, along with the head of the Qingxin sect and several elders, had taken their seats. Carrying so many blades, are you planning to cook up a storm on stage? Ji Wuyo inquired with a squint, eyeing Su Taiping, who had 3 long knives sheathed at his sides, a smile creeping across his face. Soon, you'll come to understand. Su Taiping tightened a rope around his waist, used for securing his knife. Chapter 96, Unfettered in Battle. Trading a sword for an arm, these 6 exquisite steel-long knives represented his most significant expenditure for this competition. I fear you may not even have the chance to draw your blade later. Ji Wuyo, with a hand resting on the hilt at his waist, continued to squint and smile at Su Taiping. Are both of you prepared? The voice of the overseer rang out. I am prepared, Su Taiping nodded. Placing one hand on the hilt of his knife and forming a fist with the other, his right leg in a bow stance, his body slightly leaning forward. I am prepared as well. Ji Wuyo squinted, smiling as he nodded, one hand forming a sword gesture while the other made a seal. his long sword humming ominously in its sheath. Then let the contest commence. The overseer stepped back and declared aloud. Clang! Swish! Almost instantaneously, with the announcement, the sounds of drawn swords and ringing blades erupted simultaneously. Following this, a crescent-shaped blade of light intersected with a flying sword. Su Taiping evaded Ji Wuyo's strike with the crescent moon technique, successfully positioning himself behind Ji Wuyo, but his knife shattered under the impact of the collision. Swish! Anticipating this, Su Taiping wasted no time in channeling his inner energy, drawing another long knife from his waist. Boom! The explosive blade energy transformed into a shadow over a yard long, slicing straight toward Ji Wuyo's back. The 7-kill blade, third strike, sever steel. From the 6 kills crescent moon to severing the blade and drawing again, all executed in a fluid motion, as if rehearsed countless times, leaving the onlookers in awe. Clang! However, just as Su Taiping executed his third strike, Ji Wuyo's flying sword curved like it possessed a mind of its own, swiftly cutting toward the blade shadow. Bang! Amidst the thunderous clash, the blade energy unleashed by Su Taiping was obliterated by the flying sword, and his long knife shattered with a resounding crack. Ji Wuyo's flying sword, meanwhile, was merely knocked back a few feet by the recoil. The victor and the vanquished were evident. Boom! But it seems Su Taiping had anticipated this moment. As his long knife shattered, his concealed fist, infused with a bull's roar, lunged heavily toward Ji Wuyo's back. At this moment, Ji Wuyo, facing away, chanted a spell aloud and, with a powerful stomp of his right foot on the ground, invoked a force. Bang! In an instant, the formerly solid ground collapsed beneath them. Su Taiping, unsteady on his feet, nearly toppled over. Boom! Yet, Su Taiping swiftly employed the wind shadow step, darting forward from his original position. Clang! Before he could regain his balance, the sounds of swords whistle and the rush of air pierced the silence as a beam of sword light aimed at his back. Thud! To the astonishment of all present, including Ji Wuyo, Su Taiping did not evade the strike, allowing it to pierce his body. Boom! Just as the crowd expressed their bewilderment, a cloud of blood mist erupted around Su Taiping. The mist swiftly crystallized into ice, freezing his upper body along with the flying sword. The once darting blades were now trapped within him. Ji Wuyo's flying sword has been controlled. This is madness. Many spectators gasped in disbelief, astonished that someone would seal a sword within their own body. Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao were rendered speechless by shock. Swish! Amidst the cacophony of astonishment, another blade was drawn from its sheath. Despite the excruciating pain, Su Taiping's movements were undeterred. Boom! The radiant blade shadow surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, slicing straight toward Ji Wuyo. The 7-kill blade, absolute kill, pursuing the soul. Wind come! After several failed attempts to control his sword with energy, Ji Wuyo, his face ashen, finally recited the wind come spell. Boom! At the moment his words fell, a tempest, resembling a colossal hand, surged toward Su Taiping's blade aura. But it was too late. Bang! With a resounding crash, Su Taiping's blade cleaved through the gale, striking Ji Wuyo's body. Swish! Although the gust altered the trajectory of the blade, it still severed one of Ji Wuyo's arms. Ji Wuyo cried out in agony. But in an instant, filled with rage, he formed a sword gesture with his remaining hand, channeling all his energy and shouting, "Sword come!" With a crack, the icy armor that had formed on Su Taiping's chest shattered, and Ji Wuyo's flying sword was yanked free from his back. This time, Ji Wuyo's successful extraction was due to his prolonged accumulation of power and Su Taiping's momentary weakness following his strike. Ugh! Under the searing pain, Su Taiping let out a muffled groan, yet he soon grinned at Ji Wuyo and said, "To take a blow in exchange for an arm, worth it." While speaking, he once again utilized his true chi to solidify the blood into ice, sealing the wound on his back. This scene left the gathered cultivators in a cold sweat. From being pierced to severing Ji Wuyo's arm, and then to having the flying sword extracted from his back, the entire sequence unfolded in mere moments. Many cultivators only comprehended the unfolding events at that instant. To trade injury for injury, severing Ji Wuyo's arm and significantly diminishing his combat power. Was this all part of Tai Ping's intricate plan from the start? Qing Xiao thought in astonishment. If that is indeed the case, then this young man's depth of cunning may surpass even ours. Yin shared a similar expression of surprise. Boom! Amidst the uproar, Su Taiping's long knife struck out once more. Clang! The furious Ji Wuyo summoned his flying sword with all his might to counter. However, with one arm missing, Ji Wuyo could no longer wield both the sword and spell simultaneously, and the tide of battle began to shift in Su Taiping's favor. If this trend continued, provided Su Taiping could find the opportunity to unleash the bull's drill formation, Ji Wuyo would undoubtedly face defeat. Boom! At that moment, Ji Wuyo suddenly invoked the wind come spell again. He distanced himself from Su Taiping, then brushed his hand across the blade of his flying sword, smearing Su Taiping's blood onto his palm. He then recited a cryptic incantation, culminating in an ominous grin as he shouted, "The pain of my body shall be returned to you tenfold." Upon hearing this, Qing Xiao sprang to his feet. This Ji Wuyo is actually using a twofold injury spell. His eyes glinted with fury as he coldly scoffed. Chapter 97. Undefeated woe, what of tenfold pain? With a gasp of astonishment from Qing Xiao, Ji Wuyo swiftly drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into his own thigh. The excruciating pain forced a grimace upon his face, yet almost immediately he turned to Su Taiping with a sinister grin, proclaiming, "Let us see how you endure this pain that is tenfold of my own." He then twisted the dagger viciously in his leg. Not far away, Su Taiping initially felt perplexed at Ji Wuyo's self-inflicted wound. However, his pupils dilated in shock as an indescribable agony surged through his own thigh. The pain was overwhelming, causing him to groan and collapse onto one knee. It dawned on him what Ji Wuyo's words of tenfold pain truly meant. In that moment, most of the onlookers, too, comprehended the vile act unfolding before them. This despicable coward resorts to such wicked sorcery in battle. Zhao Linglong exclaimed, her anger palpable. Is no one going to intervene? She cast a glance towards Su Zian. Though this curse was indeed malicious, it was merely a low-tier spell, and the rules of the contest did not prohibit its use. Su Zian shook her head helplessly. Linglong, do you not see? The true threat is Ji Wuyo himself. I have long warned you of his madness. A sane person would not practice such self-destructive spells. Jin Heji, seated in the front row, suddenly fanned himself with a smug expression. Zhao Linglong found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Ji Wuyo, rising slowly from the ground, laughed maniacally. Do you feel as if life is unbearable? He staggered towards Su Taiping, pressing his hand forcefully against the wound of his severed arm. Su Taiping, who had just attempted to rise, staggered and fell once more. It seems the pain is still insufficient, Ji Wuyo sneered as he bit down on the dagger, slicing open a gash on the back of his hand, then tore the flesh from his own skin with his teeth. Even from a distance, Qing Xiao and the others could see Su Taiping, kneeling, trembling uncontrollably. This contest is utterly unfair, Zhao Linglong cried out in fury. When did fairness ever factor into this contest? Jin Heji countered with a grin. You. Zhao Linglong began to retort, but Qing Xiao pressed her shoulder, urging her to remain seated. By this time, Ji Wuyo was merely 10 steps away from Su Taiping. At this distance, his flying sword could easily strike down Su Taiping in an instant. Yet, Ji Wuyo had no intention of ending it so swiftly. You think I would grant you such a merciful demise? He glared venomously at Su Taiping. He then placed a finger in his mouth, biting down on his nail before forcefully twisting his head to rip it off. The phrase 10 fingers connected to the heart rang true, as Su Taiping finally screamed in agony from the tenfold torment. Zhao Linglong, unable to bear the sight, covered her eyes. In response, Ji Wuyo erupted into another fit of maniacal laughter as he took slow, deliberate steps towards Su Taiping, his twisted smile drawing near. Kneel and lick the dust off my boot, and I may consider granting you a quicker death. He raised his voice intentionally, ensuring all in the stands could hear. Those familiar with Ji Wuyo understood that he relished the torment of his opponents far more than the victory itself. Hesitantly, Su Taiping lifted his head. his face pale and beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Is that true? He asked Ji Wuyo. That depends entirely on your actions, Ji Wuyo replied, eyes narrowed in amusement. He placed his filthy, blood-stained boot before Su Taiping. Witnessing this, Qing Xiao and her companions averted their gazes, unable to bear the spectacle. Yet, before they could look away, Su Taiping suddenly drew his long knife with a swift motion, slashing upwards towards Ji Wuyo's arm. Caught off guard, Ji Wuyo had no time to summon his flying sword, relying solely on his protective aura. But how could such a hastily conjured defense withstand Su Taiping's long-prepared strike? With a whoosh, Su Taiping's blade severed Ji Wuyo's protective barrier and his remaining arm in one decisive blow. Ah! Ji Wuyo's scream echoed across the arena. Simultaneously, Su Taiping experienced a brief surge of dizziness. Impossible! You fell victim to my 2-injury spell. Your pain should be tenfold. Ji Wuyo retreated to the edge of the arena. Disbelief etched across his face. Tenfold? Su Taiping chuckled softly. He wished to convey that even if Ji Wuyo felt 10 times the pain, it paled in comparison to the suffering he endured during his immersion in the bone-washing elixir. Not to mention the agony he faced while mastering the body-tempering techniques taught by the Spirit Moon Fairy. This pain was trivial. He shook his head and stepped closer to Ji Wuyo, blade in hand. You cannot deceive me. You are merely putting on a brave front. Ji Wuyo roared, his face contorted in rage. He summoned all his remaining energy, raising his flying sword, which began to carve into his own flesh. The sight was gruesome, enough to make one turn away. Nevertheless, Su Taiping continued his advance without faltering. Confusion swept across the faces of the onlookers. Could it be that Ji Wuyo had not truly cast the spell? You cannot kill me. If you do, you will perish as well, succumbing to the pain. Ji Wuyo yelled in a twisted voice, desperation evident. Yet Su Taiping remained undeterred, stepping forward resolutely. In that moment, Ji Wuyo, filled with despair, suddenly wore a frenzied expression, unleashing all his energy and directing his sword towards Su Taiping with tremendous force. Chapter 98. Why must it be so absolute? Bang! Perhaps due to his inability to channel the sword technique, the power of this strike was significantly diminished compared to before. Before it even reached Su Taiping, he found himself enveloped in a blade's radiance, as Su Taiping executed a strike that circled like a full moon behind Ji Wuyo, followed by another downward slash aimed at his nape. You cannot. Swish! Ji Wuyo, suddenly turning around, was met with the sight of the blade's shadow, and he let out a terrified roar. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a gleam of the blade swept past his throat. Bang! Ji Wuyo's voice abruptly ceased, and his head rolled to the ground. Throughout, Su Taiping wielded his blade without a hint of hesitation. Then, an indescribable pain surged through him like a tidal wave. Bang! He stumbled, nearly collapsing, but instinctively braced himself with his weapon. At that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence. Any cultivator with even a modicum of understanding of spells could easily discern that Su Taiping had indeed fallen victim to Ji Wuyo's dual injury curse. Yet, it was precisely this that left them more baffled, even feeling a sense of absurdity. The dual injury curse could not be resolved by anyone lacking mastery in spellcraft. The only conceivable explanation was that Taiping had endured tenfold the suffering that Ji Wuyo had experienced. After a lengthy pause, Qing Xiao, his expression grave, spoke with newfound certainty. Not only he, but the majority of the cultivators present arrived at this seemingly ludicrous conclusion in their hearts. 10 times the pain of Ji Wuyo? Zhao Linglong struggled to fathom such endurance. A normal person could hardly withstand such agony. Ziyuan wore a similarly incredulous expression. In this contest, Su Taiping triumphed over Ji Wuyo, earning the right to challenge the 7 peaks. Just then, the voice of the overseer echoed throughout the sword town via a transmission talisman. This announcement jolted the crowd from their discussions, redirecting their gazes toward the bloodied, staggering youth on the stage. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Taiping's victory was undeniable and impeccable. However, Su Taiping felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. He had hoped that through his duel with Ji Wuyo, He might gain new insights or discover the ultimate realm spoken of by the fairy of Lingwei. But Ji Wuyo's dual injury curse had disrupted his plans. Sighing softly, Su Taiping expressed a hint of regret. Taiping, do not rush. There is still another round of sword questioning ahead. Moreover, having won, you ought to rejoice. The voice of the fairy of Lingwei resonated in his mind. Indeed, Su Taiping nodded, lifting his gaze to search around him. Ultimately, he found himself drawn to the cloud tower where Zhao Linglong and her companions stood. Upon spotting them, he flashed a wide smile from afar. Joyful moments are best shared with those dear to us. Under the sunlight, the blood-streaked visage of the youth radiated an unblemished purity, reminiscent of their first encounter years ago. Seeing this smile, the others could not help but grin in response. Congratulations, Xiao Taiping, Zhao Linglong said, her eyes inexplicably moist. Congratulations, Qing Xiao added, his face lighting up with a look of satisfaction. Although they had yet to formally ascend the mountain, he had already acknowledged this junior brother in his heart. Do not be too hasty with your congratulations. The next 7 must still face the formal sword questioning from the 7 peaks. Jin Haji interjected with a cold smile. For reasons unknown, he felt discomfort by the sight of the youth on the stage. As long as one peak was willing to select him, his performance in the questioning mattered little. Qing Xiao countered Jin Haji's remark. The selection process of the 7 peaks would conclude once 7 outer disciples were chosen. The so-called sword questioning was merely a test for these 7 outer disciples, allowing the peaks to select the most suitable disciples from among them. Poor performances could lead to a scenario where no peak would extend an invitation, ultimately relegating them back to the base. Our 7th peak will certainly choose him, Zhao Linglong asserted with unwavering conviction. By now, Su Taiping had effectively passed the selection of the 7 peaks, and she would go to great lengths to persuade her father to accept him into the 7th peak. Your willingness to choose him is your affair. But our first peak holds the prerogative to be the first to propose a sword questioning, Jin Haji replied with a casual smile. Jin Haji, do you truly wish to be so ruthless? Qing Xiao asked, his tone icy. Ruthless? Am I to be more ruthless than your peak master when he murdered my mother? Jin Haji retorted, his gaze cold and laden with resentment. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong, who had intended to argue with Jin Haji, fell silent. Your mother fell into madness. My master acted out of necessity. He did not desire it. Qing Xiao maintained his unwavering gaze. Madness? Who can prove that my mother succumbed to madness? Had it not been for you, she would never have encountered that demonic seed. Jin Haji's previously calm demeanor twisted with fury, his voice rising to a roar. Yet, just as swiftly, his expression returned to calmness. In any case, anything that brings discomfort to you or your 7th peak is something I, Jin Haji, shall gladly pursue. As he spoke, he smiled and turned his head away, unabashedly revealing his animosity toward the 7 peaks and toward Qing Xiao. Senior brother, may I be arranged to participate in this sword questioning? At that moment, Yi Xian, who had been beside Jin Haji, suddenly stood up. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong's heart raced with anxiety. Although Yi Xian had only been in the sect for less than 3 years, possessing the Golden Spirit Bone, which was of the fire variant, he had already broken through to the Wangyu realm. Not only did he possess a family legacy of swordsmanship, but he had also mastered several profound techniques and was likely adept in sword control. This form of sword control was not akin to Ji Wuyo's gas-driven swordplay. It was a genuine technique capable of severing an enemy's head from hundreds or thousands of miles away. Such an opponent was far beyond Su Taiping's capacity to contend with. You too harbor disdain for this fellow, do you not? Jin Haji inquired with a smile directed at Yi Xian. He had intended for Yi Xian to take the stage, and now that the latter had volunteered, he was naturally pleased. Senior brother, you exaggerate. I merely find his name irksome. Taiping, how can there be peace in this world? Ye wan sikofut. His character had evolved significantly during his 3 years at Qingxian sect. After his first year, he had received news of the Tianlang kingdom's destruction at the hands of the Wei kingdom, leading to the massacre and capture of the entire royal family. Chapter 99. The Sword Challenge, Brother Jin. Must we really go to such lengths among our fellow disciples? Su Zian finally spoke up. Junior sister Zian, If you agree to be my companion on the path, I may consider it, Jin Huji replied with a sly smile. How dare you? Don't think I won't act against you. Dugu King Seo coldly snorted, drawing his long sword from its sheath with a swift motion. The overwhelming sword intent sweeping across the entire cloud pavilion. You two are being outrageous. At that moment, an elder from the Qingxian sect let out a cold huff. If you wish to duel, go to the Zhiga Tower. Otherwise, sit quietly at your seats. The elder followed with a warning. Brother King Seo, don't fall for his provocations. He is trying to bait you into action. Su Zian tugged at Dugu King Seo's sleeve. Brother, do not be angry. Zhao Linglong also urged from the side. Hearing this, Dugu King Seo glared at Jin Heji and then cupped his hands towards the elder patrolling the pavilion before sheathing his sword with a clang and sitting down in silence. Oh dear, you scared me. Xiao Xian, you must stand up for your brother later. Don't let the senior brothers and sisters from the Seventh Peak laugh at us. Jin Heji smirked, his demeanor once again carefree. Rest assured, I will give my all in any contest, Yi Xian nodded. He then cast a glance at Lin Buyu, who had not looked at him even once, and an unexpected anger surged within him. After all, swords are blind. If I accidentally injure or kill this young brother, I hope the seniors from the Seventh Peak will understand. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong's heart tightened, her gaze turning icy as she stared at Yi Xian. Junior brother Yi Xian, you can kill him, but I can kill you as well. Dugu King Seo then patted Zhao Linglong's shoulder and, without turning back, gazed at the arena below, his tone cold. Junior sister, I won't allow such an incident to occur. The so-called sword challenge of the Seven Peaks involves selecting a disciple from each peak to compete against a chosen disciple from the foot of the mountain. In order to test the latter's strength and potential as a basis for selecting disciples in the future, according to the sect's rules, the disciple with the highest rank from the last Seven Peaks competition has the first choice. The first place from the previous competition was none other than the current first peak, Qionglu Peak. In theory, whichever peak is interested in you will send a disciple to inquire about your swordsmanship. So, ideally, it should be the brother from the Seven Peaks. At this moment, Su Taiping had returned to the arena, communicating with the white feather in the gourd through his soul. Beside him stood 6 other outer disciples who had also qualified for the sword challenge. However, apart from Su Taiping, the expressions on everyone else's faces were filled with excitement and anxiety. What if another peak chooses you, and they take a liking to you? You must understand that the Seventh Peak, like its name, ranks the lowest among all peaks in terms of disciples' cultivation and resources. The white feather then asked Su Taiping, regarding the Qingxian sect, I know far more than you do. Of course, I will still choose the Seventh Peak, Su Taiping answered without hesitation. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment. The path of cultivation is long. Today's choice may determine your future, the white feather advised. As for the future, no one can predict. All I can do is ensure my choice is true to my heart, Su Taiping replied, lifting his gaze towards Zhao Linglong and King Seo at the Cloud Pavilion. Well said, the voice of Fairy Lingwei echoed in Su Taiping's mind. However, Taiping, if you encounter a similar situation during this challenge, it would be best to remove your items. Even if you can endure, your soul may not withstand the strain. Understood. Fairy Lingwei, I merely wanted to test my limits of pain endurance in the last match. I won TB, so reckless again, Su Taiping responded inwardly. The first match of the Seven Peaks Sword Challenge will be conducted by the first peak, Qionglu Peak, selecting a disciple for the Sword Challenge. At that moment, the gruff and hoarse voice of Elder Heilung resonated from the highest cloud pavilion. Upon hearing this, the 6 outer disciples on the arena, aside from Su Taiping, all revealed expressions of eager anticipation. Qionglu Peak is the strongest among the 7, having held the title of first peak for 3 consecutive decades, making it their top choice. And they all hope to be chosen by the first peak for the Sword Challenge. Qingzhou residents, Su Taiping, a robust male voice rang out, undoubtedly from the peak master of the first peak seated in the Cloud Pavilion. However, the commotion among the spectators in the Cloud Pavilion was not due to the speaker's identity, but rather the content of his words. Did the first peak choose Su Taiping? On what grounds? Although he defeated Ji Wuyo, his bone structure and cultivation are clearly inferior to us 6. Indeed, Why would the first peak make such a selection? Not only were the spectators in the Cloud Pavilion discussing this, but even the 6 disciples on the arena were whispering among themselves, their glances filled with confusion and jealousy directed at Su Taiping. Yet at this moment, Su Taiping furrowed his brow. He did not wish to be chosen by the first peak. Fortunately, even if I am chosen, I still have the right to refuse, Su Taiping murmured to himself. Su Taiping, this is a rare opportunity. Don't refuse it when the time comes, the white feather in the gourd hastily reminded him, seemingly guessing Su Taiping's thoughts. Su Taiping did not argue with the white feather, for he noticed the elder overseeing the arena beckoning him. Su Taiping, a disciple from the first peak, will soon approach you for the sword challenge. During the challenge, aside from not using spiritual treasures or talismans, there are no restrictions. However, even though it is merely a sword inquiry, swords are blind, and thus the responsibility for life and death lies with you, the elder reminded Su Taiping. Thank you for the guidance, Elder. Su Taiping bowed in acknowledgement. Please, let the first peak send forth their disciple for the sword challenge. At this moment, Elder Halung's voice once again echoed across the sword testing square. The disciple for this sword challenge from the first peak is Yi Xian of the Zhun character generation. Before long, the voice of the first peak master began to resonate above the sword testing square. Chapter 100. Yi Xian, whence comes this killing intent? The sound reverberated, igniting fervor among the disciples of various sects atop Yun Tower. The prospect of Yi Xian descending to test his sword against Su Taiping was a testament to the first peak's regard for him. Yi Xian, one of the most gifted disciples among the true character generation, had reportedly already transcended the Wangu realm. To the onlookers, the fact that the first peak sent Yi Xian was a clear indication of their esteem for Su Taiping. On the arena, Su Taiping found himself once again engulfed by the tide of gazes. Yi Xian? Upon hearing the name, Su Taiping felt a flicker of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. Indeed, 3 years ago, during the spiritual bone assessment at the Dragon Gate Hall, there was a boy named Yi Xian. He suddenly recalled the arrogant youth from that day. Clang! Just as Su Taiping pondered whether these 2 Yi Xians were one and the same, the sound of a sword ringing through the air shattered his thoughts. A tall, handsome youth appeared as if conjured from thin air, descending upon the arena atop his flying sword. Although his stature and features had slightly changed, Su Taiping instantly recognized him as the boy from the Dragon Gate Hall. Su Taiping, what Yi Xian employs is true swordsmanship, unlike Ji Wuyo's dubious manipulation of energy to wield the sword. For such a disciple to challenge you, it seems the first peak genuinely values you. White Feather's voice resonated again. However, Su Taiping held a different perspective. The look in Yi Xian's eyes harbored no kindness. Rather, it brimmed with hostility. Sending him to test swords was hardly a sign of respect. As he contemplated this, he glanced towards the stands where Zhao Linglong and the others were seated. Though the distance was considerable, his keen sight allowed him to discern their troubled expressions, further affirming his suspicions. Yet, why would he harbor animosity towards me? Su Taiping raised his gaze to the now-grounded Yi Xian. In this contest, the challenger was prohibited from employing Xian-level or higher techniques, nor could they utilize magical artifacts or talismans. Violators would be deemed defeated. The elder overseeing the examination frowned upon witnessing Yi Xian's arrival on his flying sword and promptly issued a warning. To kill him, these items are unnecessary. Yi Xian cast a disdainful look at Su Taiping, his tone laced with derision. The elder's frown deepened at this remark, but he refrained from further comment, casting a solemn glance at Su Taiping as if to caution him before stepping aside. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Su Taiping's doubts vanished. Little Taiping, the voice of the spirit moon fairy echoed in his mind once more. I know, he replied, having developed a tacit understanding with her over the past 3 years, aware that she was urging him to be cautious of Yi Xian. Clang! At that moment, Yi Xian lifted his sword, the flying sword above him sheathing itself behind him. He then placed a hand on a sword at his waist, its hilt and scabbard adorned with precious gems, indicating its immense value. To kill you, a mere iron sword suffices. Yi Xian snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on Su Taiping with the intensity of a predator eyeing its prey. His body slightly crouched in a stance poised for drawing his sword. With this singular gesture, an invisible aura of killing intent radiated from Yixian. Those who initially believed the first peak was honoring Su Taiping were rendered speechless, completely bewildered by the origin of Yixian's malice. Su Taiping, too, had no desire to delve into the source of Yixian's hostility. He wrapped one hand in silk threads while resting the other on the hilt of his long knife, with 3 more blades still secured at his waist. Subsequently, Su Taiping fixated his gaze on Yixian, his body bending slightly as he mirrored the action of drawing his blade. "If you seek to kill me, then I shall kill you." The atmosphere on the arena turned grim, the once gentle breeze now imbued with a chill. The elder, witnessing such fierce killing intent between the two youths for the first time, thought to himself, "These two are not to be trifled with." He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, cleared his throat, and inquired aloud, "Are both of you prepared?" Upon hearing this, the two remained locked in their intense gazes before nodding in unison. Seeing the situation, the elder refrained from further commentary, shattering a piece of sound-transmitting jade and announcing, "Su Taiping challenges Yixian of the first peak. The contest begins." Boom! Almost instantaneously as the words left his lips, both combatants' auras surged, revealing fluctuations of at least the pinnacle of the opening door realm. The crowd was not surprised by Yixian's aura, but they were astonished to discover that Su Taiping had also attained the peak of the opening door realm, concealing a hidden strength. As the energy emanating from Su Taiping was sensed, Jin Haji's eyes glinted with cold resolve. Meanwhile, Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong exchanged glances, shocked to realize they had underestimated Su Taiping's capabilities. Clang! At that moment, with a resonant sword cry, Yixian drew his sword, merging his form with the blade, transforming into a streak of sword light accompanied by swirling sword shadows as he charged towards Su Taiping. Swish! Almost simultaneously, Su Taiping unsheathed his knife, striking towards the sword light with a powerful slash. This blow was the third strike of the 7-kill knife, known as Sever Steel. Boom! The clash of knife and sword resulted in shattered knife shadows and dispersed sword energy, both wielders being forced to retreat several steps. Yet in an instant, they vanished once more, reappearing as their weapons collided again, generating a tempest of ferocity that swept across the entire arena. This fierce exchange continued unabated on the stage. Observing this scene, no one around the arena or atop the Yun Tower dared to belittle Su Taiping any longer. Even Jin Haji's expression turned grave, while Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong fixated on the duel, taken aback by the unexpected prowess Su Taiping displayed.